In the class change hall of Ishan City, youthful and somewhat naive students sat patiently in rows, their eyes filled with anticipation and anxiety as they gazed at the crystal ball on the stage. With a roll call of the instructor, the boys and girls approached the front one by one, placing their hands upon the crystal ball. As beams of light erupted, envy-filled gasps or amused chuckles occasionally broke out among the seated students. Ho Biao successfully changed to pastry chef with a preference for various buff foods, class compatibility level LV.1, ordinary. Luo Xiuan successfully changed to assassin with a preference for dual hand short blades, class compatibility level LV.1, ordinary. Mou successfully changed to. The instructor, standing beside the crystal ball, coldly announced the messages displayed by the screen. Having worked in this position for over a decade, his enthusiasm had long since dissipated, leaving him a mere emotionless reciter of names. Those returning to their seats exhibited a spectrum of emotions: excitement, distress, elation, and regret, experiencing the myriad facets of life in this decisive moment that would shape their futures. Owa, what class do you think you'll become? With your extensive knowledge and composed demeanor, surely you'll become a spellcaster, right? A short-haired girl in sportswear, vibrant with youth, turned from her seat to eagerly inquire of her childhood friend sitting behind her. Perhaps. It ultimately depends on the test results. The boy, dressed in a shirt, jeans, and sneakers, exuded a clean and intelligent vibe. When he heard his childhood friend's question, he set down his phone, displaying a dispassionate expression, as if entirely uninterested in his surroundings. Feng Xiao. The staff member on the platform called out the name of the short-haired girl. She waved at Ohua, flashing a smile that was more dashing than cute, before springing towards the stage. Feng Xiao successfully changed to martial artist, with a preference for gauntlet-type weapons, class compatibility level LV.4. Exceptionally excellent. The staff member, gazing at the information projected by the crystal ball, spoke a tad faster than usual, immediately dispatching additional personnel to specially gather her physical data. Yay! Feng Xiao struck a pose with one hand on her hip, proclaiming her triumph to Ohua below. Having spent their lives together in what resembled the supporting role, it felt to her as though she had finally emerged as the lead today. Ohua, however, merely pursed his lips. This shallow individual, reminiscent of a caveman, had achieved an extraordinary compatibility level of LV.4. Could heaven truly be so blind? Ouya! Just as Feng Xiao, returning to her seat, was feigning dissatisfaction at being overshadowed, the staff member finally called out Ohua's name. Impatient to get up, he strode toward the stage. At nearly 6 feet tall, his aloofly handsome demeanor instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. As whispers coursed through the seated students, Ohua took a deep breath and pressed his palm on the crystal ball. Seconds later, amidst his anxious anticipation, his class projection materialized before him. Ohua successfully changed to warrior, with a preference for greatsword-type weapons, class compatibility level LV.1, ordinary. The staff member returned to his emotionless state, casting just a fleeting glance at the projection before reporting the class. Excuse me, teacher, are you certain? I should not be a warrior, right? Ohua frowned, questioning the apathetic staff member. No mistake, young man. Except reality, being a warrior is also commendable. You may leave now. The staff member glanced briefly at the projection, his indifference unimpressed by Ohua's confusion. Ohua's frown deepened. After his class change, the attributes visible only to him indicated distinctly that his class was Berserker, with a preference for dual-wielding colossal weapons and an astonishing compatibility level of LV.9. Filled with bewildering questions, Ohua suppressed his discontent and turned to exit the stage. Ohua, being a warrior is actually quite good. We could team up to fight on the front lines later. Feng Xiao restlessly comforted the returning Ohua, shooting a fierce glare at the boy who had mocked him. Had this not been the class change ceremony, she would have gladly hit that obnoxious boy, settling the score for her friend. MHM, I think it's quite good too. Currently, Ohua's thoughts revolved entirely around his class, and not being a warrior, he felt no sense of disappointment, responding dismissively to Feng Xiao's not-so-reassuring comfort. The Berserker class was not exclusively his. An unprecedented event had befallen Blue Star, and a game like a tribute panel had materialized into the real world. In the century that followed this cataclysm, the rare Berserker class had been acquired by over 10,000 individuals, with no fewer than 100 renowned Berserkers. Yet, here he was the first to begin with the Berserker class from the onset. Could it be that this was the reason that the class change crystal only displayed the most basic class of warrior, and failed to present the class listed in his attribute panel? Given that his initial class was a third-tier occupation, should he not be considered as having attained a hidden class with a compatibility level of LV.9 for the Berserker? Plagued with numerous thoughts, Ohwa remained silent, causing Feng Xiao, seated in front of him, to become alarmed. Having grown up together in carefree innocence, she believed him to be in a deep slump, and her anxiety drove her to fidget restlessly. What if he had grown resentful of her after she just bragged about her profession? What if he deleted her game, save out of spite? What if he refused to let her hang out at his place for snacks anymore? Feng Xiao remained oblivious to Ohwa's thoughts, just as Ohwa was unaware of Feng Xiao's silent dread of inciting his wrath. At that moment, seated quietly, Ohwa focused intently on his attribute panel. Class, Berserker. Class compatibility, LV.9 Ultimate Threshold. Level, LV.1. Health points, 410.0.41s. Mana points, 760.0.76s. Strength, 43.9. Intelligence, 67.9. Agility, 12.9. Stamina, 32.9. Even the physical attributes bestowed upon him upon transitioning classes vastly surpassed those of an ordinary human. Typically, an initial level class should yield attribute points averaging around 10, with 15 representing excellence. Yet, he gained an astonishing 52 strength and 76 intelligence upon becoming a hidden class. This meant he would always possess superior base attributes compared to other professionals of the same level. Given such outrageous acquisition rates for class attributes, Ohwa stifled his excitement while maintaining an outward facade of despondency as he shifted his gaze to the skill panel. His skills totaled 3, 2 passive and 1 active. Blood Engine active skill consumes 25 of maximum health. For every 1 health lost, strength increases by 9 points and agility by 4.5 points, lasting for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 1 minute. LV.9 Blood Call passive skill inflicts deep wounds that are remarkably difficult to heal, increasing bleeding effects. When health dips below 9, HP is restored based on the enemy's bleeding damage multiplied by 9, with excess over the maximum forming a blood armor that diminishes within 9 seconds. LV.9 Blood Crazed Mind passive skill. Immune to the negative effects of the Berserker class trait when subjected to mental control, reduces opponent's mana cost by 19 and negates such control for that instance. LV.9 The terrifying skills depicted on his panel left Ohwa momentarily dumbfounded, as the combination of enhancements, stacking damage, mobility, survival, and control immunity had him internally exclaiming in awe. Chapter 2. From now on, I will protect you at school. This bizarre attribute panel and terrifying skill set unequivocally indicate that my profession is undoubtedly a hidden class. Moreover, it belongs to the upper echelon among hidden classes. Not to mention anything else, the mere fact that every attribute and skill is at 9 is beyond the reach of ordinary professions, while an attribute of May 9th not be overtly impressive. A skill at 9 is an entirely different matter. One can only imagine that if my skill were merely at LV.1, then for every 1 of health lost, my blood engine would only enhance my strength by 1 point and agility by 0.5 points. Losing 99 of my health would only grant me a boost of 99 points in strength and 49.5 points in agility, but that is still formidable. It is only marginally stronger than other professions in terms of attack power and speed. However, starting with a skill level of 9 means that the increment leaps directly from 1 point to 9 points. Losing 99 of my health would then yield an astounding increase of 891 points in strength and 445. 5 points in agility. What does it mean to be a numerical anomaly? This is what it signifies. The healing multiplier of the LV.1 bloodthirsty call is likely only 1, rendering it somewhat trivial. Disregarding the amount of health restored, the stacked health shield would certainly not be substantial. Yet at LV.9, it is an entirely different story. A multiplier of 9. A few casual slashes could easily generate hundreds, if not thousands, of health shields. Striking a major artery could effortlessly yield a shield with tens of thousands of health. The only drawback is that the shield automatically triggers when health falls below 9, which necessitates careful management of my health to achieve maximum output. I dread the moment I activate the blood engine only to trigger the shield, restoring my health to full with no additional attribute bonuses. Shawa. After all the students in their class had completed the tests, most had already departed. Feng Xiao, who had been anxiously worried about Ohwa, approached him and gently nudged the silent Ohwa, calling out to him with urgency. Lost in thought, Ohwa lifted his head, puzzled as he looked at his childhood friend. Everyone has left, Shall we skip class and head to the arcade? It was evident that Feng Xiaoxiao was the quintessential troublemaker. Showing no signs of guilt at the thought of skipping class. No, they are about to arrange the groups. You barely passed the threshold, and now you want to risk losing credits right as you enter university? Ohwa secretly reveled in his fortune, having transitioned to such an extraordinary hidden class, equipped with a skill set that allowed him to deal damage, withstand blows, and recover, truly a perfect combination. What need is there to skip class? Then I shall treat you to hot pot later. Just don't do anything rash and delete my game save when you return. Feng Xiaoxiao scrutinized Ohwa, and upon seeing the clarity in his eyes, she let out a long sigh of relief and comforted him. Would I be so petty? Ohwa shot her an irritated glance, stretched lazily, and then departed the transfer hall, since his publicly displayed profession was warrior. He had no intention of entangling himself with the transfer guild members, seeking to unveil his hidden class that could not be identified by the testing crystal. These days are far from peaceful. There are plenty of rookie hunters who envy hidden classes. If my extraordinary skills were to come to light, it would not only attract their covetous eyes but also invite a myriad of unnecessary troubles. Initially, Ohwa was quite displeased with the staff member's lack of seriousness. Despite being a hidden class, he audaciously referred to himself as a warrior. However, reflecting on the day's events, she now considers it a stroke of luck that even the class-changing crystal was assisting her in concealing her profession. Rest assured, Xiaohua, I shall always remember your kindness in allowing me to copy your homework, and in the future, I will have your back in school, whenever I have a morsel to eat. You shall not be left out. As they strolled down the street, Feng Xiaoxiao draped her arm over Ohwa's shoulder, confidently patting her rather unremarkable chest in assurance, standing at a height of 189 centimeters. Ohwa towered over Feng Xiaoxiao, who was 176 centimeters tall, and with Feng Xiaoxiao clad in an exceptionally unfashionable tracksuit, their silhouettes from behind could easily be mistaken for those of close male friends. TSK, is this what it means to float? Ohwa raised an eyebrow, playfully criticizing her tomboyish childhood friend. To be honest, when she wrapped her arm around Ohwa's shoulders, the pressure on her ribs was rather painful. Alas, she was just a poor child whose remarkable athletic prowess came at the cost of her physique. How could one call this floating? Our strength has reached a level that does not permit us to remain low-key. With one hand on her hip, Feng Xiaoxiao, who was still clinging to Ohwa, couldn't help but indulge in her own pride. Naturally, her exuberant personality was eager to boast about her recent transition to the fighter class. Especially with an excellent compatibility level of LV.4, how could she not take the opportunity to show off in front of Ohwa? Thus, the two returned to their classroom, their affectionate camaraderie resembling that of a couple. A sight that their classmates had already grown accustomed to over the past couple of days. However, once Feng Xiaoxiao and Ohwa parted ways, the classmates eagerly surrounded Feng Xiaoxiao, enthusiastically inviting her to form a team. Professions were divided into combat, support, and daily occupations, and these were further categorized into common, rare, and hidden classes. Feng Xiaoxiao's fighter class was classified as rare. Moreover, it boasted a compatibility level of LV.4, placing her at the pinnacle of the entire school. Among the over 1,000 students of the same level, only 5 had achieved such a compatibility. The homeroom teacher, a woman in her 30s with the profession of teacher, entered the classroom, instantly quieting the previously chaotic atmosphere. The students were to form teams, aiming for 3 combat professions and 1 support profession, while daily occupations would be organized separately. Once they completed their team formations, they were to submit their applications to her promptly. As practical classes would commence the following day, Feng Xiaoxiao, come with me. The homeroom teacher briefly conveyed these instructions before calling Feng Xiaoxiao, who was preparing to invite Ohwa to form a team. What did I tell you? A genius with a compatibility level of LV.4 is destined to join the student council. Her future knows no bounds. Initially, I thought I could ride on her coattails. To be honest, I quite like Feng Xiaoxiao. She is undeniably adorable when she smiles, isn't she? Oh, come on, she has already taken. Look over there, that warrior is her boyfriend. After the homeroom teacher took Feng Xiaoxiao away, the classroom buzzed with excitement once more, with the hot topic of conversation revolving around the genius that is Feng Xiaoxiao and her seemingly ordinary boyfriend, Ohwa. Ohwa, uninterested in explaining that his relationship with Feng Xiaoxiao was strictly platonic, rose from his seat and departed the classroom. TSK, he fled, but who could blame him? With a girlfriend so exceptional, it was only natural for him to feel inadequate. Were I in his position, I would have done the same. Nevertheless, his physique and striking features were indeed flawless. I surmised that it was these attributes that had won over Feng Xiaoxiao. You see, you have no idea school has only just begun, merely 2 days in, and he has already secured a spot on the school's list of heartthrobs. Amidst the chorus of grievances from the boys, Ohwa, disinterested in their discussions, left the school in utter silence and took the subway home. Upon his return, his father, Oweition, who was engrossed in reading the newspaper, set it aside and inquired with a stern expression, "How's your profession going?" "It's fine. Just a combat profession. Is mom back yet?" Ohwa replied casually, revealing that his father, an engineer, a rare supporting class with a compatibility level of LV.6, was currently on a mission and would not return for several days. "What about Xiao Xiao? Didn't she come back with you?" "She was called away by the teacher. She has transitioned to a rare profession with high compatibility." As their brief exchange continued, Ohwa retreated to his room, while Oweition resumed his reading. Their communication was remarkably simple and efficient, so much so that one might mistakenly believe their father-son bond was on shaky ground. Chapter 3. You know your father's wealth. Why are there only female equipment in the house? After changing into his sleepwear post-bath, Ohwa gazed at the pile of gear cluttering the coffee table, voicing his irritation. "Do you expect your mother to wear male gear for exploring dungeons?" Oweition retorted, bemused by Ohwa's rummaging. The dungeons referred to by Oweition were the very cause of the global gamification phenomenon, a mystery that remained unsolved to this day. "All this equipment is far too small. I can't possibly wear any of it." Ohwa attempted to don his mother's various purple and gold quality cast-offs only to find them utterly unwearable. Firstly, his level was too low. Secondly, the gear was simply too small. "Don't look at me. Your mother has been making rapid progress these past 2 years. All the money in my salary card has gone towards buying her equipment. You know your father's financial situation. Being able to afford an extra fish for dinner tonight would be quite an achievement." Seeing Ohwa glance at him, Oweition shrugged and lamented his own empty wallet. "And don't bother with those. All the equipment is bound to your mother, so of course, you can't equip them. Didn't your school provide gear during the initial training?" In response to Oweition's inquiry about his equipment woes, Ohwa explained, "I encountered an error during my class change. It was listed as warrior, but my true profession is a hidden class that even the class change crystal cannot identify. The equipment provided by the school would undoubtedly be unsuitable. And besides, I wanted to venture out today to adapt to my skills." Ohwa didn't conceal the fact that he had acquired an impressive profession, yet he refrained from disclosing its name. His intentions were clear. "I, your son, urgently require equipment. So it is." Oweition rose from the sofa and made his way to the bedroom. Shortly after, he emerged, cradling a somewhat aged gift box in his hands. "This is the token of affection I gave your mother. You may use it for now, and if you damage it, you shall compensate me the original price." Oweition opened the box, revealing a one-handed sword, 3 fingers wide, with a straight blade extending a meter long, strikingly handsome in design. "Wait, you want me to use the token of affection you gave to mom, and if I break it, I have to pay?" Ohwa's eyes brimmed with skepticism. After all, this was his biological father, the same man who, when Ohwa asked for 300 for study materials, turned to his mother and claimed he needed 3,000. And when the truth came to light, he shifted the blame onto his own father. Was he planning to exploit this token of affection to profit at his son's expense? "Just tell me if you will use it or not." Oweition patted the ornate, scabbardless sword with an air of nonchalance. "Use it. Why not?" Ohwa picked up the token of affection. Exquisite decorative one-handed sword, white quality, durability, 610 equipment level, 1 effect. None special effect, none I. Ohwa rolled his eyes. Truly this was his father, the kind that could save on a paternity test, unflinchingly taking advantage of his son. "Don't be too excited. That 4 points of durability were lost when your mother slapped it out of my hand during our last argument. If you have an issue, take it up with her." Oweition was as tough as nails, even wearing his pride like a badge. "Fine. I'll change my clothes and head out." Ohwa scoffed. Losing 4 points of durability was trivial, and was it worth the hassle of arguing with his mother? Oweition remained seated on the sofa, perusing the newspaper, and waited until Ohwa had left the house before casually approaching the window. Watching Ohwa sprint away with the sword box on his back until he vanished from sight, he then returned to the sofa, turned on the television, and sent a message to his wife stating, "Our son's job change is quite impressive." The reply he received was a single character, a 6, brimming with infinite possibilities, the Slime Green Land. This is a novice paradise located on the western side of Esher City, where the secret realm deep within the grasslands belongs to a first-level secret realm, which periodically releases a plethora of low-tier monsters such as unicorn rabbits, monsoon deer, screaming monkeys, and slimes into the fields. These creatures are all herbivores, with a laid-back disposition, abundant in number, and unafraid of humans. Their retaliatory strikes, even after being attacked, generally inflict minimal harm. Even the weakest of priests and mages find them difficult to damage. After boarding a heavily armored bus out of the city, Ohwa observed the novices scattered across the grasslands, seemingly on an outing, occasionally shouting out skill names. As the start of university marked a surge in job changes. Various schools conducted their job change and combat classes separately. Coincidentally, today was the combat class for 2 other schools, with 2,000 students distributed across the grassland, creating a notably crowded scene. Ohwa regarded their uniformly styled yet exquisitely crafted weapons, then glanced at his own token of affection, which, aside from its ornate appearance, was utterly lacking in value, and with a disdainful curl of his lip, he stepped deeper into the grasslands, with a stamina of 41 points. He sprinted across the grasslands without feeling the slightest hint of fatigue. As he distanced himself from the throngs of people, his pace quickened even further. Having previously watched numerous outdoor live streams by job changers, he was well acquainted with the distribution of monsters in the vicinity. Utilizing his mobile positioning system, he ran for over 20 minutes until he finally reached the border where the grassland met the forest. The verdant forest, where the majority of the creatures possessed lethal capabilities, housed monsters of approximately levels 7 to 12, making it a realm suited for novice training, yet not a place for inexperienced newcomers. This forest, blessed with a perpetual spring, boasted trees with lush green branches year-round, thus earning its name. Within its depths resided lizards, venomous snakes, large insects, monkeys, tree spirits, and wild boars, all categorized as low-tier, Level 2 secret realms. The realm's formidable boss was a cunning 17-level green-faced monkey, known for its devious tactics, the most notorious of which involved feces projectiles. Upon realizing it was outmatched, this green-faced monkey would often retreat with its backside raised, releasing gas and flinging excrement in its wake. Aside from the delight of the seasoned veteran, few novice job changers dared to provoke it, as while its lethality was low, its psychological warfare was unparalleled. Upon entering the verdant forest, the temperature dropped several degrees, creating a chill that was somewhat uncomfortable, compounded by the indistinguishable sounds of insects and birds that pervaded the area, lending an air of eeriness to the entire forest. Holding the exquisite decorative sword, Ohwa treaded cautiously through the woods, adhering to the advice of renowned outdoor streamers. Although these streamers often sought to garner views through their broadcasts, their guidance proved invaluable. Soon, Ohwa, employing the monster tracking techniques imparted by the outdoor experts, located a level 6 ghost-faced monkey. Perched upon a tree branch, the monkey was entirely black, its face adorned with razor-like fangs and blood-red eyes. Presenting a particularly fearsome visage, with its omnivorous nature, it was deemed a dangerous creature. Not long ago, reports surfaced of a pack of ghost-faced monkeys devouring a novice job changer, standing beneath the tree. Ohwa unearthed a fist-sized stone from the soil and activated the blood engine. A surge of heat enveloped him, and his heartbeat thundered in his ears as the bloodthirsty aura coiled around him. His life force diminished by 25, yet his strength skyrocketed from 52 to 277, while his agility soared from 21 to 133.5. With his gaze fixed on the ghost-faced monkey, the overwhelming boost in agility made the world around him seem to slow. Empowered by this newfound strength, he felt as though the very fabric of reality lay within his grasp. With a deafening crack, the fist-sized stone broke through the sound barrier, spiraling away into the sky. While the upper half of the ghost-faced monkey was obliterated by the impact, its remains collapsing to the ground. Over-level kill, gained extra experience points, level up, received 5 attribute points, level up, received 5 attribute points. 3 notifications flashed in the upper left corner of the system panel. And after slaying the ghost-faced monkey, Ohwa ascended 2 levels, reaching LV.3. Chapter 4. You youngsters celebrate at home with 10 attribute points acquired. Ohwa allocated his strength to reach 60 points, distributing the remainder into stamina. As for skill points, one could only earn them every 5 levels, making them particularly precious. This scarcity was a primary reason why job changers with high occupational compatibility excelled far beyond their ordinary counterparts. This wretched sword, I fear, might shatter with just a single strike. Gazing at the exquisitely adorned decorative sword in his hand, he was apprehensive that a full-force blow would render the sword, with a mere 6 durability points remaining, utterly useless. Yet, it seemed that his Berserker class possessed formidable unarmed combat prowess, now activated by the blood engine. A punch bolstered by 285 strength could likely obliterate even the ghastly-faced monkey boss in an instant. Within the verdant confines of the Emerald Forest, a plethora of monsters lurked, compounded by the fact that it was not yet the time for novice adventurers to swarm in groups for training. Thus, every few meters, Ohwa encountered monsters, predominantly the ghastly-faced monkeys, followed by the tree spirits. After confirming that the damage from his blood engine was excessively high, Ohwa refrained from activating any skills in his subsequent monster encounters. However, even without utilizing skills, he was an overwhelming force. The ghastly-faced monkeys and tree spirits could not withstand more than 2 strikes from him. Most often, the monsters would charge at him with a cacophony of shrieks, only to have their hands and feet severed by his sword, shrouded in blood mist, as they turned to flee, succumbing to the bleeding effect of blood call. As for why the tree spirits bled and perished, Ohwa was at a loss. Nevertheless, after he struck them, their wounds seemed to ooze resin as if crushed by a juicer, clearly demonstrating the prowess of blood call. He pondered whether the skill would prove equally effective against elemental monsters devoid of blood or bodily fluids in the future. Furthermore, this token of affection was surprisingly sturdy. After slaying over a dozen monsters, its durability had barely diminished. This illustrated the tremendous strength of his mother-S attacks, as a single slap had reduced its durability by 4 points. He had long attributed the beatings he received as a child to his father's actions, only to discover that it was his mother-S concern for his well-being that had led to her restraint. At long last, he had reached level 5. After over 5 hours of battling monsters in the Emerald Forest, the durability of the exquisite decorative sword dwindled to a mere 1 point, and Ohwa finally attained level 5. Class: Berserker class compatibility. LV.9, Transcendent Realm. Level: LV.5 Health, 480, 0.48s. Mana: 760, 0.76s. Strength: 61, 9. Intelligence: 67, 9. Agility: 12, 9. Stamina: 39, 9. Observing his splendid attributes, with strength and intelligence both exceeding 70 points, Ohwa couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. He allocated the skill points gained at level 5 to Blood Engine. Blood Engine active skill consumes 25 of maximum health. For every 1 of health lost, increases strength by 10 points and agility by 5 points. When the skill is released, it inflicts 100 of strength as non-attribute magical damage, lasting for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 1 minute. LV.10, to his astonishment, upon upgrading the skill to LV.10, it would acquire additional attributes. This was knowledge not imparted in schools or streams. After all, leveling a skill to LV.10 was exceedingly arduous. An ordinary person would need to reach at least LV.50 to accumulate sufficient skill points to elevate a skill to LV.10. Those in the know likely regarded this information as a closely guarded secret. Upon acquiring new skill attributes, Ohwa immediately embarked on a series of experiments. After conducting tests, he discovered that the Blood Engine produced a blood mist shockwave with a lethal radius of merely 1 meter, inflicting 100 damage, while anything beyond 3 meters rendered it utterly ineffective. Nonetheless, possessing a buff skill with active damage was sufficiently gratifying. Furthermore, the damage from this blood mist surge was calculated after deducting 25 of health to enhance his strength value, resulting in a force-infused damage output. When he utilized this skill, the ground beneath him erupted into several centimeters deep craters, convinced that his abilities could be further augmented. A satisfied yet filthy Ohwa finally departed from the Emerald Forest. Upon reaching the edge of the Emerald Forest, where a beast-repelling formation adorned the road, Ohwa, endowed with extraordinary stamina, felt no fatigue as he awaited nearly half an hour for the bus to return to the city. Upon arriving home, twilight had descended, and his father, the core engineer of the night shift at the construction site, had naturally set off for work, leaving the house eerily vacant. The kitchen was devoid of any food, while the coffee table bore 200 yuan, crumpled and worn, indicative of his father's secret stash. If you want me to order takeout, you might as well transfer the money via mobile, Ohwa grumbled, hunger gnawing at him. Too famished to venture out for a meal, he ordered a portion of snail noodles and spicy hot pot through his phone before heading off to shower and change. After completing his shower and donning fresh attire, a rapid series of knocks echoed at the door, each strike seemingly intent on shattering it. The only person capable of such forceful knocking was none other than Feng Xiaoxiao, the endearingly foolish girl reminiscent of a primitive being. I'm starving. Where's my food? As Ohwa opened the door, a sweaty Feng Xiaoxiao squeezed her way inside. With practiced ease, she closed the windows, drew the curtains, switched on the air conditioner, shed her sportswear, and collapsed onto the sofa in her childish cotton undergarments, demanding food from Ohwa. Her swift sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, as if she were in her own home. "Auntie, your daughter is hungry," Ohwa remarked, his lips twitching at the sight of the beautiful woman across the threshold, who had opened the door upon hearing the commotion. He hoped she might take her daughter away. "Auntie is going out with your uncle for a date to celebrate Xiaoxiao's successful job transition. You youngsters can celebrate at home. Annie needs to go get ready," the woman replied with a cheerful demeanor. Her gaze as gentle as a mother-in-law's toward her son-in-law. Watching the door close firmly behind her, Ohwa turned back to his room. Shutting the door as doubt swirled in his mind about whether Feng Xiaoxiao was a complimentary addition from a phone service provider. Meanwhile, in the living room, Feng Xiaoxiao, clad only in her undergarments, had expertly set up the gaming console and was eagerly tapping the sofa beside her, urging Ohwa to join her for a game. As he accepted the takeout from the delivery person, he cast a dispassionate glance at Feng Xiaoxiao. After over a decade of familiarity, he had long since grown desensitized. How infuriating. I've been toiling away at school, conducting rigorous practical tests, and you expect me to feast on snail noodles upon my return. Feng Xiaoxiao paused the game, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld the takeout box in Ohwa's hands. Which rascal said they'd treat me to hot pot tonight? Moreover, this is not a request. It rightfully belongs to me. Ohwa let out a cold laugh, showing no intention of being gentle. As he grabbed a bag of instant noodles from the kitchen cabinet and tossed it to Feng Xiaoxiao. Have you not had dinner at this late hour? What were you doing all day? Feng Xiaoxiao caught the noodles, recalling her grandiose declarations from earlier, and, aware of her shortcomings, she set down the game controller and, clad only in her undergarments, proceeded to the kitchen to boil water for the noodles. Frying an egg? Apologies, but that is beyond my culinary abilities. After a trip to the slime prairie, I discovered that the warrior class is quite formidable. Slicing through slimes with a single blow is rather exhilarating. Ohwa casually remarked. By the way, you haven't formed a team yet, have you? As Feng Xiaoxiao was boiling water, she turned to glare at Ohwa, her fierce expression seemingly warning him, if you abandon your dear friend and form a team without me, I shall tear you apart. No, for now, I plan to go solo. Just as Ohwa slurped down a couple of mouthfuls of noodles, the doorbell rang with the sound of food delivery. He rose to retrieve the spicy hot pot from outside and placed it on the coffee table. TCH, I wish to go solo too. Yet that old witch of a president insisted that top students should team up with equally exceptional individuals. She forbids me from going solo. Feng Xiaoxiao approached with her bowl of noodles. Refraining from commenting on Ohwa's desire for independence, instead lamenting the unfair treatment she had received. Upon seeing the bowl of spicy hot pot, she shamelessly sat down in front of it. Remaining unfazed by Ohwa's attempts to kick her away, displaying an audacious demeanor as if she had already claimed sovereignty over the dish. For tomorrow's practical class, how about we form a team, just the two of us? We are of one mind. Even if we are a team, it still counts as going solo, right? While enjoying the spicy hot pot, Feng Xiaoxiao chuckled as she endeavored to charm Ohwa, reminiscent of her previous attempts to copy his summer homework. Fine, I shall do my utmost not to hinder you, my esteemed top student. After realizing that Feng Xiaoxiao seemed as if she had taken root and could not be budged, Ohwa relented, deliberately prolonging his words to tease her. Just as long as you know, tomorrow I shall look after you, little brother. In response to the teasing, Feng Xiaoxiao fiercely jabbed a meatball with her chopsticks, taking a bite before retorting with a fierce grin. Chapter 5. In the vastness of the world, sworn brothers reigned supreme. In the early morning, accustomed to late nights and early risings, Ohwa had already completed his morning routine. Just as he was preparing to leave, Feng Xiaoxiao emerged from the guest room, clad in her pajamas, with an appearance reminiscent of a slovenly uncle, clutching her backside. Are you sneaking away again? Did I not tell you last night to wake me? Feng Xiaoxiao complained through a yawn as she clutched her clothes and entered the bathroom. As Ohwa finished putting on his shoes, it took no more than 2 minutes for Feng Xiaoxiao to emerge from the bathroom. Fully dressed, you might say she didn't wash up. She was merely wiping the toothpaste foam from the corner of her mouth with a tissue, her bangs still damp. Conversely, you might argue she did wash up. She was clearly just fooling around. Hee today, just watch as I take you to new heights. Feng Xiaoxiao leaped up, wrapping her arms around Ohwa's neck from behind, her smile radiating confidence. Ohwa grimaced, speechless as she clung to him while they made their way to school. Along the way, their neighbor greeted the lively Feng Xiaoxiao with a smile, upon encountering a stunning beauty on the street. She whispered to Ohwa, offering her commentary on the girl's physique and appearance, her laughter teetering on the edge of lewdness like that of a besotted fool. As others passed by, she would furtively glance back. According to her, her life had been irrevocably marred by Ohwa's handsome visage. Throughout her youth, she had never been enamored with celebrities, finding all the men she encountered to be unattractive. This had led her to develop a preference for exquisite beauty over mere handsomeness. Only the sight of a beautiful person could evoke genuine joy within her. As soon as they entered the classroom, a cacophony of whispers ensued, rife with mockery regarding the fact that Ohwa had yet to be cast aside. Alongside praises for Feng Xiaoxiao's unwavering devotion to loved, it is often said that one's values follow the contours of their appearance, and indeed, those who possess strength and beauty are plentiful. Feng Xiaoxiao, a radiant and athletic beauty, had swiftly ascended to the status of goddess in her classmates' eyes, bolstered by her highly compatible profession. In contrast, Ouhua, once the center of attention due to his striking looks and exceptional grades, found his reputation waning due to an overly mundane career shift, causing him to plummet in the school's popularity rankings, with the prospect of falling off the list entirely looming large. Once separated from Ouhua, Feng Xiaoxiao was immediately surrounded by a swarm of classmates, eagerly inquiring about various matters and tentatively probing whether she had teamed up with any members of the student council. Meanwhile, Ouhua sat alone in the back row, projecting an air of being off-limits to strangers. However, at this moment, he had already reached level 5. Displaying an indifference to the petty ostracism of these insignificant peers. One would not feel disheartened by ants that choose not to play with them. Rather, those classmates fawning over Feng Xiaoxiao resembled comical dogs vying for scraps of meat from their master. As the class bell rang, the homeroom teacher, Ran Shuyan, entered the classroom wielding a remote control, maneuvering an electric cart laden with an array of weapons. The cart boasted a rack upon which various implements of combat were displayed: daggers, longswords, massive axes, shields, and staves, among others. Ran Shuyan picked up a list to begin calling the roll, subsequently retrieving a pair of metallic gauntlets adorned with spikes from the cart. As the names were called, the assortment of weapons on the cart was soon depleted, with Ouhua receiving a metal shield with a diameter of 30 centimeters and a tactical long knife with a blade length of 50 centimeters. Exquisite tactical long knife, white quality, durability, 26 equipment level, 1 effect, sharp, attacks inflict slashing damage special effect, none. Exquisite tactical round shield, white quality, durability, 120 equipment level, 1 effect, sturdy. Perfect blocks consume 1 durability point special effect, none. Although these weapons were mass-produced standard equipment, their quality was undeniably commendable, and their design was quite striking. Such gear was unavailable for purchase through ordinary channels. Regrettably, these 2 weapons did not suit him. They were too lightweight. Nonetheless, the sword and shield were the standard issue for the warrior class provided by the school, and Ouhua had no option to exchange them. After all, the school prioritized maximizing efficiency and would not allocate extravagant resources like a massive sword for an ordinary warrior such as himself. Your team application has been approved, allowing for temporary changes to teammates. Feng Xiaoxiao, once we arrive at the designated location, I will escort you to your teammates. After distributing the equipment, Ran Shuyan could not conceal her smile as she once again called out Feng Xiaoxiao's name. Feng Xiaoxiao was her treasured protege. She had already applied to the president yesterday to have Feng Xiaoxiao placed on the school team, which was reserved for the most outstanding talents. Oh, Teacher Ran, I've already teamed up with Ouhua. Feng Xiaoxiao stood up and announced her premeditated decision with a loud voice, eye in her eyes. Nothing was more important than her sworn brother, and she had little regard for the school team. Nonsense. This arrangement has been made by the president, and the team members have already been decided. If you forfeit, or shall I find a substitute? Feng Xiaoxiao, please do not make things difficult for your teacher. Ran Shuyan had not anticipated Feng Xiaoxiao's refusal, and her voice carried a hint of desperation, just as the stubborn Feng Xiaoxiao was about to decline again. She turned to Ouhua, hoping he would speak on her behalf, only to find him subtly shaking his head. Thus, she swallowed her words of rejection. Fine. Heeding advice is often wise, especially when it comes from a childhood friend. Having known him for over a decade, his judgments had always proven correct. Despite her dissatisfaction, Feng Xiaoxiao had no choice but to acquiesce under Ouhua's tacit approval. Well then, everyone has 30 minutes to prepare. Once ready, gather on the playground. Ran Shuyan exhaled in relief, her previously fierce gaze directed at Ouhua softening. Such a handsome student who understood the bigger picture was indeed a rarity, although his talent might not be exceptional. Being a warrior was one of the 3 foundational professions, and with sufficient effort, he could certainly achieve success. Why do I have to agree? Once the homeroom teacher left, Feng Xiaoxiao pushed through the surrounding classmates and followed Ouhua, her tone laced with displeasure. Are you foolish? The school team is the highest privilege offered by the school. Once you are in, you will definitely enter the student council. That if you want to protect me, it's evident that you must become a member of the student council first, right? Ouhua ignored Feng Xiaoxiao's resentful gaze and explained how she could qualify to cling to a powerful ally. You might have a point there. After contemplating, Feng Xiaoxiao realized it was indeed unnecessary to rush into teaming up with Ouhua. After convincing her, the two made their way to the playground. Already teeming with students, half an hour later, under the guidance of their homeroom teacher, the 27 students of combat and support professions boarded a heavily armored bus, while the 18 regular professionals followed their counselor to another side of the playground to board a standard bus heading to factories, shopping centers, or construction sites. Throughout the journey, Feng Xiaoxiao, seated by the window, chattered incessantly with an adorable girl in the front row, nearly inquiring about her measurements. Meanwhile, Ohua, who was pulled into sitting with Feng Xiaoxiao, donned his headphones, uninterested in the conversation, only removing them when they reached the slime prairie to listen to their teacher's monotonous reminders. Once the teacher announced the dismissal, this energetic group of boys and girls rushed out eagerly, seeking battles with low-level monsters such as slimes, monsoon deer, and screeching monkeys. Teaming up significantly exceeded the efficiency of solo hunting when it came to locating, attracting, and defeating monsters. However, the slime prairie was not solely populated by teams. Many chose to hunt alone as well. After all, although solo play may be somewhat exhausting, the experience gained far surpasses that of team efforts. Reluctantly taken away by the homeroom teacher, Feng Xiaoxiao left, and Ohua began to meander through this idyllic new player realm, akin to a picnic site. Today, a multitude of students from 2 universities had arrived together, making it challenging to confine someone like Ohua, who preferred to act independently. As he wandered through the crowd, he inadvertently stepped out of the slime prairie and entered the domain of the Emerald Forest. Chapter 6. Steady level advancement. The sharper, heavier, and sturdier the weapon, the greater the damage inflicted upon monsters. Although today he wielded an unwieldy one-handed sword, its power was significantly superior to that of yesterday's decorative blade. The shield on his left arm was also employed as a blunt instrument, and with attributes far exceeding his level, a single strike of his shield would cause the head of a ghost-faced monkey to burst open like a watermelon, its lethality surpassing that of the one-handed sword. In the Emerald Forest, the efficiency of leveling up was markedly higher than in the slime prairie. In his mindless pursuit of monsters, no creature could withstand a blow from his sword, shield, or even a stone. Amidst his efficient leveling, his experience quickly propelled him to level 6. However, as his level increased, the experience points gained from defeating monsters were noticeably diminished compared to when he was at a lower level. As darkness descended and his level reached 7, with the experience gained from monster kills halved, Ohua glanced at the time on his phone and turned to leave the Emerald Forest. Heading back to the slime prairie. He silently resolved to venture into a higher-level realm for training the following day. Hastily yet leisurely, he finally returned to the assembly area of the camp before the practical class concluded. Wang Chong, Level 2, Zhao Gaia, Level 3, Zhou Yashuan, Level 3. In the camp, the homeroom teachers recorded each student's level on their data tablets, joyously celebrating whenever a student reached Level 3. Feng Xiaoxiao, Level 5. Ran Shiyuan exclaimed in astonishment, her surprise eliciting envious glances from the other teachers. Exhausted and fatigued, Feng Xiaoxiao stood there, her lips pressed together in displeasure at being treated as a mere object of boast. However, her weariness rendered her too tired to voice her frustrations. Upon returning to the camp, Ohua immediately noticed Feng Xiaoxiao, surrounded by admirers like a celebrity, observing the brown stains on her sports attire. He surmised that she must have entered the Emerald Forest with the school team to challenge the ghost-faced monkeys at a higher level. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to reach Level 5 in such a short span of time. Ohua, Level 1. Ran Shuyuan glanced at the record crystal on the table but chose not to comment. After all, many students were still at Level 1 today, and Ohua remained within the average range among his peers. However, just because the homeroom teacher refrained from saying anything did not mean his classmates would do the same. Especially with Feng Xiaoxiao now at Level 5 and appearing particularly disheveled, looking utterly exhausted. In contrast, despite the blood on his longsword and shield, Ohua appeared pristine, his demeanor calm and composed, as if he had merely been enjoying a leisurely day. I'm completely worn out. Those people in the school team are monsters. We almost couldn't keep pace with their leveling efficiency. In the armored bus, the overpowering stench of excrement emanated from Feng Xiaoxiao, who cast a resentful glance at the nose-pinching Ohua beside her. Observing his pristine appearance, she felt an overwhelming urge to leap onto him, smearing all the filth that clung to her onto his clean attire. If she had to be dirty, they should share the burden of messiness together. Misery loves company. After all, are all the members of the school team at Level 5 now? Ohua inquired with mild interest, clearly impressed by the abundance of talent at such a prestigious institution. Indeed, thankfully, I possess skills in taunting, defending, and retaliating with a powerful body slam to secure kills. Otherwise, I would surely be left at the back of the pack. Feng Xiaoxiao boasted with a triumphant smile, eager to showcase her prowess to Ohua. Aren't you all part of the same team? Why is there a need to compete for kills? Ohua chuckled, finding the notion of their school team rather amusing. Well, it seems our coordination is lacking. Everyone is preoccupied with their own pursuits. If I get riled up, I might just quit the team. Feng Xiaoxiao expressed her dissatisfaction with the other members of the team, rather than engaging in a power struggle with those who all aspire to be leaders. She yearned for companions who would joyfully join her in battling monsters and leveling up, preferably all soft and adorable girls. While Feng Xiaoxiao continued her lamentations, Ohua seized the opportunity to don his headphones. Seeking refuge from her incessant chatter, the armored bus meandered through the city, ferrying students back to their homes. Upon arriving, Feng Xiaoxiao surprisingly refrained from shamelessly invading Ohua's residence this time. However, as soon as she stepped inside her own home, Ohua could hear Feng's mother erupting into raucous laughter upon noticing the telltale stains of excrement on her daughter. It seemed only a mother with such a thick skin could raise a daughter as oblivious as Feng Xiaoxiao. Once home, Ohua glanced at the door of the master bedroom, securely shut, and chose not to disturb his father, who had presumably been asleep for quite some time. After ordering a takeout of braised chicken, he proceeded to take a shower. Halfway through, a thunderous knock echoed at the front door, as if someone were intent on demolishing it. Exasperated, Ohua rinsed off, changed into his sleepwear, and, with damp hair, went to answer the door. Look, I made the news, Feng Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her short hair equally wet, as she stood there in a yellow chicken-themed nightgown, holding her phone, beaming with delight. Xiaoxiao is on the news? Let me see, uncle, as the bedroom door swung open. Wei Tian, who usually exuded an air of authority in front of guests, approached clad in casual attire, greeting Feng's father, Feng Qingyun, with a friendly smile. Feng Xiaoxiao chattered animatedly about her impressive feats and the challenges she faced in the Emerald Forest. Handing her phone to Wei Tian. It's true. You really are on the news. This is an official report, quite a big deal. Old Feng, shall we have a few drinks to celebrate tonight? Wei Tian exclaimed, his excitement rivaling that of the very subject of the news herself as he glanced at the link from People's Quick News. Absolutely. We must celebrate. Time to change clothes. Feng Qingyun, having just returned from arduous training in the secret realm, was eager to indulge his long-suppressed thirst. Such a splendid opportunity could not be missed. In perfect harmony, the two heads of the family rushed home to change, urging Ohua, Feng Xiaoxiao, and Feng's mother to do the same before heading out. After changing into fresh attire, Ohua placed the Huang Menji delivered by the delivery person into the refrigerator. He then cast a profoundly bewildered glance at his father, who was on the phone with his mother. Seeking approval for an evening of revelry with Feng Ba, he lamented that he could never allow himself to become like him. However, upon venturing outside, the five of them soon discovered that every restaurant was teeming with patrons, with numbers in the 20s for those waiting outside. Even the establishments they previously deemed unworthy were lined with queues. This surge in dining out was attributed to the momentous occasion of children transitioning to new roles, prompting families to celebrate their children's advancement in levels. Fortunately, Wei Tian and Feng Qingyun, both yearning for a drink, were resolute in their decision to indulge, leading the way into a high-end restaurant they had previously scoffed at. Deeming it a folly to enter, they were indeed fortunate, for upon sitting down, they realized that the entire restaurant had been reserved, and their spot was the sole vacancy. As Wei Tian's eyelids twitched at the exorbitant prices on the menu, he felt a pang of regret for his private savings, while Feng Qingyun, enjoying a higher familial status, promptly began to order. Cheers, everyone. Let us toast to our dear Xiaoxiao for reaching level 5 and even making the news. As a seasoned atmosphere creator, Wei Tian rose and quietly congratulated Feng Xiaoxiao. Thank you, Uncle O, Feng Xiaoxiao responded bashfully, sharing a chuckle with everyone as they raised their glasses together, just as the two families were joyfully dining. A middle-aged man clad in an expensive suit entered the restaurant, his gaze fixated on Feng Xiaoxiao like a predator spotting its prey. Chapter 7. The shadowy forest. The man in the suit drew the attention of both Ohua and Feng Xiaoxiao. It wasn't just them who noticed, but also Wei Tian, Feng Qingyun, and Feng's mother, who sensed the man's unsettling stare. With the unwelcome presence of this individual, the pace of their dining noticeably quickened, and when it came time to settle the bill, they discovered that someone had already taken care of it. Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Wen Kai, a senior headhunter from the Yaoyong Union. It is a pleasure to meet you. The suited man approached Wei Tian and Feng Qingyun. extending his hand towards the latter. "Hello." Although Feng Qingyun harbored suspicions about the man's intentions, he adhered to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, and shook his hand in return. "We at the Yaoyang Union sincerely invite your daughter to visit our union during the experiential class organized by her school in 3 months," Wen Kai stated, retrieving an exquisitely crafted white business card from his suit pocket and handing it to Feng Qingyun. "Thank you," Feng Qingyun replied, glancing at the card before placing it into his pants pocket. "Please be sure to attend," Wen Kai said, smiling at Feng Xiaoxiao and nodding before turning to leave. Once Wen Kai departed, Feng Qingyun nonchalantly discarded the card into the trash bin beneath the table. "Remember, no matter what happens, do not associate with that Yaoyang Union," he warned Feng Xiaoxiao with a disgruntled expression. "What's the matter? Have you heard any rumors about the Yaoyang Union?" Wei Tian inquired, perplexed by his friend's sudden change in demeanor. "No, however, how could a place be deemed good when its individuals regard the daughters of others as mere commodities? Are the unspoken rules within the guild any less prevalent?" Feng Qingyun, who had never joined a guild and had always been part of a fixed team, scoffed disdainfully. He had always looked down upon the various private guilds that parasitically thrived on the official job-changing guilds. Thankfully, the authorities are now more stringent. Had this been over a decade ago, this literary talent might have directly attempted to poach members. "I have no intention of joining another guild. My sights are set on the Red Rose Guild where Aunt Chio is. That is my paradise," Feng Xiaoxiao remarked with disdain. She was enamored with the beauty of the Red Rose Guild, filled with alluring and reliable older sisters, charming and obedient younger sisters, and the soft and adorable future female successors. Isn't that enticing? Although the Yaoyang Guild boasts a commendable ranking in the battle network and has branches in major cities, it pales in comparison to the Red Rose, which is striving for the top spot. Moreover, Ohua's mother, Chiu Ying, is also in the Red Rose Guild. If I join Red Rose, Aunt Chiu will surely look after me. A tall tree provides ample shade. Let's head back. This is truly unfortunate. Brother-o, shall we continue our revelry at my place later? Sure. You buy the snacks, and I'll cover the drinks. The two fathers, who had not yet quenched their thirst, decided to return and commence the second round. After purchasing marinated delicacies and beer, the 3 adults gathered at the Feng residence for a drinking party, while Feng Xiaoxiao sneakily slipped over to Ohua's home to indulge in video games. "Which guild do you plan to join in the future? It's a pity that the Red Rose is a female-only guild. Otherwise, why not transform your character next door? With your looks, you would make a perfect ice queen." While playing a racing game, Feng Xiaoxiao picked up a homing missile and targeted Ohua's character with it. "A guild, you say? I suspect I will be a lone wolf or perhaps join a fixed team. As for a guild, I'll pass. I have social anxiety." Ohua ignored Feng Xiaoxiao's chatting flow technique, activating a shield he had picked up to negate the missile, and retaliated with a watermelon peel that sent Feng Xiaoxiao's character spinning in place. "Tomorrow brings another full day of practical lessons. I truly do not wish to attend." After losing this round, Feng Xiaoxiao lay sideways on the sofa, thoroughly exhausted, having transformed into a reluctant slacker who no longer wished to strive. Yet, she must go. Didn't your favorite live-streaming guru say that the early stages of job transitioning are the golden period for leveling up? If you lag behind even a step, you will fall significantly behind your peers. After reaching the finish line first and securing victory, Ohua pressed the controller to switch to a fighting game. Upon seeing the fighting game, Feng Xiaoxiao immediately sat up straight. After playing a dozen rounds, both sides experienced victories and defeats. When the slightly inebriated Wei Tian returned, Feng Xiaoxiao obediently made her way home. With parents present, her mind was barely able to evolve from the primitive state of being naked to the level of a Homo sapiens aware of clothing and returning home. The following morning, the students organized their gear and gathered on the playground, boarding a vehicle that took them to another low-level secret realm in the outskirts of North City, the Dusky Forest. The monsters in this realm are slightly stronger than the slimes in yesterday's outing, with the majority being extremely unfriendly insect-type creatures towards the girls. Worms, measuring over 20 centimeters in length, crawled chaotically across the ground, while flies, as large as bricks, flitted about erratically. Mosquitoes, as sizable as fists and omnipresent, swarmed relentlessly, coupled with the presence of highly venomous, massive scorpions, centipedes, and spiders that descended from the trees to launch their attacks. The scene was nothing short of chaotic. Just yesterday, the students had displayed their impressive skills with confidence, but today their voices trembled with fear. Within the forest, where sunlight dared not penetrate, the unfortunate newcomers besieged by insects, sporadically erupted into chilling screams. Upon entering the dimly lit forest, Ohwa marched directly toward the deeper, shadowy ruins. The forest teemed with various venomous insects, a fitting locale for novices at levels between LV2 and LV.7. The dark ruins resembled an ancient city, encroached upon by reality, filled with decaying zombies, skeletons, and spirits. Undead creatures that thrived within. It served as a secret realm suitable for seasoned adventurers, levels LV11 to LV.18, seeking to hone their skills. However, even at level LV.7, Ohwa traversed this desolate expanse as if it were a deserted wasteland. The frail bodies of the zombies and skeletons were utterly incapable of withstanding his assaults, and the ghosts were scattered by the fierce winds generated by his shield. His primary objective in this city of ruins was to encounter elite monsters, which would only appear beyond level LV10. When these elite foes perished, they had a chance of leaving behind dimensional chests as rewards. These chests contained a plethora of supplies, weapons, and equipment, while lower-tier elite monsters were unlikely to yield exceptional treasures. The dimensional chests from elite foes like skeleton soldiers and zombie soldiers had a chance of dropping the coveted two-handed greatsword he desired. Albeit the odds of obtaining such a specific weapon from the array of corroded armaments were exceedingly slim. As Ohwa navigated the decaying city, he remained exceedingly cautious, meticulously scanning the ground for potential traps with each step. Surprisingly, the most perilous threats were not the monsters and bosses within the city, but the insidious traps that lay in wait. A moment's inattention could lead to being struck by a hidden arrow, falling into a spiked pit, or opening a concealed door teeming with monstrous foes. Curse it, I lack the fortune of those outdoor experts, he lamented, having encountered dozens of skeletons and zombies along his path without a single elite creature in sight. With a swift strike, he shattered the skull of a pallid skeleton, and as it dissolved into motes of light, Ohwa spat in frustration. The drop rate for dimensional chests was not particularly low. Typically, 3 or 4 elite monsters would yield a reward. However, what vexed Ohwa most was his utter lack of encounters with elite foes. Reluctant to retreat after merely farming monsters, he resolved to delve deeper into the shadowy ruins. The further he ventured into the city, the greater the concentration of monsters, thereby increasing the likelihood of encountering elite adversaries. With his extraordinary attributes, he dispatched the ruins' inhabitants with a single blow, provided he did not stray into the dark castle where monsters ranged from LV.23 to LV.29. Ice crystal descend like a torrential storm upon my foes. Just as Ohwa noticed a marked increase in the resilience of the skeletons and zombies, a deep male chant echoed ahead, heralding a storm of razor-sharp ice shards descending from the sky. Accompanied by the battle cries of warriors and the soft hymns of priests resonating in the direction of the falling ice. Chapter 8, The Joy of Spending Money. A quartet comprising 2 warriors, a priest, and a mage took refuge behind the remnants of a building, steadfastly fending off a horde of 17 skeletal soldiers. These skeletal foes, draped in tattered, decaying cloth and wielding a hodgepodge of deteriorating weapons, were not mere commoners of the undead, but rather a formidable breed of enhanced creatures, positioned between the ordinary and the elite, as dictated by the school's teachings on monster lore. Although these gray and black skeletal warriors lacked the prowess of their elite counterparts, they possessed enhanced attributes, indicated by their distinctive coloration, gray representing augmented attack power, and black signifying dark elemental damage. The coloration of this grim assembly revealed that they not only boasted increased offensive capabilities, but also inflicted a putrid damage that was absent in regular skeletal soldiers with each strike. "Come at me," bellowed one of the young warriors, tall and robust, his brow thick and eyes bright. Clad in resplendent silver heavy armor, he slammed his shield into the ground, unleashing a resounding battle cry. In response to his provocation, the blue flames of the souls within the eye sockets of the skeletal soldiers flared with a hint of crimson, igniting their reckless charge towards the armored warrior. Alas, their momentum was slowed by the blizzard, rendering their advance laughably sluggish, akin to a scene unfolding in slow motion. Instant thousand cuts. The swordsman standing beside the armored warrior pressed his hand upon the hilt of his sword. Drawing it from its sheath just as the monsters approached, a dazzling radiance flashed forth, and the 6 skeletal soldiers, caught within a cascade of light and shadow, were cleaved into shards. The priest provided healing and restored endurance, dispelling any corrosive effects, while the mage unleashed spells to diminish their attack and movement speeds. The warrior taunted and drew the enemy's ire, allowing the swordsman to deliver the finishing blows. The quartet's coordination was seamless. Utilizing the narrow terrain to their advantage, the remaining 11 skeletal soldiers could not encircle them despite their numerical superiority, and fell one by one amidst the cacophony of monstrous howls. My friend, you have been watching us for quite some time. It is time for you to reveal yourself. The leader of the warriors called out towards the direction where Ohwa concealed himself. Without the intention of remaining hidden any longer, Ohwa emerged from behind the crumbling wall. A novice, this is no place for someone like you, still equipped with the school starting gear, the leader remarked. Scratching his head in disbelief at the audacity of today's youth. I am a special recruit, and I am indeed qualified to be here, Ohwa retorted, fabricating an explanation. With that, he swung his blade, effortlessly cleaving the debris of the wall as if it were mere butter. Goodness, are students nowadays this formidable? The warrior recoiled slightly, his smile turning awkward due to his earlier misjudgment. What brings you here? Special recruit. The swordsman rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, ever ready to unleash his most potent strike, his gaze toward Ohwa laden with skepticism. That I came to hunt elite monsters, but ended up lost. Ohwa continued his web of deceit. His explanation prompted a series of incredulous glances among the quartet. Hunting elite monsters alone. Are you out of your mind? Young man, elite monsters are not to be trifled with. They possess a plethora of peculiar traits and skills that far surpass those of ordinary and enhanced creatures. Do not aim too high, warned the swordsman. A seasoned warrior reminisced about the awkwardness of his first encounter with elite monsters. He offered sage advice. Typically, humanoid elite monsters are accompanied by a dozen ordinary minions, and their aggro is interconnected. Should you attack one, the others will swarm toward you. This well-coordinated squad aims to hunt the elite monsters within the Dark Castle. And unless one chooses a narrow terrain, there is a significant risk of failure. Venturing alone to hunt elite monsters, even those merely in the Dark Ruins, would be tantamount to courting death. I apologize, but I'm not well versed in these matters. Thus, I shall refrain from hunting elite monsters, replied Ohwa, who, appearing shy, graciously accepted the warrior's kind counsel without further explanation or dispute. That path leads away from the Dark Ruins and toward the Dark Forest. Noticing Ohwa's humility despite his impressive accomplishments, now at level 39 and a senior in his third year, the warrior nodded in satisfaction before leading his team toward the Dark Castle. Ohwa observed the departing group and, opting not to follow, chose a different direction. It was evident that this team was on a quest to hunt elite monsters or confront a boss in the Dark Castle. With his single-digit level, he would merely be delivering takeout to the monsters. Sighing, he lamented the lack of time to indulge in exploration's allure and resolved to seek guidance instead. After searching for over 30 minutes, and realizing time was slipping away, Ohwa abandoned his exploration. He retrieved his phone, accessed the Dark Ruins forum, and posted a bounty inquiry. Shortly thereafter, a flood of dozens of illustrated strategy guides began to populate his screen. Upon viewing the top guide detailing the elite monsters of the Dark Ruins, Ohwa promptly transferred 120 yuan, expressing his gratitude before proceeding to the coordinates provided. With the help of the guide, he located a pitch-black elite skeleton swordsman, its skeletal frame emanating a silvery glow from within the shadows. In a mere 13 minutes, upon sighting the towering skeleton swordsman, Ohwa felt a surge of emotions. While this world may not allow for the enhancement of strength through monetary investment, it undeniably brings a sense of joy. This formidable skeleton swordsman was flanked by 4 skeleton spear wielders, with 2 skeleton archers stationed on distant rooftops, while 6 additional skeleton spear wielders prowled nearby. The positions of the 2 skeleton archers were exceedingly dispersed, making it impossible for an ordinary person to eliminate them simultaneously. However, Ohwa was far from ordinary. Silently, he circumnavigated the patrol route of the skeleton spear wielders, taking a running leap to ascend a roof over 3 meters high. With a swift motion, he dispatched the skeleton archer perched atop the rooftop. Though his speed was impressive, it alerted the other skeleton archer on the opposite roof that archer prepared to draw its bow. A stone, hurtling through the air with a fierce whistle, struck it squarely on the head, shattering its bony cranium as if it were an anti-material bullet. The demise of the 2 skeleton archers drew the attention of the patrolling skeleton spear wielder below, though they were but remnants of bone. Their running speed was astonishingly swift, and they displayed remarkable agility as they attempted to ascend the roof. Ohwa gazed at the gathering skeleton spear wielders climbing beneath the ceiling, and with a swift leap, he descended among them, activating the blood engine above their heads. After deducting 25 of his health, Ohwa's strength and agility surged dramatically, unleashing a blood mist shockwave that obliterated 2 of the skeletal spearmen into fragments. Upon landing, he charged towards the remaining 4 like a bulldozer, effortlessly cleaving through their bone spears and skeletal frames with his long blade as if they were mere toothpicks. In less than 3 seconds, he vanquished the 6 assailing skeletons. Meanwhile, in the distance, the elite skeleton swordsman sensed something amiss. Its body glimmered with radiant silver patterns, electric arcs twisted around it like serpents, emitting a silent roar as it led a charge towards Ohwa. Chapter 9. What the as the elite skeleton swordsman barreled towards him, Ohwa, still under the effects of the blood engine, swept his long blade horizontally. The wall beside him shattered under the impact, sending a barrage of rubble flying towards the 5 skeletons. The dense hail of debris rained down upon the foremost elite skeleton swordsman, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds, yet it remained largely unscathed. However, the 4 ordinary skeletons behind it suffered grievous damage, their bones shattering under the relentless onslaught, disrupting their charge and leaving them detached from their elite counterpart. With the lesser foe's advance halted, Ohwa boldly surged towards them, his long blade enveloped in a thick blood mist, striking downwards with ferocity. The elite skeleton swordsman, wielding its sword in a desperate attempt to block, was forced to kneel under the force of the blow, its arms fractured and falling away. Despite the reduction of only 25 of its health from this strike, Ohwa's blade met no resistance as it cleaved through its shoulder blade, ribs, and spine, ultimately bisecting the creature in two. Even an elite foe could be dispatched in an instant by Ohwa, and due to the overflow of damage, the ground beneath him was marred by a 3-meter-long crimson fissure carved by the force of his strike. After dispatching the elite skeleton swordsman, the remaining 4 skeleton spearmen fell to Ohwa's blade with ease. From the onset to the conclusion of the battle, no more than 30 seconds elapsed. Truly a testament to what the outdoor streaming maestro referred to as speed-running XX Secret Realm Elite. Following the battle, a blue glowing spatial rift appeared at the side of the elite skeleton swordsman's demise. Recognizing it as a dimensional box, Ohwa reached out to touch the rift. As his hand made contact, the blue spatial fissure vanished, leaving behind a one-handed sword, its hilt entwined with decayed and tattered bandages, alongside an ancient-looking skeleton ring. The Decayed Guardian's Battle Blade, blue quality, durability, 3939 equipment level, LV. 11 effect, exceedingly sharp, increases agility by 7 points. Special effect, Decayed, with a 12 chance to inflict the fragile curse upon successful attacks, lasting 10 seconds. When attacking fragile targets, inflicts an additional 3 points of damage. The Cursed Skeletal Ring, blue quality, durability, 1717 equipment level, LV. 9 effect, increases strength by 4 points, increases stamina by 2 points. Special effect, inflicts the poison curse upon attack. Poison will continuously reduce the target's health at a rate of 2 per second. The damage from poison does not stack, taking the highest value. Fortune was neither particularly good nor bad. No golden quality equipment was dropped, which could be expected at this level. However, 2 blue quality items were obtained instead. Equipment is categorized into gray, rough, white, normal, blue, excellent, gold, fine, purple, epic, orange, legendary, red, mythical, and the most unique green sets. According to strategy guides, elite monsters in the Dark Ruins can drop golden quality equipment at the highest level. The best golden equipment that these elite monsters can yield is the Blade of Sighs, a dagger that curses the target by reducing their maximum health with every attack, making it a legendary artifact for assassin-type classes in the early to mid-game. Even 2nd or 3rd tier assassins would choose to wield it. After defeating the elite monster, Ohwa's level had reached LV.9, just in time to equip the skeletal ring that could inflict the poison curse. However, he was unable to equip the one-handed sword that required LV.11. Even if he were able to wield the sword in battle, it would only serve as an ordinary item. Without the requisite level, he could not harness its exceedingly sharp effect or its special ability to inflict the fragile curse. Class: Berserker class compatibility, LV.9 level, LV.9 health, 530 mana, 760 strength, 61, 13, intelligence, 67, 9, agility, 12, 9, stamina, 39, 11. Additional attribute points, 20. Gazing at his attribute panel, Ohwa had yet to allocate the attribute points gained from leveling up over the past 2 days, planning to reserve them for future necessities. Upon returning to the forest, he tore down some vines from the trees to secure the Decayed Guardian's battle blade behind him, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he made his way to the camp. Although he had spent $120 on strategies today, selling these 2 blue weapons would yield thousands in profit. It was indeed a lucrative endeavor. Upon Ohwa's arrival at the camp, the majority of his classmates had already completed their registration. Despite the hardships faced in the dark forest, the sheer number of insects there had allowed even the most challenging class to level up. With priests reaching LV.3. Look, that pale-faced guy is actually carrying a blue-quality weapon? No way, it really is a blue-quality weapon, and the skeletal ring on his hand is also blue quality. I saw it in the guide. It can only be equipped at LV.9. No way, LV.9. Originally, I believed that Zhao Xiaochuan from Class 1, with his level 7, was already quite formidable. Could he possibly be the dark horse of our school? The students, who had gathered in considerable numbers, were fervently discussing Ouhua, astonished by the 2 pieces of blue-quality equipment adorning him. Ouhua, what have you been doing all day? Why are you still only at level 1? Upon noticing the 2 blue items on Ouhua, the class teacher, Ran Shuyuan, briefly exhibited a look of amazement. However, upon seeing the glaring level 1 displayed on the crystal ball, she felt deceived and could not suppress her anger as she confronted Ouhua. Ouhua found himself at a loss for words. Even if he told his teacher that he was actually at level 9, she would surely not believe him, thinking he was merely boasting for the sake of pride. After all, in this era, whether one is a doctor, teacher, or scientist, they only trust the data from machines, dismissing the so-called truth spoken by others. The surrounding students erupted in laughter upon hearing Ran Shuyuan's deliberately raised voice. Uninterested in offering any explanations, Ouhua curled his lip in disdain and, amidst the gazes and discussions of his classmates, stepped onto the armored BUS. At this point, any explanation would be futile. Ouhua was too weary to engage with those who looked down on him. Needing to find someone weaker than himself to validate his somewhat useful yet pathetic excuses. Of course, a few sharp-eyed students noticed the bloodstains on Ouhua and whispered among themselves, speculating whether he might be a hidden profession. However, lacking evidence, they could not directly inquire, and thus the matter faded into obscurity. After all, Ouhua was the one with a hidden profession, not them. Why should they be anxious to explain anything to him? There was no benefit to be gained. Sitting next to her best friend, Feng Xiaoxiao immediately bid farewell upon seeing Ouhua board the bus, rising to take a seat by the window in the second-to-last row and patting the seat beside her. Signaling Ouhua to hurry over. Where did you get that sword? Did Uncle O buy it for you? As soon as Ouhua sat down, Feng Xiaoxiao, her eyes sparkling, eagerly inquired about the origin of the decayed guardian's blade. I obtained it myself from defeating monsters, Ouhua replied candidly. This revelation elicited scoffs from the boys who had been eavesdropping with keen interest. Impressive. What level are you at now? Unlike those who doubted Ouhua. Feng Xiaoxiao, who unconditionally believed in her childhood friend, gasped in admiration, giving him the highest praise she could muster. Ouhua did not respond but instead raised his left hand, sharing the attributes of the cursed skeletal ring with Feng Xiaoxiao. Wow! Staring at the level of the blue ring, she found herself at a loss for words, letting out an exclamation that conveyed her feelings most vividly. Chapter 10. Turning the Qingyun rankings into a slaughterhouse. Confess honestly. How did you deceive the crystal detection? Admit your guilt for leniency. Resist and face severe consequences. At home, Feng Xiaoxiao, having successfully ambushed Ouhua from behind, grasped his hands tightly, her barefoot left foot pressing against his back. Employing an exceedingly philosophical move known as the Magic Man surfboard, causing Ouhua to unleash a stream of curses, this girl exhibits a complete lack of restraint, nearly wrenching Yuohua's arm out of joint. While her mind incessantly churns with thoughts of what absurdities she might be engrossed in throughout the day. If only I had known, I would have slapped that teacher right then and there. Let go. Yuohua, unable to escape, bellowed in frustration. Meanwhile, sitting on the couch engrossed in his phone, Awation found the spectacle utterly delightful, continuously recording videos of Yuohua being bullied by Feng Xiaoxiao to share with his wife. Witnessing the pained expression on Yuohua's formerly calm and mature face brought him immense joy, even surpassing the thrill of winning several thousand in gambling. You truly don't know? With a perfectly composed expression. Feng Xiaoxiao tugged harder, prompting Yuohua to shout, Hey! Be gentler. In outrage that I really don't know. Yuohua retorted coolly. Feng Xiaoxiao pouted, releasing the grip she had on Yuohua's hands. Aha! The moment she let go, Yuohua seized her wrist. And before she could react, she found herself pinned to the ground. Brother! Dear brother! Today, I snagged an elite monster and got a piece of unnecessary equipment. I made a small fortune. Tonight, I'll treat you to chicken hot pot. Spare me. With her slender back under Yuohua's foot and her hands pulled back, Feng Xiaoxiao, now resembling a surfboard, quickly begged for mercy, adhering to the principle that a wise woman does not suffer in silence. At this moment, she was not seeking help, but this fiercely competitive childhood friend could easily wrench her arm off. A large portion, 2 servings. Yuohua coldly ordered the dishes, gently tugging at her arm, which elicited a series of anguished cries from her. A large portion, brother. Dear brother, allow your little sister to pour you some iced cola instead. Feng Xiaoxiao cried out in pain, having exerted all her strength to no avail. Currently at level 7. And a fighter with a high-strength stat. How could a level 1 warrior possibly subdue her? Just from this alone, Feng Xiaoxiao concluded that Yuohua truly was a level 9 leveling monster. Uncle, 1T you saved me. After all the kindness I've shown you, I 1T pour you ice cola anymore. At mealtime, Feng Xiaoxiao cast a resentful glance at Aoishan, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, her arm still aching as she voiced her complaints. My dear, I treat you as my own daughter. Since we are like family, we must uphold the principle of gender equality. When you were dealing with little Hua, did I not refrain from intervening? Aoishan disregarded Feng Xiaoxiao's grievances, gulping down the iced cola she had poured for him. Tixish, seeing that the referee was impartial, Feng Xiaoxiao clicked her tongue in displeasure. After the three of them enjoyed a lively dinner, Feng Xiaoxiao began playing games, while the ever-reluctant Aoishan quickly changed his clothes and slipped out to work, naturally leaving the task of cleaning up after dinner to Yuohua. However, there was not much takeaway rubbish to dispose of, and he finished the chore swiftly. Would you like to transfer to the Union and have a professional examination? Just as Yuohua settled on the couch, Feng Xiaoxiao tossed him a game controller and suggested he try out the crystal development testing at the Transfer Guild. I have no desire to be left as a mere guinea pig for the Clash Transition Guild. If I am to go, it shall be only once my abilities are sufficiently honed. I have already come to the conclusion that my profession is an elusive hidden class that is yet to be recorded by the Transition Guild. Rendering any further proof unnecessary, Ohua picked up the gaming controller and selected his character, harboring no intention of publicly revealing his class to the Transition Guild. After all, the news of his foundational warrior class evolving into the third-tier profession of Berserker is far too sensational. He does not wish for his tranquil life to be disturbed by a myriad of troubles. Humph, I simply cannot abide that old woman's demeanor. Feng Xiaoxiao expressed her deep dissatisfaction with Ran Shuyan's attitude, still harboring resentment over her unilateral decision to place her on the school team without consent. Treat her like a clown. The more arrogant she is now, the greater her future humiliation will be. With my current level, I could easily propose a class change to the chairman, and then you would join me in switching to Class 1. Leaving her utterly disgraced, Ohua let out a derisive laugh, executing a series of impressive combos, only to have them flawlessly countered by Feng Xiaoxiao. By the way, what is the strength of your school team? The thought of Zhao Xiaochuan, who has been exalted online and hailed as a once-in-a-thousand-years talent from Ishur City, filled Ohua with immense curiosity. If that mediocre fellow is a once-in-a-millennium find, then could it be that my hidden class, with its formidable stats, is a once-in-a-10,000-years occurrence? Individually, their combat prowess is substantial, albeit lacking in coordination. Zhao Xiaochuan is a rare profession, the Thunder Shaman, excelling in damage, support, and control. Zheng Miaoyan is also a rare profession, the Elemental Archer, capable of randomly shooting various types of elemental arrows. With formidable damage and control capabilities, Yang Lang, on the other hand, is a rather conventional greatsword warrior, yet boasts the highest class compatibility at level 6, showcasing tremendous destructive power. He is the only one in the team with any semblance of coordination. Feng Xiaoxiao completely disregarded the chairman's confidentiality rules, directly divulging to Ohua this sensitive information that should have remained strictly confidential. With a front line, control, and damage output, your team configuration is indeed impressive. It seems the chairman has set his sights on the top 8 of the Qingyun rankings. The Qingyun rankings is a national-level competition where the nation's young talents will converge in the capital to showcase their prowess. The top 10 on the list not only receive generous rewards but also attract the attention of major guilds, paving the way for a meteoric rise to success. However, ascending this ranking is exceedingly challenging. Those who reach the pinnacle are undoubtedly prodigies destined to become prominent figures of their generation, truly deserving of the title of top scholar of this era. With such a lackluster coordination, do they truly expect to compete in the Qingyun Rankings team event? What a farce! Feng Xiaoxiao scoffed. Although she is quite confident in her abilities and believes that she could achieve commendable results in a solo competition, the team event, which emphasizes cooperation and is fraught with uncontrollable variables, is rife with hidden talents. With such poor coordination, it would be a miracle if they did not face an early exit. Rest assured, the chairman will undoubtedly find a way to ease your tensions. You are, after all, merely in a period of adjustment. Ohua, however, holds a favorable outlook on Feng Xiaoxiao's team. Indeed, do not consider departing from the team. If the school team manages to secure a place among the top 8 in the Qingyun rankings, the least reward will be an orange weapon, and your coveted red rose will be firmly within reach. Thus, do not entertain thoughts of competing in the solo rankings, for I shall take that path, Ohua reminded Feng Xiaoxiao. This girl who often acted on a whim. How confident you are. We shall admire your audacious spirit. Feng Xiaoxiao teased Ohua with a series of tis-tis-skayas. What I have my sights set on is the custom red weapon for the top scorer of the Qingyun rankings. Do you not see my confidence? A mysterious light flickered in Ohua's eyes, as he possessed unwavering faith in his profession, seemingly crafted for dueling. He believed that his presence would transform the Qingyun rankings into a slaughterhouse. Those who mocked him would soon find their faces swollen from his retaliation. Chapter 11. Efficient leveling up. The fourth day of the class change marks the beginning of a 3-day holiday. Although it is termed a holiday, students who have formed teams generally head to the slime plains to the west, the dark forest to the north, the goblin caves to the east, or the wandering riverbank to the south. To hone their teamwork and elevate their levels, early in the holiday, Feng Xiaoxiao received a personal call from the chairman, although she was reluctant to participate in the collective camping trip proposed by him. Under her mother's gentle persuasion, she reluctantly limped into the luxurious car, sent to pick her up, her face bruised and battered. Ohua also rose early, donned light attire, packed his camping gear, and sent a message to his father indicating he would be away for 3 days. After receiving an okay reply, he boarded an armored bus back to the dark ruins. Upon returning, he intended to slay all the elite monsters deep within the ruins, beginning with the elite skeleton swordsman he had encountered the previous day. Armed with prior experience, he swiftly dispatched the skeleton archer and easily overcame the elite skeleton swordsman along with its minions. However, this time, the loot consisted solely of a white quality item. Sturdy guardian bracers, white quality, durability, 32 equip level, LV. 9 effects. Increases strength by 2, endurance by 1, agility by 1 special effects. None with the philosophy that having something is better than having nothing. Ohua equipped the guardian bracers and continued his descent into the depths. The respawn time for elite monsters typically spans an entire day, though it can vary based on the characteristics of the dungeon itself. Some dungeons refresh their boss monsters every 10 minutes, while others may do so only once a year. The respawn mechanism of the Dark Ruins adhered to a standard pattern, refreshing once daily. As he encountered skeletons, zombies, and ghosts along his path, Ohua dispatched them with ease. Coupled with the experience bonus from defeating monsters above his level, he leveled up at an astonishing rate, unburdened by concerns of returning home. Yet, the vast expanse of the Dark Ruins meant that even in his focused monster hunting, he had only explored 1/10 of the area and had only managed to find another elite skeleton swordsman. This elite skeleton swordsman, too, dropped a blue quality one-handed axe for Ohua. Sharp guardian battle axe, blue quality, durability, 73 equipment level, LV. 11 effect, extremely sharp, increases strength by 6 points, increases stamina by 3 points. Special effect, increases damage dealt to unarmored enemies by 20 in the dead of night. Ohua, following the guidance of an outdoor expert's livestream strategy, unfurled his sleeping bag atop one of the relatively safer rooftops within the Dark Ruins, conjuring a magical campfire that effectively repelled monsters. After a full day of slaying skeletons, zombies, and specters, he had ascended to LV. 10. In this moment of leisure, he reclined in his sleeping bag, summoning the skill bar in his vision, allocating his surplus skill point to Bloodthirsty Call. Bloodthirsty Call, a passive skill. Attacks inflict wounds that are exceedingly difficult to heal, significantly enhancing bleeding effects. When health drops below 10, it restores health equivalent to the enemy's bleeding amount multiplied by 10, with any excess health forming a blood armor that diminishes over 10 seconds. While the blood armor exists, it deals magical damage to surrounding enemies equivalent to 10 of the caster's maximum health per second. LV.10. Upon allocation of the skill point, Bloodthirsty Call further amplified its damage effect. While the threshold for triggering the blood shield was lowered to 8. Each point of stamina grants an additional 10 health points, implying that henceforth, every point of stamina would also augment the damage of Bloodthirsty Call. Presently, with his stamina combined with compatibility and equipment, he had a total of 57 points. Once the blood armor was activated, in a world where the average human health is only 100 points and a meat shield class possesses merely 700 health. Disregarding the enemy's magical resistance, he could inflict 57 damage per second, sustained over 10 seconds. Who could possibly withstand that? Regrettably, his physical attributes were exceedingly high, making it somewhat challenging to swiftly trigger the skill's blood armor against the creatures in this novice zone. After finalizing his skill choices, Ohwa lay in his sleeping bag, unable to drift into slumber amidst the strange cacophony of insects and birds outside the tent, perusing strategies for the dark ruins on his phone. He discovered that all guides indicated the expansive dark ruins were well suited for teams to farm monsters. However, the open terrain was ill-advised for a lone wolf like himself to level up and acquire equipment. After much deliberation, he resolved to venture into the Dark Castle, where levels ranged from LV.23 to LV.29 to hone his skills. The castle's confined layout, coupled with a greater number of elite monsters, made it a more fitting locale for a lone wolf, who found it difficult to draw aggro. Having determined his next course of action, Ohwa closed his phone and forced himself into slumber within his sleeping bag. The following morning, he awoke to the clattering sounds of skeletons moving about. After consuming some compressed biscuits, Ohwa grasped his standard-issue school sword and shield, setting his sights on the dimly discernible silhouette of the Dark Castle. As the saying goes, a mountain that appears near may still be far. That castle, which seemed relatively close, took him over 3 arduous hours to reach its entrance. Atop the vast drawbridge spanning the castle's moat, a makeshift safe zone had formed, organized spontaneously by a group of approximately 200 job changers. Various professionals were peddling the equipment, potions, and skill books they had acquired within the castle. Most of these individuals were LV.32nd tier job changers. At this level, they have already become exceptional explorers of the dungeons. The complete sets of blue and gold gear adorning them made Ohwa envious, and the occasional glimpses of purple and orange equipment were particularly striking. Ohwa did not linger in this bustling safe zone, but instead, he made his way past the lively area with determination. TSK, yet another ambitious novice, truly fearless like a newborn calf confronting a tiger. How dare they venture into such perilous grounds? Ha ha, such a fool will naturally leave in disgrace after facing adversity here. Speaking of which, have you rested well? Once you're ready, let us set off in pursuit of the aura of resistance that drops from the Black Knight within the next 2 months. We must strive to earn more guild points amidst the chaos of the dungeons. As Ohwa passed by a bridge pier, a team of well-equipped adventurers, their gear emblazoned with the insignia of their private guild, mocked his newbie appearance. Led by their valiant warrior captain, they charged toward the castle gates with unbridled enthusiasm. Upon entering the foreboding garden of the Dark Castle, Ohwa beheld the rotting flora, where zombies roamed. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his nerves. These zombies ranged from level 21 to 25, sturdier than skeletons and zombies, with a fierce desire to attack, and they wielded poison, making them particularly troublesome. As a zombie, sensing his proximity, turned and charged at him. Ohwa raised his longsword and delivered a powerful strike. The force of his blow landed squarely on the zombie's shoulder, sending it staggering backward, leaving a deep gash across its chest. Yet, it did not perish instantly. With a fearsome roar, the injured zombie regained its footing and lunged at Ohwa, delivering a powerful slap. Remaining remarkably calm, Ohwa raised his left hand, using his shield to deflect the zombie's attack, but a surge of blood mist erupted from Ohwa's body, crashing into the creature and reducing its health by 25. The amplified power of the blood mist sent its frail form disintegrating into motes of light. Chapter 12. Skills achieve complete transformation. The new monsters in the Garden of the Dark Castle consist of ghouls, dark wolves, and vampire trance, though Ohwa still could not eliminate the creatures in their normal state. Activating the blood engine and reducing his health by 25 allowed him to dispatch them effortlessly. Reaching level 13 while farming monsters alone granted him exceptional experience efficiency. Within 2 hours, his level surged to 11, equipping the Decayed Guardian's Warblade and the Sharp Guardian's Battle Axe. Armed with these 2 blue-quality weapons, he wielded a sword in his left hand and an axe in his right, boldly entering the ancient castle through its massive black side door. Inside, the castle's atmosphere was sinister, with dilapidated corridors cloaked in dust and cobwebs, the walls marred by cracks and decay. The air was thick with the stench of rotting flesh, the layout reminiscent of an old horror film, sending shivers down his spine. The corridor lay shrouded in darkness, as if the entire world had been drained of color. Upon entering the castle, Ohwa tightened his grip on the long sword and battle axe in his hands, his cold, piercing eyes fixed ahead as he strode confidently down the eerie corridor. His intellect, a trait even mages would envy, bestowed upon him formidable insight, allowing him to observe his surroundings as if time itself had slowed during moments of concentration. The dull thud of metal striking the ground echoed ominously around the corner of the corridor. Instantly alert, Ohwa halted his steps, raising the battle axe high with his right hand, his health fully restored by potions. The crisp sound of heavy footsteps drew nearer, and as the noise approached, a black knight emerged, its massive black sword resting on its shoulder, its body encased in rusted black armor. Upon reaching the corner of the corridor, the Black Knight unleashed a devastating blood mist shockwave. Empowered by its blood engine, dealing a staggering 325 points of damage. With a piercing whoosh, Ohwa's battle axe descended, its razor-sharp blade exhibiting exceptional armor-piercing prowess. However, it merely cleaved through the knight's heavy chest armor, revealing a grotesque, decayed, corpse-like form within. Following the axe's strike, the long sword followed suit, slicing down diagonally through the breach created by the axe, executing a flawless two-hit combination that forced the Black Knight to stagger backward. Its balance faltering as it dropped to one knee, bracing itself against the ground. This level 27 creature was remarkably resilient. Ohwa had not anticipated that his ambush would not vanquish the Black Knight outright. Seizing the opportunity while the knight struggled to regain its footing, he charged forward. Renowned for its high physical resistance and possessing passive damage reduction, the Black Knight found itself in an utterly humiliating predicament. Reduced to a mere plaything under Ohwa's onslaught, despite its reputation as a formidable foe among its peers, it succumbed after enduring only 6 of Ohwa's relentless strikes, swaying like a wobbling toy. Utterly incapable of mounting an effective counterattack, this exemplified the overpowering effect of attribute domination. Those with superior strength could suppress the weak, the swift could toy with the sluggish, the astute could learn new spells more rapidly, and those with greater endurance could withstand more punishment. Of course, such dominance was not absolute. In the face of bizarre and intricate skills, high-tier professionals could find it challenging to exert such attribute pressure, with complete domination typically reserved for encounters against lesser foes. After defeating the level 27 Black Knight, Ohwa felt a slight relaxation wash over him. As a level 11 character, overpowering foes 16 levels above him was hardly a cause for concern. So long as he steered clear of elite monsters and boss rooms within the Dark Castle, he could traverse its halls with impunity. Although the monsters within the castle were not densely packed, their distribution was remarkably tight. Simply walking along the corridor, entering a room would invariably lead to an encounter with a creature, eliminating the need for arduous searches. Moreover, equipped with a detailed illustrated guide valued at 325 coins, Ohwa had no secrets left to uncover within the castle's myriad chambers. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. The guide meticulously documented the locations of monsters, traps, and methods to disarm them, as well as safe havens devoid of respawning enemies, leaving no stone unturned. This long-explored sanctuary, fraught with danger, merely requires a modicum of caution. One must resist the temptation to summon too many monsters. With the fearsome attributes of Ohwa, a mishap is nearly impossible. At last, I have reached level 15. To ascend 4 levels in nearly 2 days, I have truly exerted myself. In the dead of night, Ohwa lay in his sleeping bag within the safety of the 7th level of the ancient castle, gazing up at the overcast sky outside, lost in contemplation. He then quietly opened his skill panel and allocated the skill points he had earned during the day to Frenzied Blood. Icy Heart. Frenzied Blood. Icy Heart is a passive skill that allows one to remain unaffected by the Berserker class's characteristics when subjected to an abnormal status. It deducts the opponent's mana consumption value divided by 10 from one's own mana, thus rendering one immune to that instance of abnormality. Upon successfully achieving immunity, the instance is stored, level 10. But at this moment, all 3 of his skills had undergone a qualitative transformation. Typically, a level 15 class changer's skill levels peak at a mere level 4. Even those with exceptional talent rarely exceed level 7 for a single skill. Yet here he stood, with all 3 of his skills reaching a terrifying level 10. His standing post-class change was exceedingly elevated compared to others. It is no exaggeration to assert that 80 of the world's populace could spend their entire lives without attaining his current prowess. After a night's rest, Ohwa set off to return, preparing to cut his way back. Although returning late after training was not out of the question, 2 days and nights without a proper bed had left Ohwa feeling somewhat unhinged. He found himself desiring to strike at anything that crossed his path. Alone in the oppressive atmosphere of the dim castle, he had begun to feel somewhat deranged. He needed to go back and properly rest and relax. This also underscored the advantages of having a team. Having more companions would at least allow for conversations, boasting, and idle chatter, alleviating the sense of solitude. While he could engage with his phone to watch live streams, in such an environment where monsters could howl at any moment, it would be a miracle if one could concentrate. Marking the way back, Ohwa moved swiftly, effortlessly dispatching any monsters he encountered along the route, and around 4 in the afternoon, he returned to the road bordering the dark forest. Fortune smiled upon him. For as he reached the road, an armored bus slowly came to a halt before him, with 2 blue-grade weapons, a blue-grade ring, and a white-grade bracer in his possession. Ohwa exuded a hint of the seasoned second-tier veteran. The efficient monster slaying over the past 2 days had stripped away his youthful naivety, and his gaze had matured through solitary indulgence. Regrettably, his handsome visage and remarkable skills were marred by the fact that he was still a level 1 warrior. Clothes make the man, and the lowly level 1 warrior class diminished his prestige, causing him to appear as a novice upon any level assessment. He could already foresee his classmates mocking him as a lazy slacker who squandered his holiday instead of honing his skills. Chapter 13. What a brazen proclamation! Upon returning home, Ohwa ordered takeout, took a shower, and after enjoying his meal, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The alarm he had set for the next morning failed to rouse him. It was only thanks to his father's wake-up call that he managed to avoid being late. Today, I was fortunate enough to escape the incessant harassment from Feng Xiaoxiao. Upon arriving at the classroom, I found her sprawled over her desk, appearing utterly exhausted, as though she had already burned out. Ohwa chose not to greet Feng Xiaoxiao, who was encircled by a throng of classmates. Instead, he merely nodded at her when she lifted her head to glance in his direction before settling into a seat towards the back. TSK, the LV.1 has arrived. I wonder if he has made any progress over the past 3 days. While Feng Xiaoxiao has ascended to LV.9, is it not more advantageous for him to remain at LV.1? This way, Feng Xiaoxiao might truly recognize the kind of person he is, providing me with a greater opportunity. TSK, just look at your own LV.4 status. Do you believe you are worthy of Feng Xiaoxiao? In my opinion, Zhao Xiachuan, who is also at LV.9 in the school team, is far more deserving of her. Nearby, 2 classmates whispered to each other, yet their whispers were crystal clear to Ohwa. Nevertheless, he had no intention of engaging in their gossip. Arguing with such a crowd seemed pointless. While he was not afraid of trouble, he preferred to avoid it, aspiring instead to be a quietly advancing, ice-cold beauty of the elemental type. However, when the homeroom teacher, Ran Shuin, entered the classroom with the testing crystal, Ohwa sensed impending doom. The moment Feng Xiaoxiao tested at LV.9 while he remained at LV.1, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Although Ran Shuyin was somewhat snobbish, she was still a competent teacher. Having grown weary of Ohwa, she reprimanded a few of the loudest students, and after tallying the levels of all the students, she commenced her lesson. Her course focused on the types and classifications of monsters, titled Fundamentals of Beasts. While her teaching lacked any particular highlights, it was straightforward and comprehensible. As a professional educator, her eloquence possessed a captivating charm that held the students' attention, significantly enhancing their learning efficiency thanks to her teaching skills. Very well, the subsequent liberal arts courses are elective. You may arrange them as you wish. Ran Shuin cast a glance at Ohwa, her disappointment palpable, transforming all her unspoken words into a mere sigh and a shake of the head. Fed up with Ohwa, she was indifferent. She was not particularly concerned about underperforming students, as they could be nurtured with additional time. What truly troubled her were the apathetic students like Ohwa, who, dissatisfied with their class change, chose to languish in their lethargy. After class, Feng Xiaoxiao, who had been sleeping throughout the lesson, immediately sprang up upon hearing the bell, a trail of drool still lingering at the corner of her mouth as she turned to approach Ohwa, her movements seemingly instinctual. I'm going back to sleep now. Would you like to join me? This time, Feng Xiaoxiao, seemingly desperate, spoke words that left all her classmates in shock. No. I slept for 17 hours yesterday. I can't sleep now. Ohwan naturally understood the deeper meaning behind Feng Xiaoxiao's words and politely declined. You've worked hard these past 3 days, and so have I. No more talk. I'm heading back to sleep. Remember to kick me when I return tonight. I've been a diligent monk for 3 days. I'm going to party all night. With that, Feng Xiaoxiao turned and dashed away, her speed suggesting she had utilized a fighter's skill. Seizing the moment before his classmates could react, Ohwa swiftly made his escape, evading any opportunity for entanglement with them. Since it was a free activity, Ohwa did not hesitate to leave the school and took the subway to the Class Transfer Guild. In addition to leveling up by defeating monsters, the class changers could also undertake D to S rank tasks at the guild to earn Universal Guild points. These Universal Guild points could be exchanged for equipment forged by the guild's blacksmiths, as well as various potions crafted by the guild's alchemists. Furthermore, upon joining an independent guild in the future, these Universal Guild points could also be utilized to purchase items within that guild. Owa's purpose this time was to accept a few tasks and then purchase some potions from the apothecary. The Clash Transfer Guild was located in the heart of the city, encompassing 8 floors and a vast area, even featuring a guild square available for renting to set up stalls. The entire guild resembled a large marketplace bustling with visitors. However, unlike ordinary patrons, these guests were all somewhat equipped with weapons and gear. Everyone was acutely aware that brandishing weapons in the city would lead to social demise, if not physical death. Hence most Clash Changers carried their weapons merely to flaunt their prestigious purple, orange, or red armaments. Dressed in casual attire, Ohwa strolled through this oversized marketplace like an ordinary person, grateful for the signage that prevented him from getting lost. Upon entering the task hall, which boasted over 50 counters, Ohwa scanned his student ID at the automatic registration machine, took his number, and proceeded to the waiting area. Although the hall had more than 50 counters, it could be described as utterly overcrowded. With his number in hand, he realized that several hundred people were ahead of him in line. Just as he settled down, his phone buzzed with a notification prompting him to approach the service window or register for the guild's app to accept tasks. Since he was already there, Ohwa naturally opted not to use the app and instead made his way to window 43 as indicated by his phone. "Hello," he greeted, the customer service representative. Being somewhat of a beauty and a self-proclaimed aesthetic enthusiast, sweetened her tone upon seeing the handsome young man before her. "Greetings. I would like to accept a D-rank task," Ohwa stated as he presented his student ID. "Certainly. Here are the tasks available for you," she replied. Upon glancing at the academic year on Ohwa's student ID, her brow arched in surprise. He was merely a freshman. Perhaps you should try to get his contact information? How could someone so young be out here doing tasks? Was he working to support his studies? "Forget the tasks. I could support you." Though her thoughts spiraled, she diligently projected 10 D-rank tasks onto the glass of the window. Ohwa examined the clearly displayed tasks, which included defeating slimes, land turtles, and shrieking monkeys to curb the proliferation of small monsters, or gathering materials for potions. "Simple, beginner-level tasks that I accept all 10 of these tasks," he declared, accepting them all at once. Although these were minor tasks, completing them could yield a modest profit of 100 to 1,000 guild points. However, such tasks were limited to 10 per day, serving as a daily benefit for newcomers. "Very well. May I inquire if you belong to a team, sir? When one is alone, it becomes quite challenging to meet deadlines, and if tasks are not completed in a timely manner, 1's guild points may be deducted." Although the customer service representative appeared to be lost in thought, her demeanor remained composed, and her attitude notably serious. It was of no consequence that she lacked a designated team. "I was certain I could manage all responsibilities." Ohwa gently shook her head and smiled as she reiterated her intentions, while the customer service representative, utterly captivated by Ohwa's smile, inadvertently processed all of her requests instead of issuing another reminder. Chapter 14. For the sake of sustenance, the 10 daily tasks were not intended to deliberately undermine novice players. These fundamental assignments were primarily confined to a single area, and all 10 novice tasks accepted by Ohwa were situated in the slime prairie. The tasks included hunting 20 slimes, 10 screeching monkeys, 6 monsoon deer, and 2 double-tailed foxes, as well as gathering 10 water spirit herbs and 12 water-soaked herbs, among the 4 hunting tasks and 6 gathering tasks. The former were relatively straightforward, while the latter proved to be particularly troublesome. Despite the availability of a free, detailed guide on the official website, it remained exceedingly difficult to locate these herbs, which bore a striking resemblance to common plants, without any skill enhancements. Furthermore, the guild strictly prohibited purchasing herbs from farmers to complete daily tasks, so combat-oriented players typically refrained from undertaking gathering tasks, even if they did accept them. They would gather companions with gathering skills in the guild square to assist. For Ohwa, who possessed no gathering skills and operated solo, these gathering tasks were undeniably nightmarish. Nonetheless, Ohwa did not succumb to discouragement. After dedicating an hour to the hunting tasks, she took out her phone and began searching for herbs according to the illustrated guide. Thanks to her exceptionally high intelligence score, Ohwa had an almost photographic memory, and by integrating the information with her surroundings, she approached the gathering tasks as a form of outdoor herbalism education. 1 hour was spent on hunting tasks and 9 hours on gathering tasks. By the time she returned with the herbs to complete her assignments, it was already 8 p.m. After a long day, she stretched and observed the funds and guild points credited to her account on her phone. Although the gathering tasks consumed considerable time, the rewards were substantial, while her speed in completing the gathering tasks was currently quite slow. It was an investment in foundational skills. Moreover, the guild points awarded for daily tasks were the most generous. If she maximized her guild points daily, she could accumulate 1,000 points in just 10 days, enabling her to exchange them for highly cost-effective blue equipment at the guild's weapon shop. Even if she did not intend to trade for equipment, she could save her guild points for future use. It is important to note that while some high-level tasks offered several thousand guild points at once, they were either exceedingly difficult or required laborious expeditions into perilous secret realms lasting 10 days to a month. If such tasks did not proceed smoothly, one might toil for half a year without reward. In terms of cost-effectiveness, daily tasks, although tedious and often viewed as a nuisance by seasoned players, could be managed efficiently with proper time planning, allowing one to level up while gathering herbs and still earn a modest income to support daily expenses, given her increased appetite post-class change. If others were mere bottomless pits, she was certainly a veritable reservoir. One must consume copious amounts of food to merely satiate one's hunger, and as his level ascends, his daily food consumption has increased even further. Thus, the small change from his daily tasks serves as a guarantee for his future indulgence in lavish feasts. Moreover, with the experience gained today, he can assure that if the gathering tasks remain the same, having memorized the shapes of the herbs, he is confident he can reduce the time required to under an hour. On his return, he packed 5 servings of stir-fried rice noodles from the restaurant downstairs, only to find the shoes of Feng Xiao at the entrance upon arriving home. This girl must have known she wouldn't be called to awaken her from her home, so she made her way back as soon as she returned. After placing the rice noodles down, Ohua knocked on the guest room door, but received no response, discovering that the door was unlocked as he turned the handle. He entered only to find that Feng Xiao was not in her designated guest room. Confused, Ohua approached his own door, pushed it open, and turned on the light, only to discover that the troublesome girl was sleeping in his bed. And even worse, still dressed in her outdoor attire. After a long day, Ohua rubbed his temples, suppressing his anger to refrain from kicking her off the bed. He picked up Feng Xiao's phone from the nightstand, unlocked it by entering her birth date, and found the clock amidst the plethora of mobile games on her home screen. Exercising patience, he set 10 alarms at 1-minute intervals and adjusted the volume to its maximum before placing it beside her ear. Satisfied with his efforts, he returned to the living room to enjoy his stir-fried rice noodles. 10 minutes later, accompanied by the jarring sound of the alarm ringing from the bedroom, Feng Xiao sprang up in a panic. Startled by the sudden noise, her movements were too vigorous, causing her to tumble to the floor. Don't you play any dating games? Aren't childhood sweethearts in those games supposed to have gentle wake-up services? Besides, I am your half-sister, Feng Xiao exclaimed, clutching her phone and rubbing her sore backside while glaring at Ohua, who was munching on the stir-fried rice noodles. The clean pillows, pillowcases, and sheets are in the cupboard. Remember to wash them thoroughly after you change them, Ohua replied, glancing back at Feng Xiao, who was born just a few seconds after him, and scoffed as he issued the command. Humph, look at your stingy attitude. Let me explain. It was Annie and her teammates who returned. The guest room was occupied by Annie's teammate. Rest assured, this beautiful girl would never invade a man's bed, only that of a beautiful girl. Feng Xiao rolled her eyes at Ohua, then turned and entered his bedroom. She quickly changed the sheets, pillowcases, and duvet cover, humming a tune as she tossed the dirty duvet cover into the washing machine. Where's my mom? Ohua inquired, still enjoying his stir-fried rice noodles as he watched Feng Xiao lounging on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Already accustomed to his elusive transmigrator mother, he casually asked. My mom and dad invited Uncle O, Annie, and her teammates out for hot pot. Although I found it troublesome and didn't join them, I'm not hungry. Annie just made me some small dishes at home. Feng Xiao patted her belly, as if savoring the exquisite delicacies she had just enjoyed, internally praising the aunt's culinary skills, and reflecting that her own shamelessness in lingering in this household was solely for the sake of such delectable meals. What about mine? Ohua was filled with confusion, questioning whether he was truly her biological child or if she was the one deserving that title. Indeed, they had both been born in the same hospital. After their births, they had also shared the same hospital room. Could it be that he had been swapped at birth? TSK. Those who are quick are fortunate, while those who are slow miss out. Who told you not to return home on time? The meals prepared by the aunt were utterly delightful. Since you were so eager, I shall reserve a bit for you next time. Feng Xiao, who spent her days aimlessly browsing various websites, grinned with particular pride, provoking Ohua's urge to deliver a punch at her frivolous remarks. By the way, the aunt's teammate is truly stunning. A high and aloof beauty, far more attractive than those women who grace the rankings on television. Moreover, she is a member of Red Rose, even if it were merely to be close to her. I am determined to join this Red Rose, suddenly struck by an idea. Feng Xiaoxiao vigorously patted Oh Hua's shoulder. Her lewd expression made Oh Hua, who was enjoying fried rice noodles, twitch his lips in distaste. This was no youthful blossom, but rather a greasy, middle-aged man. Chapter 15. Are they all blind? At 9:20 in the evening, the sound of the door opening echoed at Oh Hua and Feng Xiaoxiao, who were engrossed in their game, immediately turned off the console and approached the entrance to greet the visitor. Xiao Xue, this is my son Oh Hua. Oh Hua, this is Murong Xue. Address her as Aunt Murong. As she introduced Oh Hua to a girl who appeared to be around 22 or 23 years old, Chiao Ying was quite gracious. Aunt Murong Xue's cherry-red lips parted in surprise, utterly at a loss as to how to respond to the unexpected formality. Hello, Aunt Murong, that I'm quite tired today, so I'll head to bed now. Oh Hua, however, felt no embarrassment. After all, in his hometown, his seniority was exceedingly low. On his father's side, he was even required to address a girl 10 years younger than him as aunt. Thus, addressing this slightly older girl as aunt posed no psychological burden for him. Hey, aren't you supposed to keep me company all night? Upon hearing that Oh Hua intended to retire for the night, Feng Xiaoxiao, who had already slept the entire day, immediately grew displeased. Get lost, who agreed to keep you company all night? Oh Hua showed no mercy to his childhood friend Feng Xiaoxiao, turning away and returning to his room. Don't mind that dense guy. I'll keep you company all night. Chiao shot a resentful glare at Oh Hua. Having also slept the entire day, Chiao found herself unable to sleep that night, and out of sympathy for her future daughter-in-law, she resolved to stay awake. This decision secretly relieved Oh Wei, who had just closed the door, as he silently thanked Feng Xiaoxiao for sparing his back tonight. Upon returning to his room, Oh Hua opened his laptop, searching for information and types of daily tasks. He retrieved pen and paper to begin planning, carefully marking various collection task locations. Once his task planning was nearly complete, he finished his evening routine, scrolled through his phone for a while, and then fell into a deep slumber. On the following morning, upon rising, he discovered Feng Xiaoxiao, Murong Xue, and his own mother, 3 women from different age groups, engaged in cheerful banter. Despite having spent the entire night awake, they remained spirited, engrossed in a game of kart racing, embodying the essence of familial joy. Aren't you going to school? In an act of lingering kindness as a childhood friend, Oh Hua, after completing his morning routine and dressing appropriately, inquired of Feng Xiaoxiao before stepping out. I'm taking a break today. Yesterday, I was whisked directly from the campsite to school by the president. If it weren't for waiting for you to arrive at school, I would have returned home before class yesterday morning. Feng Xiaoxiao, fully absorbed in her game, felt tears welling up at the mere mention of the previous 3 days, which had been nothing short of hellish. Oh Hua chose not to respond. He simply donned his shoes and departed. As Oh Hua made his way to school alone, he found himself subjected to mockery from his classmates, as if it were a matter of course. Rumors of Feng Xiaoxiao abandoning him spread like wildfire. And during break time, his classmates occasionally pointed at him, giggling like a flock of hens. From 8 to 10 in the morning, new students were required to attend core classes unless extenuating circumstances arose. After 10, elective courses began. Thus, as soon as the clock struck 10, Oh Hua prepared to leave the school. However, today he was confronted by 3 female classmates, clad in revealing attire and adorned with multiple ear piercings, resembling bold vixens. I say, are you really Xiaoxiao's boyfriend? The leader of the trio, with a particularly alluring figure, blocked Oh Hua's path, her shirt deliberately unbuttoned to reveal ample skin as she looked up at him confidently. No, we're just childhood friends, Oh Hua replied dismissively, slightly pouting. To be honest, it was his first time explaining his relationship with Feng Xiaoxiao to someone else. Previously, it had always been Feng Xiaoxiao being questioned by other girls about whether he was her boyfriend. But now the roles had decidedly reversed. Oh, really? Since you're not, that simplifies things. I'll date you instead, and from now on, I'll have your back. Just stay away from Feng Xiaoxiao. The vixen's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her haughty demeanor, speaking as if claiming Oh Hua as her boyfriend was a grand concession on her part, while he had struck an incredible bargain. That won't do. She lives right across from me. Not far at all. We'll be commuting together tomorrow and often stay over at each other's houses. Besides, I'm not fond of girls like you, especially those with tattoos. Oh Hua initially thought the girl was seeking trouble, but to his surprise, she was boldly professing her feelings. However, possessing ample experience in rejection, he turned her down in the most straightforward manner. Wait. Just as the vixen attempted to explain, Ohwa had already maneuvered past her and exited the classroom. Chase after him. The spurned vixen immediately rallied her friends and dashed out, only to discover that Ohwa had vanished without a trace. Arriving at the guild after taking the subway, Ohwa once again accepted 10 daily quests. Thanks to successfully completing 10 tasks yesterday, the customer service representative processed his requests without any inquiries. Today's tasks were entirely situated within the dimly lit forest, and fortuitously, they comprised 7 hunting missions along with 3 gathering tasks, drawing from the experiences of yesterday's endeavors, coupled with the meticulous planning undertaken the previous night. The remarkably agile Ohwa completed all assignments in a mere 3 hours. With ample time remaining, Ohwa wielded the longsword and shield provided by the school, carving a path through the shadowy ruins until he arrived at the elite monster respawn point. After a brief yet intense skirmish, he swiftly dispatched the elite skeletal swordsman and its minions, yet fortune did not favor him this time, as no equipment dropped. Following the defeat of the elite skeletal swordsman, Ohwa made his way towards the monster-clearing road in the opposite direction. Along the way, he vanquished another group of elite zombie soldiers and their minions, resulting in the emergence of a pale blue dimensional rift. Upon touching the dimensional box, a blue-quality ring fell to the ground. Ring of Tenacity, Blue Quality. Durability, 1717 Equip Level, LV.8 Effect. Increases Strength by 2. Increases Stamina by 6 Special Effect. Difficult to be knocked down. The good news was that he had acquired an item. The bad news was that it was rather lackluster. Nevertheless, the attributes granted by this ring were decent enough, and after reassuring himself that it's better than nothing, Ohwa adorned the ring. Gazing at his hand, adorned with the cursed skeletal ring, the Ring of Tenacity, and the stalwart guardian bracers, he couldn't help but ponder whether his classmates were truly blind. His equipment was becoming increasingly opulent, with the lowest tier accessory being the LV.8 Ring of Tenacity. Yet due to the LV.1 emblazoned upon him, they hastily categorized him as a slothful braggart who merely purchased his gear in response. Ohwa could only reflect that while others were intoxicated by their assumptions, he remained lucid. They preferred to view him as a pretender rather than speculate on his hidden prowess. Ironically, those who mocked him the most brazenly were the very individuals with the lowest levels in the class. Perhaps they indeed required someone inferior to accentuate their own worthiness. Chapter 16. A head gone astray, howling the day's tasks, and leveling progressed exceedingly well, allowing Ohwa to return home before dinner. Upon his arrival, he found Feng Xiaoxiao reclining on the sofa, engrossed in a television show, while the woman referred to as Annie, Murong Shui, collaborated with his mother in the kitchen. You're back. Go wash up. You reek of the putrid stench of the forest zombies. Xiao Ying remarked, her keen senses causing her to scrunch her nose into staste as she observed Ohwa changing his slippers. Accustomed to such disdain, Ohwa shrugged and retreated to his bedroom to wash up. Emerging in a fresh change of clothes, Xiaohua, I've heard from your father about your situation. Could you find some time to go to Red Rose for a thorough checkup? Xiao Ying inquired, momentarily pausing her meat-stewing duties to glance at Ohwa. Not necessary. I'm quite well as I am, and I prefer not to expend energy concealing my abilities, Ohwa replied, playfully kicking Feng Xiaoxiao's backside, creating space on the sofa amid her startled exclamation. All right then, would you like Aunt Morong to accompany you for leveling up? Xiao Ying eagerly asked Ohwa, oblivious to the bemusement her reference to Aunt Morong caused Morong Shui. No, I can level up quite efficiently on my own. Ohwa declined her mother's suggestion, although Morong Shui, a member of the Red Rose, possessed an impressive level of at least LV.45 at her age, which was quite a remarkable feat, considering that her mother was nearly 40 and only achieved LV. 67. However, Ohwa was capable of swiftly defeating monsters 10 levels above her own, and her solo grinding yielded even greater experience points. Therefore, she found no necessity to seek assistance. Most importantly, should Murong Shui accompany her and a desirable piece of equipment were to drop, she would owe her a significant favor, which was rather bothersome. So confident. Are you? Well, suit yourself. Xiao Ying shrugged and turned to converse with Murong Shui. Ohwa had always been exceptionally sensible, akin to a small adult, which led her mother to adopt a rather laissez-faire approach to her upbringing. Although this time, the plan was to have the LV.49 Morong Shui assist Ohwa in leveling up, she decided not to insist since Ohwa showed no interest. By the way, I heard your father mention that you are a sword-wielding class. Little Shui is a master with the sword. What do you think about her being your private tutor, after all? She had given Murong Shui a top-tier purple weapon to persuade her to take on the role of tutor. and Xiaoying felt it would be a loss not to exploit her a little. Morong Shui would remain there until the next mission, which meant at least a month of personal instruction for Ohua. Is Annie Shui's class characteristic dual-wielding greatswords? Ohua glanced at her mother, who seemed intent on exhausting Morong Shui, and began to piece together the reason. She uses a one-handed sword. No. Little Hua, your father is a top-tier engineer with an initial intelligence attribute of 142. I am a top-tier magic swordsman with an initial intelligence of 73. It's one thing that you're not a magic swordsman, but how did you end up wielding dual greatswords? Xiaoying lamented, rubbing her brow in frustration, beginning to doubt whether she had mistakenly held the wrong baby in the hospital. Yet Ohua's appearance undeniably resembled that of her father. Meanwhile, Morong Shui looked at Ohua with curiosity. After all, Ohua's first impression was one of rationality and wisdom. Moreover, given that her predecessor, Qiu, though not a hidden class, was still a rare class of magic swordsmen, she found herself particularly intrigued upon hearing that Ohua wielded dual greatswords. How would I know? Class changes are random. If you're unhappy, you can complain to the Class Change Guild for not turning me into a magic swordsman. Ohua shrugged, her expression nonchalant. Xiaoying observed Ohua's attitude toward others. Seeing a clear reflection of herself, it seemed evident that she and old O had indeed passed down their traits. Tisich, you poor thing. It's a shame I found you a beautiful tutor and assistant. Yet you lack the fortune to enjoy it. Xiaoying completely surrendered, feeling the sting of losing a valuable purple item without gaining any advantage. Little Hua, if you don't mind, could you tell me about your class? After all, such circumstances are quite rare. If you elaborate, I can inquire with some knowledgeable sisters in the guild on your behalf. Not wishing to take advantage of Qiaoying, Morong Shui smiled lightly as she addressed Ohua. Though her demeanor was cold and haughty, her voice was gentle and refined. Judging by her easy camaraderie with Feng Xiaoxiao and her own mother, she seemed to embody the archetype of someone who is outwardly aloof yet internally warm. Apologies, but I must keep my hidden profession confidential, Ohua stated firmly. Upon hearing Ohua's unwavering refusal, Morong Shui was momentarily taken aback. Throughout her academic and professional journey, she had encountered rejection, yet never with such swiftness, which struck her as rather peculiar. Sister Shui, you might as well give up. This fellow is a mystic. He used to discard his perfect exam papers, deeming them a mere burden in his backpack. So he certainly won't reveal what his hidden profession is. Feng Xiaoxiao lamented, rubbing her backside where Ohua had kicked her. She was particularly intrigued by the hidden profession that even Crystal could not uncover. Yet Ohua remained tight-lipped despite her persistent inquiries. Dual-wielding professions are quite rare. They typically involve sacrificing defense in pursuit of maximum damage. A dual-wielding swordsman possesses lesser strength and can only wield single-handed swords or daggers. Unable to use great swords, assassins and killers, as dual-wielders, generally employ short blades, daggers, and knives, while practitioners from the East wield katanas. The number of hidden professions that involve dual-wielding heavy weaponry is limited. The only ones I can think of are the Berserker, the Fury Knight, and the Demon Hunter. With her competitive spirit ignited, Morong Shui paused her chopping and began to expound. The heavy weaponry typically wielded by the Fury Knight consists of warhammers, spears, and staffs, while the Demon Hunter commonly employs curved blades, halberds, or crescent-shaped fist blades. Morong Shui ceased her discourse midway, and in light of her analysis, both Qiaoying and Feng Xiaoxiao began to connect the dots regarding Ohua's hidden profession. Ohua neither confirmed nor denied their assumptions, but he found himself somewhat admiring Morong Shui's erudition. Wisely, Morong Shui chose to refrain from further elaboration, continuing instead to cook alongside Qiaoying in the kitchen. No way. Are you truly the kind of berserker that goes head lost? Roar, roar. Feng Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Ohua, lowering her voice to press him further. I truly appreciate your description, Ohua retorted, casting a glance at Feng Xiaoxiao, rendered speechless by her characterization. Were it not for my skill-frenzied blood, ice heart, I might indeed resemble the head lost, roar, roar persona she described. After all, the berserker's characteristic of the lower the health, the higher the attack. The higher the attack, the lower the intellect is a universally acknowledged trait among all berserkers, an obstacle no one can bypass, nor do they wish to. After all, the thrill of obtaining the power to annihilate everything, dancing on the threshold of the underworld, and feeling invincible is a pursuit that defines the life of a berserker. Chapter 17. Are newcomers all monsters? President Ingjia's son has transitioned into the third-tier profession berserker on his first advancement, though his profession compatibility remains uncertain. Late at night, atop the apartment building, Murong Shui contacted the president of the Red Rose Guild to report the strange occurrences she had witnessed that day, completing a third-tier transition on the first attempt, transforming the Berserker into a foundational hidden class. The leader of Red Rose is a captivating and alluring woman who, upon hearing Murong Shui's report, rose in astonishment from her desk. She had encountered numerous Berserkers, even having members within Red Rose who had transitioned into that class, yet this was the first time she had encountered someone who considered the Berserker as a foundational hidden class. Indeed, I heard from Ingjie that the usual detection crystal could not reveal his class or the compatibility between his level and profession. However, I learned from Ingjie that he wielded a level 12 blue quality one-handed axe, suggesting that his level is likely quite high. Murong Shui gazed at the dazzling neon lights in the distance, her eyes somewhat dazed after spending nearly half a year in the secret realm. Has he really reached level 12 merely 7 days post-transformation? The leader silently clicked her tongue, initially thinking he was a super genius, only to realize he was, in fact, a hardworking type of super genius. He should be above level 12, if not higher. Murong Shui gently shook her head, dismissing the notion that Hua was merely level 12. That did Xiaoying share this information with you to ensure we help her son keep his class transition hidden? After a moment of contemplation, the leader inquired. Yes, all right. I understand that I will ensure that information regarding her son remains confidential. You should accompany Qiu Ying's son as much as possible. He refused to let me accompany him. TSK. So you two have faced rejection one day, and to be turned down by a mere boy. As Murong Shui and the leader exchanged words, the following day arrived at in the early morning. Hua rose early, washed his face, and after donning his attire, left his room. His actions naturally caught the attention of Murong Shui, who promptly exited her own room after he departed. The leader had assigned her a guild mission to protect Hua for a month, a task she found somewhat bothersome. Yet the allure of 2,000 Red Rose points was too tempting to resist. This morning, there were no main classes with the homeroom teacher, so Hua directly went to the class transition guild to accept 10 daily tasks. Then hastened toward the Goblin Cave in the eastern part of the city. The cave was a labyrinthine network, and with each secret realm refresh, the terrain would undergo a transformation, making it exceedingly challenging to explore. However, within this perilous realm, the experience points from various goblins, cave spiders, and rock pythons far surpassed those of the other 3 novice zones. After more than 3 hours spent completing the 10 daily tasks, Hua delved deeper into the cave, encountering monsters without breaking stride, effortlessly dispatching them with a mere flick of his hand. Murong Shui, trailing cautiously behind Hua, observed from a distance. Although her level exceeded his by a significant margin, she remained discreet, her heart racing with trepidation. While the Berserker ranks among the highest in attack power among all professions, the rock pythons, with levels ranging from 7 to 12, presented a formidable challenge with their high health and defense. Witnessing such effortless slayings was unprecedented. Could this boy already be above level 17? Truly terrifying. The deeper Murong Shui followed Hua into the Goblin Cave, the more her heart raced with alarm. The rookie Grey Goblin soldiers, ranging from levels 13 to 18, can still be dispatched with a single strike. You mean to tell me this is a newcomer who has only been in the profession for 8 days? Feeling the weight of time upon her, Murong Shui trailed behind Hua as he entered the second level of the Goblin Cave, initially, upon encountering Grey Goblin veterans of levels 21 to 26. She was relieved to see that they did not fall with a single blow, requiring 4 or 5 strikes instead. However, upon turning the next corner, she witnessed Hua charging straight towards an elite-level Grey Goblin, his body erupting in a wave of blood mist that sent the elite goblin flying, before effortlessly dispatching it with a swift strike. Stunned, she stood rooted to the spot, even after Hua retrieved a blue-quality necklace from a dimensional box and departed. She remained motionless, lost in thought. One must realize that elite monsters possess 10 times the health of ordinary ones and boast significantly higher defenses. Could it truly be that a newcomer could eliminate an elite Grey Goblin of level 24 in such a manner? Are the new recruits truly monsters themselves? With her pride severely wounded, Murong Shui turned and left the Goblin Cave. Did she really need to protect such trivial creatures to safeguard monsters from being harmed by him? After all, at level 49, even without activating skills, she could scarcely guarantee a swift kill on that level 24 elite Grey Goblin. Unbeknownst to her, Hua, blissfully unaware of Murong Shui's protective shadow, darted through the cave with remarkable speed. With his phone's offline feature allowing him to retrace his steps, he feared not getting lost in this labyrinthine cavern. His sole objective was to delve deeper as quickly as possible, hunting those formidable higher-level monsters. Although the cave was illuminated by gentle, glowing moss, it remained devoid of a clear day-night cycle. It was only when his phone alarm chimed that Ohwa halted his expedition and began retracing his steps as per the notification's guidance. One must admit that the distribution of monsters within the Goblin Cave is far denser than that of the Plains-type secret realms, primarily because one simply needs to forge ahead to encounter them. However, the monsters here are of a higher caliber. To swiftly eliminate the level 30 and above creatures in the third level of the Goblin Cave, one must activate the Blood Engine, maintaining around 50 health to boost strength by 500 to achieve a one-hit kill. At this point, Ohwa had also ascended 2 levels through his experience in slaying monsters beyond his rank, reaching the formidable level 17, that with such extraordinary leveling efficiency, he was truly unparalleled among lone wolves. Upon returning home, after a day spent vanquishing foes in the cave, Ohwa cleaned himself up and sprawled on the sofa, indulging in some mobile games. After waiting for a considerable time without his mother's return, he ordered takeout for himself. After finishing his meal and attending to his nightly routine, he retired for the night. Amidst the daily grind of completing main courses and undertaking routine tasks, where classmates mocked him for being a level 1, Ohwa ascended through the ranks with unwavering focus. In just a month since his job change, while the school team members hovered around level 23, he had, through his lone wolf experience in defeating monsters beyond his level, reached the alarming level of 29, outpacing Zhao Xiaochuan by a full 5 levels. Throughout this month, Ohwa found himself increasingly impressed by the fiery girl who persistently sought him out after classes. Clamoring to pursue a relationship, having resolutely declined her no less than 20 times, he had initially expressed his aversion to the spicy girl aesthetic. The very next day, she dyed her hair black, donned glasses, and dressed in a manner reminiscent of a rustic girl. On the second occasion, he articulated his dislike for those who were oblivious to the world, prompting her to instantly adopt a pure and innocent makeup look, adorned in a fluffy dress, resembling an escaped princess. When he articulated his disdain for public transportation attacks against her, she brazenly proclaimed before the entire class that not only did she not possess a private vehicle, but she was still in her original packaging, yet to be unwrapped. To be frank, Ohwa had never encountered such an indomitable spirit, and indeed, a girl with such audacity that it left him contemplating dropping out of school. He had enlisted Feng Xiaoxiao to feign a closer relationship with him at school. She had eagerly agreed, but once at school, her overwhelming desire for the spicy girl's contact information and a limited edition sundae led her to sell herself out entirely. She even divulged the birthmark on the third abdominal muscle on the right side of his lower abdomen to that spicy girl. Chapter 18. The Hesitant Cave. On Monday, as the class bell rang, the homeroom teacher, Ran Shuyan, finally entered the classroom with a smile, albeit fashionably late. Classmates, the Qingyun ranking will officially commence in 5 weeks, and the day after tomorrow marks the official registration date. The school has decided to nominate 30 students without a preliminary selection, allowing them to directly enter the provincial examination competition. Each class in our combat major can nominate 6 participants. After the students settled down, Ran Shuyan announced this significant news. Feng Xiaoxiao would undoubtedly be the first to participate, and certainly, Emoli would be as well. I think we should let Wang Gang give it a try. He is already a level 20 warrior. In a month, he will surely reach level 25 or above. The students engaged in fervent discussion, nominating candidates whom they believed could secure high rankings. Feng Xiaoxiao was set to participate in the team competition, and she was not among the selectable candidates. Mo Li and Wang Gang were indeed viable options, but were there others who wished to try? With a beaming smile, Ran Shuyan inquired of the eagerly discussing students. Amidst their heated deliberations, the 6 students to directly participate in the Qingyun ranking were determined. Naturally, this opportunity for strongers above level 20 to bypass the provincial examination was not something Ohwa, a weaker at level 29, could aspire to. He was naturally excluded by both teachers and classmates, and he was quite content with his leisurely status. Ohwa, a new kaiseki restaurant has opened at X department store. Would you like to join me for a taste? At this moment, Chi Manor, no longer clad in spicy attire, rushed towards Ohwa as he was packing his books to leave. I'm quite busy, so I won't be going. Having grown numb to Chi Manor's advances, Ohwa maintained the most basic level of camaraderie. Rising to exit the classroom, Chi Manor did not press further, but left with a forlorn expression, joining her friends to head to X department store. TCH, that pretty boy is just different. Lazy and foolish, yet so popular. Not only is he entangled with Feng Xiaoxiao, But now he is also flirting with Chi Manor. Do today's strong women truly favor such ineptitude? Alas, those who possess a handsome visage nowadays are of a particular kind, and I have heard that even a lackadaisical and inept individual like him has not fallen off the list of campus heartthrobs. Moreover, his deluded fans speculate that he has transitioned to a hidden profession, one that is imperceptible to the discerning eye of crystal assessment. Him? A hidden profession. If he were to possess such a vocation, I would devour this desk in front of the camera. I share the same sentiment. He merely harbors a disdainful attitude towards warriors, believing himself to be above them in skill. After all, he is their Gigi, capable of laying golden eggs for them to feast upon, while you, the legion of naysayers, shall not partake. As soon as Ohwa departed, a fervent discussion erupted within the classroom. Yet, the majority of the remarks were laced with mockery, scorn, and contempt, with nary a classmate willing to defend Ohwa. Upon leaving the school, Ohwa took a vehicle to the grand marketplace of the Job Transition Guild. During this period, he has frequented this place almost daily. Having become thoroughly familiar with the layout of the entire establishment, the reason he does not simply accept tasks via the app, but instead makes the tiresome journey to the guild counter each day, is primarily due to his findings during an online search. He discovered that accepting tasks through the app would automatically place him on the leaderboard for daily missions, although one could conceal their identity. A nameless moniker would still appear on the rankings. The development company, under the guise of enhancing the enjoyment of task completion, is in fact intent on better data collection, subsequently selling the identity information of job seekers to headhunting firms. As a level 1 warrior, accomplishing 10 daily tasks would undoubtedly raise suspicions, and he is not keen on being ensnared by big data, only to be incessantly pestered by headhunters, while the guild counter may be cumbersome. Any completed tasks remain confidential, without risk of exposure. Upon arriving at the equipment storage area of the dedicated guild, Ohwa entered his mobile number and password into a machine reminiscent of a gaming console. Amidst a dazzling display of lights, a white fissure manifested at the counter, and the adjacent monitor meticulously listed over 30 pieces of equipment belonging to Ohwa, along with various consumables and potions. Ohwa then reached out to select his 2 most formidable weapons: the Decayed Guardian's Greatsword, blue quality, durability, 4356 equipment level, LV26 effect, sharp, increases strength by 14 points. If strength is below 55, reduces agility by 7 points. Special effect, decay. When an attack is successful, there is a 12 chance to inflict the fragile curse, lasting 10 seconds. When attacking a fragile unit, inflicts an additional 7 points of damage. The Frenzied Guardian's Greatsword, blue quality, durability, 4156 equipment level, LV 27 effect, extremely sharp, increases strength by 9 points. If strength is below 55, reduces agility by 7 points. Special effect, Frenzy. When an attack is successful, there is a 4 chance to increase strength by 15 points. Lasting 30 seconds, non-stackable, while damage taken increases by 10. Ohwa picked up the LV.26 blue weapon, the Decayed Guardian's Greatsword, and the LV.27 blue weapon, the Frenzied Guardian's Greatsword, dropped by the elite Black Knight, strapping them across his back. Although these weapons may not be the finest among blue gear, they nonetheless represent some of the best equipment obtainable from the elite monsters in the Dark Ancient Castle. When the time comes for him to no longer require them, a visit to a blacksmith could yield a modest sum of several tens of thousands. Fully equipped, Ohwa accepted 10 daily quests at the southern banks of the Wandering River. He still had a considerable amount of experience to gain before reaching LV.30, but with a single run through the Wandering Cave today, he would achieve that milestone. With the commencement of the Qingyun rankings approaching, he was keen to allocate ample time to complete his second-class transition quest. If he could accomplish this before the Qingyun rankings began, he would have the confidence to advance from the preliminary rounds straight to the finals. After all, the top 16 competitors in each Qingyun rankings are invariably second-class professions, and it is customary for attention to be directed toward those prodigies who complete their transitions in a short span of time. Having become well acquainted with the tasks at hand, Ohwa took just over an hour to complete the quests along the banks of the Wandering River. Upon collecting the final herb, he made his way to the transfer station. Located approximately 1 kilometer from the city. To access the Wandering Cave, situated at the riverbed, one could only utilize this underwater cable car, while some strong individuals might dive directly. Few would be foolish enough to leap into the raging river. As the Qingyun rankings were imminent, a significant influx of young adventurers, ranging from LV.25 to LV.30, had flocked to these secret realms to level up. Positioned at the end of the line, Ohwa glanced at the queue of at least 1,000 individuals ahead of him. Feeling conflicted, venturing to another high-level secret realm would require one to waste an hour or two on transport, and this line appeared to demand a similar investment of time. With a sense of exasperation, Ohwa resolved to patiently endure the wait, silently vowing to check the queue status online before his next visit to the Wandering Cave. While in line, Ohwa noticed that the pace of the queue was surprisingly swift. Contrary to his expectations of a lengthy wait, in just a few minutes, it was his turn to proceed to the platform for the underwater cable car. Following the staff's guidance, he stepped onto the platform and beheld the rust-covered cabin that looked as though it had been abandoned for 30 years. Finally understanding why the queue had advanced so rapidly, the manager of this transit station surprisingly took out the discarded relics of the past, and such antiquated items, seemingly from the last century, truly still function. Although an avalanche of complaints flooded his mind, Ohwa dutifully settled into his seat. Despite the underwater cable car being encrusted with rust and appearing quite dilapidated, the interior was remarkably pristine. With all seats looking brand new, cradling two heavy swords in his arms, Ohwa took a seat by the window, only to be approached by a young couple. "Excuse me, my ticket is also for a window seat. Could you kindly let me switch places?" the bashful young man inquired, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. Observing the affectionate couple, Ohwa, a solitary soul, readily acquiesced without a second thought. After exchanging tickets with the young man, he relocated to a seat in the third-to-last row. Hardly had he settled in when a girl clad in light armor, wielding a slender, gleaming golden sword, took the seat beside him. A mere glance left Ohwa utterly captivated, not by her appearance, but rather by the striking quality of her golden sword, matching golden earrings, and a golden ring. In addition to these three golden items, her armor, gloves, trousers, shoes, and headpiece were all of commendable blue quality. Among them, he recognized one piece, the Dawn leather armor, a level 28 item, indicating that the girl was at least level 28, possibly even level 29, like himself. In comparison, his haphazard collection of white and blue gear made him feel akin to a beggar. Chapter 19. Romance under the moonlight. Noticing Ohwa's gaze, Ji Miaoqing furrowed her brow slightly, casting a sidelong glance at him before her attention was drawn to the two heavy swords he cradled. Dual-wielding heavy weapons. Could he also be a hidden class? Moreover, those highly recognizable guardian heavy swords could only be obtained by elite black knights and required a level between 25 and 30 to equip. What a small world it is to encounter a formidable opponent destined to challenge him on the future Qingyun rankings so casually. "Hello, I am Ji Miaoqing. Pleased to make your acquaintance," Ji Miaoqing said, extending her hand towards Ohwa. Though they would undoubtedly be rivals on the Qingyun rankings, befriending a future powerhouse could only be advantageous. Furthermore, judging by his mismatched equipment, he appeared to lack any factional support. Should he be able to recruit him into her team after the Qingyun rankings concluded, it would be splendid. "Ohwa, pleased to meet you," Ohwa replied, shaking Ji Miaoqing's hand. Upon grasping her hand, he noted its roughness, a clear indication of someone accustomed to wielding a sword from a young age. After they introduced themselves, they released their hands and fell silent, each engrossed in their own mobile devices. The cable car gradually set in motion, departing the platform and entering the tumultuous waters of the Great River. After more than 10 minutes of traversing underwater, the cable car passed through a vibrant, luminous membrane and entered a damp cavern. Once Ji Miaoqing disembarked, she nodded at Ohwa from the platform before turning to dash deeper into the cave. Adjusting his emotions, Ohwa entered the cavern through another passage. Within the depths of the wandering caverns, the majority of the creatures encountered are drowned zombies and various aquatic monstrosities. These beings possess a level slightly exceeding those found within the Dark Fortress, ranging approximately from LV.28 to LV.33. Moreover, this locale is home to the particularly unfriendly lobster and crab monsters, which present a formidable challenge for physical classes. However, in the eyes of Ohwa, who maintains his health at a steady 75, these sluggish adversaries are merely inconsequential foes that occasionally require a finishing blow. Yet, Ohwa's primary objective is not these creatures. He aims to venture deeper into the second level of the Wandering Caverns. The monsters at this layer boast levels between LV.34 and LV.39, predominantly consisting of fish-headed humanoids and scaled sea sirens. Even with his health below 50, Ohwa finds it difficult to eliminate them with a single strike, necessitating a more cautious approach. At this moment, the advantage of wielding dual heavy weaponry reveals itself. If one strike from his right hand fails to fell an enemy, a swift follow-up from his left hand is immediately forthcoming. Coupled with the significant agility provided by the blood engine, his dual weapons whirl about like the blades of a fan, leaving the sea sirens drenched in their own blood. If a single strike cannot secure a kill, then a relentless combo shall ensue. He will strike until his foes are vanquished. A single blow kill embodies the romanticism of a true man. An infinite combo under the moonlight is equally a testament to his masculinity. Ohwa is generous in spirit, embracing all forms of romance without discrimination. As he delves deeper into the second level, fortified by the life-saving skill Blood Call, he harbors no fear of encountering the elite foes, leaders, or bosses that lurk within. Furthermore, the divine ability Blood Call possesses a negative effect that enforces continuous bleeding. With the capability of stacking this bleeding effect indefinitely, he eagerly anticipates the chance to confront a secret realm boss. Yearning to experience the full extent of the bleeding effect, which he has yet to encounter against smaller foes and elites due to their high damage output, with a flash of information regarding his level up, Ohwa breathes a sigh of relief, stretching his fatigued arms before turning toward the direction of the cavern's transit station. At last, he has reached LV point 30. As he makes his way back to the transit station, Ohwa glances at the time on his phone. It is now 2:32 a.m., and he has spent 14 uninterrupted hours battling monsters in this cavernous abyss, a grueling endeavor that leaves him somewhat weary. After reaching LV point 30, the experience point requirement for leveling up skyrockets tenfold, making each subsequent advancement exceedingly challenging. However, following his strategy of defeating monsters beyond his level, he anticipates that, by targeting suitably leveled areas, his rate of progression should significantly outpace that of similarly leveled players engaging in group activities. Upon returning to the transit station, Ohwa finds the place bustling with activity, teeming with individuals who have set up tents and brought supplies. Intending to commit to a prolonged effort within the caverns. As he boards the underwater gondola back, he notices the earthy girl, with whom he previously shared a fleeting acquaintance, seated in the second-to-last row by the window on the right side. After exchanging nods, they choose not to engage in further conversation, and Ohwa opts for a position at the very front, distancing himself from Ji Miaoqing at this moment. The gondola holds only Ohwa and Ji Miaoqing. Yet an unspoken understanding prevails between them, as both have recently attained LV point 30 and share the pride of hidden class prodigies, leading them to refrain from casual discourse. Ji Miaoqing instructed the maid to prepare the bathing utensils. She occasionally lifted her gaze towards Ohwa, who was seated ahead. She harbored a conviction that within the Qingyun ranking, he would undoubtedly be the most formidable obstacle on her path to victory. Once the underwater cable car arrived at the transfer station's platform, Ohwa was the first to disembark, hastily departing to wait for the bus. Fortunately, those armored buses operated round the clock. Otherwise, she would have had no choice but to spend the night at the transfer station. However, while Ohwa awaited his transport, an unfamiliar yet exceedingly luxurious black sedan came to a halt before the platform. As the window descended, it revealed Ji Miaoqing in the back seat, someone with whom he had crossed paths on 2 occasions. "Are you heading to the transfer union, classmate? Would you like to join me?" Ji Miaoqing earnestly invited Ohwa, who was at the platform. Her invitation left the chic female driver in the front seat utterly astonished. Her family's young lady, who had always shown little interest in talented young men, was evidently captivated by this cool, down-to-earth fellow. Nonetheless, Ohwa accepted without hesitation, directly taking a seat in the spacious back. Clutching 2 heavy swords, the driver quickly cast aside her curiosity and focused on navigating the vehicle through the city. "I have a feeling that during the Qingyun ranking, I shall encounter you," Ji Miaoqing said, her hands elegantly folded upon her lap, exuding a poised and composed demeanor. Despite her attire reflecting a gallant spirit, her serene aura unmistakably revealed her upbringing in a noble household. "I do not share that sentiment. Perhaps my sixth sense is rather lacking," Ohwa replied with a slight curl of his lips. Although she spoke with conviction, he felt no such intuition. Their exchange was limited to this brief interaction. Upon reaching the transfer union, Ohwa merely uttered a thank you, to which Ji Miaoqing responded with a nonchalant "Miss. Would you like me to investigate his background?" The driver, eager to delve into the gossip of the heiress and the ordinary young man, quickly inquired after leaving the transfer union. "No need. It is precisely the unknown that renders it intriguing," Ji Miaoqing replied, resting her chin on one hand as she gazed out at the nocturnal scenery. The sense of impending danger presented by Ohwa growing increasingly palpable. "Turn around. We are headed to the dark castle." Within that sense of trepidation, Ji Miaoqing commanded coldly, "Miss, it is nearly 3 in the morning. The driver hesitated momentarily, reluctantly reminding Ji Miaoqing. Do not make me repeat myself. Ji Miaoqing's brow furrowed slightly, her tone laced with irritation and tea this moment. She was eager to complete her second job transfer and elevate her level. With the location of her hidden classes transferred deep within the Dark Castle, under Ji Miaoqing's directive, the driver had no choice but to redirect the vehicle towards the Dark Castle. Chapter 20. The Crimson Job Transfer Quest. Casting a glance at the clock, which now read 3:30 in the morning, Ohwa concluded that returning home to sleep and then returning to the transfer union would be a waste of precious time. Thus, he proceeded to submit his task at the counter, which still had personnel on duty at this late hour, before making his way directly to the second job transfer area. Unlike Ji Miaoqing, who had long known her second class, he had to independently seek out the transfer crystal to obtain information regarding his job transfer. The second transition hall is located deep within the vocational guild, accessible only via a specific elevator leading to the second floor area. Without a moment's hesitation, Ohwa stepped into the second transition hall. The hall was remarkably desolate, spanning over 500 square meters, with only a single staff member on the night shift idly scrolling through her phone behind the counter. This staff member was a strikingly beautiful girl with hair dyed a deep burgundy, her fitted professional attire accentuating her curvaceous figure, exuding an allure that epitomized the charm of a curvy, yet slightly plump girl. Perhaps, hello, I would like to apply for a second transition career search. Ohwa retrieved a ticket marked number 1 from the automatic dispenser at the entrance, and upon receiving a reminder on his phone, he promptly seated himself at the counter. Wow. Cough cough. My apologies. The girl, startled by Ohwa's voice, set her phone aside and lifted her gaze to him. Upon seeing Ohwa's face, which seemed to embody the essence of a stoic handsome man, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Yet quickly composed herself, remembering it was work hours, and promptly apologized. Student, you are only at LV.1. Such a level cannot undergo a transition. The girl, puzzled, manipulated the computer before her, while Ohwa's detailed information materialized as a holographic projection in front of him. The prominently displayed LV.1 seemed to mock Ohwa, as if he had been bragging. My profession is a hidden class that cannot be detected by the crystal probe. I have just leveled up to LV.30 and am eligible for a transition. Ohwa remained unfazed by the staff member's skepticism, having grown accustomed to such doubts. The hidden class that cannot be verified? Very well, I understand. The girl retracted her expression of confusion and began typing swiftly on the keyboard. Although hidden classes are rare, the sheer population guarantees that, every decade or so, a LV.1 would come forth seeking a second transition. With her rapid typing, an identity card was printed and handed to Ohwa. Thank you. Ohwa accepted the identity card and made his way toward the transition room. Name, Ohwa. Profession, unknown. Level, LV.30. The information recorded on this identity card was exceedingly simple. And it must be said that the confidentiality within the vocational guild was quite commendable. However, each individual only has 2 opportunities for a second transition. Wasting one due to frivolity or failing due to insufficient strength could mean being confined to their current profession for life. While one could still gain experience points to level up, the chance to acquire new professional skills would be forever lost. Ohwa arrived at the door marked with the number indicated on his card and swiped it to gain entry. The room was not large. Within the 5-square-meter sealed chamber floated a crystal ball above a magical array. Having already learned through various instructional videos and live demonstrations how to undergo a transition, Ohwa reached out and placed his hand on the crystal ball. The crystal burst forth with a brilliant radiance, which then surged into Ohwa's body. The acknowledgement of the blood god recommended task level, LV. 54 and above task details. At the pinnacle of the northern barren highlands, the fearless warriors confront the realm of death, a place where they resist mortality, under the watchful gaze of the blood god. They ignite the flames of sacrifice with blood. The golden beak eagle, the wasteland giant wolf, the titan python, and the thunder owl bear shall await their challengers at the highest point. Task objectives: Golden Beak Eagle 01, Wasteland Giant Wolf 01, Titan Python 01, Thunder Owl Bear 01. Hint: slaying any one of the lords will suffice to complete the class change. The more lords you challenge and defeat, the greater the blessings from the blood god will be, ultimately influencing the classification of your profession based on the number of kills. Time limit: 720 hours. Will you accept? Yes, no, I had a feeling my class change would not be so straightforward. The recommended level is surprisingly set at LV.54 and above. How vexing. Ohwa gazed in awe at the crimson-hued class change task displayed before him. Class change tasks are categorized into 6 tiers: white, blue, gold, purple, orange, and red. Typically, white and blue tasks pertain to routine class changes, easily achievable by those with moderate skills, who can reach LV.30 within a year, with their second class change likely being gold or purple. Orange is the standard for rare and powerful professions. Although the confidentiality of class change guilds is well guarded, the moment an orange task surfaces, practitioners immediately share photos with obscure details on their social media to flaunt that my father once mentioned that my mother's second class change was indeed an orange task. This crimson tier I now face is not only synonymous with extreme peril, but also represents the highest echelon. Such tasks typically appear only once every 5 or 6 years, generally reserved for hidden professions. It is worth noting that not all hidden professions warrant a crimson classification, after all. These tasks are typically reserved for the most elite among hidden classes, usually surfacing during the 3rd or 4th class change. Moreover, the emergence of a crimson task does not bode well for practitioners. Class change tasks are often conducted within realms far more advanced than mere secret realms. These realms impose numerous restrictions, and the monsters therein are exceedingly dangerous, providing neither experience points nor dimensional chests. The sole reward is the class change itself. Such crimson tasks necessitate either extraordinary solo prowess or substantial expenditure to enlist an expert's aid. Assembling a team for such endeavors, in this treacherous realm, where even a moment's inattention could lead to annihilation, only those with a bond of life and death would be willing to enter and face certain doom. After clicking yes on the holographic projection, Ohwa departed from the class change hall. Upon returning to the hall, Ohwa noticed the young lady had resumed her phone activities, and he chose not to disturb her as he exited. Supervisor, that LV.1 truly received a class change task, and it is indeed a crimson task. As Ohwa left, the young lady, engrossed in her phone, immediately set it aside, her body trembling with excitement as she beheld the ongoing crimson task on the monitor. With slightly trembling fingers, she contacted the area's supervisor. Excellent. Wonderful. We have not seen this in Ishan for centuries. At last, a hidden profession has emerged. This is a monumental achievement. But keep this under wraps for now. He surely intends to dominate the Qin Yun rankings. You have now closed the door to rest. He will return tomorrow. Let us make contact with him first, as a middle-aged handsome man turned over in bed. Awakening from his slumber, he excitedly exclaimed to his wife's bewildered expression, "By the way, please send me the recent task intelligence about him. Damn, it has only been a month since his second promotion. I wonder which prominent family's young master he is." His wife, still half asleep, felt her supervisor plant a fervent kiss on her cheek, instantly jolting her awake. Curiously, she gazed at her supervisor, who was exuberantly celebrating with clenched fists. She vaguely understood that her husband must have received a significant business opportunity. All right, the young woman readily agreed, feeling fortunate to encounter a benefactor during a night shift. Unbeknownst to her, Ohwa, who had caught her attention, returned home exhausted, skipping his nightly routine and quickly falling asleep on his bed. Chapter 21. The supervisor is quite the people person, Mom. Please request a month of leave for me. I intend to level up during this time. The next day, Ohwa, who awoke at 11 o'clock, entered the living room, seemingly unfazed by having missed an entire major course. A month. No problem. We are also set to embark on a journey to the secret realm in Xian City in a few days. Would you like to join us? While watching a drama, Xiaoying paused the television, turning her head towards Ohwa without rising. Meanwhile, Mu Rongshui, reclining on the sofa and munching on chips, also turned her gaze in his direction. No need, Ohwa replied with a shake of his head, declining the invitation. Afterward, he headed to the washroom to wash his face and brush his teeth, followed by a refreshing shower. Once he finished bathing, he began packing daily necessities into his backpack. Thanks to his monster hunting and daily tasks, which earned him a steady income of 1,000 each day, coupled with the sale of unnecessary white and blue gear, he had accumulated over 60,000 in his mobile account, marking him as a young man of modest means. I'm off. With his backpack filled with essentials, Ohwa bid farewell to his mother before departing. Sistering, should I follow him? Mu Rongshui, who had accumulated a month's worth of guild points, suddenly recalled her bodyguard assignment and lazily inquired of Qiaoying. Forget about him. He is quite independent. If he believes there is no issue, then there is certainly none. Qiaoying waved her hand dismissively while snacking on sunflower seeds that a mother knows her son best. Upon hearing Ohwa's request for a month's leave, Chiyoing surmised that her son was likely preparing for a job change quest. Since Ohwa wished to keep his little secret from Mu Rongshui, she was more than happy to join her in a bit of leisure. In Chiyoing's heart, she believed her obedient son could handle anything that came his way. Mu Rongshui nodded, looking forward to her upcoming training with Chiyoing in 2 days. This excursion could last anywhere from a month or 2 to half a year, and she was delighted to enjoy these last couple of days, knowing that the secret realm would offer no sofas for lounging or chips and cola to indulge in. Ohwa arrived at the equipment storage of the Job Change Guild, but as he prepared to retrieve his gear, a handsome middle-aged man approached him, accompanied by the staff member he had encountered the previous night, both wearing bright smiles. Observing the so-called executive, Ohwa felt no surprise. After all, since the establishment of Ishan City, there had yet to be a hidden class unveiled. His own hidden class had recently undergone its second promotion and had even been assigned a prestigious transfer quest. Such an occurrence could hardly escape the notice of the high-ranking officials within the transfer guild. Moreover, one does not strike a smiling face. The executive's affable demeanor put Ohwa, who had been forced to masquerade as a simpleton for a month, in high spirits. "May I inquire if you're Mr. Ohwa? My name is Zhao Huayu, and this is Xiaowang.it. Is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Zhao Huayu stood before Ohwa, extending a hand with a smile. "Hello." As Ohwa shook hands with Zhao Huayu, he found himself favorably impressed by this executive who had not immediately boasted of their own prowess. "Mr. Ohwa, please do not worry. All of your information will be kept strictly confidential. I have come to offer you the benefits of being a hidden class worker and to apologize for the oversight on our part that resulted in you being unjustly regarded as a mere LV. Zhao Huayu gazed at the big business before him with increasing satisfaction, lamenting only that his wife had given birth to a son. Were he to have a daughter, he would certainly wish to marry her off to this man. "No matter, I actually owe thanks to this LV.1 status for sparing me considerable trouble. When others noticed the issue, they promptly came to apologize." Ohwa was not one to cling to trivial grievances, and he smiled to dispel any ill will. "Mr. Ohwa, the equipment benefits associated with your hidden class have been delivered to your storage warehouse. In light of our failure to detect your class through the testing crystal, our guild will compensate you with 3,000 Universal Guild points to address your mental distress." Zhao Huayu continued with a smile. It must be said that Zhao Huayu was quite adept at managing relationships. This generous offer and compensation left Ohwa exceedingly pleased. Ohwa was no fool. He recognized that Zhao Huayu was attempting to curry favor with him, given that he would be dining at the guild's table. It would only serve him well to cultivate a good rapport with the cafeteria administrator, ensuring a more plentiful serving in his bowl. Furthermore, he genuinely required a better set of equipment to confront the Illusion Realm's bosses. After exchanging a few pleasantries and receiving Ohwa's verbal forgiveness, Zhao Huayu left with Xiao Wang, feeling quite satisfied. Once Zhao Huayu had departed, Ohwa promptly entered his phone number and password to log into the storage warehouse. Excessive of Elusis, purple quality, durability, 84 equipment level, LV.30 effect. Indomitable, increases strength by 24 points. If strength is below 35, reduces agility by 4 points. Special effect, excessive when attacking the same target. Damage increases by 10 points of strength with each strike, stacking up to a maximum of 100 points. When changing the target of the attack, strength remains for 10 seconds. Elysium's Zeal, purple quality, durability, 84, equipment level, LV. 30-foot, effect, unbreakable, increases strength by 24 points. If strength is below 35, reduces agility by 4 points. Special effect, Zeal, with a 3 chance to unleash a battle cry that grants all allies an increase of 30 strength, 20 agility, and 10 skill damage for 10 seconds, not stackable, but can refresh the duration. Before him lay 2 magnificent, purple-hued two-handed swords, exclusive to warriors, perfectly suited for level 30. It seemed that Zhao Huayu, who had been investigating him, had indeed invested significantly this time. In contrast, the attributes of the remaining blue attire, clothes, pants, gloves, rings, and earrings appeared rather mediocre. However, these seemingly subpar pieces of equipment were still a considerable upgrade compared to his haphazardly assembled gear. Once he donned this entire set of level 30 equipment, Ohwa's charisma soared to unprecedented heights. His outfit resembled the sleek black armor of a dark knight, complemented by black gloves adorned with silver cross embroidery. A cross pendant dangled from his right ear, and with his strikingly handsome yet aloof visage, one might mistake him for a contestant in an equipment showcase. Yet, The two crossed purple swords strapped to his back commanded respect and deterred underestimation. With just over a month remaining until the Qingyun rankings, the equipment storage area buzzed with players eager to procure gear for leveling. Upon witnessing Ouhua's high-end, beauty pageant-worthy attire, the other adventurers cast looks of envy, jealousy, and even hostility in his direction. Wait, Ouhua, what are you doing here? Hold on. Aren't those two swords on your back the Elysium with an equipment level of LV.30? Just as Ouhua had equipped himself and was preparing to buy a ticket for the spaceship to the northern region, the voice of the fiery girl, Kamaner, rang out behind him. Ever since Ouhua had expressed his disinterest in the fiery girl aesthetic, Kamaner had maintained a pure, JK-style look. At that moment, donned in a fluffy princess dress. She could not contain her shock upon spotting the unmistakable Elysium swords on Ouhua's back, leading her to exclaim profanities in disbelief. Keep it a secret. I'm back to treat you to a limited edition sundae. Furrowing his brow, Ouhua raised a hand to halt Kamaner, who was eager to approach him, bribing her with promises of sundae treats. Without waiting for her to respond, her eyes sparkling with affection, he turned and departed from the increasingly crowded equipment storage area. Chapter 22. Xiaohua, you are quite the person. In the dimly lit ruins, Kamaner, teamed up with her three best friends, felt as light as a feather. Her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Ouhua and his impressive gear. Kamaner, my health is running dangerously low. If you're getting all flustered, save it for later. In the midst of an elite skeleton swordsman's assault, the female sword-shield warrior in the front line, with only half her health remaining, could only laugh in exasperation. Oh, my apologies. Wielding her blue-quality warhammer staff, Kamaner raised it high, instantly restoring the female warrior's health to full and granting her a 100-point shield. Only then did she come back to her senses, raising her voice to chant a spell, her right foot lightly tapping the ground as she unleashed a milky white halo that provided comprehensive attribute buffs to the nearby mage and archer. Under the luminous aura bestowed upon her, the elite skeletal swordsman was effortlessly dispatched by the mage's charged chain lightning. Although Kamaner was a healer with modest damage output, her ability to restore health, provide beneficial buffs, and her unparalleled tankiness made her the undeniable linchpin of the team. Level up. She reached LV.20. Hooray! A radiant glow enveloped the sword and shield warrior, and indeed, it was a wise choice to follow the elder sister. As she celebrated her swift ascension to LV.20 with a voice that was oddly delicate for her warrior class. Lily, tell me, if the other transmuters of our cohort have already reached LV.30, how much effort would that require? Kamaner gazed at her own attributes, seeing LV.19, feeling significantly outpaced by Ouhua. Initially, Kamaner had thought that if Ouhua were at LV.1, it would be ideal, as no one would contest him with her. However, after he entered the Qingyun rankings, his hidden prowess would undoubtedly come to light, attracting various factions and guilds like flies. Those illustrious women would likely pursue him just as she would, leaving her with no advantage whatsoever. If our contemporaries are already at LV.30, then the top spot in this year's Qingyun rankings will most likely belong to him. To reach LV.30 in a month, one would need to spend 30 days immersed in perilous high-level dungeons, engaging in intense battles for 18 hours each day. After pondering for a moment, Luli continued, I once watched a video of someone reaching LV.30 at lightning speed. That player streamed from LV.1, training solely in dungeons aside from resupplying, and it took him over 2 months to reach LV.30. However, he was soloing. If major guilds devoted their full resources to support one individual in tackling higher-level monsters, they could probably achieve LV.30 in a month as well. As Luli's words sank in, Kamaner felt increasingly alarmed, biting her lip. Let us go, sisters. We must strive to reach LV.25 or above before the Qingyun rankings commence. Adjusting her mindset, Kamaner spoke with resolute determination, leading her companions towards the forecourt of the Dark Castle. Meanwhile, Ouhua, donning a black mask, took the subway to the spaceship station. Following the signs, he arrived beneath a colossal iron warship brimming with cannons and machine guns. The skies were no longer as safe as they once were, with many more dungeons aloft than on land. Although every city boasted secure aerial routes, flying monsters occasionally attacked aircraft, leading to the phasing out of traditional airplanes during upgrades. In their stead, various heavily armed aerial battleships and even aircraft carriers now dominated the skies. Ouhua purchased an economy-class ticket, as it only took a little over 2 hours to reach the northern region. Yet, the battleship's spacious interior ensured that even the economy class was quite roomy, equipped with all sorts of amenities, including arcade game cabinets. Once the warship took off, with some idle time on his hands, Owa approached the arcade game cabinet, scanned his code, inserted coins, and began playing the classic game Metal Slug 13. But under Owa's deft control, the game character maneuvered with exceptional flair, effortlessly completing the level on his first try. As he reached the third level, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air, and a striking figure gracefully settled beside him. Owa cast a glance at the alluring young woman adorned in black leather armor, with two serpent blade daggers at her waist and a clean, stylish short haircut. Noticing Owa's gaze, she responded with a spirited smile that radiated both confidence and a touch of warmth. The short-haired beauty seamlessly joined the game by scanning the code to contribute her coins. Her skills were commendable, yet they paled in comparison to Owa, a veritable gaming prodigy, honed by Feng Xiaoxiao's rigorous training. However, it was evident that this short-haired enchantress was not merely there for leisure. "Little brother, where are you off to level up?" she inquired. Sister is a level 34 Shadow Weaver from Ishan Qing School, currently in her second year, adept at side damage output and control. We have a team of 5. Equipped with a tank, damage dealers, and healers. Would you care to join us? She invited with a smile. Owa felt an inexplicable connection, as if he were destined to join her. If they teamed up, this journey would undoubtedly be devoid of solitude. How delightful it would be if something unforgettable occurred under the night sky. Apologies, but I am on a quest that requires solitary completion, Owa replied without hesitation. To be frank, after witnessing so many encounters, he had developed a formidable immunity to the charms of such short-haired beauties. That's so? What a pity. May I add you on messaging? When you return to Ishan City, I shall treat you to celebratory drinks, she persisted, hoping to connect with him. Very well, Owa replied, retrieving his phone and opening the messaging app to display his friend code, the Yi Jiao de Fei Qi. Your ID is quite amusing, little brother. You possess a rather aloof visage, yet it seems you are quite the playful online personality, she teased, examining his ID and character avatar after they exchanged contact information. Owa, however, paid little heed to her light-hearted banter, engrossed in his game. The stark contrast between his online persona and real-world demeanor thrilled the short-haired beauty, prompting her to chatter incessantly. As Owa disembarked at his destination, she waved goodbye with an air of reluctance. Hey, Owa, you rascal, have you been adding random people with my friend code again? Just as Owa settled into the armored bus heading to the northern mountains, a rare moment of leisure was interrupted by a call from Feng Xiaoxiao. There's a short-haired beauty on the other end, and she has quite a catch, an 8 out of 10. She seems to be having a great time. She should be a good match for you. Feng Xiaoxiao chided. Owa remained remarkably composed in the face of her admonition. An 8 out of 10 beauty. Well, little Hua, it seems you're quite the charmer. You have a stunning lady friend to introduce to me. Feng Xiaoxiao's attitude shifted dramatically upon hearing about the attractive woman. Without hesitation, she hung up and began perusing the newly added friend's social media. Discovering that she was indeed a striking beauty, with hundreds of alluring artistic photos that left her salivating. By the way, where have you been? Why didn't you attend class today? After a moment of admiring the beautiful young woman, Feng Xiaoxiao sent a voice message inquiring about Ohua's whereabouts. I had matters to attend to and have taken a month's leave. I shall return in a month, he replied, seated on the bus. Feeling a profound sense of ennui, Ohua glanced out the window and responded tersely, TSK, you aren't planning to accomplish great things, are you? Best of luck. May you achieve success soon. In an instant, Feng Xiaoxiao surmised the purpose of Ohua's month-long leave. And after a subtle inquiry, she sent him an encouraging meme. Chapter 23, the commencement of the job transition quest. The desolate highlands lie at the periphery of the northern mountain range. A realm teeming with hidden domains, illusions, and abyssal rifts, where monsters roam freely and demons wreak havoc. A deadly expanse that humanity has yet to fully explore. Fortunately, the desolate highlands are situated on the outskirts of the northern mountains. Had he ventured further into the core, Ohua would have had to abandon this second job transition quest altogether. If he could not even defeat the minor creatures emerging from the hidden domains, how could he hope for a successful transition? Upon disembarking and traveling to the nearest city, Jilling, Ohua commenced his purchasing spree. Due to the extreme scarcity and exorbitant cost of storage space in this world, he had no choice but to acquire a large backpack, a sleeping bag, and a month's worth of provisions. As for the issue of charging his phone, he could only buy 2 high-capacity power banks and a solar charging panel. For a smartphone possessing the ability to access strategies and maps must not run out of battery. Additionally, he utilized his guild points at the Transition Guild in Jilling to procure a set of healing potions and a set of mana potions, each comprising 12 bottles. After ensuring he was adequately prepared in Jilling, Ohwa set off on foot. The Desolate Highlands are a destination for those above level 50, and they offer a direct route. At present, he was merely at level 30, with the testing crystal only capable of detecting a level 1 warrior profession. He simply did not possess the requisite level to purchase a direct ticket. Even claiming to be undertaking a job transition quest would elicit refusal and persuasion to abandon the endeavor. Thus, his only option to reach the Desolate Highlands was to walk, as even taking an unlicensed taxi was out of the question. Such actions would lead to immediate apprehension by the roadblocks set along the way. After departing the city, Ohwa strolled leisurely across the slime prairie to the west of Jilling. This was not a novice hidden domain newly emerged around the city, but rather a remnant from decades past when hidden realms proliferated. And the beast-tide catastrophe obliterated human civilization, forcing the remnants of humanity to establish cities in the novice zone. Consequently, the current large cities are located in the novice area, while smaller cities inhabited by advanced professionals are often found near high-level hidden domains. However, the conditions to access those well-favored small cities are exceptionally stringent, rendering them nearly inaccessible to the average person. The collective surge of job transitioning has long since waned, and now the slime prairie is home to only a smattering of newcomers engaged in leveling up. These practitioners are either those who, due to health issues, delayed their transition, or those who have failed their first attempts at transitioning, only succeeding on their second or third tries. As Ohwa passed by, those latecomers to the transition could not help but gaze enviously at his equipment, which appeared extraordinarily lavish to them. As night fell, guided by the navigation, Ohwa finally departed the slime prairie and entered the Orc Plains of the northern mountain range. Here, the monsters are a group known as beastmen, varying in levels from 14 to 24. This group of orcs possesses an unsightly visage, with protruding tusks and towering heights exceeding 6 feet. Their formidable attacking prowess is complemented by their adeptness in wielding weapons such as clubs and stones, categorizing them as one of the most troublesome monsters acknowledged by all. However, the experience points they yield are several times greater than those of other dungeon creatures, presenting a high-risk, high-reward scenario. A well-coordinated team can amass profits here that far surpass those obtainable elsewhere. Ohwa chose a small hill sheltered from the wind, swiftly carving out a hollow with his great sword that he gathered some salvaged wood to kindle a fire, sprinkling monster-repelling potions around the perimeter. After setting up a warning bell, Ohwa nestled himself into the hollow, unfurling his sleeping bag to rest. In the wilderness, stamina is of utmost importance, especially since he must traverse the entire Orc Plains alone. Inadequate rest could prove fatal. Yet, as Ohwa lay in his sleeping bag, scrolling through his phone, he couldn't help but envy the camaraderie of others in a party. A standard 5-member team could easily designate one individual to carry a large tent, allowing the others to take turns keeping watch while they enjoy a peaceful slumber. Sleeping alone is a matter of fortune. If luck favors him, he may pass the night undisturbed, but should misfortune strike, he might find himself roused in the dead of night by a horde of orcs, compelled to rise and fight. The monster-repelling potion merely masks the scent that the creatures detest, reducing the likelihood of detection. However, if discovered, he must rise to combat. The night passed in silence, and having grown accustomed to the rigors of outdoor life, Ohwa packed his belongings at dawn and strode purposefully deeper into the Orc Plains. Every orc he encountered along the way fell to his blade in a single strike. While these wild orcs may pose a nuisance to others, to Ohwa, they were no different from skeletons, zombies, or goblins. Merely a matter of a single blow, with the fortunate orc receiving an extra cut for good measure. Nevertheless, at his current level of LV.30, the paltry experience points gained from slaying these LV.15 creatures felt almost trivial, leading Ohwa to perceive each swing of his sword as a waste of effort. Thus, he directed his attention toward making progress, circumventing foes when possible, and charging through when unavoidable. After 3 days of traversing the expansive Orc Plains, Ohwa finally penetrated into the Orc Hills. Here, the orcs were taller, more robust, and even more grotesque, equipped with superior weaponry and organized into more cohesive patrol units that included both melee and ranged fighters. Their levels ranged from LV.26 to LV.36, still within the threshold for Ohwa's swift dispatching. However, should he encounter elite orcs, he would have to employ his blood engine to deliver a couple of strikes. As he ventured deeper, on the 5th day of receiving his class transition quest, the hilly terrain gradually transformed into a verdant mountainous landscape, once he navigated through this forested dungeon known as the Orc Encampment. he would finally reach the desolate highlands that lie in the forest. Ohwa cleaved the head of an orc centurion with a single stroke, cursing vehemently as he surveyed the fallen bodies of 6 orc soldiers at his side. The orcs within this encampment boasted levels exceeding LV.40, with the orc centurion himself at LV.46. Striking his hide felt akin to hacking at a metal ingot. Upon entering the camp of the beastmen, Ohwa found himself unable to execute swift kills any longer. Even while maintaining 50 of his health, he needed to strike 4 or 5 times to vanquish a single beastman soldier. The beastman centurion endured over a dozen of his blows, leading him to momentarily believe the centurion was an elite foe. Fortunately, his agility was high, and his attack speed rapid, allowing him to unleash 7 or 8 strikes in a second. Otherwise, he might not have even navigated through this secret realm of the beastman camp. If this camp posed such a challenge, what would he do when faced with the subsequent recommended level of LV? 54, the Desolate Highlands? Not to mention the 4 formidable class transition task bosses that sounded incredibly daunting. After adjusting his mindset, on the 6th day of accepting the class transition task, Ohwa successfully emerged from the forest of the beastman camp. Ascending the winding path up the mountain, this path twisted and turned, strewn with jagged rocks, devoid of any greenery. Looking up, he saw a dull yellow expanse, while glancing back revealed a lush canopy of trees. This stark contrast of colors was particularly eerie, a sight only to be found in realms that defy the normal. As Ohwa traversed the path, he wiped the sweat from his brow, for it was unbearably hot. Thankfully, having consulted a guide, he had brought 4 water flasks, filling them in the river of the beastman camp forest. He was uncertain how long he had been walking along the path, but when his vision finally cleared, he found himself confronted with a desolate, yellow landscape, truly deserving of the title Desolate Highlands. Chapter 24. The stinking vultures come down if you dare, Ohwa shouted angrily, gazing upwards at the dozen vultures that plagued him. He had no intention of engaging these flying creatures, yet they took advantage of his inattention to swoop down and attack, only to ascend swiftly when he turned to face them. They even spewed a sulfurous acidic liquid to bombard him. Though the damage was minimal, the insult was profound. Furthermore, the foul-smelling green acid posed a terrifying mental assault on Ohwa. There were no water sources here. If he were to be hit by their spray, the corrosive negative effect would be dispelled and stored by frenzied blood and ice heart. But the stench of the acid could not be eradicated. Should he be struck, he would have to endure the putrid odor until the completion of his class transition. Which formidable man could withstand such psychological torment? Certainly not him. After being incessantly harassed for several hours, Ohwa's patience wore thin. Following yet another evasion of their acidic bombardment, he drew his greatsword and pointed it defiantly at the sky, shouting at the vile vultures. These creatures, named stinking vultures, hovered around level 52. Yet despite their high level, they were purely annoying, refusing to engage in direct combat, which was quite fitting for their name, truly repugnant. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Ohwa hastened toward the highest peak visible in the desolate highlands that moment. He merely wished to complete this infernal class transition task swiftly. Then returned to the city to post a bounty, recruiting a few ranged professionals to exterminate this wretched flock of stinking vultures. As the saying goes, a mountain seems close, but it can tire a horse. The distant, seemingly naive mountain appeared near, yet despite running all day, Ohwa only managed to make the peak appear slightly larger, with no indication of having reached it. However, Ohwa fortuitously discovered a cave, standing a man's height, amidst the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert. Perpetually disturbed by the acrid saliva expelled by the foul vultures, he promptly dove into the cave they at last. Peace, concealed within this modest cavern. Ohwa cautiously peered toward the sky, noticing that the 10 or so vultures dispersed after his entry. Fortunately, after activating the blood engine, his agility and evasion skills were heightened. Otherwise, his equipment and garments would have undoubtedly been ravaged by them. Nevertheless, he had consumed several bottles of restorative potions, as relying solely on his natural healing efficiency was insufficient given the frequency with which he activated the blood engine to evade their attacks. The fact that he had to drink 4 potions merely to evade the vulture's onslaught exemplified his disdain for them. The interior of this cave was rather modest, spanning just over 30 square meters, and appeared to be a shelter excavated by humans. However, it seemed to have been abandoned for a considerable duration, as it bore no furnishings, and the central fire pit had not been tended to in 1 or 2 months. After a thorough inspection, Ohwa felt entirely reassured. After consuming a few compressed biscuits with water from his flask, he set about establishing warning traps and scattered monster-dispelling potions 10 meters from the cave's entrance. Having been pursued by the foul vultures for several hours and continuously running at full speed, he was utterly exhausted. Once he unzipped his sleeping bag and nestled inside, he quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. Although it was a bit chilly to sleep without a fire, there was no wood to be found on the barren plateau, and purchasing charcoal at the camp would take up too much space in his backpack, leaving him with no choice but to tightly wrap himself in his sleeping bag for the night. In a state of half-sleep, Ohwa was abruptly awakened by the ringing of the warning trap spell. Grasping his two broadswords, he rose and approached the cave's entrance. "Friends, we are adventurers seeking to level up. Upon discovering this shelter excavated by a guild, we thought to rest here. We mean no harm." A middle-aged man, having triggered the bell, offered a wry smile and quickly raised his voice to explain to the solitary adventurer within, hoping to prevent a confrontation between their parties. Ohwa, cloaked in the shadows of the cave's entrance, regarded the 5 adventurers before him, each at least level 50, with a cold gaze. He had no desire to share their company. "We merely wish to rest for a moment in this desolate highland. Without a shelter, it is impossible to recuperate. This cave is the only sanctuary in the vicinity. I kindly ask for your understanding." Noticing that there was only one occupant in the cave, the middle-aged man reiterated his plea loudly. "My apologies, please, come in." After a brief contemplation, Ohwa sheathed his swords and stepped out of the cave. The others bore no ill intent, and there was no necessity for him to create enmity. Had they intended to harm him, their mage would have commenced a bombardment the moment they realized he was alone in the cave. "Thank you." The middle-aged man was taken aback by Ohwa's youth, but quickly regained his composure and led his team past him into the cave. The foul vultures in this desolate highland are utterly repugnant. The next shelter is 8 kilometers away. Tonight we shall squeeze in together. As the middle-aged man entered the cavern, he unfastened the long sword at his waist and set it aside, then proceeded to explain the circumstances once more to the last arrival. "No need for concern. This cave is spacious enough." The elder, being the first to extend goodwill, prompted a smile in response from Ohwa. "Old Chien, please ignite a fire. The chill of this high plateau is utterly unbearable." The middle-aged man turned to address a robust figure burdened with a large backpack. The strong man offered a smile and a greeting to Ohwa before opening his pack and retrieving 6 diamond-shaped pieces of charcoal, which he ignited with a flint. As the orange flames flickered to life, the temperature within the cave rapidly ascended to a comfortable warmth. Ohwa gazed at the campfire before him, noting that the charcoal was a special kind procured from the labor union. Affordable in bundles, lightweight, and long-burning. He had previously contemplated bringing such charcoal, yet as a solitary traveler, he found it impractical to carry such bulky items alongside his essentials and sleeping bag. Shifting his gaze from the fire, Ohwa observed the 5 individuals bustling about to prepare a meal. The presence of a well-coordinated team was indeed invaluable, especially for enjoying warm food in the wilderness. The youth's audacity in venturing into this desolate highland at such a tender age was commendable. Yet undertaking this journey alone was fraught with peril. It would be wise to seek like-minded companions to form a small team in the future. Zhuang Huahao, who appeared to be in his late 20s, invited Ohwa to join them for dinner. Unable to decline, Ohwa realized it was only 9 in the evening. He had been unaware that darkness fell so early in this barren highland. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I shall give it due consideration upon my return." Ohwa nodded, his heart devoid of thoughts about seeking companions, and he readily agreed. Under the warmth of the campfire, the group engaged in cheerful conversation. At by 10:30, after arranging their watchmen, the 5-man team soon drifted into slumber, while Ohwa chose a spot close to the cave entrance to rest. One must harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant against others, just like the 5-man team, who, despite their hospitality and engaging discussions, remained wary of him, treating him as a potential adversary. Nevertheless, Ohwa was content to let them take turns keeping watch while he benefited from their fire and sentinels. In the comforting glow of the campfire, Ohwa slowly drifted into a deep sleep with 2 massive swords nestled under his arms, the most restful slumber he had enjoyed since accepting his transition task. Chapter 25. Is the transition boss too weak? The following morning, Ohwa awoke gradually in the warmth of the cave. Upon rising, he noticed the 5-man team tidying up their camping gear, exchanging nods with the least burdened Ohwa. He was the first to depart from the cozy cavern. The chilly dawn of the desolate plateau was biting, with white frost still adorning some stones. Fortunately, this morning, Ohwa was spared from the pursuit of those foul-smelling vultures. After the nuisance of the foul-smelling vultures was eliminated, the colossal poison scorpions of approximately level 57 and the stone elementals of around level 54 posed no threat whatsoever to Ohwa, allowing him to quicken his pace significantly. As the sun reached its zenith, scorching and blinding, Ohwa finally arrived at the foot of his destination's peak. Upon reaching the base, he tilted his head back to gaze at the towering task location. Swallowing hard, at this point, the mere presence of 11 plateau jackals at the entrance was enough to instill trepidation. These plateau jackals belonged to a vast family of monsters, ranging from timid jackals of level 10, lurking in the dark forests, to the fearsome level 120 jackal commanders. The jackals inhabiting the desolate highlands were of a mid-tier variety, standing about 1 meter tall and measuring 2 meters in length excluding their tails. They formed packs of 10 to 18, making them one of the most detested monsters among class changers. To contend with such a coordinated group, one must either unleash overwhelming firepower or remain undetected. Evading them was nearly impossible due to their high aggro. Once they locked onto a target, they would relentlessly pursue unless one fled the barren highlands. Currently, the path to the summit was obstructed by this band of plateau jackals, and the only way to proceed was to dismantle their den. The jackals typically attacked by biting and clawing, possessing skills that inflicted bleeding and wound infections. If one was ensnared by even a single jackal, they would often face the onslaught of the entire pack. Taking a deep breath, Ohwa, who was about to confront a dozen monsters for the first time, activated Blood Engine twice, reducing his health to 50. As the cooldown approached its end, with an additional agility boost of 250 points. Ohwa surged forward like a streak of black, dashing towards the jackals. In under 10 seconds, he covered the 500 to 600 meters, and with the momentum of his charge, he struck the unsuspecting lead jackal with a powerful blow from his greatsword. The lead jackal howled in agony, attempting to flee, but a plume of blood mist erupted like a fountain into the air. After the third activation of Blood Engine, Ohwa's health plummeted to around 25. And the resulting shockwave from the blood mist carried a force of 830 points of damage. The lead jackal's limbs were shattered, its abdomen reduced to a bloody pulp as it was sent soaring into the air. However, as it was propelled by the fountain-like shockwave, a glint of cold light swept across its neck, severing it cleanly. With his health at 25, Ohwa gained an additional 750 points of strength and 375 points of agility. In that moment, his speed became impossible to perceive with the naked eye. All that could be seen was a shadow darting amidst the jackal pack. By the time they realized what was happening, the dozen jackals had been reduced to mere mush, vanishing into radiant light. After dispatching all the jackals, Ohwa immediately began consuming healing potions to replenish his lost health. Alas, despite defeating the jackals, not a single white dimensional box dropped for him. Regaining his composure, Ohwa commenced his ascent of the mountain. Upon arriving at the base of a seemingly insurmountable peak, Ohwa ascended the mountain path for half a day before reaching the summit. Encountering along the way a peculiar race native to the highlands, the lizardmen. These creatures, adorned with earthy yellow scales, proved to be far more formidable than the werewolves, prompting Ohwa to decisively navigate around them upon their sighting. At the pinnacle of the mountain, there lay a stone altar at its center, the platform scarcely larger than a basketball court. Once atop, Ohwa gazed down at the tumultuous sea of clouds below. Marveling at the breathtaking spectacle of this desolate place, after taking a moment to appreciate the scenery, he approached the altar, where he discovered 4 stone pillars, each intricately carved with representations of an eagle, a wolf, a serpent, and a bear. At the altar's center was a cryptic symbol, utterly incomprehensible to him. Stepping onto the altar, Ohwa drew a massive sword and sliced his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the arcane diagram. As the crimson drop landed, the surrounding pillars were suddenly engulfed in flames of a blood-red hue. At about to begin, Ohwa tightened his grip on the dual blades, watching the blazing flames, awaiting the arrival of the boss. However, despite his anticipation, the boss failed to materialize, leaving Ohwa in perplexity as he approached one of the pillars wreathed in bloodfire. As he drew nearer, an inexplicable pull emanated from the pillar, compelling him to touch the one adorned with the serpent. A wave of dizziness washed over him, prompting him to close his eyes. When he finally reopened them, he found himself no longer in the barren highlands, but rather amidst a tropical rainforest, where towering trees reached heights of over 100 meters, casting a dense shadow over the ground. It appeared that those pillars were gateways to an illusion. Suddenly, a terrifying hissing echoed behind him, sending chills racing down his spine. Sensing imminent danger, Ohwa activated the blood engine, his strength and agility surging. He spun around abruptly, his blade swirling with blood mist. slicing towards the source of the sound. The sensation was akin to cleaving through a tree trunk, which set a serious expression upon his face. Had he missed? Just as he braced himself, preparing to discern the boss's impending strike, his vision blurred, and he abruptly returned to the desolate highlands. Confounded, Ohwa stared at the now extinguished blood fire on the serpent-carved pillar. Was this truly the outcome? Had he just felled the serpent boss without even glimpsing its form? Surely, this could not be the case. A crimson quest that appeared so straightforward after years of waiting. In truth, the task was not merely simple. Rather, it was Ohwa's grotesquely enhanced attributes, coupled with the fact that this was merely a second-tier transformation, which had forcibly reduced the boss's level to 30. After his attributes had been drastically diminished, it was only reasonable that the boss succumb to a blood mist shockwave and 2 swift strikes. Having vanquished a boss, Ohwa's anxious heart finally found solace, and he turned to approach the towering blood fire of the Great Wolf Pillar. Yet, even after defeating a transformation boss, he did not allow hubris to overtake him. Instead, he replenished his health before daring to touch the pillar with his massive sword. In a haze of obscurity, Ohwa found himself transported to a fantastical grassland. Chapter 26. Has the job change been successful? Amidst the verdant expanse, Ohwa, entwined in a veil of blood mist, wielded dual swords in a fierce battle against a colossal wolf, standing 3 meters tall and exceeding 5 meters in length. Although this formidable creature possessed the ability to rend armor and inflict copious bleeding, the debilitating effects of blood loss were rendered utterly ineffective against Ohwa, who bore the blood frenzy ice heart. The negative effects were partially consumed by the blood frenzy ice heart, which stored a portion of the magical power and returned it to the wolf upon Ohwa's next strike. This fierce confrontation lasted a minute, culminating in a violent surge of blood mist from the blood engine when the wolf's health dipped to 50, resulting in its immediate collapse. His vision blurred. Ohwa once again found himself at the altar. He mused that this creature felt weaker than an elite foe around level 40. Evidently, these bosses had been adjusted according to his current level. After grappling with the giant wolf, Ohwa discerned the underlying issue regarding the boss's diminished strength. It was not that the bosses were weak, but rather that he was exceedingly powerful. Not only had he effortlessly dispatched a previous boss with a single strike, but even this wolf, capable of rending armor and causing relentless bleeding with its basic attacks, would pose a significant threat to an ordinary level 30 adventurer, who would need to exercise utmost caution to avoid succumbing to the effects of bleeding. However, Ohwa was able to engage it in a brutal exchange, even turning its own bleeding effects against it. This encounter allowed Ohwa to grasp the terrifying potential of his blood-calling ability. Once wounds were inflicted, the wolf bled profusely, as if equipped with a pump, with droplets of blood coalescing into orbs floating beside him. The wolf surely possessed tens of thousands of health points. Losing hundreds per second, and with each successive strike, Ohwa's bleeding damage compounded, ultimately draining its life force within a minute. After replenishing his health with a restorative potion, Ohwa pressed against a stone pillar and was transported to a solitary island shrouded in ominous clouds. Upon arrival, Ohwa was met with the harsh, rasping roars emanating from his side. Drawing his swords and turning to FC, it never struck Ohwa even once until its demise. Only the lightning attacks during its ground assaults inflicted some magical damage upon him, while the paralysis effect of the lightning ultimately backfired on itself. Now, only one remained. Upon returning to the altar, Ohwa gazed upon the last stone pillar, which was none other than the golden-beaked eagle. A creature capable of flight, if it were to engage in aerial bombardment like the foul vulture. Ohwa sensed that this would undoubtedly be the most formidable of bosses, potentially exhausting him to the point of death. After a brief consideration of the pros and cons, Ohwa pressed his greatsword against the stone pillar, and through a haze of vision, he found himself transported to a vast meadow. Looking up, he noticed a dark spot soaring through the sky, circling around him. It seemed that this dark speck was indeed the golden-beaked eagle. As Ohwa identified the golden-beaked eagle, its impressive wingspan of 12 meters and massive size simultaneously caught the eagle's attention. Once it locked onto its prey, the eagle abruptly folded its wings and dove toward him like a peregrine falcon. Ohwa felt a surge of joy. He had feared that the boss would exploit its aerial superiority, but the direct approach of this eagle made him feel somewhat embarrassed. The golden-beaked eagle, in its dive, was enveloped in a hurricane, forming razor-sharp wind armor around its body, and with the added power of its descent, it charged at Ohwa with a deafening roar. Activating his blood engine, Ohwa attempted to evade with enhanced agility. However, even with an additional 125 points of agility, he could not escape the eagle's onslaught. Damn, it truly was the most challenging one. With no means of evasion, Ohwa could only turn to face the golden-beaked eagle, which was hurtling toward him encased in its wind armor, unable to avoid the inevitable. He was struck head-on by the eagle's beak, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. The sharp wind armor wrapped around his own armor, and for the first time, Ohwa experienced a rapid decline in health due to an enemy's attack. His health plummeted below 30, and fueled by a surge in strength and agility, he swung his sword in a fierce arc, the twin blades clashing against the golden-beaked eagle, its formidable wind armor, which had seemed impenetrable, crumbled before Ohwa like fragile parchment, and with a single strike, he shattered it. The eagle's head, struck by the blade, propelled Ohwa forward in a slick glide, emitting a piercing cry of pain. Only to be silenced by another greatsword that struck true. The golden-beaked eagle, gagging from the blow to its throat, coughed up a torrent of blood. Its initial ferocity visibly diminished as Ohwa's health dipped to around 21. His attack speed became a blur to the naked eye, and in mere moments, the eagle's head was reduced to fragments by his relentless strikes. With his vision fading, Ohwa found himself back at the altar. His health now at a mere 21, his gear tattered and gradually repairing its durability. He appeared somewhat disheveled, observing the towering flame of blood igniting in the center of the altar. He lifted his head and consumed 3 healing potions before settling on the ground to recuperate from the exertions of battle. After approximately an hour of rest, Ohwa approached the towering flame of blood and extended his hand to touch the transformative fire within. Upon Ohwa's contact with the blood flames, they surged forward as if imbued with life, eagerly flowing into his arm. A wave of warmth enveloped him, making every limb and sinew feel as though they were immersed in a soothing hot spring. The blood flames completely encased his right hand, and once they fully coursed into his arm, they seared a pattern of crimson flames onto his skin. Had he truly succeeded in his class advancement? Although it was merely a second transition, the grandeur of the transformation paled in comparison to that of the 4th or 5th transitions. Gazing at the blood flame markings on his arm, Ohwa nodded in satisfaction. The design was striking, particularly due to its discreet placement. Donning a long-sleeved shirt and gloves would easily conceal his class identity. Chapter 27. Combo Strikes, True Damage, and Instant Death. Did such a Berserker appeal to him? As the blood flame pattern was fully inscribed onto his right arm, and the last flicker of flame was absorbed, a profound change manifested on the attribute panel before him. Ohwa class. Blood Domain Guardian Class Affinity. LV. 9 level. LV. 30 health. 1660 mana. 860 strength. 184. 9. Intelligence. 77. 9. Agility. 47. 9. Stamina. 157. 9. Extra attribute points. 75 extra skill points. 3. His strength and stamina had more than doubled. While agility and intelligence saw modest increases, yet they still reached the standard level for a second transition class. The skill panel also revealed 2 additional skills. Berserker Blood Spirit, LV. 9, passive skill. Gain the blessing of the Golden Beak Eagle, granting a 9 chance to ignore armor when attacking. Receive the blessing of the Wasteland Giant Wolf, causing consecutive attacks on the same enemy to inflict tearing wounds, adding an extra 9 damage per hit. Obtain the blessing of the Titan Python, which will inflict blood poison on enemies, reducing all attributes by 19 for 9 seconds. Effective attacks will reset the duration. Gain the blessing of the Thunder Owlbear, instilling fear in enemies, dealing 190 critical damage, and causing fear for 3 seconds. Blood Demon. Kaishio active skill. Your formidable presence inspires the Blood Demon to place its hopes in you. Sacrifice 11 of your health to summon a Blood Demon projection, which consumes 1.1 of health per second. The projection mimics the summoner's actions, dealing 1.9 times the true damage of the summoner's own attacks. The skill can be deactivated at will, with a cooldown of 51 minutes. LV. 9, impressive. For Ohwa, a being of numerical prowess, the attribute increases from the second transition felt superficial. These 2 skills were the true treasures, especially the decisive skill with its 1.9 times multiplier for true damage. Given his current attack speed, he could unleash over 10 strikes in a single second after activating the skill, once his health dipped below 25. Delivering over 20 strikes per second would pose no challenge. While dealing physical damage, Blood Demon Kaishio could simultaneously inflict 1.9 times true damage. Just this skill alone made Ohwa feel that this endeavor was worthwhile. With Blood Engine activated and Blood Demon Kai Xiu unleashed, his health plummeted by 31 to bolster his strength and agility. When these two skills synergized, who could possibly withstand such devastating damage? Even if it were for just a fleeting second, the damage inflicted by one's basic attacks, coupled with critical hits and true damage, could easily be calculated in the hundreds of thousands. No. It might even reach a staggering million after depleting an opponent's health. Stifling his excitement, Ohwa allocated the skill points he had long prepared to enhance two new abilities. Feral Beast's Blood Spirit, LV.10, passive skill, gain the blessing of the Golden Beak Eagle, granting a 10 chance to ignore armor upon attack, with each successful hit also inflicting a knockback effect. Furthermore, gain the protection of the Wasteland Giant Wolf, whereby consecutive attacks on the same enemy will inflict lacerating wounds, adding an extra 10 points of damage per hit, with the cumulative damage against bleeding targets classified as true damage. Additionally, receive the boon of the Titan Serpent, causing attacks to inflict blood toxin corruption, reducing all attributes by 20 and disabling passive skills for 10 seconds. Effective attacks will reset this duration. Lastly, the blessing of the Thunder Owlbear will instill fear in enemies, dealing 200 critical damage and terrorizing them for 3 seconds. During this period of fear, all attacks will inevitably result in a critical hit. While this passive skill appears formidable in isolation, it pales in comparison to his ultimate ability, Blood Demon. Kai Xiu. Active skill. Your overwhelming power pleases the Blood Demon, consuming 10 of your health to summon a projection of the Blood Demon. This projection will continuously drain 1 of health per second, mimicking the actions of the summoner and inflicting double the true damage of the original's attack value. Enemies with health below 10 will be marked as instant death, if the instant death status is not dispelled within 1 second. The target will become a sacrifice for the Blood Demon. The skill can be deactivated at will, with a cooldown period of 50 minutes. LV.10. This ultimate skill is astonishingly powerful, to the extent that Ohwa began to doubt whether he might inadvertently slay his opponents with a mere misstep. Having such a basic attack imbued with execution effects at just the second job transfer raises the question of how formidable he would become at the third job transfer at LV.60 or the fourth at LV.90. Moreover, with only 5 vocational skills at present, his successful second job transfer allows him to acquire exceptionally practical universal skills through skill books, mentorship from experienced practitioners, and diligent practice. Once he attains a full set of 10 potent universal skills, Ohwa could scarcely fathom the strength he would wield in the future, content with his newly acquired divine skills post-job transfer. Ohwa began his descent down the mountain, filled with the determination to defeat bosses in an instant. While walking, he scrolled through his phone, searching for strategies to locate the bosses in the desolate highlands. However, as soon as he reached the base of the mountain, he was bombarded by the foul acid of the stinking vulture. The arrogance he bore upon descending was now replaced with utter disarray. What good would Blood Demon Kai Xiu do? He still had to evade. Even with his basic attacks, which could inflict continuous hits, true damage, and instant death effects, if he couldn't land a strike, he simply couldn't land a strike. I shall pluck each and every one of your feathers. In a fit of frustration, Ohwa picked up a stone, activated Blood Engine, and hurled it at the foul vultures. Yet, those wretched creatures deftly evaded his thrown stone, and their acid spitting became even more relentless. In the midst of a desperate escape, Ohwa's thunderous roar reverberated across the desolate highlands, lingering in the air for an eternity. His pent-up fury was unleashed upon the monstrous creatures beneath him. As he dispatched the lizardmen and giant venomous scorpions he encountered along the way with a flurry of strikes, subsequently mutilating them in a fit of rage. After a hasty retreat from the barren highlands and returning to the hidden realm of the Beastman's encampment, Ohwa embarked on a fervent quest for experience. The Beastman Centurion, who had previously withstood over a dozen of his sword strikes, now fell effortlessly before him after his second-class advancement. While the Centurion commanding a large camp within this forest realm also became a source of invaluable experience. What other class changers sought to evade, the Beastman's encampment appeared to Ohwa as a grand repository of monsters, ripe for the taking. Activating Blood Demon Kai Xiu, he charged in and swiftly dispatched the Centurion along with several Beastmen within mere seconds. When his health dipped below 8, the automatically triggered bloodthirsty call replenished his vitality, allowing him to utilize the remaining 99 seconds to eliminate the rest of the Beastman Centurions and soldiers in the camp, indulging in a thrill of adrenaline and excitement. Under Ohwa's frenzied leveling, his experience soared, and by the 28th day, he had elevated his level to LV.37 within the Beastman's encampment. It must be noted that after his second-class advancement, the pace of his leveling had dramatically slowed. After 28 days of living in the wild with gradual level progression, Ohwa's temperament grew increasingly irritable and restless. However, whether due to the hidden effects of the Mad Blood Ice Heart skill, he managed to maintain absolute composure even in his agitation, a crucial factor that enabled him to endure alone in the wilderness for 28 days while meticulously planning his leveling strategy. Otherwise, had he not possessed such fortitude, he would likely have rushed back to relish the comforts of hot water, takeout, and the luxurious urban life on the very day of his class advancement. Chapter 28. A Private Settlement. Upon deciding to return, Ohwa journeyed tirelessly day and night, finally traversing the 3 realms populated solely by beastmen and arriving back at the Slime Prairie on the 32nd day since leaving home. Gazing at the plump slimes, Ohwa found them unexpectedly endearing, infinitely more so than the beastmen with their protruding fangs, arms thicker than their legs, and penchant for consuming human flesh. Upon returning to the Slime Prairie, Ohwa reached Jilling City by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, where he hailed a taxi at the storage facility in the spaceship terminal. He stowed away all his equipment, despite the high efficiency of his leveling. The elite beastmen had yielded scant rewards, consisting of merely a blue-quality ring, a blue-quality bracelet, and a pair of blue-quality shoes that AS for skill books. He had not even entertained the thought, which made him realize he was not the fated individual favored by Lady Luck. After purchasing his ticket and boarding the ship, Ohwa settled into his seat and succumbed to a deep slumber. Having endured nearly a month of anxiety, he finally relished the long-awaited sense of security. Though he appeared disheveled in his sleep, with his gear stained by blood and dust, those around him refrained from casting judgment or gossiping. After all, his disheveled appearance was a clear testament to his prolonged battles in the wild. And the residents, not engaged in combat professions, extended their utmost goodwill towards diligent monster slayers like him. After all, the relentless efforts of others to slay monsters serve to diminish their numbers before the onslaught of beasts, which can be seen as a form of protection for those with meager combat strength. However, in such a vast forest, one can encounter all manner of creatures, especially in this era where strength reigns supreme and the efficacy of law has all but vanished. Prompting a universal shift in professions, as Uoa lay in slumber, he felt a sharp kick to his calf. "Hey, kid, your snoring is deafening. Take your racket elsewhere. Is this your home?" The crude roar jolted Uoa's weary nerves. Frayed from prolonged exertion, had it not been for the formidable effects of the frenzied Blood Ice Heart skill, he would have succumbed to a berserk rage the instant his calf was struck, potentially slaughtering everyone aboard the vessel. The Berserker, a third-tier profession, is notoriously volatile. Most guilds treat them like nuclear weapons, wary of provoking their easily ignited fury, for one such individual could overpower 10 seasoned practitioners. The scoundrel who had kicked Uoa was truly gambling with the lives of all aboard. "I apologize. I'm simply exhausted. I fell asleep the moment I sat down. I regret the disturbance caused by my snoring." Uoa rubbed his eyes and, as a law-abiding youth averse to conflict, offered a direct apology to the burly man seated beside him. At that moment, he remained remarkably composed. In an age where everyone could broadcast live, he had no desire to incite trouble prior to the commencement of the Chinyan rankings, lest he be exposed online for his capabilities. What's the point of apologies if not to summon the authorities? Besides, your sincerity is lacking, don't you think? If you truly wish to apologize, wouldn't it be customary to kneel? Beside the burly man sat a lovely young woman, whose flirtatious laughter only emboldened his audacity. While Uoa continued to rub his eyes, striving to temper his rising ire, he paid no heed to the man's provocations. The surrounding onlookers were entertained, chuckling and discussing their own matters, utterly indifferent to the scene of a rogue tormenting a beggar. "Hey, did you not hear the esteemed gentleman speaking? Kneel before me." Just then, prompted by the woman's sultry compliment of "You're amazing," the burly man felt an overwhelming surge of satisfaction and squeezed her ample thigh. However, before he could continue his brazen taunts, a swift and precise strike landed on his throat, silencing him completely. "Be quiet, or I shall end your life," Uoa warned, his calm demeanor belied by the bloodthirsty aura emanating from his form. His cold warning sent the young woman into a panic, stifling her scream, her body trembling as if faced with a serpent. The burly man's eyes bulged in terror as he clutched his slightly concave throat, writhing in agony on the ground. Yet, The overwhelming bloodlust surrounding Yuoa stifled any cries for help, for he feared that even the slightest sound might provoke the madness of this berserker. Not only did this pair of individuals fall silent, but Yuoha's command instilled a profound stillness throughout the entire cabin. Most of the occupants in the economy class were level 30 to level 40 practitioners, utterly incapable of resisting Yuo's overwhelming presence that far surpassed their own. In their eyes, Ohwa appeared as a terrifying primordial beast capable of blocking out the sun. Once the cabin fell into silence, Ohwa crossed his arms and closed his eyes, soon bowing his head once more into slumber. The entire cabin seemed to reach an unspoken agreement to refrain from making any sound. Even the flight attendants walking down the aisle moved with utmost caution, fearful of disturbing the slayer from his rest. The burly man, whose throat had suffered an assault, was escorted away by the scantily clad woman to receive medical attention as the spaceship landed steadily. Ohwa awoke abruptly after more than 2 hours of sleep. His previously frayed emotions somewhat restored. Upon awakening, he noticed 2 men in police uniforms approaching him. "Good day. May I inquire if you were involved in a conflict aboard the vessel?" The elder officer saluted Ohwa before posing the question directly. "Yes," Ohwa muttered under his breath, cursing his fate. It seemed inevitable that he would be taken to the police station for reprimand. "The situation is as follows," the officer stated, retrieving his phone to display the surveillance footage to Ohwa. "After reviewing the footage, we found that the other party instigated the disturbance. In truth, this matter is not significant. We advise that the individual apologize to you and compensate for your emotional distress, allowing you both to settle it privately." As the footage played, the officer outlined his proposed solution. "I have no objections," Ohwa replied, eager to avoid any further complications. He had no intention of dwelling on the incident. All he desired was to return home, enjoy a hot shower, and sleep until noon the following day. The other party also agreed to settle privately. Though he was hesitant to apologize face-to-face, we will take him back to the police station, where he will sit in the comm chair to record an apology video, which will be posted on the union's public channel for 3 days. As for the compensation, we cannot set it too high. You will have to discuss that amongst yourselves. Our suggestion is a payment of 200. How does that sound?" The officer breathed a sigh of relief. Handling cases involving transmuters was notoriously complicated, and he had initially perceived Ohwa as an exceedingly difficult negotiator. His cooperation had been immensely helpful. "Very well, let him donate to the city at the abyssal border. Consider it his act of charity, a way to ensure his continued good fortune," Ohwa decided, preferring not to engage in private discussions regarding compensation with the burly man. "Thank you for your understanding and support," the officer said, closing his phone, smiling, and saluting once more before turning to lead his companion towards the medical bay, in search of the instigator who had sought protection by raising the alarm. Ohwa glanced at the surrounding onlookers filming the incident, sighed in resignation, and swiftly departed the cabin. Chapter 29, afraid that the Green Plum may suffer, yet fearful that the Green Plum may drive a Land Rover. Upon returning home, Ohwa found the house empty, with both the gas and main switches turned off, indicating that no one had been there for some time. "Phew, I'm alive." After refreshing himself, Ohwa stood before the mirror, reflecting on how much more mature he appeared. This stretch of wilderness living had undeniably taken a toll on his psyche, yet upon returning home, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Ohwa retrieved several packets of instant noodles from the cupboard. Indulging in a meal before reclining on the sofa to browse his phone, he did not inform anyone of his return, relishing the rare moments of safety and tranquility as he engaged in his activities. A wave of fatigue soon enveloped him, leading him to switch off his phone and drift into a deep slumber on the sofa. Upon awakening, he found that it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the following day. His revitalized spirit and the surge of energy coursing through him made him feel as though he could shatter a bull's skull with a single punch. After changing into attire suitable for going out, Ohwa proceeded to the promotion guild to register for his second job class. As soon as he entered the guild's marketplace, he spotted Zhao Huayu approaching him with a warm smile. Ohwa, classified as a warrior, wielding a single-handed great sword, at level 1, with a profession compatibility of level 1, was deemed ordinary. In the supervisor's office of the promotion guild, Zhao Huayu sat on the sofa, awkwardly stroking his chin, while the latest model of testing crystal lay on the coffee table before him. It was rather perplexing that this state-of-the-art testing crystal could not discern Ohwa's hidden profession. "How strange," he mused. "Little Hua, there is no doubt that you have already become a second job classer. Yet the profession remains undetected. IT seems our testing crystals require further updates. Zhao Huayu jested, fully aware that he could not question Ohua's abilities based on the data provided by the testing crystal. However, the Qingyun ranking would only accept the data generated by the testing crystal, meaning little Hua would likely have to participate in the competition as a level 1 warrior. With a smile, Zhao Huayu retrieved a set of application materials for the Qingyun ranking from his drawer and placed it on the coffee table, addressing Oh Hua with an unmistakable warmth. With only 2 days remaining until the Qingyun ranking opened, he presented the registration materials. Mr. Oh Hua, once you complete this form, you may proceed to participate in the preliminary selection. Oh Hua picked up the application materials that Zhao Huayu had placed on the table and began to read them thoroughly. The documents were merely standard registration forms, devoid of any additional stipulations. Supervisor Zhao, I have heard that the Promotion Guild also has direct advancement quotas. May I inquire about the criteria for obtaining such a quota? Oh Hua set down the registration materials and smiled at Zhao Huayu. I have reserved a spot just for you, little Hua. All you need to do is accept it. However, I must inform you that the Promotion Guild is a public institution, and unlike the benefits offered by other guilds, we do not provide any such perks. Additionally, regardless of your ranking in the competition, you will be required to serve as an ambassador for the Promotion Guild for a year. Zhao Huayu explained, his eyes lighting up with barely concealed delight. He had always believed that Oh Hua possessed the potential for greatness, if he could sign him on. The hidden profession that even the testing crystal could not reveal would undoubtedly generate a significant buzz for the Promotion Guild. Should he achieve a commendable rank in the Qingyun ranking, it could even elevate Zhao Huayu from city supervisor to provincial supervisor. A year as an ambassador? One that requires little effort. Oh Hua recalled watching a live stream featuring the ambassadors of the Promotion Guild, many of whom had become prominent internet celebrities. Though Zhao Huayu spoke modestly, the status of the Promotion Guild as the foremost state-owned entity was evident. Promoting a job classer to become a leading figure in their respective field was far from a daunting task. Many aspiring job classers, lacking influence, yearn desperately to gain entry. Cough, cough. There are certain matters that should not be overly elucidated. Nevertheless, Uncle Zhao has assured you that the contract will stipulate can work without exerting effort. Zhao Huayu cleared his throat a couple of times, suppressing his excitement. Uncle Zhao, please hand me the contract. After much contemplation, Oh Hua ultimately decided against participating in the preliminary selection, opting instead to conceal his prowess. Moreover, should he encounter an excessively weak opponent, there was a risk that his own strength might inadvertently result in a fatal blow, leading to his disqualification and subsequent confinement in a secret realm for labor reform for 3 months. In such a scenario, he would be left with remarkable skills, but no opportunity to showcase them. Alas, Zhao Huayu promptly produced a contract he had prepared earlier and presented it to Oh Hua. Taking the contract, Oh Hua perused it meticulously. The document comprised merely 2 pages, and he quickly finished reading it. Indeed, as Zhao Huayu had mentioned, the role of image ambassador bore no binding constraints and even permitted the second party to join other private guilds during this period. However, when the guild required work arrangements, one must prioritize the obligations of the guild. Once assured of its accuracy, Oh Hua fixed his name and pressed his thumbprint onto the contract. After signing, Oh Hua politely declined Zhao Huayu's invitation to dinner and headed straight home to recline on the sofa. The following day, Oh Hua rose early, donned his attire, and made his way to school to report back. His month-long leave had long since elapsed, and he was already 3 days late, which led him to anticipate a torrent of sarcasm from his homeroom teacher. As long as everything is fine, after 3 days of absence, I'll just have you submit a 500-word reflection by tomorrow. Once class commenced, however, Ran Shuin, armed with her lesson plan, did not deliver the scathing remarks Oh Hua had expected. Instead, upon witnessing his safe return, she exhaled in relief and refrained from further commentary, imposing only the 500-word reflection. Having been a teacher for over a decade, she had encountered countless students who never returned after venturing out, many of whom ultimately received only the somber news of their untimely demise. Her expectations of her students were not excessive, as long as they exerted sufficient effort and returned safely to class after an absence. She could accommodate a degree of laziness and mischief, albeit with diminished hopes for their futures. However, despite Ran Shuyan's unexpected leniency, the behavior of his classmates fell precisely within Oh Hua's expectations. As they furtively whispered and exchanged derisive glances in his direction, he found solace. The previous attitude of Ran Shuyan had left him questioning whether he was merely dreaming. Bro, we toiled for 2 months. Yet, we're still at level 28. Confess, what cheat codes have you been inputting? On the journey home, Feng Xiaoxiao tightly entwined her arms around Ouhua's neck, her frustration palpable as she ground her teeth in it was not that she lacked diligence. Rather, it was that Mei was merely hanging on. Upon witnessing Ouhua's triumphant return after his second promotion, her envy festered, wishing that the fortunate turn of events had befallen her instead, torn between fearing for Mei's hardships and wishing for her to drive a luxurious vehicle. She lamented the fickleness of fate. The life reboot device she envisioned seemed to be an excellent catalyst for a new beginning. With Feng Xiaoxiao clinging to his neck, Ouhua walked with a stooped posture. Feeling the sharp discomfort of her ribs pressing against his back. In the recesses of his mind, he lamented why his childhood companion, couldn't be more fulfilling, at least, when she was playfully wrestling with him. He might feel slightly better. Chapter 30. The mysterious and invincible persona upon returning home. Ouhua was playfully ensnared by Feng Xiaoxiao, who dragged him to her residence as soon as they entered. Feng's parents warmly inquired about his well-being, their hearts aching for him after learning he had lived alone in the wilderness for over a month, leaving Ouhua feeling rather embarrassed, after being treated like a precious gem by Feng's parents during dinner. Ouhua returned home to rest. Aware that the Qingyun rankings local trials were just a couple of days away, they did not insist on keeping him longer, but merely advised him to rest well. The following day at school, Ouhua, having completed his self-reflection essay, took the initiative to submit it to Ran Shuyan in her office. Indeed, punctuality is of utmost importance if you find it challenging to be on time. Then it is wise to manage your affairs accordingly. Should time be too pressing, feel free to call the school and request a few more days off. This concludes my lecture. I shall review your essay later. You may leave now. Ran Shuyan merely cast a satisfied glance at the neatly written essay, nodding in approval before setting it aside and addressing Ouhua. Understood, Teacher Ran, Ouhua replied, nodding before turning to leave. At that moment, his attitude towards Ran Shuyan was no longer as antagonistic as it had initially been. After Ouhua departed, Ran Shuyan did not peruse the essay but instead began organizing her lesson plans for the day. All she required was a sincere acknowledgement of wrongdoing. As long as the attitude was commendable, she would treat it as if nothing had transpired, even if the essay had been plagiarized from the internet. Conversely, a poor attitude would only lead her to regard him with increasing disdain, lowering her expectations of him to the bare minimum, viewing him as inconsequential in the class. Wow, you've already advanced to the second tier. Yet you still wrote an apology to that old witch. As soon as Ouhua stepped out of the office, Feng Xiaoxiao, who had arrived at school unbeknownst to him, obstructed his path, playfully punching him on the shoulder with a grin. This is a fundamental respect for others. If I deemed her unworthy of respect, I wouldn't have written an apology. The competition begins tomorrow, so keep your mouth shut. Ouhua shot back, casting a glare at Feng Xiaoxiao. Relieved that the corridor was relatively empty of students at that hour. Look at you, so cautious. If I had advanced to the second tier in just over 2 months like you, everyone in the city would know about it. Feng Xiaoxiao scoffed, though her voice lowered somewhat. This year's Qingyun ranking would undoubtedly make it exceedingly challenging to secure the top spot. It would be prudent to conceal one's true capabilities. A vision of a girl who clearly seemed to be a second-tier player flashed through Ouhua's mind. He had not forgotten that she, too, was a hidden class character, having reached LV.30 a month ago and was quite formidable. Sigh. I also feel immense pressure. The other teams in the group competition are ferociously strong. Those from the Imperial Capital, Magic City, Demon City, and Dream City are monstrous. This time, it seems the top 4 will be out of reach. Even making it to the top 8 will depend on sheer luck. Feng Xiaoxiao appeared utterly deflated. A stark contrast to her usual status as the school's prodigy. Don't worry, just do your best. I can let you take a look at my mythical red weapon when the time comes. Observing Feng Xiaoxiao feigning despondency in front of him, Ouhua did not hold back and teased her directly. Don't. At that time, you could lend me your red weapon for just $10 a day. $10? You must be dreaming. It has to be at least 20. 20? Why don't you just go rob someone? The most I can offer is $11, no more than that. Amidst their playful banter, the two, dressed in their casual shorts, strolled arm in arm towards the classroom. Their natural jibes, however, sparked discontent among a group of male classmates, who cursed Ouhua from behind, wishing for him to swiftly turn into a dead gay guy. With the commencement of the Qingyun ranking, universities across various regions began a 10-day-long break. Contestants would conduct preliminary rounds in their respective cities, and after these preliminaries, each city would be allowed 300 participants. From these 300, the number would be narrowed down to 60 the day before the rankings were announced, and only these 60 would be eligible to travel to the capital for the annual Qingyun ranking competition. What a lively affair it was. On the eve of the rankings, Ouhua arrived early at the vocational guild, waiting eagerly. Feng Xiaoxiao, being part of a team competition, did not need to participate in today's local examination as fewer teams from each city were competing. Observing the throng at the vocational guild, Yu felt a sense of apprehension. The place was teeming not only with contestants, but also with a multitude of parents far exceeding the number of participants. While he stood alone like a solitary figure, unfortunately, his father, being a senior engineer crucial to a project nearing its completion, was unable to spare the time to come, merely sending him a message of encouragement. When he texted his mother about the Qingyun ranking, she simply responded with a 6, nearly prompting him to hurl his phone in frustration. He could only console himself, imagining that his mother was battling a top-tier dragon-type monster. Casting spells with one hand while managing to send a 6 with the other, barely resisting the urge to smash his phone. Really, our level 1 warrior has actually arrived. He must be here just for the spectacle. At his level, he wouldn't even pass the preliminaries. Indeed, we, the fortunate ones advancing directly to the local examination, should certainly put on a display of what hard work truly entails. The mocking voices echoed behind Yuhua as 3 classmates approached him, only to bypass him entirely as they drew near. Yuhua shrugged it off, considering their remarks as nothing more than the buzzing of mosquitoes. He had no intention of wasting time proving his worth to this group of frogs at the bottom of the well, whose average levels ranged between LV.24 and LV.29. Never mind. He decided to seek out old Zhao. After a moment of contemplation, Yuhua made his way to the supervisor's office. Xiaohua, you finally arrived. Great news. Tremendous news. I reported your completion of the red class transfer task. The council has confirmed your transfer information and approved my application for direct promotion. You have to participate in the local examination. The council will directly grant you a spot in the Qingyun ranking competition. Upon entering the supervisor's office, Yuhua was met with Zhao Huayu, looking significantly more haggard and sleep-deprived than he had days prior, who immediately excitedly shared the good tidings with him. This was indeed excellent news. Yuhua smiled contentedly, realizing that his moment in the spotlight would be postponed until the following day. Xiaohua, after the Qingyun ranking competition concludes, it just so happens that we are in the capital. Uncle Zhao will take you to the headquarters to assess your true profession. How about that? Zhao Huayu rubbed his hands together in excitement. The headquarters is currently placing extraordinary emphasis on Ohua as a unique case. This is indeed a tremendous opportunity. He realizes that he and Ohua are now inseparably bound by fate. The stronger Ohua becomes, the more secure his own standing within the transfer guild will be. He has even begun to contemplate the conditions under which he will renew his contract with Ohua in a year's time. It is certainly feasible. After all, the details will no longer be a secret post-Qingyun ranking. However, isn't a touch of mystery preferable? After all, the allure of the unknown far surpasses that of the familiar. Ohua does not intend to conceal his hidden profession too stringently, yet for the sake of his future financial prospects, he is preparing to adopt the persona of a mysterious and invincible transferee. Uncle understands your intentions. The assessment of your true profession is merely for the convenience of professional registration. Our confidentiality measures are undoubtedly the best in the world, as long as you wish to keep it private. No one will ever know. Naturally, Zhao Huayu understands that the spectacle of a level 1 warrior pursuing and defeating a group of second-tier professionals generates significant attention, and he wholeheartedly supports Ohua in adopting such a persona. However, this is an order from the guild, and despite his reluctance, he must comply. Chapter 31. Brotherly Loyalty. Standing in the supervisor's room, Ohua gazed out the window at the 10 arenas below, observing the battles that, to him, resembled child's play. Yet, amidst the fray, he spotted Chimaner, the one who had persistently pursued him. Her profession appeared to be that of a heavily armored knight, clad in plate armor and wielding a hammer staff and a massive shield. Though her attacks were slow, they were extraordinarily solid, akin to a siege tank compressing her opponent's movement space. However, Ohua's interest waned after a brief observation, despite the imposing nature of Chimaner's fighting style. He believed it would take merely a single strike to send both her and her shield flying. His own attribute values were so terrifying that he found the strength of ordinary individuals to be utterly unimpressive. Nonetheless, one cannot deny that privilege is indeed delightful, especially when one is the beneficiary. While others toil and struggle for their positions, he merely stands in an air-conditioned room, watching as they fight tooth and nail for what he can effortlessly obtain. Is it finally over? Are we departing tonight? Ohua, feeling bored, dozed off on the sofa and, after being roused by Zhao Huayu, groggily inquired. Yes, because you are a direct entrant in the Qingyun ranking competition. You are scheduled for the first match tomorrow. Let us not say much more. Take some time to rest and aim for a splendid victory. Zhao Huayu's face was alight with excitement, as if he could already envision his own radiant future. Ohua nodded, picked up his prepared backpack, and followed Zhao Huayu out of the supervisor's room. A massive warship, bristling with cannons and capable of accommodating 300 individuals, was docked in the plaza of the Transfer Guild, surrounded by contestants and their families. Although there were only 60 competitors, the square was teeming with people. Some exuberant parents even hired a drum troupe to celebrate their child's opportunity to shine on the Qingyun ranking. And the plaza resonated with the lively sounds of drums and gongs, creating a particularly festive atmosphere. Ohua paid no heed to the clamor surrounding him, directly following Zhao Huayu through the throng and into the cabin of the ship. The murmurs of speculation and curiosity that enveloped him transformed into disbelief among some, as the academic circle within the school was rather small. Having only transitioned for 2 months, Ohua remained at level 1. Yet being the boyfriend of Feng Xiaoxiao rendered him somewhat of a minor celebrity. Feng Xiaoxiao, now at level 28 and a prodigy, with a career compatibility of level 4, along with Ohua's already striking appearance, had made the pair well known among students from other institutions. Yet today, that individual, forever perceived as level 1, was astonishingly accompanying the district supervisor of the vocational guild to the prestigious Qingyun ranking competition. This revelation was rather difficult for them to accept, leading them to question whether they had been misled by rumors, surrounded by her father, uncle, second uncle, and maternal uncle, who were all lavishing praise upon her. Qi Manor's mouth fell slightly agape in disbelief as she gazed at Ohua's retreating figure. She had been searching for him throughout the venue, utterly taken aback to discover he was with the supervisor of the vocational guild and seemingly had secured a direct ascension quota. Dad, uncle, second uncle, maternal uncle, I'm heading up first. Being the only girl amidst a sea of brothers, Qi Manor, who had grown accustomed to the attention of these robust relatives, pushed her way through them and dashed towards the spaceship, inwardly cursing herself for becoming a rebellious girl, undoubtedly a result of their boisterous affection. However, Qi Manor was not a practitioner known for her speed, and upon entering the spaceship's cabin, she found no trace of Ohua. Student, please proceed this way. A flight attendant gently directed her towards the right side of the aisle. Sister, which way did the supervisor and the student accompanying him go? Qi Manor's eyes brightened. Despite her innocent appearance, she was unaccustomed to shyness and straightforwardly inquired of the attendant. The supervisor and that student have gone towards first class. You are not permitted to enter there, the flight attendant replied with a smile. Infamous capitalism, Qi Manor muttered under her breath in frustration, ultimately conceding and following the attendant's directions to her designated room. After all, they would be heading to the capital together for the competition, and any discussions could certainly wait until their arrival. Although Qi Manor had cursed the capitalists, Ohua, accompanying Zhao Huayu into first class, could only settle for economy class, as he was also denied entry to the luxurious section. Thus, upon witnessing Zhao Huayu enter first class with an expression of sincere apology, he too grumbled about the evils of capitalism as the spacecraft ascended amidst the cheers of family and onlookers. It gradually lifted off towards the capital. This top-tier vessel was remarkably swift, reaching the capital in just over 4 hours. The 60 contestants disembarked in succession and then boarded a dedicated bus that would transport them to the hotel arranged for their accommodations. At 5 in the morning, all television stations commenced live broadcasts to cover this annual event. By 6 o'clock, Ohua, who had been resting with his eyes closed in his room, was summoned by the supervisor, who personally escorted him downstairs. The transferees emerging from Ishan City gazed in bewilderment at Ohua, who was accompanied by a supervisor whose demeanor exuded profound respect. This marked deference only served to deepen the confusion among the competitors hailing from Ishan City. Meanwhile, several of Ohua's classmates from the same institution wore expressions of sheer astonishment. After all, it was indeed peculiar for a recognized sluggard, a level 1 warrior, to garner such attention from a supervisor. Could it be that the infatuated speculations circulating in school about Ohua possessing a hidden class were true? Had they truly fawned over a genuine talent, as everyone congregated downstairs to board the transport? They were collectively taken to a grand sports arena in the capital capable of accommodating 200,000 spectators, where 6,000 contestants from across the nation gathered on the field. Ohua stood quietly within the ranks of the Yishan team, his eyes scanning for the trench girl with whom he had crossed paths thrice before. However, he found no trace of her among the Yishan team or its neighboring groups, suggesting that she must have entered the competition relying on her family's influence. The event commenced with a rousing speech from the elderly president of the Transference Guild, following a 30-minute oration. As the clock struck 7 in the morning, a blank stone tablet draped in fabric was unveiled. The president raised his voice, announcing that the names of the top 50 participants would be inscribed upon the stone. After the chief judge led the panel of judges in an oath of fairness, the contest officially began. As the judges declared the competition open, weapon racks rose around the arena, displaying an array of standardized weapons and armor. Under the guidance of the staff, the contestants made their way to the rest area, while Ohua, prompted by Zhao Huayu, lingered on the field and approached the weapon racks that had ascended around the arena. After selecting a weapon and donning leather armor, the announcement of Ohua's name reverberated through the venue. When Ohua, Warrior LV.1 appeared on the combat board, the audience fixated on Arena 1 erupted into fervent discussions, with some vociferous individuals even beginning to berate the officials for favoring connections in the Qingyun rankings. Is it true, my friend? Do you have such strong connections? Have your ties gilded you to the Qingyun rankings? Was this all orchestrated to pave the way for me? Ohua's opponent was a level 27 basic class warrior. Upon seeing Ohua's level, he could not suppress a laugh. Fortune was indeed smiling upon him. If this luck continued, it seemed he might secure a place among the top 64. Perhaps they were destined to mutually fulfill one another's aspirations. Ohua gazed at the two swords in his hands, their hilts adorned with gems, and smiled in contemplation. Observing the smug demeanor of his opponent, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of pity. After all, being trounced by a level 1 would surely be a bitter pill to swallow. Mutual fulfillment? Ha! You truly know how to amuse me. I shall grant you a strike, so it cannot be said that I am bullying this fledgling level 1. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, the opponent raised his longsword towards Ohua, determined to make a splendid debut in the capital. He believed that only a dazzling performance would attract the attention of a major guild seeking to recruit him. Are you certain? Ohua glanced at his attribute panel. Feeling a pang of reluctance, he estimated that a single blow from him might leave this young man reeling for a month or two. What if I am unable to escape the shadows of my mind for the rest of my life? Nonsense. Come, strike me down. Let us hasten to conclude this farcical battle, the elder brother bellowed impatiently. And once he had finished his outburst, he saw a shadow flicker, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward, crashing violently to the ground outside the arena. Losing consciousness even before he hit the ground, the elder brother, ever righteous, thought. As this was his brother's first time striking someone, he had not been gentle, so he hoped for understanding. Ohua cast a cold gaze upon the footprint imprinted on his chest, somewhat concerned that his previous kick may have been a tad too forceful. Chapter 32. The cute girl Terminator. Silence fell. The audience, who had just been vehemently cursing the officials for favoritism, now found themselves enveloped in an eerie quiet. That a level 1 warrior, without employing any skills, had sent a level 27 swordsman flying with a single kick, even knocking him unconscious. What kind of attribute suppression could possibly enable such a feat? Is this what they call bullying the weak? The murmurs grew louder, and the skepticism intensified. The spectators, having never witnessed such a phenomenon, began to question whether the class transition guild had been bribed by those noble families, unleashing a prehistoric giant shark into the pond to bully the smaller fish. In no time, the entire venue was abuzz with fervent discussions, and this incident quickly spread online, igniting a frenzy of debate. The topic LV.1 warrior mercilessly beating a child soared to over 1 million views, firmly securing its place at the top of trending searches. The Ohua warrior class, level 1, confirmed without a doubt, under the pressure of public opinion. As Ohua awaited his second battle, the staff approached him, inviting him to take the vacant stage and, in front of the audience in live broadcast, to have his level tested using a crystal. They also revealed footage from 2 months prior, documenting Ohua's transition at the guild, to prove that he was indeed a novice who had just recently transitioned, rather than a prehistoric giant shark masquerading as a beginner. After the test concluded, Ohua's name became widely recognized, and the revelation of his identity as an elusive hidden class that even the latest testing crystal could not detect sparked even greater waves of discussion. The topic LV.1 warrior suspected to be the strongest hidden class swiftly overtook LV.1 warrior mercilessly beating a child at the pinnacle of trending searches. Amid the fervent discourse, Ohua prepared for his second arena battle. His opponent was a level 29 apprentice assassin, A tall and striking beauty with an icy demeanor, the cold-faced beauty, now particularly grave, observed Ohwa closely, realizing that he exhibited not the slightest flaw. Meanwhile, her infallible skill, danger sense, relentlessly urged her to surrender and flee this arena. Begin. At the referee's command, the cold-faced beauty struck first, her form becoming slightly blurred as she charged, just as all eyes were drawn to her indistinct figure. She silently emerged from the shadows behind Ohwa, dual daggers poised to pierce his back as the daggers neared their target. Ohwa, sensing the imminent danger, suddenly swung his left hand backward, cleaving through the beauty's daggers. The cold-faced beauty, feeling the tremendous force of his sword against her daggers, was taken aback, her right hand trembling from the impact, forcing her to release a cloud of smoke that enveloped half the arena. Under the cover of smoke, she withdrew to maintain a safe distance, but as she took a step back, she felt a grip around her wrist as she attempted to wield her dagger against the iron-like hand. A fist struck her forcefully in the chest. The tremendous force of the blow penetrated the cold beauty's form, yet it merely pierced through a wisp of smoke. After escaping with her skills, the cold beauty crouched on the arena, gasping for breath. Although she had only been grazed by the wind of the punch, the sheer power had diminished her health by a tenth. What if he had landed a solid hit? Would she not be eliminated in a single blow? Not to mention he had yet to wield those two massive swords, merely using his fists. I concede. As the smoke dissipated, the cold beauty, clutching her chest with her left hand, gazed at the relaxed Ohwa, who had planted his two massive swords beside him, and suddenly raised his right hand in surrender. This was nothing short of a crushing defeat. She had employed all three of her skills. Yet her opponent had overwhelmed her solely through his attributes. This bout was entirely unnecessary. After the referee declared Ohwa the victor, the audience erupted into fervent discussions once more. Ohwa, a direct descendant of a hidden noble clan, had faced two opponents who were mere pawns, fueling the growing rumors that became increasingly exaggerated and raucous. Following the conclusion of the second bout, Ohwa was personally escorted back to the hotel by the supervisor. Pay no heed to the rumors spread by those commoners. You will receive nothing but praise from over there. Once you achieve the top score, those who spread the rumors will have their faces swollen from embarrassment. Zhao Huayu, observing the refined and seemingly uninterested Ohwa, felt an overwhelming desire to treat him to a full-body massage as a reward. I am not a child. Naturally, I am unbothered by their words. My goals have always been clear, and nothing can distract me. Ohwa turned on the television to watch the live broadcast of the arena. With a staggering 6,000 participants, the first day's events would last until 8 in the evening, after which the loser S bracket would commence an all-night series of battles, continuing until the following day when the winner's bracket would start, at which point the loser S bracket would cease. Each contestant had two chances, the first in the winner S bracket, which rewards consecutive victories, and the second in the fiercely competitive loser S bracket. Ultimately, the champion of the loser S bracket would face the champion of the winner S bracket for the top position. The winner S bracket depended on luck of the draw, while the loser S bracket relied on strength and perseverance, as the matches were held at night and were in a round-robin format. Each member of the loser S bracket would compete in numerous bouts throughout the night, with stronger participants potentially facing over 20 matches. Thus, the audience favored the fierce clashes of the unrestrained strength displayed in the loser S bracket, with the best combat highlights of each Qingyun ranking often emerging from those matches. Rest well. Tomorrow's arena battles will be even more intense, and conserving your energy is paramount. Zhao Huayu, now fully transformed into Ohwa's manager, ordered an array of dishes from the hotel, sampling each plate on the small cart to ensure their quality before finally presenting them to Ohwa. Thank you. Ohwa felt a bit embarrassed by Zhao Huayu's meticulousness. He certainly could not reveal to Zhao Huayu that his skill-frenzied blood, icy heart, could store the poison debuff for future use. However, he was genuinely touched by Zhao Huayu's overly cautious demeanor. After all, this world is driven by mutual interests, and Zhao Huayu had accurately positioned himself. Those who possess such self-awareness truly deserve to ascend effortlessly. Point 1. Can only hope that tomorrow's opponent proves to be sufficiently formidable. He had initially thought that the Qingyun ranking tournament would compel him to take things seriously, yet as he watched the live broadcast, Ohwa still felt as though he was observing a group of children misbehaving. Casting a glance at his phone, which he had set to mute, he was irritated by the incessant notifications of unknown calls and friend requests. In a fit of annoyance, he removed his SIM card and snapped it in half. After messaging Zhao Huayu to help him purchase a new SIM card, he went so far as to cancel his messaging account, Having completed these tasks, Ohwa settled down to eat while watching the live stream, searching for the girl he had encountered a month prior, who was also a hidden class player. However, even as the clock struck 11 at night, he failed to spot her. Either she had chosen not to participate in this Qingyun ranking tournament, or she, like him, belonged to the first batch of challengers. Observing the losers group still engaged in battles under the watchful gaze of the judges late into the night, Ohwa turned off the television and lay in bed, slowly drifting into slumber. The following morning, after a refreshing sleep, Ohwa arrived at the athletes' rest area in the gym. Brimming with energy, he patiently awaited his turn on stage amidst the hushed discussions of the other competitors. At 10 o'clock, his name finally appeared on the announcement board, and his opponent was revealed to be Gu Yuding, a level 29 magic swordsman. This profession was one he was quite familiar with, as it was his mother's initial class that a hybrid of physical and magical damage. It boasted exceptional attack power and was an exceedingly rare class that held the absolute position of the main damage dealer in a team. Affectionately dubbed a little hidden class by netizens. Once on the stage, Ohwa found himself facing a remarkably petite and adorable round-faced girl. Standing at over 6 feet tall, he felt like a giant in comparison to her diminutive frame of barely 5 feet. Was he really about to bully a child? She looked so small and cute that he feared a single punch might leave her in tears for a week. Moreover, the frequency with which he encountered female opponents was becoming rather alarming. Rumors of him being the Mo Girl Terminator might soon emerge. Chapter 33. I Yield to You. Kid. As the referee announced the start of the match, Gu Yuding raised her standard long sword, her expression betraying her anxiety. Although a level 1 mysterious class could be quite powerful, she believed she had a significant chance of victory before stepping onto the stage. Yet, upon locking eyes with Ohwa, she felt an unprecedented weight of pressure, akin to an ant standing before a towering mountain. In that moment, she even contemplated the possibility of surrendering, seeing his opponent maintain her distance in a state of alertness. Ohwa took the initiative to stride towards her. Gu Yuding, observing Ohwa's advancing figure, gritted her teeth and swung her long sword, unleashing 2 sharp wind blades that carved deep gorges into the arena floor. Though those wind blades were swift and fierce, Ohwa merely raised his sword and swept it horizontally, effortlessly reducing the lethal projectiles to harmless breezes. As Ohwa continued to close the distance, Gu Yuding found herself retreating, desperately attempting to maintain space while repeatedly launching wind blades at him. Upon severing the wind blades with a swift stroke of his sword, Ohwa seized the fleeting moment when Gu Yuding halted her attack. In an instant, his speed surged as he traversed a distance of 10 meters, his massive sword raised high, poised to strike down upon her. Yuding, a voice filled with worry and fury, erupted from the audience. As a young man of unremarkable appearance, yet with exceptionally bright eyes, sprang to his feet, glaring at Ohwa with a gaze brimming with loathing. If he dared to harm her, he would face certain death. Like the wind, feeling the imminent threat of a lethal strike capable of ending her in a heartbeat, Gu Yuding softly chanted, her form becoming indistinct as if carried by a gentle breeze. She instinctively twisted her body to evade Ohwa's slash. However, while she successfully dodged the initial blow, she had forgotten that Ohwa wielded dual swords. The second blade arced menacingly from her right side. Alarmed and with no time to evade, Gu Yuding braced herself with her left hand against the sword's blade, attempting to deflect with her own longsword. The petite figure of hers was swept away by the tremendous force of Ohwa's diagonal strike, her right hand sustaining a grievous injury, blood flowing from her torn palm, while her longsword bore significant cracks, threatening to shatter at any moment. Suspended in midair with no retreat, she should have surrendered immediately. Yet, she bit her lip, gathering magical energy to unleash a counterattack. Just as she prepared to retaliate, Ohwa's explosive kick struck her chest before she could cast her spell. Gu Yuding evaded the first strike, blocked the second, but was utterly defenseless against Ohwa's third assault. The protective crystal sphere safeguarding her from certain defeat shattered, sending Gu Yuding tumbling like a kite severed from its string beyond the arena. In a flash, the seemingly ordinary young man reappeared at the edge of the stage, reaching out to catch Gu Yuding as she fell. Upon discovering her unconscious state, his eyes ignited with a fierce hatred directed at Ohwa. Victor, Ohwa, the referee, indifferent to the grievances of youth, promptly declared Ohwa the winner following the shattering of Gu Yuding's crystal sphere. Madness, Ohwa cast a glance at the boy, who appeared to be of the same age, pondering whether he believed the arena was a place where one must exchange blows equally, as if engaging in a child's play, where a girl should be treated with leniency. Stay right there. Wang Wei, cradling the unconscious Gu Yuding, placed her on the stretcher that had rushed over. His fingers, stained with her blood, glinted with a cold intensity as he sternly rebuked Oh Hua, who was descending from the stage. "What business do you have?" Oh Hua rubbed his temples, a habitual gesture born from suppressing his rage to avoid succumbing to violence. Some individuals, upon acquiring a modicum of strength, lose sight of their own limitations, deluding themselves into believing they are invincible and above all others. Clearly, the person before him, who dared to chastise him without just cause, belonged to that category. "Permit me to address you as a friend." "My dear friend, your attack on the young lady's chest was indeed excessive. I advise you to apologize to Yuding in person upon her awakening. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless in the arena." Wang Wei clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his demeanor reflecting a struggle to contain his fury as he coldly commanded Oh Hua. "Very well, I shall offer my apologies." The veins on Oh Hua's forehead surged dramatically. And it was fortunate that frenzied blood, Ice Heart granted a permanent passive effect. Otherwise, that fool would have been torn apart by Oh Hua as easily as one would rip apart a ghost. Indeed, he was not a dimwit. Wang Wei snorted coldly, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuding a blend of nonchalance, defiance, and overwhelming arrogance. Having already undergone his second transformation, he firmly believed himself to be the top contender of this year's Qingyun rankings. No matter how formidable others may be, they could never surpass him. Since this mere shell of a person had the sense to behave, he resolved that when they encountered each other on the arena, he would merely shatter his face, sparing his limbs. The smile on Oh Hua's face grew ever more radiant. After nodding at the disdainful Wang Wei, he turned and returned to the resting area. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoxiao, having advanced to the top 32 with her teammates and watching the live broadcast, felt a chill run down her spine upon witnessing Oh Hua's exceptionally gentle smile. She inwardly mused that the unfortunate soul who dared to shout at him would be in for a world of trouble. When she was 11, she had once been locked in the refrigerator for 27 hours after a loud argument with him. During that entire time, her parents had not come looking for her. Thankfully, she was blessed and survived. Otherwise, she would have perished at the tender age of 11. That lad was likely to suffer even more. "Xiao Hua, do you want me to investigate that fellow's background for you?" Zhao Huayu, waiting for Oh Hua in the resting area, had an icy glint in his eyes, fiercely protective and wishing he could rip Wang Wei apart on the spot. "No need, Uncle Zhao. Just buy me some fruit and a bouquet of roses." "I need to go apologize," Oh Hua replied, his smile unwavering. However, his grin sent a shiver down Zhao Huayu's spine, leading him to wonder if Oh Hua's hidden profession was that of a death knight or a dark warrior. "All right, I'll head out to buy them right away." Zhao Huayu dared not inquire further about Oh Hua's intention to apologize and hurried off to procure the fruits and flowers. His speed was commendable. Within 3 or 4 minutes, he returned with a fruit basket and a vibrant bouquet of red roses. After thanking Zhao Huayu, Oh Hua, beaming with joy, made his way toward the medical area. As he inquired about Gu Yuding's hospital room, he discovered she was still in a coma, indicating that his earlier kick had indeed been quite forceful. Placing the fruit basket on the bedside table, Oh Hua took a fruit knife and began to peel an apple. Engaging in casual conversation with another male contestant in the adjacent bed about the most popular mobile game of the moment, deliberately crafting an approachable persona, perhaps their voices were a tad too loud. As Gu Yuding slowly began to awaken from her stupor, upon opening her eyes and seeing Oh Hua, a flicker of instinctive fear flashed in her gaze. "That you're awake. I'm still learning to control the power I've acquired. My apologies for the earlier kick. Its placement was rather unfortunate." Oh Hua placed the apple, now carved into the shape of a little rabbit, on the pink paper plate that accompanied the fruit basket. Refraining from offering a more elaborate apology to Gu Yuding. "It's nothing. In the arena, swords have no eyes. Since I chose to participate, I was fully prepared for whatever transpired there." Gu Yuding was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Oh Hua would come to apologize. After all, in a contest such as this, a loss was simply a loss. When has a loser ever been expected to apologize to the victor? Such a notion had never been part of the rules throughout history. Yet, unlike his frenzied and aggressive demeanor, the gentle timbre of Oh Hua's voice caused her cheeks to flush, rendering her unable to meet his gaze beneath his spring-like smile. This elder brother was not only immensely powerful but also possessed a striking beauty that eclipsed all the stars and internet celebrities she had previously encountered. Most importantly, he was so tender-hearted. It was astonishing that he would come to apologize for such trivial matters. Yu Ting, truly mature, wondered if she could perhaps join him for dinner if she was free that evening. She had heard that a new dessert shop nearby offered limited edition treats. As Oh Hua listened to the hurried footsteps approaching from behind, his smile grew even softer, deliberately adopting an intimate tone as he inquired about Gu Yuting's availability. Of course, I won't begin my participation in the loser's bracket until tomorrow. I am free all night. Gu Yuting's eyes brightened, for she had long been aware of the must-visit dessert shop nearby and had been eager to try it. However, just as she agreed and exchanged contact information with Ohua, she was approached by Wang Wei, who, with a beaming smile, informed her that he had effortlessly defeated his opponent and had just arrived at the hospital door. All right, then it's settled that I will come to pick you up tonight. Observing only new messages from Feng Xiao, Gu Yuting, and Zhao Huayu, Ohua stood up and made his way outside the ward. That I have apologized. She appears quite pleased. I shall ensure her happiness tonight as well. He mused, referring to the dessert outing. As he passed by Wang Wei, who stood at a modest height of around 1.70 meters, Ohua's gentle smile remained unchanged, though his gaze upon him was akin to that of someone looking down at a defeated hound. What more do you require from me? I am at your service, kid. The cold inquiry, as if accommodating every whim of a petulant child, caused Wang Wei's face to flush crimson. Upon seeing Gu Yuting's delighted expression as she gazed at her phone, he wished he could obliterate Ohua on the spot. Chapter 34. An unexpected encounter. You finally returned. Your turn is imminent. The battles ahead will be challenging. It's a second-tier hidden class. Zhao Huayu regarded the returning Ohua with an expression of grave seriousness. The progress within the winner's bracket had been remarkably swift, with only 256 participants remaining. Thus, the likelihood of encountering high-level opponents was significantly heightened. Did you forget that I am also a second-tier hidden class? Ohua, however, appeared unconcerned as he strode toward the arena. Upon exiting, he found that the 100 platforms on the sports field had been reduced to merely 10 grand stages, with the notice on platform number 1 boldly proclaiming, Ohua, LV.1 Warrior versus Ji Miaoqing. LV.34 Phantom Swordswoman. A Ji Miaoqing, Phantom Swordswoman. The memory of the girl with the hidden class whom he had encountered earlier flashed through his mind. As he ascended the platform, his opponent approached, the very girl with whom he had crossed paths thrice and had even ridden in her luxurious car. I once mentioned that we would meet again. I had imagined it would be in the finals competing for the championship. Yet here we are facing each other in the 256 to 128 round. Ji Miaoqing wielded her swords with both hands. But unlike Ohua's imposing 1.20 meter great sword, she brandished a standard long sword measuring 70 centimeters. Due to the constraints of the arena, Ji Miaoqing, adorned in less than exquisite gear, lost the grandeur she exhibited upon their first encounter. Instead, she appeared more ethereal, highlighted by her ordinary equipment, while her figure, accentuated by the fitted leather armor, was as enchanting as her name implied. Fear not, for there is still the loser's bracket. You have fought valiantly, and you shall meet again in the grand finals, spoke Ohua, his expression unusually grave. Although he stood at level 37, 3 levels above Ji Miaoqing, the negligible difference in levels post-second transition rendered the disparity less significant in battle. At that moment, the attention of all spectators in the auditorium was riveted upon Arena 1, home to a level 34 hidden class, the Phantom Swordsman. This class boasted exceptionally high physical damage, with skills capable of bypassing defenses, blocks, and parries. Moreover, it could create duplicates with an attack power identical to that of the original, even surpassing the quality of mere illusions. Had this been the previous year, Ji Miaoqing would undoubtedly have been the champion. Considering last year's victor was merely a level 32, second transition, ordinary class individual with a class compatibility of level 7. Their conversation revealed that the enigmatic level 1 warrior held absolute confidence in Ji Miaoqing's potential to reach the loser's bracket. Surely, this year could not possibly feature 2 hidden class individuals above level 34, one of whom was an undetectable force. You are correct. However, this time, I sense it will be you who ends up in the loser's bracket, only to rise again. Ji Miaoqing twirled her sword in delight. Having found her previous opponents too mundane, she was eager for the referee to declare the start of the match. Commence, the referee, allowing Ohua and Ji Miaoqing to engage in conversation, tantalized the audience's anticipation. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, the referee announced the match's commencement. The very instant the declaration was made, 2 Ji Miaoqings appeared before Ohua, advancing in unison, their dual swords slashing fiercely towards him. Faced with this initial assault, Ohua's eyes narrowed, activating his blood engine, causing a surge of sanguine energy that shattered the 2 attacking illusions, while he became enveloped in a mist of blood. his speed dramatically increasing as he transformed into a blood shadow, charging towards Ji Miaoqing. A Berserker? Was that not the blood engine of the third transition class Berserker? Among the audience, keen observers recognized Ouhua's class. Erupting in disbelief, not only was it the blood engine, but it was already at level 10. That shockwave was the unique attack effect of the blood engine at level 10. As Ouhua unleashed his skill, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. A newcomer who had just completed his second transition possessing a level 10 skill indicated that his class compatibility was at least level 4. Furthermore, all skill points must have been allocated to a single skill. A level 4 class compatibility, even for an ordinary class, was highly sought after by various guilds. Not to mention, he was a hidden class practitioner. On the arena, empowered by the blood engine, Ouhua's speed surged, his body enshrouded in blood, resembling a bloodthirsty demon in relentless pursuit. In contrast, Ji Miaoqing moved like a celestial being fleeing from a demon. Her movements fluid and ethereal amidst the swirling blood mist, as if caught in a dream. Evasive and light-hearted, Ji Miaoqing laughed softly as Ouhua swung his sword towards her. In an instant, her body shattered like fragile glass, and simultaneously, 3 manifestations of Ji Miaoqing appeared, all wielding swords aimed at him. Faced with the encirclement, Ouhua raised his right leg and forcefully stomped the ground. His terrifying explosive power shattering the arena floor, the flying debris, entwined with blood mist, pierced through the illusions, reducing them to mere fragments scattered in the air. After the stones had struck and obliterated the phantoms, Ouhua abruptly pivoted, akin to a golfer smashing the ground, sending countless shards of stone flying. These stones, like shotgun pellets, rained down upon Ji Miaoqing, who had appeared 10 meters away unbeknownst to him. With a deft motion of her dual swords, she parried, swept, and sliced, swiftly deflecting the powerful projectiles, while conjuring more duplicates to appear beside Ouhua in an attempt to impede his approach. Despite being a melee class with her strongest skills designed for close combat, she was determined to avoid being overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of the Berserker. After all, it was widely acknowledged among all practitioners that the Berserker's attack power was unparalleled when matched with equivalent equipment and skill levels. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. You have 30 seconds left. 30 seconds. You shall not defeat me. You will lose, and may even perish. Ouhua observed Ji Miaoqing's evasive maneuvers. Unwilling to engage him directly, with a casual flick of his wrist, his colossal sword, shrouded in dense blood mist, cleaved through the 3 illusions, coldly warning Ji Miaoqing, which also served as a reluctant gesture of gratitude for her earlier kindness in transporting him. Ji Miaoqing furrowed her brow, disregarding Ouhua's words, dismissing them as mere taunts. This moment, her health and mana were ample. Utilizing only minor skills to create illusions or employing shifts to maintain distance was sufficient to endure until the Berserker's rampage subsided. Once he exhausted his energy, he would transform from a formidable titan into a mere shadow of his former self, entirely at her mercy. The strategies for dealing with Berserkers were common knowledge worldwide. Enduring through his peak strength meant he would become vulnerable, and there was no need for her to reveal excessive skills against him. Are you certain you will not employ any other skills in the final 10 seconds to defeat me? Ouhua relentlessly pursued the agile Ji Miaoqing, who moved gracefully across the arena. With 10 seconds remaining on the cooldown of Blood Engine, he sensed her nonchalance towards him, and, out of goodwill, reiterated his warning. Ji Miaoqing ignored Ouhua's verbal jabs, maintaining her steady approach. Though her victory might not be spectacular, this method was undoubtedly reliable. Time was up. As Ouhua continued his pursuit, his body erupted once more with a crimson aura, this time expanding to twice the radius of his initial activation of Blood Engine. While fleeing, Ji Miaoqing found herself within its grasp. Damn it! Seeing her rapidly depleting health, Ji Miaoqing cursed under her breath and utilized her shift to escape the range of the blood surge. However, upon landing, a face twisted in raucous laughter, yet with eyes as cold as ice, appeared before her, accompanied by a massive sword wreathed in blood flames, slicing towards her with a fierce whistle. Ji Miaoqing's pupils constricted in panic, and in a desperate bid, she once again employed her shift to swap places with an illusion. With a single strike, Ouhua shattered the illusion before him, cleaving the arena floor and creating a vast fissure. He then forcefully stomped the ground. That moment, the blood mist enveloping Ouhua thickened to the point of igniting into blood flames. The instant Ji Miaoqing executed her teleportation, he appeared before her with a maniacal laugh. To her astonishment and fury, Ji Miaoqing realized that his agility had surged to such an extent that he could cover a distance of 20 meters in the blink of an eye. Most crucially, how could he maintain his rationality despite such a formidable enhancement? Was he not the berserker who would lose his mind at the slightest provocation? How could he discern the landing point of his teleportation? Chapter 35. Watch as I twist your head off. Panic surged through Ji Miaoqing. She genuinely regretted her earlier misjudgment and acknowledged that she should have sought a swift resolution. However, it was not too late. Her eyes narrowed as she gazed at the colossal sword descending towards her. She conjured a duplicate with identical attack power and health at her original location, while her true form entered an ethereal state. Swiftly retreating to the right of Ohua, the replica, mirroring her perfectly, was instantly obliterated beneath the blood-flame-wreathed sword. Yet, as she emerged from her incorporeal state, a massive sword, engulfed in rich blood flames, hurtled towards her abdomen. As if she had willingly collided with it, in the subsequent explosion of energy, the sword that struck her was suddenly shattered by a golden light that enveloped Ji Miaoqing's body. The victor, Ohua, as the crystal ball, which had shielded Ji Miaoqing from a fatal blow, shattered, the referee promptly declared Ohua the winner. Although the protective mechanism of the arena had activated and destroyed the sword upon impact, the residual force still propelled Ji Miaoqing backwards several meters before she could regain her footing. That a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth, even with the majority of the force dissipated by the protective system. She sustained injuries, her health plummeting to a mere 31 points. Just as Ohua had remarked, without the arena's protective mechanism, she would indeed have perished due to her overconfidence. Cursed be it, she had expended 2 of her 5 class skills, Phantom Transformation and Ethereal Presence, while only utilizing 1 of her 3 universal skills, Teleportation. This reckless habit of underestimating her opponents must be rectified. Once she ascends from the loser's bracket, she would ensure that he would not win so easily. Reflecting on her errors, Ji Miaoqing smirked, raising her hand to wipe the blood from her lips. Tenderly rubbing her painfully throbbing abdomen, she left the arena with grace that in her heart. She resolved that during the finals, she would deploy all her skills within 30 seconds to defeat this terrifying man. There were 2 strategies to confront a berserker. The first was to prolong the battle until they entered a state of fatigue, making victory attainable. The second was to unleash a burst of power. After all, the berserker was characterized by high attack and low defense, so she must strike decisively before he unleashed his tempestuous onslaught. Expectation, to be frank, you are quite disappointing. The blood engine effect has yet to fade, and Ohua is enveloped in a dense flame of blood, his face betraying an uncontrollable, arrogant smile. Yet, his voice is marked by an icy indifference. As if a soul akin to a frigid mountain resides within this frenzied body, Ohua's exceptionally calm demeanor ignites a fervor throughout the entire arena that a 3rd-tier professional berserker is undoubtedly a top-tier physical damage dealer. Possessing an explosive damage output that is unparalleled by any other profession, bolstered by terrifying life steal, recovery, and healing abilities, he can withstand the onslaught of a boss even while fully geared for damage. To take on 100 foes alone is no mere jest. However, this physical damage dealer harbors a fatal flaw. The lower his health, the weaker his intellect, rendering him more susceptible to uncontrollable rampages, indiscriminately attacking all in his vicinity. In both defensive and offensive battles, he can easily lose control and plunge into the midst of a beast tide, distancing himself from the healer's reach, ultimately succumbing to death when his stamina is depleted and his skills exhausted. The sheer terror of a berserker maintaining composure is unfathomable to the audience. Should he stand at the city gate during a beast tide, and the support classes bestow their potent buffs upon him, he would become a monstrous meat grinder. No matter how many foes come, they would all perish. Xiaohua, you actually chose Berserker as your 2nd class. Moreover, you possess the skill to maintain rationality as a Berserker. I told you, this year's champion is undoubtedly yours. Zhao Huayu, observing Ohua enter the resting area, immediately rushed over in excitement. Were it not for the fear of being beaten and the knowledge that he could not hold his own, he would have embraced Ohua and showered him with fervent kisses. The Berserker is my 1st class. I have now advanced to the 2nd tier. At this moment, after the blood engine effect concluded, Ohua, returning to his indifferent and serene expression, merely smirked and subtly shared some information with Zhao Huayu. Zhao Huayu's pupils dilated, and he gasped in shock. Goodness, a 1st class as a Berserker? Then his 2nd-tier skills must be even more formidable? The 4th-tier class following the Berserker is the Blood Domain Warrior. known for its even more violent damage and greater susceptibility to losing control. Has he already advanced to the blood domain warrior? Zhao Huayu grinned widely, unable to contain his excitement, wishing for a time accelerator to witness the grandeur of the champion's coronation ceremony post-Qingyun ranking. Regaining his composure, Zhao Huayu promptly directed Ohua to return for rest. Glaring at anyone approaching like an aggressive pit bull, fearing they might attempt to steal Ohua away. Upon returning to the hotel, Ohua retrieved his phone and saw a message from Yi Jiao to Fei Qi. Feng Xiaoxiao's message was brief, simply stating, "Impressive, brother," followed by a thumbs-up emoji. Ohua replied with, "It's your turn to be impressive," and sent back the thumbs-up emoji. "Don't worry, I feel like we're going to lose in the top 16. Right now, I just want to punch that show-off Zhao Xiaochuan. Damn it, without him, I think we could cling to Captain Yang Lang's leg and make it to the finals. Brother, can you help me?" "Sure. Once we return to Ishan City, I'll find a moonless night for you. I'll treat you to ice cream. Love you. Mwah." Lying on his bed, Ohua watched battle videos while intermittently chatting with Feng Xiaoxiao. Time seemed to fly by, and before long, evening had arrived. "I'm about to go on a date with a beautiful girl at the cake shop. Would you like a cake? I can have Uncle Zhao deliver it to you." "Yes, but more than a delicious cake, I yearn for that message from Gu Yuding. She is the lawful loli I dream of day and night, that adorable round face. It must be delightful to cuddle." "All right, I'll tell her you're my sister and insist that she adds you." "Sure thing, my bro. Love you again. Mwah." Ohua turned off his phone, took a shower, and changed into a clean outfit. He then left the hotel and went to the designated spot to wait for Gu Yuding. Dressed in a black t-shirt, slightly faded jeans, and a pair of white sneakers, his casual attire drew attention on the bustling street. Some bold girls even approached him directly to inquire about his contact information. Others recognized him as the illustrious LV.1 warrior from the arena, eagerly pulling out their phones to capture his image. "I'm sorry, but I have an appointment." Ohua politely declined one girl's request for his contact details. And when she persisted, he graciously refused her again. Standing at over 6 feet tall, he easily spotted the petite and charming Gu Yuding among the crowd. Upon seeing her approach, Ohua gently pushed aside the girl blocking his path and frowned, using his gaze to halt her continued pursuit. Before striding towards Gu Yuding, the girl, caught in his piercing stare, shivered as if a switch had been flipped, her face turning crimson. "I'm sorry for making you wait," Gu Yuding said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she apologized. In all honesty, she had been ready long before. If it weren't for that raucous Wang Wei insisting on taking her for emergency training, she would have arrived here an hour early. "Not long. Let's go. My sister mentioned that dessert place is quite nice." Ohua slightly tilted his head, a smile gracing his lips as he glanced at the street corner in the distance, his sharp eyes locking onto the pouting Wang Wei. "You want to irritate me for a moment? Then I shall ensure you remain vexed for the rest of your life. It would be delightful if you lost your mind and came at me with a knife. Just watch me twist your head off and offer it to the blood demon." This was the true reflection of Ohua's inner thoughts. Chapter 36. Resilience. What the so many people. Truly, this is the capital. Upon arriving at the dessert shop, Ohua felt his scalp tingle at the sight of the long line. Had he known, he would have called upon Zhao Huayu, the capitalist, to handle the desserts here. "Ahem, Yuding, perhaps we should consider going to another place?" Ohua wore a face of exasperation, but having promised someone, he felt reluctant to refuse, so he mustered the courage to ask Gu Yuding. Great minds think alike. Gu Yuding, living in a northern city, was equally taken aback by the crowd. As the modern-day goddess, waiting in line was simply not an option for her. She could forego eating, but would never stand in line. "Let us bail?" Ohua and Gu Yuting hit it off immediately, leaving the dessert shop with laughter. However, before departing, Ohua sent a message to Zhao Huayu, requesting him to arrange for a cake to be delivered to Feng Xiaoxiao. "Your friend seems rather concerned about you." With Ohua's height, he could easily spot Wang Wei following them in the crowd with a slight turn of his head. "You aged at my apologies," Gu Yuting said. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She wasn't naive. She was well aware that the trending topics online were all about Ohua, including the altercation involving him and Wang Wei. Having spent the day in the hospital engrossed in her phone, she naturally understood just how unreasonable Wang Wei had been. "No worries. But if your friend continues like this, it might become problematic." Adopting a diplomatic approach, Gu Yuting was not the type of girl to be unpleasant. So she decided to address the matter first. He wasn't always like this. He had merely become a bit arrogant after transitioning to a hidden profession. Gu Yuting pursed her lips, not advocating for Wang Wei, even feeling that he deserved a good beating. After all, they had known each other since childhood, and with a handsome man beside her, she couldn't possibly express a sentiment like, give him a good thrashing, in such crass terms. Previously, she had thought Wang Wei to be a decent person, honest, down-to-earth, and gentle, far more reliable than those who merely changed girlfriends every month for the sake of appearances. When he transitioned to a hidden profession, she had naively believed that he would earn the right to propose to her parents through his own capabilities after graduating from university. Yet, after his transition, his demeanor changed drastically. He became increasingly arrogant and began to invade her personal space. He entertained flings with the school belle, the campus beauty, and various other attractive girls, maintaining ambiguous relationships with all, yearning to collect them all without committing to any. To be frank, she was exhausted. Not only did she have to endure his clumsy flirtations daily, but she also had to navigate the delicate relationship between their families. Being neighbors for over a decade, she had long wished to bid him farewell, but had held back out of consideration for his fragile pride. No problem, I can help bring him down a peg. How about breaking his legs? Oh Hua's eyes narrowed slightly. Some individuals truly needed a taste of reality to understand their limitations. Forget it, I have no interest in him. There are plenty of admirers at school, Gu Ting scoffed, embodying the forthright spirit of a girl from northeast China. At that moment, she had come to a clear realization. This exceptionally handsome gentleman had invited her out to irritate Wang Wei. By accepting, she too intended to vex Wang Wei, who had become insufferably arrogant since his transition to a hidden profession. She was pragmatic, aware of her place and recognizing that this captivating man was someone she could never aspire to reach. Thus, she resolved to seize the moment, enjoy the experience, and figure things out later. It's evident that you were quite popular, just like me. Oh Hua complimented Gu Ting with a smile, adding a touch of self-admiration to ease any awkwardness. The two engaged in delightful conversation along the way, seemingly having forged a budding friendship. The ever-silent Wang Wei, trailing behind, was seething with anger, smoke of a verdant hue billowing from his head. Each smile exchanged between the two only served to intensify his ire, gnashing his teeth in resentment. Yet, he continuously reminded himself that if he wished to make a resounding impression on the Qingyan rankings, he must exercise patience. His prowess would undoubtedly shine on the stage of the Qingyan rankings. How delightful it would be to trample that man's loathsome visage before the eyes of the nation. TSK, your childhood companion is truly a waste. I had thought he could provide a dramatic tableau of two men vying for one woman in the streets. Oh Huan narrowed his eyes slightly. Although his voice remained calm, the hidden chill in his gaze sent a shiver down Gu Yuting's spine. Are you attempting to provoke him into making the first move? Only to beat him and have him disqualified from the competition? He is not foolish, and neither am I. I am but a mere inhabitant of his crystal palace in his mind. His harem now boasts the class flower, the campus belle, and the talented beauty, while I, the class flower who doesn't even rank, am akin to a tasteless morsel, neither enjoyable nor easily discarded. Is it not? Brother Hua, marriage laws have existed for centuries. And he still dreams of a harem? Gu Yuting was utterly speechless, unable to suppress her frustration as she inquired of Oh Hua, her fists clenched tightly, wishing she could strike Wang Wei dead. Perhaps he has indulged too much in fantasy novels. We are in a contemporary setting, after all, which hardly suits him. Oh Hua stroked his chin, briefly analyzing the situation before delivering a sharp retort. Your description is truly apt. Gu Yuting was amused by Oh Hua's humor, delivered with a stoic facade, truly, a testament to the notion that a fascinating spirit often lies beneath a seemingly indifferent exterior. There's a crepe stand over there, and the crowd is sparse. Shall we? Absolutely. Chatting with Oh Hua was a delightful and enjoyable experience for Gu Yuting, and she readily agreed, her smile brighter than it had been in months. Throughout this outing, she relished the meticulous care of the handsome gentleman, graciously accepting Oh Hua's apologies and savoring the rare opportunity to date someone as dashing as him. At 10 o'clock that evening, Oh Hua escorted Gu Yuting back to her hotel. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Feng Xiaoxiao, engaged in affectionate banter with a beautiful girl sporting a G hairstyle. Oh, you've had a tough day. Feng Xiaoxiao greeted Oh Hua with carefree exuberance. Had it not been for the petite beauty beside him, she would have scarcely bothered with Oh Hua, perhaps even whisking away her companion to prevent her from being ensnared by his good looks. Well, Feng Xiaoxiao, my childhood friend, female, with a penchant for males, Oh Hua introduced, subtly altering her preferences to favor males out of loyalty. Hello. Gu Yuting shrank back slightly, feeling the scrutinizing gaze of Feng Xiaoxiao, which suggested that solitude with her might jeopardize her virtue. Thus, she maintained a prudent distance from the somewhat androgynous figure before her. Hello. I witnessed her confrontation with Xiao Hua. You fared quite well. He once used a tombstone as a finishing move against me. Feng Xiaoxiao instantly perceived Gu Yuding's wariness towards her, and in that moment, she recognized that her chances were utterly diminished, leading her to promptly abandon any thoughts of pursuing Gu Yuding. It was during your RKO ambush that I acted in legitimate self-defense. In response to Feng Xiaoxiao's teasing, Ohwa remained entirely unfazed, even going so far as to assert that she was the one who initiated the confrontation. He was, after all, a gentleman. How could he ever raise his hand against a woman? Even if his opponent were someone as intellectually undeveloped as Feng Xiaoxiao, he would never strike first. The playful banter exchange between Ohwa and Feng Xiaoxiao elicited laughter from Gu Yuding and the other girl. Curiously enough, despite the apparent closeness between Ohwa and Feng Xiaoxiao, no one perceived them as a couple. Rather, they were regarded as the best of friends or perhaps even as brothers. Moreover, while Ohwa maintained a rather stoic demeanor, his witty and humorous remarks quickly endeared him to the three women, prompting a lively conversation among them. Meanwhile, the scene of Ohwa sharing laughter with the trio infuriated Wang Wei, who lurked in the shadows at the street corner. His eyes ablaze with rage. He could only remind himself internally to be patient. A moment's impatience could ruin a grand plan. This grudge could only be settled by defeating that person in the arena. Endurance. Chapter 37. She holds me in her heart. You seem rather pleased. Have you encountered some delightful news? Zhao Huayu had been wearing a smile that had not faded for days, and upon seeing Ohwa return with a beaming expression, his smile broadened even further. Well, I had a chat with some friends, and today I came across an exceptionally composed green-headed turtle that I couldn't help but think that if he were to take his beloved to the inn, he would merely clench his fists and stand at the inn's entrance, gazing through the window while silently reciting, "She holds me in her heart." A smirk played on Ohwa's lips as he found the situation amusing. Shaking his head to suppress a bubbling laughter, Wang Wei was quite the character, and his simplistic thought process allowed Ohwa to effortlessly analyze his behavioral patterns, should an irreconcilable feud arise in the future. Spending a mere few tens of thousands to hire a pure and enchanting beauty to ensnare and incapacitate him would be a breeze. The only uncertainty remained whether he was a dragon king, a son-in-law, a divine physician, or perhaps a combination of all three. Stretching languidly on the sofa, Ohwa jested with Zhao Huayu. Ha ha ha. If he possessed any of those identities, wouldn't you, little Hua, be nothing more than a stepping stone for him to slap in the face? Zhao Huayu, a frequent reader of novels, immediately grasped Ohwa's implication and couldn't help but smile at the jest. This Ohwa was indeed quite cunning, directly targeting Wang Wei's vulnerabilities in an attempt to incite jealousy, leading him to lose his composure and provoke an attack outside the arena, where he could then legitimately retaliate and defeat him. Such a meticulously scheming and somewhat sinister individual was suspected to be a berserker? It was utterly absurd. If he can land a blow on me, that would be his skill. Uncle Zhao, could you arrange for me to face him in a duel tomorrow? Ohwa's fingers drummed against the armrest of the sofa, and his smile grew increasingly disdainful. I could give it a try, but I've done my research. He is also a second-tier hidden class. Do you require his information? Zhao Huayu did not outright refuse, but instead inquired whether Ohwa needed the details on Wang Wei. No more. He knows nothing about me, and I do not relish taking advantage of others. Moreover, I sense that he can hardly endure even a minute in my presence. It is a peculiar sensation, yet undeniably real. Ohwa closed his eyes, reminiscing about his encounters with Wang Wei and Ji Miaoqing, that he realized that Wang Wei and Ji Miaoqing were beyond comparison. In the presence of Ji Miaoqing, he could always perceive a faint sense of crisis, as if the very possibility of his mind collapsing loomed ever near. However, facing Wang Wei felt no different than confronting any other professional. Ching, Uncle Xin, you are right. That brat has probably lingered too long in the novice zone, bullying nothing but ordinary professionals, which has made him rather arrogant. It would serve him well to experience the harsh realities of the loser S group. Zhao Huayu chuckled, bidding farewell to Ohwa before promptly heading to the headquarters of the Job Transfer Guild to discuss this matter with the supervisor, although altering rankings secretly was impossible. Slightly adjusting the system's draw probabilities was certainly feasible. No one would be the wiser. Furthermore, the personnel at headquarters were particularly keen on Ohwa's true strength, and assigning him a formidable opponent would provide insight into how much power he truly concealed. On the following morning, the arena, previously left in ruins by the participants of the Loser S group, had been meticulously restored. The organizers of the Qingyan ranking seemed to recognize that Ohwa was the key to attracting attention, scheduling his match from 128 to 64 as the first bout of the third day's competition. Today, Ohwa's first opponent was a level 30 sword and shield knight named Lu Ming. who had completed his second job transfer. The Sword and Shield Knight boasted formidable defensive capabilities alongside counterattack skills capable of delivering a lethal blow, serving as a reliable presence in any team, providing a sense of security on the battlefield. Seeing the devastating power of Ohwa's frenzied attacks from the previous day, Lu Ming dared not underestimate him. As soon as the referee announced the start, he exhaled a deep breath, raising his shield and charging towards Ohwa. The massive sword he wielded rested on his shoulder, its sharp blade, measuring 1.2 meters, gleaming with golden light, poised to unleash a fatal strike against Ohwa. Yet, Lu Ming's speed as he charged was swift, and the force with which his shield rebounded was even swifter, activating the blood engine. Ohwa, enveloped in a miasma of blood energy, pursued the continuously flying Lu Ming like a shadow, relentlessly striking his shield with his great sword as if it were a softball. In just 3 strikes, Ohwa sent the begrudging Lu Ming hurtling off the arena. Damn. Lu Ming, having fallen outside the arena, slammed his deeply dented shield onto the ground in frustration, cursing vehemently. That moment, his left arm, which held the shield, throbbed with excruciating pain, as though his bones had been shattered. I concede defeat. Your might has earned my utmost respect. After venting his dissatisfaction, Lu Ming raised his head towards the arena, where Ohwa, still enveloped in the blood engine, bore a somewhat frenzied expression, conveying his admiration. Indeed, you are formidable, generally. When I activate my skills against monsters below level 45, I can vanquish them instantly. The fact that you managed to withstand my onslaught throughout the duration of my skills speaks volumes of your strength. If you were to don your own equipment, you would undoubtedly endure even longer. Ohwa raised the already bent greatsword in his hand, and although his expression was somewhat fierce, his cold and austere voice commanded an undeniable sense of trust. Lu Ming wholeheartedly agreed. After all, just yesterday, the level 34 hidden class players had been relentlessly pursued by this monster, too terrified to approach him. He himself had bravely withstood 3 strikes from this humanoid creature. This proved that he was not entirely ineffectual. At the very least, his defensive prowess surpassed that of the level 34 hidden class by several folds. Grateful for Ohwa's acknowledgement, Lu Ming smiled in thanks before turning elegantly to depart. However, Ohwa's apparent recognition of Lu Ming was, in truth, more a self-aggrandizing boast that set the surrounding audience ablaze with excitement. Were monsters below level 45 truly dispatched in an instant? Just how high was this Berserker's level? Amidst the chatter, the effect of Ohwa's blood engine faded, returning him to his indifferent demeanor, seemingly disinterested in everything. At this moment, the audience even raised hundreds of support banners cheering for Ohwa. In this era where strength reigns supreme and popularity is paramount, Ohwa's formidable prowess, exuding an air of dominance over all, coupled with his level 1 warrior classification and an aura of mystery, propelled him to rapid fame. His fanbase expanded at an astonishing rate, with several renowned content creators beginning to analyze his class comprehensively, praising both his skills and character. This was the strategic maneuvering of Ohwa, the astute young man. He aimed not only to emerge as the top contender, but also to become the most talked-about champion of this season. His intentions were crystal clear: to amass wealth. To amass wealth, and indeed, to amass wealth. While he did not aspire to become the richest person in the country, he certainly wished to reach a level where he need not worry about affording equipment and skill books in the future. He had no desire to toil endlessly and leveling up only to fret over daily meals, let alone sell off everything for a coveted skill book. Ah, Xiaohua, you truly understand the online world. In the rest area, Zhao Huayu observed the trending topic dominating the headlines once more, approaching with a radiant smile, serving tea and water to Ohwa as if he were a servant. Now that time was ample, he could afford to indulge in such matters, but once the Qingyun rankings concluded, he would have no leisure for these distractions, and would have to rely on Uncle Zhao's support thereafter. Ohwa was no fool. His current efforts to build momentum were merely an extension of the arena battles. In the future, he would undoubtedly leave such affairs to professionals like Zhao Huayu, lest he become bogged down dealing with troublesome detractors, rendering him unable to leave his computer. Leave these trifles to Uncle Zhao. Focus on leveling up. Uncle Zhao will ensure everything is handled beautifully. Zhao Huayu beamed even more brightly, internally praising Ohwa not only for his strength and intelligence but also for his discernment in recognizing what truly mattered to him. He wouldn't cling to trivial gains, unwilling to share even a drop of soup with others, even if he were to overindulge. Engaging with such a sharp-minded individual was indeed a pleasure. Chapter 38. Despicable Scoundrels Defy Chivalry. The pace of the winners' bracket matches was accelerating, and after only an hour of rest, Ohwa was called to the stage for the 64-32 knockout round. This time, his opponent was none other than Wang Wei. Ohwa, LV. One warrior versus Wang Wei. LV.32 Spirit Summoner. Ohwa grasped his weapons, brandishing two mighty swords as he ascended the arena, patiently awaiting the arrival of his adversary, Wang Wei, however, as he waited in vain. The minutes ticked away with no sign of his opponent. With just 1 minute remaining, the rules dictated that any competitor who failed to appear would forfeit their right to compete. The referee glanced at the time on his wristwatch, furrowing his brow in discontent. After over a decade of officiating, he harbored a deep disdain for those lacking a sense of punctuality. How could one possibly be late at such a pivotal moment that could shape their future? Amidst the murmurs of the audience, the announcement board bearing the names of Ohwa and Wang Wei initiated a final countdown of 10 seconds, just as Ohwa was beginning to suspect that Wang Wei had fled in fear. A shadow swept across the sky. In a flurry of haste, Wang Wei, adorned with demonic wings, strolled nonchalantly onto the stage, hands nestled in his pockets, his body enveloped by a tempest. He landed with a dramatic flourish, stirring up a whirlwind of astonishment among the spectators. It appeared he had arrived just in time, clad in designer attire, an elegant t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. Wang Wei turned to the announcement board, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance and disdain. Unlike the despondent figure from the previous night, he now radiated vitality, his otherwise unremarkable face alight with a subtle smile, as if he had stumbled upon something profoundly delightful. Adorned in his tailored garments, he exuded an effortless charm and sophistication, leaving an impression of immense wealth. The match commenced. The referee, taken aback by Wang Wei's striking presence, merely scoffed before declaring the start. Apologies for the wait. A lovely lady awaits, and I simply could not tarry. With his hands seemingly fused to his pockets, Wang Wei bore a sardonic grin, his gaze towards Ohwa brimming with contempt. Meanwhile, his so-called lady was seated in a high-rise office within the bustling third ring of the capital, her arm propped casually against her alluring figure, a porcelain-like hand cradling her flawless visage. This enchanting woman, in her early 20s, wore a knowing smile as she observed the live broadcast of the duel, eager for her intriguing young friend to deliver a plethora of surprises. Ohwa, utterly exasperated, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What manner of arrogant being was this? As Wang Wei's demonic wings folded dramatically behind him, a petite, golden-haired girl clad in a frilly dress, adorned with a large bow atop her head, clearly a delicate foreign heiress, rushed towards the front row, escorted by a striking bodyguard. Brother Wang Wei, go for it. The exertion from her sprint left a sheen of sweat upon her brow. Reaching the frontmost seats, she cupped her hands around her mouth, shouting with all her might to rally support for Wang Wei. The clarity of her Mandarin, despite her foreign appearance, left the surrounding audience in astonishment, as they inwardly chastised Wang Wei for not seizing such a charming young lady. It was high time they took matters into their own hands. Alice, just you wait. I shall cough. Wang Wei turned his gaze towards the audience, where a little girl, with a crisp and delicate voice, was cheering for him. Yet, the moment his eyes drifted away from Ohwa, the latter thrust his massive sword into the arena, activating the blood engine. In a single stride, he traversed the 20-plus meters that separated them, appearing before Wang Wei. Just as Wang Wei cast a gentle smile at the little girl, Ohwa's left hand transformed into a claw, delivering a resounding slap to Wang Wei's face. With a loud smack, akin to striking rice cakes, he was forcefully pinned to the arena floor. Under the terrifying might of Ohwa, Wang Wei's head was driven directly into the concrete surface of the stage. Who do you think you're underestimating? Me? Ohwa pressed Wang Wei's cheek down, shrouded in a mist of blood, his gaze cold and menacing, resembling a dark deity. At that moment, he could easily crush this fool's skull if he wished. Despicable rogue, devoid of martial ethics, how dare you launch a sneak attack? Wang Wei, both astonished and enraged, summoned the demonic wings behind him, gathering a tempest to blow Ohwa away. However, as he began to harness his magical power, irritated by Ohwa's dismissive attitude, the latter released his grip, delivering a piercing punch to Wang Wei's forehead. The immense force erupted like a high-explosive grenade, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Web-like cracks radiated from the point of impact as Ohwa's fist struck the arena floor. Wang Wei, with an exclamation of surprise, found his upper body completely buried in the arena, his legs comically inverted, resembling a fallen tree. With a grim expression, Ohwa withdrew his fist from the ground, simultaneously grasping Wang Wei by the neck and yanking him out, as if the solid concrete were mere tofu. You truly are formidable. How did you not shatter the lights? He mused. What kind of spirit beast do you possess? A turtle or a mere toad? Enveloped in a haze of blood, Ohwa resembled the final boss. Holding Wang Wei's throat with one hand, scrutinizing the flowing green light shield enveloping him, his tone laced with incredulity, Just as Wang Wei opened his mouth to retort, Ohua's grip on his throat tightened fiercely, indenting his neck and forcibly silencing him. Sensing Wang Wei's intent to resist, Ohua delivered a powerful blow to his abdomen, dispersing the tempest he had been conjuring behind him, leaving no room for reprieve. As his left fist struck Wang Wei's midsection, Ohua released his grip on Wang Wei's throat, unleashing a barrage of punches that rained down upon him. Suspended in midair, Wang Wei was unable to land amidst the relentless and heavy onslaught of blows. Like a human sandbag, he was subjected to an unending series of punches from Ohua. The green light shield was shattered long ago, and his ribs, hand bones, leg bones, shoulder blades, and facial bones had endured countless fractures. Yet Ohua skillfully controlled his strength, refraining from delivering a single lethal blow. Meanwhile, the referee stood at the edge of the arena, a cold smile gracing his lips as he observed the scene. Wang Wei remained conscious, did not surrender, nor did he shatter. Therefore, the referee had no grounds to call for a halt. Moreover, this was a legitimate battle. No one had the authority to intervene, not even if the King of Heaven himself appeared. He would still stand in their way. As she watched the captivating beauty of the CEO on the live broadcast, her delicate lips curved downwards, and the fervent glimmer in her eyes gradually turned frosty. She subsequently closed the streaming website. Useless, the beautiful CEO muttered under her breath after shutting down the live feed. This was her first personal encounter with the bitter taste of investment failure. The feeling was astonishingly infuriating. The one-sided beating persisted for 5 minutes, during which the human punching bag, Wang Wei, remained suspended in the air, never descending a single centimeter amidst the flurry of fists. Had it not been for his crystal chandelier being shattered, Ohua would likely have continued to unleash his fury for the remaining 25 minutes. The victor, Ohua. The referee finally wore a smile, nodding in satisfaction before declaring Ohua the winner. Once a gaming prodigy himself, the infinite combos and king of fighters were at his fingertips. Today's display of martial prowess evoked nostalgic reminiscence of his childhood, prompting him to consider visiting an arcade after his shift to relive those cherished memories. How unfortunate. Despite having a stamina level of 166 points after his second transformation, Ohua felt no fatigue as he looked at Wang Wei, whose body lay grotesquely contorted on the arena floor. Disgusted, he brushed off his hands. Withdrawing the 2 massive swords embedded in the platform, he departed from the stage that he had nearly obliterated with a single punch. His earlier intuition had proven correct. This Wang Wei was indistinguishable from an ordinary person. No, to label him as ordinary would be an affront to the countless ordinary individuals out there. At that moment, Ohua silently apologized to the world's ordinary people, recognizing that they should never be compared to the likes of Wang Wei, a piece of refuse. Once he concluded his silent apology, Ohua furrowed his brow slightly. If his intuition held true, he would need to regard the enigmatic Ji Miaoqing, who evoked a sense of mortal threat, with greater seriousness. In the audience, a foreign little girl named Alice had her mouth agape throughout the 5 minutes Wang Wei was pummeled. Unable to comprehend why her once dashing, gentle, invincible brother Wang Wei, who had saved her from villains, was being crushed like a mere insect. "Miss, we should leave this place," a beautiful bodyguard remarked, her expression strained amidst the spectators' amused gazes. She swiftly scooped up the foreign little girl and darted away, fearing that any delay might subject them to the audience's merciless ridicule. I watched the match. You must be quite disappointed, right? Zhao Huaiyu observed the disgruntled expression on Ohua's face, and the thought of Wang Wei being unable to regain his footing for 5 minutes brought a smile to his lips. However, as a professional, he cleared his throat a couple of times to suppress his laughter, finding it rather difficult to contain himself. Was he really a so-called hidden class? To be placed on the same starting line as him felt like an affront to my dignity. After toiling alone for 2 months to level up, only to be grouped with such individuals as hidden classers, Ohua entered the restroom to wash his hands, his words saturated with palpable discontent and disdain for Wang Wei. If he wished, he could have severed Wang Wei's head with a single strike the moment he turned to glance at that little girl. Being rest assured, he is merely a fool, and this is only the round of 64 progressing to 32. There will surely be opponents to your satisfaction thereafter. This particular tournament is rife with hidden professions, to an extent that feels almost uncanny. The increase in the number of hidden professions may perhaps be linked to the unusual ferocity displayed by the abyssal creatures. Zhao Huaiyu sighed, after attending the meeting yesterday. His initial joy had been significantly dampened by the harsh reality. Chapter 39. The tenacious Qimon. This time, the hidden professions in the Qingyan rankings far exceeded the expectations of the Clash Transfer Guild, amounting to 7 individuals. However, apart from Ohua, whose profession remains undetectable, the other 6 are all previously encountered hidden professions, and these 7 are merely from the single rankings. The team rankings also boast 3 auxiliary hidden professions. Not to mention the reports in recent times indicating the emergence of hidden professions within the daily category. Nonetheless, the abnormal phenomenon of a mass appearance of hidden professionals is more a cause for sorrow than joy for the Clash Transfer Guild. Coupled with the increasingly agitated and restless monsters in the various abysses, some vigilant individuals have even begun speculating whether an apocalyptic disaster is on the horizon. At this moment, in the medical room, Gu Yuding sat beside Wang Wei's hospital bed. Although she was aware that Hua would deliver a severe beating to Wang Wei, she did not anticipate the extent of the violence. Observing Wang Wei, whose bones had been shattered, her heart softened, and she instinctively began to care for him. Fortunately, the medical techniques employed in the Qingyun rankings are remarkably effective, as long as one is not dead. Recovery is assured. Even Wang Wei, with his extensive compound fractures, was fully healed by the 4th-tier high priest utilizing a mere reversal spell, although Wang Wei now lay bandaged and appeared quite miserable. With adequate rest, he would be able to participate in the losers bracket battles the following day. Yuding, do you think I am utterly useless? The already conscious Wang Wei, sporting a swollen face resembling a pig's head, gazed at Gu Yuding with deep, soulful eyes. A flicker of disdain crossed Gu Yuding's gaze, yet the years of friendship spanning over a decade made it difficult for her to utter the words yes. He is merely a bit stronger. Gu Yuding sighed internally, attempting to console the arrogant, prideful, yet psychologically fragile Wang Wei. She had expected Wang Wei to reflect on his underestimation of the opponent and the distraction that had led to his defeat. Speaking of which, the referee had already declared the match to begin, yet he had been chatting with individuals unrelated to the match, resulting in his being sent flying for 5 minutes, a fate he richly deserved. No, I am stronger than him. He is just a despicable little sneak. If I were to take this seriously, I could easily annihilate him. Wang Wei's emotions flared, and with the power of 5 spirit beasts, he believed he could level up by 10 levels. A mere despicable little man was naturally no match for him. In his fury, Wang Wei had completely forgotten that Hua had stated he could easily dispatch monsters below level 45. He could only manage to exchange blows with monsters of that level, requiring several rounds to defeat them. Yet, consumed by rage, he had no inclination for self-reflection, fixating solely on comparisons that favored him. Then why didn't you take it seriously from the start? The concern in Gu Yuding's eyes had vanished entirely, and the last remnants of her friendship were gradually dissipating. She resolved that once the Qingyun rankings concluded, she would persuade her parents to relocate to another city. To remain in the company of such a conceited individual may inadvertently lead to troubles brought upon by him. Wang Wei fell silent. Gu Yuding's inquiry left him at a loss for words. He had never anticipated his own depravity to such an extent. After a prolonged silence, Wang Wei, feeling vulnerable in front of his childhood companion, finally managed to fabricate an excuse that was not entirely justifiable. The match for the loser S bracket is approaching. Gu Yuding opened her mouth, but the last vestige of warmth in her heart dissipated due to Wang Wei's excuse. She rose, preparing to depart. Yuding, cheer up. If you encounter me in the loser S bracket tomorrow, just surrender voluntarily. I must reclaim my place in the finals and avenge my previous disgrace. At this moment, I will not allow anyone to take even a fraction from me. Wang Wei, his body swathed in bandages, clenched his fists, feigning gentleness as he instructed Gu Yuding to concede upon meeting him. Unperturbed, Gu Yuding left the hospital room, while another male student resting on a nearby bed looked at Wang Wei with a slightly agape mouth, pitying him as if he were a fool. The male student, engrossed in a romantic game on his phone, glanced at the childhood companion in the game and then back at Wang Wei, his face a canvas of bewilderment, questioning, how does such an idiot even deserve a childhood companion? Oblivious to having lost his childhood companion, Wang Wei seized his phone, reaching out to his female confidants in search of solace. In the hotel, Hua watched the live broadcast of battles on television, analyzing the strengths of his future opponents. Meanwhile, in the replay of the loser S bracket, Ji Miaoqing effortlessly dispatched various adversaries. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, she was likely to be his opponent in the finals. There was no chance that the worthless Wang Wei could surpass Ji Miaoqing, the limited wall of the loser S bracket, to claim the top position. What surprised Hua was that Kamaner, who had been fervently pursuing him, had managed to advance to the 64-32 match, where her opponent was a tall girl with a ponytail wielding a spear, although Kamaner was only at level 28 and her class was a common cleric. Her combat style mirrored her personality, tenacious and difficult to deal with. Much like a piece of sticky toffee, enhanced by her profession, she donned full armor and wielded a tower shield, boasting high defense, substantial health, and remarkable endurance. Not only did she possess self-healing capabilities, but she also had skills that restored mana and stamina, along with an all-encompassing skill, the Holy Radiance Aura, when her health was diminished. She could raise her hammer staff to heal several hundred points, and also provide a shield that absorbed 100 points of damage. Her third skill, Holy Hammer Strike, featured automatic targeting capabilities for ranged attacks. Although this skill dealt additional damage to undead creatures, its effectiveness against ordinary individuals was exceedingly low. Even a lightly resistant class might only lose a few drops of health from a hit. Yet, in this arena where potions could not be used to restore health or mana, her skill set epitomized the essence of survival. By employing Holy Hammer Strike to wear down opponents, she relied on her own resilience and healing to endure the 30-minute match, achieving victory over 2 second transformation classes with a higher percentage of health. I must admit, I am genuinely apprehensive of her. Could she possibly be my opponent in the 32-16 match? Ohwa gazed at Chi-Man Air, who, amidst the furious tirades of her adversary, advanced with full vigor, constricting the operational space of the gunner. With a wry smile, he commented on her. You might call her shameless. After all, she relies on her own formidable strength. You might say she plays it safe, yet her method of dragging out time is truly exasperating. Nevertheless, it is precisely due to her tenacity, akin to that of a stubborn piece of gum, that she has managed to fight her way to this point. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, once the 30-minute mark is reached, she, still at full health, will secure her place in the top 32. The rankings in the winner's bracket of the Azure Cloud List's top 32 are quite prestigious. Moreover, as she belongs to the combat-oriented support class, commonly referred to as a healer tank, it is certain that numerous teams will extend invitations for her to assume the role of a secondary tank within their ranks. With a steadfast secondary tank like her, who possesses an all-encompassing enhancement aura, the sense of security for the entire team is immeasurable, particularly for mage classes. Having Chi-Man Air's aura to assist with mana regeneration can significantly reduce the consumption of mana potions during their training. In the live broadcast, a second transformation warrior class gunner, visibly fatigued, gritted his teeth, fiercely shaking his spear as he charged towards Chi-Man Air with unyielding momentum. With her sluggish movement speed, Chi-Man Air was entirely unable to evade and could only raise her tower shield to withstand the assault. The moment the spearhead met Chi-Man Air's shield, a piercing hum erupted, and amidst the violent vibrations, it pierced through the tower's shield, relentlessly aiming for her chest. Chi-Man Air sidestepped, raised her hammer-headed staff to heal herself, and absorbed the opponent's blow with a shield that could endure 100 points of damage. After taking the full force of the strike on her left shoulder, Chi-Man Air's hammer-headed staff came crashing down onto the shoulder of the tall girl with a high ponytail. Given her meager attack power, this strike inflicted a mere 20+ points of damage. Realizing the ineffectiveness of her attack, Chi-Man Air seized the moment as the tall girl with the ponytail prepared to withdraw her spear from the shield. Utilizing the force of the girl's withdrawal, she discarded her shield and lunged forward, bringing the gunner crashing down onto the arena floor. Amidst the gasps of astonishment from the audience, the two beauties rolled together on the ground. Although Chi-Man Air's strength was somewhat inferior to that of the gunner, she seemed remarkably adept at ground grappling techniques. Entwining herself around the gunner like an agile EEL, the gunner struggled desperately. Chi-Man Air seized the opportunity to secure her right hand with a wrist lock, crossing one leg over the opponent's neck to immobilize her head, while the other leg locked down her upper body. With both hands gripping the gunner's right wrist, Chi-Man Air forcefully pulled her arm towards her chest, the armor on her abdomen pressing against the opponent's elbow joint. With a sickening crack, she twisted and broke the gunner's arm, eliciting a piercing scream from her adversary. After fracturing the gunner's arm, Chi-Man Air swiftly rolled over, taking advantage of the girl's inability to muster strength amidst her excruciating pain, and leapt atop her, encircling her fragile neck with her armored hands, applying a metallic and suffocating chokehold. Chi-Man Air's flawlessly executed ground chokehold lasted barely 10 seconds, before the gunner, her complexion turning a deep shade of purple and unable to utter a word, repeatedly slapped the arena floor with her free left hand, signaling her surrender. After the referee declared Chi-Man the victor, she promptly released her grip on the gunman and tossed a mouthful of milk upon her. Bathed in a sacred glow, the gunman's arm, which Chi-Man had broken, swiftly healed, and her complexion gradually returned to normal. This milkmaid's skill was astonishingly light of the sanctum. How fortunate she was to have acquired such exceptional initial class abilities. The cleric possesses over 30 first-tier class skills, yet she managed to randomly obtain 2 exceptional ones. Ohwa watched with keen interest as Chi-Man assisted the gunman in descending from the ring. Just as Zhao Huayu had mentioned, an upheaval in the abyss has led to an increase in the number of powerful young individuals. Merely in Isher City, so many extraordinary talents have emerged. One can only imagine the multitude across the entire nation. After all, there are many born with a silver spoon in their mouth, who have been leveling up and slaying monsters since childhood. And such top-tier prodigies would hardly be concerned with the rankings of the Chinyan list, hence their absence from the competition. However, in an era where the strong proliferate, it is often accompanied by calamities that ordinary humans find difficult to withstand. Zhao Shu, who is most likely to be my next opponent, the subsequent battles appeared to lack excitement. After turning off the television, Ohua sent Zhao Huayu a voice message. Who do you think it could be? Zhao Huayu replied with remarkable confidence, indicating that he had indeed latched onto a powerful ally through Ohua's contract. I hope it's someone formidable, just not Chimoner. To be honest, I am genuinely afraid of her. Ohua immediately responded, expressing that he did not shy away from any opponent, yet he wished to avoid a confrontation with Chimoner. While she was undeniably formidable, his own power level after activating his skills far surpassed hers. No matter how resilient she might be, she could not withstand his strength. Most importantly, she was essentially his classmate, having triumphed over 3 second-tier professionals at level 28 to reach the top 32. Her efforts and perseverance were commendable, and Ohua did not wish for her journey to end there. Perhaps it was merely his perception, but Ohua felt that as long as Chimoner did not encounter him, she could achieve a commendable ranking, given her tenacity and the formidable ground-locking technique she had just demonstrated. You won't face her. The matchups for the round of 32 to 16 have already been drawn internally. She is in the weakest P group, while you are in the leading A group. Unless she wins her way to the championship final, she is unlikely to meet you. After a moment of silence, Zhao Huayu replied. Moreover, even if she makes it to the top 8, she will likely lose in the quarterfinals. Her opponent will undoubtedly be an exceptionally powerful second-tier hidden class, a foe that cannot be overcome solely through effort, courage, and perseverance. Your battle arrangements are indeed rather sinister, Ohua remarked, unable to suppress his critique. Do not speak carelessly. This was determined by the system's draw, Zhao Huayu replied, exasperated, yet did not dismiss Ohua's jest. Thank you. Zhao Shu, I'm fine now, so I won't disturb you further. For Ohua, as long as he did not encounter Chimoner, that sufficed. Upon receiving Zhao Huayu's OK emoji, Ohua set down his phone and rose to stretch his body. Having grown accustomed to pouring all his energy into monster farming, he had felt stifled for several days and sensed a general discomfort throughout. In pursuit of maintaining his optimal condition, Ohua made his way to the gym located on the second floor of the hotel. As he observed the brawny men engaged in their workouts within the gym, he instinctively shrank back. Despite the overwhelming stench of sweat, body odor, and foot odor that made his head spin, he had nowhere else to retreat and reluctantly steeled himself to enter. Surely, he could not resort to exercising in the gym frequented by Feng Xiaoxiao and her female companions, could he? The mere thought of being surrounded by a throng of scantily clad beauties conjured an image of himself being escorted away for tea by a group of formidable police officers, leaving him quite flustered. After changing into his training attire, he quietly approached the magical sandbag, limbering up his limbs before adjusting the crystal ball regulator beside the sandbag to a staggering power value of 1,000. This audacious move drew the attention and astonishment of the muscular individuals around him, for such a power level could only be attained by a 4th-tier professional. Could the showy individual truly pack a punch? Or was he merely seeking to attract attention? However, as the blood engine unleashed a wave of blood mist, Ohua executed a stunning uppercut that landed squarely on the magical sandbag. To his astonishment, the sandbag, designed to withstand the onslaught of 1,000 power, exhibited a slight sway under the force of his punch. The murmurs surrounding him ceased instantaneously with that singular strike. Ohua's punches quickened, the air slicing with a series of whooshing sounds as he bombarded the magical sandbag with a barrage of blows, each impact leaving deeper indentations. After a minute, the blood engine activated once more, unleashing an even more intense eruption of sanguine flames that soared skyward, only to be obstructed by a 4-square-meter magical matrix. His health dipped to 50. Ohua's power surged to an impressive 739 points. The magical sandbag, capable of absorbing 1,000 points of force, swayed considerably under the relentless assault, the indentations growing more pronounced. With agility exceeding 300, Ohua transformed into a blur, relentlessly pummeling the magical sandbag. The whooshing sounds morphing into explosive booms. 2 minutes in, the blood engine reactivated, the thick, viscous flames resembling thunderous blasts that reverberated throughout the building, nearly overwhelming the magical matrix's defenses. Ohua's power broke through to an astounding 989 points. He seemed to vanish. The gym was filled only with the thunderous echoes of his rapid-fire strikes. Boom! The most deafening explosion yet rang out, shattering the air, as the magical sandbag, struck with such ferocity, burst apart. Fine grains of sand erupted from the gaping hole, resembling shotgun pellets as they ricocheted against the magical matrix, producing a metallic screech. Having relished the exhilarating workout, Ohwa abruptly ceased his onslaught. Still enveloped in the aura of the blood engine, his laughter was nothing short of maniacal, and one could easily mistake him for an escapee from a lunatic asylum. Standing amidst the thick crimson flames, he resembled a demonic figure emerging from a realm of blood, yet his eyes remained strikingly calm, devoid of any signs of losing his composure. Where's the manager? Manager, my power value is still under 1,000. How could I have destroyed it? Surely, you didn't purchase a counterfeit, did you? At that moment, his mind was consumed with thoughts of financial loss as he vociferously lamented, when a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall and drenched in sweat, approached him. Ohwa preemptively began to voice his grievances to avoid incurring any costs. Chapter 41. You were truly peculiar. The manager, who was observing Ohwa boxing from the sidelines, appeared somewhat diminutive. As he had yet to exit the blood engine state, he seemed to cower, as if fearful of being struck by Ohwa, hastily asserting that the quality of the magical sandbag must be at fault. Insisting it could not possibly be the guest's issue. In a generous gesture, he even credited Ohwa with 2,000 in membership, claiming that the unfortunate incident of the sandbag being destroyed had caused him undue distress. TSK, indeed, a villain would never be wrong. In the hotel room, having just finished his shower and drying his hair, Ohwa glanced at the complimentary black membership card on the table, chuckling to himself in bemusement. As he noticed a message notification on his phone, he unlocked the screen to find a message from Feng Xiaoxiao that made him smile. That I made it to the top 16, orange weapon secured. The message was brief, yet it conveyed the immense joy Feng Xiaoxiao was experiencing at that moment, prompting Ohwa to send her a congratulatory 6WNMD smile. Of course, upon receiving his congratulations, Feng Xiaoxiao responded with a grateful smile. It seemed there was no need to worry about her. Now, he would merely have to observe how many participants from his side would choose to forfeit. Seated on the sofa, Ohwa clicked on the recorded video of the loser's bracket, searching for footage of Ji Miaoqing's battles. His recent workouts at the gym had not been in vain. He had been training with a fervent purpose. The objective was to expose others online, allowing the competitors in the winner's bracket to contemplate whether they could withstand his tempestuous onslaught. He was determined to pursue an invincible path. Thus, he would give his all in every fight following his advancement to the top 32. Not only did he desire to claim the title of champion on the Qinyan list, but he also aimed to occupy that position with an overwhelmingly dominant presence. This way, he would attract a plethora of resources to enhance his abilities without lifting a finger in the future. It is worth noting that, despite having 10 universal skill slots, he had yet to learn a single one. It was not that he was incapable, but rather that he held the inferior, cheap skill books in disdain. The universal skill books that piqued his interest were exorbitantly priced, often unattainable. Once learned, universal skills could not be forgotten. Therefore, he was determined to acquire only the finest, skills such as sword chi, mind power fusion, and illusionary weapon throw that could augment his ranged attacks were paramount to obtain. Any one of these skill books could be valued at tens of millions, perhaps even auctioned for over 100 million. Given his current notoriety, making money was relatively easy, yet it would require sacrificing his leveling time, and even then, he would need to expend considerable financial and mental resources in the pursuit, wasting time on earning money. Ultimately hindering his strength was not a prudent course of action. He needed to attract large guilds to recruit him, signing contracts of 1 or 3 years to acquire the coveted divine skills he desired. Delegating the task of earning money to them, his sole focus should be on continuous leveling while maintaining an invincible persona, thereby enticing larger and wealthier guilds to vie for his services. Your opponent forfeited today. Congratulations on advancing to the top 16. Early the next morning, Zhao Huayu approached Ohwa in the resting area with an eager expression, ready to share some delightful news. Last night, he also witnessed a video of Ohwa demolishing the magic sandbag. The spectacle was so intense that anyone would be intimidated, and one cannot blame the opponent who forfeited for being timid. As for the upcoming adversaries, my expectations have dwindled significantly. It would be even better if today's second-round opponent chooses to forfeit as well. Ohwa was not overly surprised by his opponent's withdrawal, as it was a result he had deliberately orchestrated. I observed that the competitors in Group B were struggling considerably. They too might opt for forfeiture, I presume. Thus, I shall extend my congratulations to you for advancing to the top 8. Zhao Huayu gazed at the 2 second-tier professionals engaged in a fierce battle on the television in the resting area. Regardless of who emerged victorious, their triumph would not disrupt Ohwa's path to advancement. As Zhao Huayu had anticipated, the moment the second match commenced in the afternoon, and before Ohwa even stepped onto the stage, the referee announced that Ohwa's opponent had forfeited. without hesitation. Ohwa departed the gymnasium, returning to the hotel's fitness center to adjust the magic sandbag to a strength value of 1500 before commencing his training. Videos of him striking the 1500 strength value sandbag, causing it to sway incessantly, alongside the footage from last night of him obliterating the magic sandbag, went viral online. The comments section of the video platform was inundated with remarks such as "Wow, 666, a prodigy," and "Congratulations to LV.1 for claiming victory." No one questioned Ohwa's effortless entry into the top 8. Rather, it was deemed a foregone conclusion. Sympathy was reserved for the participants in the winner's bracket, who, this year, found themselves facing a multifaceted warrior endowed with unparalleled strength, talent, and skill. How utterly despicable of you to have frightened off opponents who might have compelled you to reveal other skills, all with just a single exposed technique. It is hard to fathom that such a cunning individual could embody the Berserker archetype. In the men's hotel gym, Ji Miaoqing, clad in a training tank top and long pants, sat on a bench lifting a 60 kilograms heavy dumbbell. She did not forget to mock Ohwa, who was jogging on the treadmill beside her. Upon waking, Ji Miaoqing had sought out footage of Ohwa's battles, only to discover that he had effortlessly secured a spot in the winner's bracket top 8. Having fought 18 matches the previous night, she was now brimming with complaints, as after the conclusion of the winner's bracket competition, she would have to engage in at least 18 more matches. It was merely a tactic to conceal one's strength. Was it not you who had accidentally allowed me to defeat you? In response to Ji Miaoqing's jibe, Ohwa, having honed his repartee to perfection alongside Feng Xiaoxiao, immediately retorted, "Underestimating one's opponent is ill-advised. I have learned this lesson well. Take Wang Wei, for instance. He hastily requested to commence the loser's bracket competition last night, only to encounter me in the first match. During our battle, he even attempted to conceal his skills and urged me to surrender on the stage. I sensed the same bewilderment in him that you exhibit in my presence." Ji Miaoqing accepted Ohwa's sarcasm with good grace and nodded in agreement with his critique. The memory of that individual, arms crossed behind his back, sporting a confident smile while urging her to concede and promising to treat her to late-night snacks as an apology, left Ji Miaoqing speechless. Having already suffered failure due to his arrogance, had he not learned his lesson? I can sense his immense strength. If he were to give his all, he could likely engage me in an intense battle, perhaps even compel me to unleash my ultimate technique. Yet, I managed to defeat him in an instant with mere minor skills, which is rather amusing. Was your sentiment similar when you triumphed over me? Ji Miaoqing inquired of Ohwa, who had just performed a set of alternating curls. I have no profound thoughts on it, and I would rather you continue to underestimate me in our next encounter. Ohwa leisurely jogged on the treadmill, relaxing his muscles that had grown sore from the recent vigorous sparring. You are quite peculiar. Ji Miaoqing set down the dumbbells in her hands, despite her lifelong talent for discerning character. This was the first time she found herself unable to read someone. He appeared lazily innocent, yet harbored a diligent and meticulous nature, exhibiting an air of astuteness, outwardly refined and gentle, yet beneath lay a ferocious desire for annihilation. He seemed brutally insane, yet possessed an unsettling calm that allowed him to masterfully control that chilling madness. Much like his profession, there existed a stark contrast between his exterior and interior, as if two disparate vocations were roughly intertwined but seamlessly fused. This striking dichotomy left Ji Miaoqing bewildered, questioning whether he was destined to tear apart the abyss and save the world, or to utilize the Qingyun ranking as a stepping stone. Orchestrating the machinations of the world from the shadows. Chapter 42. The skillful super heavyweight today marks the commencement of the quarterfinals. In the opening match, Ohwa's opponent once again surrendered, yet no one mocked this. It was rather taken as a given. As Zhao Huayu had analyzed, Qi Manor faced defeat against her opponent in the quarterfinals, having managed to claw her way into the top 8 through sheer persistence. Qi Manor was thoroughly overpowered by that level 38 psychic fighter. After watching the recorded match between the psychic fighter and Qi Manor, Ohwa remained perplexed about one thing. Why did she choose to wear a Qi Pao while fighting? Is it truly the case that less clothing translates to greater defense? Does wearing something bizarre enable one to run faster? Though undeniably eye-catching, it is perplexing that one would wear a high-slit Qi Pao in the ring, yet still don safety shorts. Isn't this a form of deception towards the audience? After watching for a while, Ohwa could not discern whether the psychic fighter was simply flamboyant or shy. Was this a spectacle of a benefit girl in a live broadcast, or a malevolent scheme to mislead the viewers? Ouch, that hurts. As Qi Manor made her way to the rest area, she glanced down at the deep imprints of fists on her chest armor. Raising her hand, she touched her small mouth, from which 2 front teeth had been knocked out, acknowledging her defeat with genuine acceptance. Although her opponent's fists appeared soft and delicate, the power behind each strike left her feeling a lingering dread. Each blow pierced through her plate armor, disregarding both defense and magical shields, inflicting internal damage. Her defensive capabilities felt utterly futile in her presence. She could hardly hold her ground. Congratulations, your rank among the top 8 in the winner's bracket is commendable. And even if you don't win a single match in the loser's bracket, you will still receive an orange weapon. At the entrance of the rest area, Ohwa greeted Chi Manor, the sole classmate to reach the top 8. He smirked. Hey, what's up? Are you captivated by the prowess of your elder sister? Have you suddenly found yourself yearning to become her boyfriend? Chi Manor's eyes sparkled, and the regrets that lingered in her heart vanished in an instant as she hastened towards Ohwa. Prowess, is that what you call the relentless struggle of someone whose teeth have all been knocked out? Ohwa observed Chi Manor rushing towards him and raised his hand to gently press against her forehead. Leveraging his longer reach to halt her overly enthusiastic embrace. Chi Manor's expression darkened, leaving her at a loss for words. Her family runs a martial arts dojo, with her father, uncle, and great-uncle all being either fighters, judokas, or boxers, making them a renowned martial arts family in Ishan City. Growing up in a dojo, she absorbed various combat techniques through osmosis, rendering her unbeatable among her peers, and adult males would address her as big sister and steer clear of her path. Consequently, she naturally ascended to the status of a well-known figure in Ishan City. When out shopping, she would often be accompanied by no fewer than 10 younger siblings from the dojo. Initially, she had aspired to transition into a combat profession, inheriting the family legacy to become the strongest martial artist of her era. Yet fate played a rather amusing trick on her as she instead became a hybrid cleric, straddling the line between offense and support. Please, let us forget about that matter. In fact, I possess a common skill known as strength of the body, which allows me to convert stamina into attack power. There are no stipulations that a cleric must exclusively serve as a support role, right? Ohwa interrupted Chi Manor's somewhat awkward explanation, releasing her forehead and striding towards the arena. His opponent in the semifinals was a formidable level 33 second-tier strong archer, who, following the incident with the magical sandbags, had the audacity to challenge him. Moreover, do you not also possess the aggressive skill Holy Hammer Strike? What if that second-tier class happens to be a Punisher Knight or a Paladin? Ohwa circumvented the blushing Chi Manor, who was still rubbing her forehead. Additionally, your refusal to back down in the face of a level 38 formidable foe is indeed impressive, at least 100 times more so than those who, upon encountering me, chose to surrender without a fight. Ohwa grasped the great sword resting on the weapon rack. Amidst the thunderous cheers of 200,000 spectators chanting Ohwa, he ascended the arena. Chi Manor, resembling a kitten entranced by the allure of a wooden catnip, turned around, her eyes glazed as she gazed at Ohwa's retreating silhouette. She opened her mouth to speak, yet found herself rendered speechless, as if her once vocal tongue had turned mute amidst the cacophony of nearly 200,000 roaring fans. Suddenly, she felt as though the distance between them spanned an insurmountable chasm, and he was drifting further away. On the arena, standing at an impressive height of 2 meters and 4 centimeters, the muscular Bartle stood with arms crossed, eyes closed in meditation. His robust leather armor did little to conceal his well-defined muscles. Behind him, he bore a formidable hardwood longbow measuring 1.5 meters, with a quiver on his back containing 20 massive steel arrows, each 1 and 2 meters long and as thick as a thumb. Bartle had already taken to the arena, awaiting his match since his name appeared on the announcement board, now standing with arms crossed, shielding himself from the one-sided cheers of the audience. And he swallowed the pressure brought forth by the cheers that did not belong to him, transforming it into sustenance that ignited his ever-growing desire for battle. At this moment, his heart blazed like an inferno, and his muscles trembled with overwhelming excitement. Living among the nomadic tribes of the northern region, he had, since the age of 8, engaged in fierce combat with the monstrous beings that ordinary people shunned. A warrior at heart, he was innately driven to challenge the strong. Now, ascending the arena, Ohwa represented the epitome of strength in his mind. His journey from the northern district to participate in the Qingyun rankings was not motivated by the desire for fame, but rather the thrill of hunting formidable opponents, having fought his way to the top 4 without encountering any worthy adversaries. This single match would suffice to quell all his previous frustrations. The so-called strongest in the eyes of the national audience fulfilled the purpose of his endeavor, even if he were to miss the finals in the victor's bracket. He bore no regrets. He simply wished to confront that individual who had been relegated to the loser's bracket by the strongest due to underestimating his opponent, standing before the wall of size. As the referee signaled the start, Batel, who had been resting with closed eyes, suddenly opened his large, copper bell-like eyes. In a swift motion, he drew his massive bow and knocked a steel arrow, pulling the bowstring back to its full moon shape. His muscles bulged, stretching the fabric of his sleeves tightly against his arms. The expression on his square face, framed by thick brows and large eyes, was one of unwavering determination, as if he were forged of steel. With a deep breath, Batel unleashed a primal roar that echoed through the arena, drowning out the cheers of the 200,000 spectators rallying for Ohwa, as if one man could challenge 1,000 soldiers. His thunderous shout silenced the crowd, and he released a steel arrow, measuring a meter in length and as thick as a thumb, which shattered the sound barrier, whistling through the air toward Ohwa's head. After his class change, Batel had become a master marksman, and with only 30 meters separating them, he was certain to hit his mark, recognizing that this opponent was in a league of his own compared to his previous adversaries. Ohwa dared not hesitate and immediately activated the blood engine. Yet, the surging wave of blood mist could not impede the trajectory of the swiftly flying steel arrow, with no other choice. Ohwa tilted his head to evade the shot, but once again, the wind generated by the arrow grazed his cheek, leaving a fresh wound. He felt as though, during every encounter in the Qingyun rankings, he was always the first to be injured in the face. Did this crowd harbor such resentment towards handsome men? Come at me, Batel roared as he beheld Ohwa charging at him like a crimson leopard. With hands larger than Ohwa's head, he swiftly drew 4 steel arrows from his quiver. Standing firmly with feet slightly apart, Batel wielded his 1.5-meter-long hardwood bow as if it were a rapid-fire weapon, unleashing the arrows in quick succession. Each arrow broke the sound barrier. With his remarkably high intellect, Ohwa could easily discern Batel's aiming position, and bolstered by his exceptional agility, he deftly evaded the steel arrows. However, as Ohwa closed the distance to within 3 meters and prepared to unleash a torrent of strikes with his great sword, Batel took a step forward, colliding with Ohwa's sword, grasping the corner of his massive bow with his left hand. He swung it in a wide arc toward Ohwa's head. Ohwa's expression hardened. He had no intention of retreating or dodging. Instead, he turned his head to avoid a fatal blow and braced himself. Absorbing the force of Batel's swinging bow with his shoulder, with a mighty swing, he struck down with his great sword upon Bartel's tower-like form. However, Bartel withstood the brutal cleave of Ohwa's colossal blade. Blood erupting from his chest as his eyes shimmered with fierce determination, and he roared once more. The giant bow shattered under the force of his blow, though it merely pushed Ohwa back a step. It momentarily halted the momentum of Ohwa's relentless assault. With another ancient battle cry, Bartel's body swelled, resembling a small mountain, as he swiftly drew 2 steel arrows from his quiver, employing the steel arrows as weapons. He engaged Ohwa in close combat. The tremendous force of Bartel's recent sweeping strike with the giant bow had inflicted a significant 13 of Ohwa's health. It was precisely this loss that caused Ohwa's strength and agility to surge anew. With 38 of his health depleted, Ohwa now completely overshadowed Bartel in terms of power and speed. Observing Bartel wielding the steel arrows with such ferocity, Ohwa realized he was indeed a formidable opponent. Capable of engaging at both close and distant ranges, the impact of the steel arrows upon him was excruciating, each strike draining several points of health. If such damage could be inflicted with mere arrows, one could only imagine the devastation wrought by 2 battle axes, should the rules permit dual equipment. Standing at 2 meters tall, Bartel resembled a true berserker more than himself, the blood domain guardian. Bartel, like an unyielding mountain peak, remained steadfast amidst Ohwa's barrage, his flesh torn and blood gushing forth like a fountain, yet he did not retreat an inch. With each ancient incantation he uttered, it seemed his health was an inexhaustible abyss. No matter how fiercely Ohwa struck, he could not break Bartel's crystal resolve. Moreover, Ohwa was losing health at an alarming rate from Bartel's steel arrows. And to prevent the possibility of unintentionally killing Bartel due to his overwhelming strength and rapid strikes, he discarded his great sword as soon as his health dipped below half, the mist of blood transforming into fiery flames. Bartel, momentarily taken aback by Ohwa's abandonment of his weapon, quickly assumed that Ohwa felt his own weapon was inadequate and was thus granting him a fair chance. Deeply moved, he silently praised Ohwa as a true man and immediately relinquished his steel arrows. In a fit of wild laughter, he began to engage Ohwa in the most primal form of hand-to-hand combat. Unfortunately, despite his towering height and bear-like physique, Bartel's punches lacked the power of Ohwa's, and his strikes were so slow they barely grazed Ohwa's clothing, being pushed back continuously by the flurry of Ohwa's blows. After receiving a series of punishing hits, Bartel's eyes narrowed as he seized an opportunity, deflecting Ohwa's punch and lunging at him. With both hands, he aimed to grab Ohwa's collar, intending to use wrestling techniques to throw him out of the arena. This was Bartel's only chance to triumph through skill, having been overwhelmed by attributes. However, the moment Bartel reached out, before his palm could even brush against Ohwa, he found his wrist seized by Ohwa, who then leveraged the hold to execute a shoulder throw. As Bartel soared through the air, he suddenly realized that the opening he had thought he had exploited was merely a trap set by his opponent. Realizing he had been deceived, Bartel's head crashed into the arena floor, plunging him into unconsciousness. Gazing down at Bartel, who lay on the ground with unfocused eyes, Ohwa could only contemplate the turn of fate. The air around him was thick with a crimson haze. Yet the icy rationality in Ohwa's eyes remained unyielding. He refrained from pursuing Bartel during his moment of unconsciousness, instead standing quietly to the side, akin to a deity of blood gazing down from on high, patiently awaiting his awakening. After 5 or 6 seconds of unconsciousness, Bartel regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he abruptly turned over and sat up, twisting his body to face Ohwa, who stood behind him. In that instant, Bartel realized the insurmountable chasm between them. He was a power-oriented featherweight, while Ohwa was a technique-driven heavyweight. Chapter 43, A Life of Unsuccessful Attempts at Victory. Bartel, concede defeat. Sitting on the ground, Bartel raised his robust right hand high, declaring his surrender with an undeniable pride as the audience erupted into thunderous applause. In this battle, he bore no regrets whatsoever, and he took immense pride in the fact that he was the only one to have clashed head-on with the strongest on the stage. He was also the sole individual who had successfully inflicted damage upon the strongest, and the only one who had forced the strongest to evade his strikes, although his tactics and skills were rather unadorned. They were sufficient to cause the prodigious strongest to retreat. That alone was enough. Ohwa nodded in respect towards the beaming Bartel before turning to descend from the stage. Could it be that even this dark horse, Bartel, could not compel you to reveal your other skills? It seems that when facing you, one must carefully manage your bloodline to prevent your strength and agility from surging uncontrollably. In the passageway leading to the resting area, Ji Miaoqing, who awaited the commencement of the loser's bracket, noticed Ohwa approaching and took the initiative to greet him. She found him exceedingly intriguing, reveling in any morsel of information she could glean. He was shrouded in such mystery that one felt an insatiable desire to uncover his secrets. Your strategy is commendable. I hope you can employ it next time. By the way, Bartel is formidable. If you encounter him in the loser's bracket, make sure to unleash your decisive techniques. Do not let a desire to conceal your capabilities lead to your downfall. Ohwa shrugged, resolving to initiate his battle against Ji Miaoqing in the finals with Blood Demon Kai Xiao. Regardless of her strategies, he would simply overwhelm her with a barrage of attacks, combining true damage with instant death strikes. As for the close combat hidden class, Mind Energy Duelist, she had failed to even dislodge Chi Manner, and their drawn-out skirmish on the stage was nothing short of tedious. It seems she would not pose a significant obstacle for him. I will take your advice into consideration. However, the opponents in the loser's bracket are truly terrifying. My victories are becoming increasingly hard-fought. Ji Miaoqing lamented, her fatigue palpable as she reflected on the harsh realities of the loser's bracket. Each day, she was required to engage in at least 10 matches, with the most grueling day seeing her partake in 27. She battled from the late hours of the night into the early morning without a moment's respite. In stark contrast, the winner's bracket, where one only needed to compete in 2 matches daily with a minimum interval of an hour, felt like a paradise. However, anyone well acquainted with Ji Miaoqing would be utterly astonished to witness her actively engaging in conversation with a man, even expressing her grievances to him. In that small circle, who does not know that Ji Miaoqing is the cherished daughter of the vice president of Xia Kuxing, one of the 3 major guilds? Throughout her life, she has shown little favor to any man, often displaying her disdain without reservation. Her hidden profession and the efforts she has invested have not gone unnoticed by others. Even those who harbor disdain for her would still show her a modicum of respect. Yet, her strength is secondary. It is her unparalleled beauty that captivates all, overshadowing her true capabilities as they are entranced by her allure. How could such a gifted, beautiful, and well-bred heiress ever deign to express fatigue and act coy with a young man of no power or status? Such a notion would be met with incredulity. Ohwa glanced at Ji Miaoqing, who was following him toward the resting area, and his words of consolation rang hollow. To be candid, if the world were to be reduced to just Feng Xiaoxiao and Ji Miaoqing, he would prefer to marry Feng Xiaoxiao, whom he perceived as a primitive, uncivilized individual, rather than this wealthy girl who judged people based on her curiosity. To enter a prominent family as a son-in-law? What a farce. Ohwa had never succeeded in his life with such crooked ambitions. After finally achieving the status of a hidden professional, the instruments failed to detect his prowess. Each day, he bore the insignia of level 1, akin to a zipper, sealing his lips in a most unfortunate manner. Moreover, He possessed none of the famed medical needles of Qing Xian, Tai Yi, or Bien Quebec should Ji Miaoqing's esteemed matriarch or elder suffer from a minor ailment. He could very well find himself confronted by some unknown descendant of a legendary physician, demanding the fulfillment of a marriage contract, only to be met with the elder's enraged decree to get out. Sun-and-law.it would be wise to steer clear of such noble families. He could hardly endure such indignities, fearing he might inadvertently bring ruin upon Ji Miaoqing's family, leaving her an orphan. Indeed, it would be far better to remain a quiet, enigmatic gentleman, focusing on leveling up, for slaying entire families is simply unacceptable. Ji Miaoqing, with her keen intuition, sensed Ouhua's internal turmoil despite his unchanging expression. "You seem to be contemplating something quite rude," she murmured. "No, that is merely your misconception," Ouhua replied, shaking his head slightly. With a strong sense of self-management, Ouhua was adept at maintaining his composure, unaffected by Ji Miaoqing's grievances. "Oh, you have any matters at hand? If not, I must attend a date with my childhood friend." Observing the whispers concerning him and Ji Miaoqing in the resting area, he sought to evade the nuisance by invoking the name of his ever-reliable childhood companion. Childhood friend. Ji Miaoqing's brow furrowed, her tone tinged with displeasure. Her father, being the vice president of one of the three major guilds, wielded immense power. Yet she had never allowed anyone to investigate Ouhua due to her desire for a fair duel with him. Thus, she remained oblivious to his connections and, naturally, to Feng Xiaoxiao's existence. "Yes, a childhood friend with whom I grew up sharing a room. She is quite endearing." Ouhua thought he might need to rinse his mouth 10 times upon returning to the hotel. What outlandish and morally reprehensible words had he uttered? The pain was unbearable. One's conscience feels as though it is being scorched by the flames of hell, leading one to believe that post-mortem they shall undoubtedly descend into the depths of the tongue-pulling hell, enduring eternal torment. Is that so? Yet why do I sense an air of disdain in your eyes? Ji Miaoqing firmly trusts her intuition. At this moment, it whispers to her that this man is lying. Moreover, after he remarked on the adorableness of their childhood companion, he fell into a profound state of self-reproach. It is but a misperception. I am the one who despises myself for neglecting such a charming childhood friend, remaining here to converse with another woman. Very well, I shall take my leave. We shall meet again at the finals. Ouhua did not anticipate Ji Miaoqing's keen sense of intuition. To avert being seen through once more, he quickened his pace to escape, wishing to avoid entanglement with this inquisitive heiress. "See you at the finals." Ji Miaoqing furrowed her brows, turning her gaze towards the nearby window. The reflection in the glass revealed a figure with a beauty reminiscent of a celestial being, although her palms were calloused from wielding a sword and her hands bore fine scars. The rest of her skin was flawless and delicate, as if the idiom like a lotus emerging from the water were crafted for her. Not only did she possess exquisite skin, but her physique beneath the armor would also evoke envy in supermodels. A vision that anyone would yearn to hold close and cherish. Yet, such a visage, so perfect and graceful, triggered a sense of what a bother in that man. He had just proactively praised the girl who had lost 2 front teeth and donned heavy armor. Thus it could not be a matter of appearance or stature. Could it be a question of character? With her arms crossed and brow furrowed, Ji Miaoqing pondered, her fingers tracing her arm in contemplation. Her burgeoning interest in Ouhua left her baffled as to why she elicited disdain. After much reflection, her indifferent and straightforward nature led her to conclude, could it be my character that is at fault? Just as she resolved to seek out that girl to ascertain the root of this sentiment. The match for the loser's bracket commenced. The names Ji Miaoqing and Qi Manor prominently appeared on the billboard. Did she indeed wish to enter the loser's bracket? Certainly. Yifeihua had shown her mercy. Her injuries were indeed not severe. Suppressing her curiosity, Ji Miaoqing casually took a long sword from the weapon rack and stepped onto the stage, locking eyes with Qi Manor, who stood across from her, clad in heavy armor and wearing a grave expression. "Begin." At the referee's command, Ji Miaoqing launched the first attack, employing transforming shadows to create 2 illusions beside Qi Manor. The assaults from her illusions were extraordinarily fierce, capable of bypassing defensive measures, and soon the heavily armored Qi Manor was left wounded and battered. Meanwhile, the feeble attacks from her hammer staff posed no threat to the fragile illusions, finding it difficult to even land a hit on the 2 swiftly moving phantoms. Ji Miaoqing had initially believed that the girl favored by Ouhua would possess some unique qualities. Thus, she remained stationary, observing closely as Qi Manor was besieged by the 2 illusions. However, it was not until the illusions shattered the crystal lamp above Qi Manor that she discerned no special attributes in her adversary. Instead, one finds her pitiably weak, akin to any other ordinary job changer. unable to vanquish even a mere illusion, with only 33 of her attribute value while enduring triple damage. Chapter 44. The Finals of the Qingyun Rankings. The advancement of Ouhua to the winners group finals elicited no surprise. Rather, it was perceived as a natural consequence of his consistently unmatched momentum. Today, the other contender in the winners group finals is none other than the Thought Warrior. Yufei Hua, adorned in a qipao. Her opponent in the semifinals, who progressed to the final two, is Lu Fei Hai, a hidden class annihilation mage. Lu Fei Hai is indeed the only spellcaster to reach the top 4. His prowess is beyond question. However, the confined arena of a one-on-one match is not conducive for spellcasters to exhibit their full potential. In such a disadvantageous battleground, it is remarkable that he, amidst the plethora of hidden and rare classes this year, has successfully ascended to the winners group top 4. It is noteworthy that he is a mage, and even in such a small arena, he managed to secure 4th place in the winners group. With team support, his output could potentially multiply several times over. On the 6th day of the Qingyun rankings, at 9 in the morning, with merely an hour remaining until the winners group finals, the audience seats are already filled to capacity. Amidst the fervent discussions of the spectators, the stadium, which accommodates 200,000 viewers, contains only one vast 100 by 100 arena, an exclusive privilege afforded to the winners group finals. As for the loser S group, they will not contend for their finals until the evening of the 8th day. Time ticks away, and the volume of discussions grows louder, with everyone debating who will clinch the top spot in the winners group. Although the majority believe that the enigmatic, level 1 warrior, who has only revealed a single skill, will emerge victorious, there are others captivated by Yufei Hua's vigorous assaults, the subtle oscillations of her chest as she attacks, the glimpses of her absolute realm beneath her skirt, and the sight of her long, flawless bare feet. Even though they understand the slim chances of Yufei Hua's victory, they are nonetheless willing to embrace the possibility of anything occurring. Just as the audience engages in heated debates, nearly inciting Qingyun Rogue to take action, information regarding the combatants appears on the massive scoreboard suspended from the ceiling. Yufei Hua, LV.38 Thought Warrior vs. Ouhua. LV. 1 Warrior. The moment the contestants' information is displayed, the entire stadium erupts once more, chanting the names of the two fighters, their voices escalating in a competitive fervor. Though Ouhua's name resounds far more prominently than that of Yufei Hua, please have both contestants take the stage. The referee for the winners group finals, the chief judge of the Qingyun rankings, stands at the center of the arena, commanding Ouhua and Yufei Hua, who have long awaited in the resting area, to ascend the platform. Ouhua promptly brandishes 2 great swords and strides onto the stage. Simultaneously, Yufei Hua, still clad in her high-slit qipao and bearing no weapons or equipment, steps onto the platform. The two competitors approach each other with measured steps until they stand before the chief judge. Ouhua remains outfitted in leather armor, bracers, long boots, and his great swords, while Yufei Hua has donned a black base layer, adorned with a gold-embroidered dragon on her off-shoulder qipao. Perhaps to facilitate her kicking, the slit of her off-shoulder qipao nearly ascended to the upper thigh. However, today she donned black safety shorts to deceive the general public. Do you require a moment to compose yourselves? The chief referee inquired as both competitors approached. Both Ouhua and Yufei Hua shook their heads, indicating they were ready to commence. Return to your positions. The chief referee nodded and pointed towards 2 red dots 50 meters apart. Begin. As Ouhua and Yufei Hua positioned themselves at the red dots, the chief referee abruptly waved his hand, announcing the start. Following his declaration, he leaped back to the edge of the arena, demonstrating a level of agility that attested to his professional prowess being no less than that of a third-tier combatant. As soon as the command was given, Yufei Hua swiftly leaped back onto the stage, charging towards Ouhua with remarkable speed, closing the 50-meter distance in an instant, splitting bones and tendons, observing the rising blood mist before her. Yufei Hua's eyes narrowed, and her body erupted with a psychic energy sphere that mitigated the impact of the blood mist. With hands clawed like a dragon grasping a pearl, she aimed to ensnare Ouhua's arm. Having scrutinized every recorded match of Ouhua and analyzed his combat style frame by frame, she concluded, much like Jin Miaoqing, that the only way to contend with him was through explosive power. She needed to outshine him before he overwhelmed her. In battles against a berserker, one must rely on agility and speed. Those who falter are doomed, or on strength and ferocity. Those who hesitate are mere shadows. As Ouhua observed his right hand gripped by Yufei Hua, his brow remained unruffled. He swung his sword, cleaving through her psychic shield. The lighter Yufei Hua was sent flying from the force of his strike. Yet before her flight, she managed to dislocate Ouhua's right arm, leaving it dangling limply by his side. Was dislocation not an abnormal state? So that was it, planning to utilize Bloodthirsty Iceheart to contain this adverse effect. Ohwa placed his left hand on his right shoulder, and with a couple of sharp cracks, he violently reattached his dislocated arm. His brutish method incited thunderous cheers from the audience, who reveled in the spectacle of such hardened combat. They yearned to witness blood-soaked clashes. As soon as he rejoined his right arm, Yi Feihua surged forward, delivering a knee strike directly to Ohwa's face. His brow furrowed slightly. At that moment, his health had only diminished by 28, and his agility enhancement struggled to keep pace with Yi Feihua's speed. However, bolstered by bloodthirsty call, Ohwa had no intention of evading her knee strike, unwilling to forfeit an opportunity for counterattack. When her strike connected, his right hand swung a massive sword that shattered her psychic shield, while his left hand brought down another sword with tremendous force upon Yi Feihua. Cough. Ugh. Struck heavily, Yi Feihua was propelled backward, coughing blood mid-air, followed by a delicate exclamation. The remnants of her shattered psychic sphere rapidly returned to her body, revitalizing the considerable health she had lost from Ohwa's devastating blow. The sheer power of his attacks left her astounded. He could obliterate her with just 2 strikes. How could she possibly compete with his output? Tiger form. As Yi Feihua flew backward, her heart raced, yet as soon as her feet touched the ground, she forcefully propelled herself forward once more, charging towards Ohwa. With hands transformed into claws, the energy surged forth, shaping into the visage of a tiger, striking towards Ohwa's heart. Having just endured a knee strike that reduced his health by 46, Ohwa could barely track Yi Feihua's movements. His attack speed matched hers, and he had begun to find his own rhythm in combat. The Yi Feihua moved with astonishing swiftness, employing an elusive technique that allowed her to evade the twin blades' afterimages. Like petals caught in a tempest, she approached Ohwa, her hands poised with the tiger-shaped energy ready to unleash its potential. Despite successfully dodging all of Ohwa's strikes, at the moment she initiated her own attack, Ohwa's massive foot unleashed a sonic boom, delivering a fierce kick against her palms entwined with the tiger energy. The bloodbeast spirit characteristic of the golden-beaked eagle activated, its overpowering repulsion sending Yi Feihua hurtling backward. Once again, she was sent flying by a kick, yet this time, she felt only minimal damage. It seemed that as long as she avoided his colossal sword attacks, she had nothing to fear from his other forms of assault, especially with the protective skill Golden Bell shield surrounding her. Meanwhile, Ohwa only took a step back to regain his balance, but his health had already plummeted to 86. An additional boost of 860 points in strength and 430 points in agility surged within him, the blood flames enveloping him thick enough to seem tangible. As Yi Feihua landed, she found herself unsteady and immediately arched her slender waist backward, executing several graceful backflips to dissipate the force. However, before she could regain her footing, the 2 great swords came slicing towards her, one after the other. That formidable opponent appeared unscathed and ready to counterattack after enduring her assault. How could his attributes have skyrocketed to such an overwhelming extent so swiftly? This was untenable. Evading seemed impossible, leading to certain defeat. Was she truly merely a weakling, only worthy of being bested by a single skill of his? Ultimate move, Dragon's Roar, intended to be reserved for the finals. This decisive technique could no longer remain concealed. With no avenue for escape, Yi Feihua cried out, unleashing a golden wave of energy from her delicate form. The golden dragon depicted on her qipao seemed to take on a corporeal existence, erupting forth to form a massive dragon head before her, emitting a deafening roar. Chapter 45. Though defeated, she is the champion. Ohwa, having anticipated the impending danger, was propelled away by the shockwave from the dragon's roar, triggering the bloodthirsty call of his blood armor. However, as this was a one-on-one duel, the few mouthfuls of blood Yi Feihua spat, even with a 10 multiplier, only restored a few hundred points of health to Ohwa. Fortunately, his agility was sufficiently high, allowing him to evade in time and avoid the full brunt of the dragon's head. Had he been struck directly by Yi Feihua's ultimate move, even at full health, he would likely have been relegated to the loser's bracket. That qipao-clad woman was exceedingly formidable. Ultimate move, form of dragon and tiger. Yi Feihua gritted her teeth as she observed Ohwa evade her ultimate technique. Having already revealed one ultimate move, she resolved to unleash her second without hesitation. As she called out, ethereal images of a dragon and tiger materialized behind her slender frame, her hands enveloped in a rich, milky white energy. Yet, just as she prepared to pursue her attack, the 2 great swords shot forth, perfectly intercepting her hands crossed before her in the aftermath of her ultimate move. Yi Feihua gritted her teeth fiercely. Unable to evade the impending attack, she could only swing her palm to strike at the 2 colossal swords. Her palm strike, infused with the ethereal shadows of dragons and tigers, effortlessly sent the two oversized white swords flying. Though the spectral figures of the dragon and tiger behind her dimmed slightly. In that moment, Ohwa seized the opportunity created by her attack, swiftly appearing at Yufeiwa's side. His health had plummeted to an alarmingly perilous level. Yet his power had surged beyond 1,000, with agility soaring to 550. With a resounding thud, a heavy punch struck Yufeiwa's side, and despite her possessing the golden bell shield to mitigate damage, she let out a cry of pain, as if her internal organs had been shattered. The spectral figures of the dragon and tiger behind her trembled violently, on the verge of dissipating, under the relentless barrage of punches. Yifeihua struggled to block, each successful defense weakening the spectral figures further. However, as she braced against 4 particularly weighty blows, the dragon and tiger figures vanished entirely, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. It was as if she had caught sight of the very thing that terrified her soul, prompting her to turn and flee. Yet, just as she pivoted, Ohwa unleashed a devastating combination of 3 critical punches upon her slender back. This triggered the bloodthirsty beast's spirit, ensuring that the 3 punches would critically strike. The crystal lamp representing Yufeihua at the edge of the arena emitted a piercing shatter. In that moment, as the crystal burst, Ohwa's fist hovered perilously close to the back of Yufeiwa's head, who lay weak and gasping on the ground. Had that punch connected, it would undoubtedly have obliterated her skull. At this juncture, a mere 41 seconds had elapsed in their battle. After a brief silence, the arena erupted into a deafening cheer. The 2 top-tier hidden class fighters engaged in relentless attacks without defense, creating an exhilarating spectacle. Although Yufeiwa's sudden retreat at the climax seemed peculiar, astute observers quickly deduced that she had fallen victim to the fear effect. That was a close call. Fortunately, I didn't unleash my ultimate move from the start, or I might have been instantly vanquished by your signature technique. The bloodthirsty call isn't as effective in one-on-one combat as I had envisioned. Ohwa let out a sigh of relief. In the state of Blood Engine, he resembled a deity of blood. Yet, his tone remained unperturbed, a stark contrast to the tumultuous emotions within. I was too hasty. I should have controlled your health first, then sought an opportunity to eliminate you when you were at half health. Once the fear dissipated, Yifeihua, racked with excruciating pain, struggled to rise. With several ribs undoubtedly fractured, she forced a smile, though the tears brimming in her eyes rendered her expression both pitiful and amusing. Her forced grin, coupled with her tear-streaked visage, incited thunderous applause from the audience. Although Ohwa had secured the position of runner-up in the winner's bracket, in the hearts of the spectators, Yufeiwa was the true champion. Who could resist a beautiful girl in a chi pao, capable of fighting while adorably pouting? The title of champion rightfully belonged to her. Ohwa did not respond to Yufeiwa's analysis. He merely nodded in respect before turning to exit the arena. This time, he narrowly avoided disaster. It seems that the blood armor effect of Bloodthirsty Call only reveals its advantages when confronted with numerous foes. However, this Yufeiwa must possess some special skill to halt bleeding effects. Right? Just a moment ago, he struck her with his sword, yet not a single wound was inflicted. Her chi pao remained utterly unscathed. She wore no protective gear, merely donning a normal chi pao that was not part of her equipment. Yet her defense surpassed that of the previous sword and shield knight. He had an epiphany. Indeed, the less one wears, the higher the defense. Chi Manor is a tank. Yufeiwa is a tank. Ha ha ha, Shawa, you nearly lost. In the finals, one must not let their guard down simply because the opponent is a beautiful girl. Zhao Huayu, waiting in the rest area, burst into hearty laughter. As Ohwa approached, he clapped him emphatically on the shoulder. At that moment, he felt quite content. Even if Ohwa were not the champion, merely being the second runner-up would suffice. However, Zhao Huayu firmly believed that Ohwa would undoubtedly secure the top position on this year's Qingyan ranking. It is worth noting that even now, Ohwa had only revealed a blood engine and a skill capable of instilling fear in opponents. The second class typically boasts at least 5 professional skills. A select few geniuses might even possess 6 or 7. Uncle Zhao, during the finals, could we request a high priest to be present at the arena? Ohwa inquired, contemplating whether Zhao Huayu could invite the high priest stationed in the medical area to the arena for timely assistance or to dispel instant death effects. Huh, what are you planning? Zhao Huayu looked at Ohwa with a puzzled expression. This time, fearing excessive force might inadvertently cause Yufeiwa's demise, he hesitated and nearly lost. In the finals, I intend to give my all and conclude the battle as swiftly as possible. With a serious expression, Ohwa conveyed to Zhao Huayu that no deaths had occurred in previous Qingyan rankings. He did not wish for his triumph to be marred by the negative connotation of having taken a life, as it would be detrimental to his future earnings. All right, I will apply to headquarters. Uncle knows that as you progress further, Your fear of harming others increases. On several occasions, you have willingly discarded your weapon to fight with your fists. I will certainly make this happen. If headquarters refuses, I will personally cover the expenses. Zhao Huayu promised emphatically, not wanting the prodigious youth he had signed to bear the terrifying title of a killer champion. Over these 3 days, rest well, adjust your state, and observe the battles of the loser's bracket. Your opponent in the finals will undoubtedly reveal some hidden cards in the final matches, which is also the greatest advantage of the winner's bracket champion. Zhao Huayu gently patted Ouhua's shoulder, his eyes filled with concern. All right, I shall return to rest. Ouhua glanced at his gradually recovering health, deciding against seeking magical healing in the medical area. Who do you think will ultimately win, Ji Miaoqing or Yu Feihua? I have high hopes for that Qipao girl. Her taste in fashion is splendid. The wealthy girl and I are on entirely different wavelengths. Primarily because I cannot win her over. As Ouhua stepped out of the gymnasium, Feng Xiaoxiao, hidden in the shadows, leapt forward and wrapped her arms around his neck with a mischievous smile. Asking, how do you know that the Qipao girl isn't from a prestigious family? She is indeed a level 38 professional. Without the support and training from her family, could she have progressed so swiftly? Yu Hua, struck painfully in the ribs by Feng Xiaoxiao, gasped in surprise. Indeed, Yifeiwa's knee strike could not compare to the ferocity of Feng Xiaoxiao's rib jab. You seem to make a valid point. Feng Xiaoxiao chuckled lightly, tightening her embrace around Yu Hua's neck to prevent him from lifting his head. In a manner concealed from Yu Hua's view, she turned her gaze towards the entrance corridor of the gymnasium. There, in the shadows, stood the affluent young lady Ji Miaoqing, observing them intently. Chapter 46. Your appetite is truly insatiable. Feng Xiaoxiao and Yu Hua casually dined at a small street-side restaurant. During their meal, Feng Xiaoxiao boasted about her prowess in the arena, recounting how she single-handedly took on 2 opponents and emerged victorious, while simultaneously belittling the self-propelled cannon Zhao Xiaochuan, whose body had been ravaged by indulgence. Her words dripped with disdain, her grip on the chopsticks so tight it seemed she wished to pierce Zhao Xiaochuan's wandering eyes. Throughout this, Yu Hua remained silent, merely listening without offering any commentary. He understood very well that the person before him, a veritable anthropoid, possessed an exceedingly strong subjective consciousness. To put it bluntly, her self-awareness was excessive. Those she disparaged were often not as terrible as she claimed. Furthermore, this girl had a fondness for the feminine. It was quite possible that the beautiful girl she fancied had an affection for Zhao Xiaochuan, hence her intense animosity towards him. Our opponents in the round of 16 are the Kyoto team, which reportedly boasts a beautiful sister skilled in healing, amplification, and summoning as a hidden support class, with all members being second-tier professionals. I have resigned myself to fate, eagerly anticipating my first custom orange gear. Feng Xiaoxiao, relishing her skewers, felt an immense sense of ease. Among their team, the highest level was Yang Lang, a second-tier border guardian axe wielder. Feng Xiaoxiao seized the final moments of the arena matches to level up to LV 29, while the team member Kumiaoyan, who struggled to secure kills and could not train solo, was at LV 28. Although Zhao Xiaochuan was a scoundrel, he had already reached LV 30, though he had not yet had the opportunity to change classes. Their team, merely the tallest among the short, had fortuitously reached the top 16, yet they stood no chance against the 4 formidable teams, each capable of claiming victory. Congratulations, congratulations. Have you decided which item to choose? Though patrons in the skewer's shop recognized Yu Hua and were murmuring about him, he remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy his meal. Glancing at the increasing number of onlookers, Yu Hua could only smile wryly and shake his head. It seemed he had become something of a minor celebrity, commonly referred to as an internet sensation. Of course, the Crown of Conqueror at LV 63, Combat Skills 3. This item could likely only be obtained from the National Treasury of the Class Change Guild. Feng Xiaoxiao had long since acquired the orange equipment she desired. It was certain that the primary goal for all those achieving high rankings was to obtain those orange items that enhance skill points. The Crown of Conqueror was the pinnacle of equipment for combat classes, boasting an exceedingly low drop rate, and the dungeon boss possessing the grip of death, a lethal skill, was profoundly dangerous. Although the earring with the fighting skill Supreme Heart at level 68 is the reward of my dreams, it is regrettable that only champions of team competitions can select red weapons and red gear. Feng Xiaoxiao shook her head in disappointment. What about you? Which red weapon would you choose? I would recommend the level 45 Blessing of the All-Knowing God. It's a ring, with 3 for all skills. I will give you $2,400 for a whole year. Feng Xiaoxiao, dreaming of a beautiful future, teased Ouhua, almost laughing herself to death at the delightful fantasy. I would choose Curse of the Blood Mage. Ouhua did not take Feng Xiaoxiao's jest seriously. TSK. You have quite the appetite. Aiming for a top-level red weapon at level 120, the Guild for Job Advancement will surely provide it. But will you even be able to use it? Will it just sit in your home for a decade before you can wield it? Feng Xiaoxiao gasped in disbelief. Her childhood friend was being utterly irrational. One must understand that among the level 120 professionals worldwide, the fastest record stands at 11 years and 6 months. Shouldn't you first opt for a level 60 piece of equipment to transition with? Even if your level rises later, the Job Advancement Guild hosts various activities every year, and with his exceptional skills, he shouldn't fear acquiring top-level red weapons through competitions for national glory, right? Enchanting it to be level-less would suffice. Ohua rolled his eyes, truly living up to the title of primitive man, unable to grasp such a simple concept. Ohua Gidge, can I borrow it to play later? 20. No. $25 a day. Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly realized, immediately clamoring for a level 120 artifact for future play. It nearly made Ohua nauseous. After all, that was a level 120 red weapon, even if one could not gain any enhancements from it. Possessing it would surely charm the ladies. However, enchanting to be level-less would consume the unique opportunity for additional attributes and damage, and the costs are exorbitant. If one were to enchant a red weapon to be level-less, the price would likely far exceed that of the red weapon itself. A case of losing both the wife and the soldiers, a veritable disaster. Yet, Ohua was unfazed by such concerns and felt confident that the Job Advancement Guild would willingly enchant Curse of the Blood Mage for him without hesitation. By the time he truly reached level 120, who would even need this Curse of the Blood Mage? After finishing their meal and preparing to return to their respective hotels post-checkout, a luxurious black and orange patterned Bugatti roared to a stop by the roadside of the skewer restaurant. Exuding extravagance, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of parking fines. Do you think it's coming for you, or for me? Feng Xiaoxiao sensed the tense atmosphere in the air, yet she felt no anxiety as she inquired of Ohua beside her. I wonder, is it Plan C or Plan B? Ohua furrowed his brow in response. Now that he had entered the finals, he wished to avoid any trouble that might tarnish his position as the top contender. He simply wanted to quietly secure first place and then level up with a level-less red weapon. If the individual was male, it must be Plan C, right? Feng Xiaoxiao nodded. This Plan C was a playful trick they had devised together to deal with school delinquents and senior female students. Plan C involves her acting as bait, with Ohua making a dashing entrance to rescue the damsel in distress. Plan B, on the other hand, sees Ohua playing the role of bait, while he himself makes a grand appearance to save the handsome hero. As for Plan A, it entails pretending to be a couple and making a swift exit. The car door opened slowly, revealing a dapper young man clad in designer attire, complete with an expensive watch. He stood at the car's threshold, his piercing eagle-like gaze scanning the crowd for something. Tall and strikingly handsome, he adjusted his suit with the poise of a model, meticulously grooming himself. Goodness, he is from the capital's elite team. Truly a man of untold wealth. Feng Xiaoxiao, observing his ostentatious demeanor, nearly rolled her eyes in disbelief. She turned to glance at the remarkably understated Ohua beside her. Even though he was dressed in unbranded clothing, he far surpassed that wealthy young man in charm. Truly, he was the childhood friend who had unwittingly transformed into her same-sex partner. In comparison, what was a noble scion? Merely a pretentious fool. It seemed he was not here for them. Plan A. Ohua noticed the empty passenger seat, deducing that this young man was likely there to pick up an ordinary heroine. He shifted his gaze to Feng Xiaoxiao, who was grinning with an innocence that suggested her intellect had yet to fully develop. Discounting the possibility that this young man had an affinity for primates, it was clear that the petite heroine he was there to collect was not her. Understood. Feng Xiaoxiao, catching Ohua's fleeting glance, mistakenly thought he was concerned for her and blushed shyly. However, she quickly regained her boisterous demeanor, linking her arm with Ohua's in a display of affectionate dependence. Appearing like an ordinary couple merely passing by. Halt. Do you think you can hide from me, and I'll be unable to find you? As they strolled hand in hand, a commanding voice echoed from behind them. The cold yet domineering tone caused both Ohua and Feng Xiaoxiao to come to an abrupt halt. Ohua glanced again at the equally perplexed Feng Xiaoxiao, his mouth agape in astonishment. Unable to articulate his shock, good heavens, was someone about to confront a primate? Amidst the whispers of the onlookers and the sound of camera shutters, the sharp click of dress shoes resonated behind Ohua. Sensing the palpable hostility aimed at him, a faint mist of bloodlust emanated from Ohua, triggering an instinctive response within him. He signaled to Feng Xiaoxiao to be prepared for action, to which she promptly blinked in understanding. Secretly activating her counterattack technique, ready to deliver a punch to that oily face. Am I truly that terrifying? Running away at the sight of me? and we are supposed to be teammates. Yet, the anticipated assault or harsh rebuke never materialized. The young man, standing at a height of 178 centimeters and significantly shorter than Ohwa, simply strode past him. After passing Ohwa, the animosity directed at him evaporated entirely. As the crowd dispersed, the young man regarded the petite figure that had turned her back to him, his tone softening. Chapter 47. Pick it up. Ohwa and Feng Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, both experiencing a moment of awkwardness. Perhaps they had misjudged the situation. What better time to leave than now? After a silent exchange, Ohwa and Feng Xiaoxiao quickly made their way towards the throng of ordinary passers-by, blending seamlessly into the crowd. Preparing to conceal that embarrassing bout of unrequited affection and vanish into the crowd as though nothing had transpired, who permitted you, a useless being, to stand alongside Yar? The moment Ohwa and Feng Xiaoxiao entered the throng of onlookers, the unmistakable roar of a domineering figure pursuing his beloved echoed from behind. Ohwa and Feng Xiaoxiao halted in unison, as if sharing a singular consciousness. They turned, rose onto their toes, and squinted in unison. Their movements perfectly synchronized, as if they had undergone extensive training for such perilous escapades. Now, back at the hotel, they merely engaged with their phones or succumbed to slumber. Who finds amusement in mere spectacle? Embarrassment? What embarrassment? They had already accepted their previous folly of unrequited affection, observing the scene, devoid of any shame. My goodness, Zhao Xiaochuan. Feng Xiaoxiao's expression froze as she squinted into the distance. She had hoped to behold a spectacle but never imagined she would encounter a fellow teammate in the midst of it. TSK, your self-propelled cannon friend certainly possesses a remarkable talent, managing to flirt with your adversaries for tomorrow. Ohwa maintained a nonchalant demeanor as he observed the unfolding drama. A wealthy young man, perhaps a second-generation heir, glared furiously at Zhao Xiaochuan, who stood undaunted beside the girl in question. Shall I summon the president? Feng Xiaoxiao inquired of Ohwa, her brow furrowed, though she held a disdain for Zhao Xiaochuan. His current humiliation would inevitably tarnish her own reputation as a member of the same team. That wretched school team shall be disbanded upon our return. It is far more enjoyable to team up with the delightful and charming Qi Manor sister. Let us not rush. Let us assess the situation first. Perhaps I can utilize that inferior horse to eliminate a superior horse for you. Although the top 16 already boasts orange gear, wouldn't it be even better to advance to the top 8? A mischievous glint sparked in Ohwa's smile. The sight of Ohwa smiling sent a shiver down Feng Xiaoxiao's spine. There were only two things she feared: her mother's wrath and Ohwa's smile. When he smiled, it invariably heralded trouble, and thankfully he seldom grinned. Here's 100,000. Get lost immediately. The wealthy young man glared at Miao Shiqi, who stood beside Zhao Xiaochuan, his brows knitted tightly. With a flicker of his ring, he tossed a substantial sum of money at Zhao Xiaochuan's feet. Zhao Xiaochuan paused, momentarily stunned, as though he had been insulted, his eyes reddening with anger. His fists clenched and relaxed, again and again, given an opportunity. He would not hesitate to retaliate with a punch. Yi Haolei. Zhao, he is the benefactor who helped me chase away the vagabonds. Do you think you appear impressive this way? All you evoke is deep-seated disgust. Miao Shiqi hesitated for a moment before angrily kicking the pile of money aside. The name shouted by that little heroine startled Ohwa. The girl he was set to face today, clad in a cheongsam, seemed to be named Yufei Hua, sharing the same surname. Pick it up. Yi Haolei's gaze turned icy, a glimmer of red flashing in his eyes. Rather than directing his anger at Miao Shiqi, he turned his attention to Zhao Xiaochuan. Let us go. Ignore him. Miao Shiqi, her face twisted in disgust, reached for Zhao Xiaochuan's arm, attempting to pull him away. Do not touch. With a commanding roar befitting a true overlord, Yi Haolei stepped decisively between Zhao Xiaochuan and Miao Shiqi. You are our adversary in tomorrow's arena, and yet today you resort to these underhanded tactics that threaten to undermine our relationship. Those exiles are likely a part of your deliberate scheme, aren't they? If you do not depart immediately, I would not hesitate to send you to the tribunal of the vocational union, where they may inquire thoroughly whether you truly are in exile. Yi Haolei's gaze was frigid as he coldly threatened. What a despicable and contemptible individual you are, daring to think you could orchestrate my downfall and send me to the tribunal. If an investigation reveals that I am innocent, are you truly unafraid of your father or mother being exposed, leading to a plummet in your family's stock prices? Or is it that you possess some protective umbrella that you wish the online community to unveil? Despite Feng Xiaoxiao's disparagement of Zhao Xiaochuan, he stood resolutely at this moment. His impassioned rhetoric garnered the favor of the onlookers, and public opinion overwhelmingly turned against Yi Haolei. After all, it was evident to all that Yi Haolei was the one who was truly unwelcome. Zhao Xiaochuan and Miao Shiqi had maintained a distance of at least half a meter on the road, devoid of any intimate gestures, merely engaged in normal conversation. Yet it was this newcomer who incessantly squawked like a banshee. A wealthy second-generation heir, a transitional second generation? What is so remarkable about that? It is time for his father and mother, who ought to be lampooned, to face the just consequences of their actions. Yi Haolei, who had never anticipated being threatened by a mere pauper, was enraged. He seized Zhao Xiaochuan by the collar, his eyes bloodshot with a murderous frenzy. Since the dawn of his memories, Yi Haolei had shown little interest in the affairs around him. However, Miao Shiqi illuminated his existence like a ray of light, and whenever matters concerning her arose, he was prone to lose his composure. I am affording you one last opportunity. Depart at once, or I shall ensure that you cough. Yi Haolei lowered his voice, coldly threatening Zhao Xiaochuan. Yet before he could complete his menacing words, a tremendous force struck him, causing him to grunt and be flung aside. With a resounding thud, he hit the ground hard, his face meeting the earth and loosening one of his front teeth. Who? Hiss! Yi Haolei bellowed in fury, but just as he prepared to rise, he felt a knee pressed against his lower back, sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. Before he could react, his hands were yanked behind him and brutally secured against his back. The tearing sensation in his arms made him feel as though the skin beneath his armpits was about to rupture. Call the police. This scoundrel intends to kill Zhao Xiaochuan. Ouhua, who had subdued Yi Haolei and pinned him to the ground, turned to shout at Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao, who worked seamlessly alongside Ouhua, immediately adopted a flustered demeanor, appearing utterly disoriented as if struck by fear, and hastily dialed the police. Let go da. Yi Haolei turned his head to glare at Ouhua, but just as he opened his mouth to berate Ouhua to depart, the knee pressed against his lower back sent a jolt of excruciating pain through him, amplifying the tearing sensation in his arms. You have issued a death threat against my classmate. Do you dare to engage in further dialogue with me? Continue to speak, and I shall tear your hands off and stuff them in your mouth. Ouhua, observing that Yi Haolei would undoubtedly be bettered in the following day, yet would not show any signs of injury in the hospital, felt a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. With a light-hearted chuckle, I can only do this much for your ranking on the Qingyun list. At this moment, Yi Haolei also recognized Ouhua, whom he had previously mistaken for a romantic rival. Wasn't he the level 1 warrior from the winners group who had defeated his sister? Did he know Zhao Xiaochuan? Unable to utter another word, Yi Haolei's expression fluctuated between anger and fear, leaving him powerless as Ouhua pinned him firmly to the ground. Those around them soon recognized Ouhua as well, and they eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the moment, enthusiastically shouting praises of well done. At that instant, Yi Haolei, who had been grabbing someone by the collar and threatening them, became the public enemy, while Ouhua emerged as the valiant young man standing up for justice. In contrast, Zhao Xiaochuan and Miao Shiqi, the parties involved, were left utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation at hand. Shortly after Feng Xiaoxiao called the police, the urgent sound of sirens echoed from a distance. Ouhua, Feng Xiaoxiao, Zhao Xiaochuan, Miao Shiqi, and Yi Haolei were all invited by the arriving officers for a chat. During this conversation, the articulate Ouhua and Feng Xiaoxiao elaborated on the events they had witnessed, with Feng Xiaoxiao even sharing a video she had recorded. Upon hearing Yi Haolei's threats of seeking death tonight, I can make. The evidence against him was irrefutable, resulting in his detention for 7 days. With no possibility of bail. In an era where human life is treated with such frivolity, official power represents authority. A combat-oriented individual, daring to threaten another's life in broad daylight, not once, but twice, is a direct affront to that authority. 7 days of detention is relatively lenient, were it not for the immediate public relations efforts from the forces behind Yi Haolei, which suppressed the video circulating online. Such brazen threats in public could warrant a sentence of 3 years or more. Chapter 48. Drink more walnut juice, Mr. O. I kindly request that you and your girlfriend delete that video. The price is negotiable. Late at night, a young lawyer in a tailored suit, drenched in sweat, spoke to Ouhua, unable to resist wiping his forehead with his sleeve. This is a natural reaction in the face of extreme fear. After all, the formidable adversary before him loomed in the shadows, exuding an aura of bloodlust, grinning like a devil as he stared intently. Oh, what price are we talking about? I had no idea he was a scion of the Yi family. Had I known beforehand, I wouldn't have reported it, would I? Ouhua squinted his eyes, smiling as he spoke. 500,000. How does that sound? The young lawyer, frightened by Ouhua's narrowed gaze, nervously inquired. That's too much. What if you countersue me for fraud? Ouhua was no fool. shaking his head in refusal of the offered, as his career was on the rise. How would he respond if the Yi family suddenly sent him a legal notice? Even if he managed to resolve it, the lingering repercussions would be troublesome. Moreover, let me convey a message to your family. Do I appear to be someone in desperate need of money? Hua patted the young lawyer's shoulder as he walked past him, striding toward Feng Xiaoxiao, who was busy charming a beautiful girl. Once he departed, the young lawyer finally plopped down onto the ground. Gasping for air as his lungs heaved in distress. As merely a lawyer, an everyday professional, he truly cannot withstand the hostility intentionally unleashed by Hua. Approaching Feng Xiaoxiao, Hua cast a fleeting glance at Miao Shiqi, who appeared alarmed and exceptionally haggard, before promptly disregarding her. Are you leaving, or do you wish to linger a while longer? Hua inquired, furrowing his brow as he stood beside Feng Xiaoxiao. Yet, this fellow seemed utterly absorbed in thoughts of beautiful maidens, paying no heed to him at all. How could he possibly be ignored by a mere primate? After a 3-second wait without a response, Hua's frustration mounted, and he delivered a swift kick to her backside. You are being unreasonable. How could you treat her this way? Feng Xiaoxiao stumbled to the ground from the unexpected kick, feigning the role of a delicate damsel in distress, as if she hadn't yet had her fill of amusement. Did you just sneak away to indulge in something unsavory? Why does your breath reek? Hua scolded, his tone filled with exasperation. I've told you numerous times that you mustn't consume such things, even if you do. You ought to rinse your mouth thoroughly. Alas, I regret not correcting your bad habits back in middle school. Hua would never indulge Feng Xiaoxiao in her antics in front of the girl. Delivering a barrage of disparaging remarks, Miao Shiqi stood agape, gazing at the figure of Hua, who was several times more handsome than Yi Haolei, yet spoke of excrement and kicked girls. Brother Hua, I can no longer pretend. I can no longer maintain this facade. Please, do rein in your antics. Feng Xiaoxiao, aware of the extent of Hua's sharp tongue, felt tears welling in her eyes as she hurriedly covered his mouth. Fearing he might tarnish her reputation before the beautiful girl, she possessed quite a few skeletons in her closet that he could easily unearth, while he had none to hold against her. In this asymmetrical relationship, Feng Xiaoxiao was consistently at Hua's mercy. The incident he referred to as the poop incident had occurred back in middle school when she attempted to make caramel chocolate for the school beauty sitting next to her. Instead, she accidentally created a concoction resembling excrement, and just as she was about to taste it with a sense of curiosity, Hua had captured the moment on his phone. She would never forget the look of benevolent amusement on Hua's face at that time, nor the thunderous laughter that erupted from her mother upon seeing that photograph, laughter that could be heard throughout the entire apartment complex. I promised your mother I would look after you. If you wish to play a little longer, you should ask your mother for permission. Hua glanced at the time on his phone. It was already 2 a.m., and his tone bore an unmistakable impatience. Though he could scarcely believe that anyone would harbor feelings for an uncultured savage, Feng Xiaoxiao's appearance, at least to those unaware of her inner self, held a certain initial charm. Shiqi and I were just discussing this matter. She lives nearby. Why don't we take a detour to escort her? She was just attacked by a fugitive, and it would be safer to have more people around, wouldn't it? Feng Xiaoxiao nestled closer to Hua, wrapping her arms around his shoulders, her demeanor as soft as could be, even winking at him in a plea for support. I suggest you drink some walnut milk when you get home. Do you know where we are right now? Hua massaged his temples, taking deep breaths to suppress the urge to pry open Feng Xiaoxiao's head to examine its contents. Isn't this the capital? What is the matter? Feng Xiaoxiao, feeling a tinge of fear, shrank her neck. The moment she saw Hua rubbing his temples, she released her grip and stealthily retreated to the side, ready to make a swift exit at any moment. Ah, the capital. Within the second ring, the area closest to Chang'an Street. To settle in such a place requires a hefty sum of 100,000, and to be a second-tier hidden-class player at that. Does it truly necessitate the assistance of a mere level 30 novice like you? Hua felt an unusual weariness wash over him as he silently gestured to Feng Xiaoxiao, as if fearing she might transmit her foolishness to him. Ignoring the astonished and puzzled expressions of Miao Shiqi nearby, Hua finished his remark about Feng Xiaoxiao and turned towards the direction of the hotel. Are you not going to hurry up? After walking over 10 meters, Hua noticed Feng Xiaoxiao had not yet followed. He sighed internally, lamenting that Feng Xiaoxiao was less diligent than her own father. I'm coming. Feng Xiaoxiao shot Miao Shiqi a strange glance before hastening to catch up. Good heavens, I wish to pursue you. Yet you wish to pursue my childhood friend. This girl must not be pursued. Miao Shiqi silently watched as Hua and Feng Xiaoxiao receded into the distance. After they had gone, a luxurious car, worth who knows how many thousands, came to a halt before Miao Shiqi. Young miss, We have investigated the group of exiles that intended to kidnap you. They were secretly colluding with the Sima family from the North City. Once inside the car, a burly one-eyed driver reported to her. The Sima family? Miao Shichi nodded slightly. Committing this information to memory, please procure the detailed information on that level 1 warrior for me. By the way, Yi Haolei will not be able to participate in the competition. Find a stronger replacement to come in his stead that ASU command. Young Mississippi, the one-eyed driver, replied respectfully. This is troublesome. I did not anticipate such a significant commotion. If we wish to replace someone for the round of 16, the cost will undoubtedly be considerable. Miao Shichi sighed softly, one hand pressed against her forehead. She could not help but resent Yi Haolei for being so lacking in talent yet having such lofty aspirations. He truly deserves this predicament. The following day, the video of Ohua, the top candidate, bravely capturing the wealthy second-generation murderer, was ultimately suppressed and did not trend online. However, the request from the Capital team to substitute players ignited intense dissatisfaction among the audience. Those who came to witness the match, to some extent, all had connections and were well aware that Yi Haolei from the Capital team was currently detained. The crowd spontaneously rallied to voice their support for the Yishan 2 team. And amidst the continuous deafening boos, the situation became exceedingly awkward for the Transitional Guild. Reluctantly, the guild had no choice but to announce that the Yishan 2 team could also replace its school students. Hoping to quell the audience's ire, a jarring ringtone echoed through the hotel room. At that moment, Ohua, who was passing the time by watching a horror film, answered the phone. Xiaohua, I need urgent assistance. Feng Xiaoxiao spoke excitedly, her words tumbling over one another. What has happened? Were you cornered again? Ohua paused the horror film, puzzled as he inquired. Could it be that the Yi family from the capital has begun retaliating? The Transitional Guild has informed us that we can also substitute players. After discussing with the chairman, we have decided to replace Kumiaoyan. You will take her place in the team competition. Moreover, our Yishan Team 2 has transitioned from 4 equipment slots to 5. Feng Xiaoxiao eagerly conveyed this momentous news to Ohua, exclaiming that it was nothing short of a tremendous boon for her. Such good fortune exists. Just wait. I shall be right there to seize the opportunity. Ohua sprang to her feet, recognizing the prospect of acquiring an orange-grade equipment or weapon without cost, a risk-free venture. The president truly knows how to manage affairs. She has me in her heart. Chapter 49. 30 wolves, 40 tigers, 50. The arenas for the team rankings and individual rankings were not situated in the same location. However, they were merely 700 meters apart. In stark contrast to the Grand Sports Hall hosting 200,000 spectators for the individual rankings. The team rankings took place in a fully enclosed venue with only live video coverage and no audience present. I vehemently oppose this. Why must the runner-up of the individual rankings participate in the team rankings? The principal of the Imperial Capital Academy bellowed in fury at the officials from the Transfer Guild within the competition arena. With his slicked-back hair and rotund figure, he resembled an irate boar. Principal Hao, it was you who agreed to allow Yishan Team 2 to substitute members, and moreover, Ohua is, after all, a student of Yishan Team 2. This is indisputable. If you harbor any grievances, then, for the sake of fairness, should your team consist of fewer than 4 participants, you will be immediately disqualified. The representative from the Transfer Guild, a robust middle-aged man seasoned by years of battle on the Abyss battlefield, was in no mood to coddle this blustering buffoon. With a disdainful snort, he nearly succumbed to the urge to slap the pompous pig who dared to raise his voice against him. Give me another 10 minutes. Principal Hao muttered a curse under his breath as he reached for his phone, intending to contact the most formidable student of the Imperial Capital Academy, Yifei Hua. Hoping to enlist her aid to counter Ohua's prowess. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is currently turned off. The gentle automated voice on the line nearly caused Principal Hao to hurl his phone in frustration. Just yesterday, he had conversed with Sister Yi. She would not abandon the loser S bracket, as Ji Miaoqing held an allure for her that was no less compelling than that of the runner-up. Dressed in a white ceremonial robe and wielding a priest's staff, Miao Shichi approached Principal Hao, her voice imbued with an enchanting quality that instantly calmed the agitated principal. Damn it. Yishan City is truly fortunate. Principal Hao is no fool. Having ascended to the position of principal, he recognized that he was left with only 2 choices, either forfeit due to insufficient numbers or consent to allow that contender from the winner's bracket to compete. Can any of us withstand that monster? A tall girl adorned with combat gloves approached. How can I, a mere level 32-foot fist fighter, possibly defend against an adversary that even a level 38 thought warrior cannot best? Moreover, he exhibits no mercy in the arena. I worried for that petite magic swordswoman when I witnessed the video of her being kicked. Would she sustain any lasting damage? That frenzied individual, apart from wielding his sword. Resorts to kicking with alarming frequency. I am clad only in leather armor. What if he lands a kick to my chest? My defense is already rated B. Who should one blame for being kicked down to a rank? I feel utterly overwhelmed as well. The imposing figures of the capital team, standing at heights of nearly 2 meters, clad in plate armor and wielding shields and war hammers, advance towards us. The earnest expression on their faces is marred by a bitter smile. He speaks no falsehood. He truly cannot withstand the pressure. After my second class transition, with my primary attributes focused on strength and endurance, my power barely reaches 73 points. I end the video. That madman can effortlessly toss around a magical sandbag weighing 1500 in strength. Moreover, I lack any skills to lock my health. There is no way I could endure his frenzied assaults. If I managed to last 3 seconds, I would be thanking the heavens. After all, he is a contender for the single leaderboard champion. Currently, in the losers bracket, there are 4 seed players: Betel, Ji Miaoqing, Yu Feihua, and Lu Fahai. Apart from Lu Fahai, the other 3 are all players I sent to the losers bracket. It is no exaggeration to say that the position of this year's Qingyun leaderboard champion is already half in my pocket. Such a top-tier damage dealer could easily lead the Yishan 2 team into the finals of the team leaderboard. The only glimmer of hope is that the finals for both the single and team leaderboards occur on the final day in the morning. Creating a scheduling conflict. As long as the guild doesn't change the match times, I cannot be a dual champion. Alas, the Yi family has truly committed a foolish act. Principal Hao turned to gaze at Ohua, who stood among the Yishan 2 team with an indifferent expression and hissed through clenched teeth. However, he had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, the capital team would be eliminated in the quarterfinals. Agreeing would at least provide a chance to fight back, while refusing would mean immediate elimination. Damn Yihale, why stir trouble with the contender for the single leaderboard champion? I am grateful for last night's intervention. Had I been the one to confront him, it likely would not have caused such a commotion. Instead, I might have faced detention, leading to our outright elimination. Though Zhao Xiaochuan, who was rescued by the chairman last night, appeared somewhat fatigued, his spirits were remarkably high. The sight of Yihale shedding his luxurious attire for a yellow vest was simply too satisfying. No worries, we are alumni. Ohuan nodded indifferently. His aim was to obtain orange weapons without any cost, and he had no desire to navigate the interpersonal dynamics within the school team. I never expected to misjudge someone. You certainly have hidden depths. The 32-year-old chairman, Lu Xiqing, is an enchanting beauty. Her sharp OL attire accentuates her mature and voluptuous figure. Resembling a perfectly ripe peach, exuding an irresistible allure, the fervent gaze she directed towards Ohua sent a shiver down his spine. After all, in the realm of age, 30 is akin to a wolf, 40 to a tiger, and 50 means one can simply sit and absorb the earth. The intense gaze from this uninitiated young lady made Ohua worry that one day he might be drained of vitality within the classroom. I participate in level assessments daily, yet each time I end up at LV.1. So I've grown weary of explaining myself to others. Ohua nervously swallowed, responding with a hint of trepidation. Holding great respect for this 32-year-old triple-class professional. It is known that leveling up for daily class professions is exceedingly challenging, resulting in a generally low combat power among them. 90 of daily class professionals spend their entire lives only achieving their first transition. However, among that additional 10, there exist exceptionally powerful individuals. For instance, this esteemed chairperson, who has ascended from the role of teacher to the third-tier Lingyan master, possesses a profound intellect that surpasses that of ordinary spellcasters by thrice. Despite her lackluster attributes in strength, agility, and endurance, once she employs her skills, she transforms into a superlative spellcaster, capable of manifesting her will with remarkable efficacy. Furthermore, her pedagogical abilities, initially acquired during her tenure as a teacher, have undergone a significant enhancement, elevating the quality of her instruction to an exceptional level. Any knowledge articulated by her is etched into the very souls of her students, and she can even emanate a radiant aura that envelopes the entire school, enhancing students' focus and stimulating their minds. It is no wonder that she was appointed as the chairperson of Ishan University at the tender age of 30-2. It is likely that within a year or two, she will be promoted to the position of vice president in one of the 4 major metropolitan areas. Alas, the daily endeavor of vanquishing monsters yields no experience points. Only through engaging in work that corresponds to one's profession and fulfilling occupational tasks can one accrue experience points, resulting in an exceedingly low efficiency for advancement, coupled with formidable challenges. The virtuous will find clarity, and the capable will attain success, will they not? It is commendable that you can withstand criticism and achieve your second-tier advancement in such a brief span. The chairperson nodded in satisfaction, thoroughly pleased with the previously unnoticed child. Ohwa. I have heard that Teacher Ran is exceptionally gentle and responsible. It is indeed a privilege to be assigned to her class. Aware that the chairperson must have investigated how the homeroom teacher treats her students in recent days, Ohwa interjected, subtly indicating her willingness to change classes. Indeed, while Teacher Ran may be somewhat lacking in perception, she is undeniably a commendable educator. The chairperson nodded in further approval, realizing that there was no need to devise a means of reprimanding Ran Shuyan to appease the grievances previously endured by this exemplary student. This child possesses not only formidable strength but also a keen understanding of human relations. Furthermore, this morning, she had overheard Feng Xiaoxiao chattering incessantly. The chairperson was also aware that the orchestrator behind Yihalei's detention was indeed this remarkable student. Having gleaned the motives from Feng Xiaoxiao, it was merely a desire to assist her childhood friend in reaching the top 8. Chapter 50. The momentum of domination. The team leaders from both sides. Please step forward. At the judge's command, the leaders of the two teams approached the center of the arena. Heads or tails, the judge produced a golden coin, holding it in hand while inquiring of Principal Hao and Chairperson Lu Xiqing. Ladies first. Miss Lu, please make your selection. Principal Hao greeted Lu Xiqing with a beaming smile, his demeanor contrasting sharply with the arrogance he had displayed towards the judge moments earlier. Tails. Lu Xiqing wasted no time. Promptly announcing her choice, the judge flipped the coin, skillfully catching it with the back of his hand. Upon revealing it, the coin showed heads. I choose the forest terrain. Principal Hao's expression brightened at this, and he immediately declared his chosen battleground. It seemed that the goddess of victory favored him. After selecting the terrain, Lu Xiqing and Principal Hao exchanged no further words and turned to depart the arena. Once they exited, the venue was suddenly enveloped in a distortion of light. Following a shimmering transformation, the internal space of the venue doubled in size, morphing into the secret realm of a primeval forest. Gazing upon the colossal secret realm shrouded in mist before him, Ohwa felt no surprise. After all, one who has never tasted pork cannot claim to have never seen a pig run. Such artificially controlled realms, far from being exclusive to guilds for career transitions, are often the chosen locales for the opulent estates of the exceedingly wealthy. Nestled within dreamlike landscapes. Both teams of competitors positioned themselves at the starting point. The referee promptly announced the commencement of the match. Unlike the individual leaderboard, the team rankings emphasized collaboration and practical combat. Team 2 of Yishan, led by Ohwa, followed by Feng Xiaoxiao, with Zhao Xiaochuan. Arranged class, positioned in the center, while Yang Lang, wielding a formidable greatsword, took up the rear to protect Zhao Xiaochuan. Upon encountering the enemy, they would execute Plan C, launching a swift assault, as the assurance of their orange weapon was already secured. A more aggressive approach would pose no issue. As soon as the referee declared the start, Ohwa activated the blood engine, sacrificing 25 of his health. With the skill's duration having elapsed, he quietly advised Feng Xiaoxiao, who trailed closely behind him. No problem. Feng Xiaoxiao, brimming with trust in Ohwa, responded without hesitation. The forest terrain was densely vegetated, adept at concealment and ambush, however, with neither side fielding assassins. Ohwa surmised that the opposing team's captain had chosen this terrain to stall for time or to attempt evasion by splitting their forces. Convinced of their intention to delay, Ohwa and Yang Lang conferred and resolved to accelerate their search without dividing their team. The team leaderboard was also bound by a time constraint. Once the time expired, any team that had been evading combat would face immediate disqualification. Thus, there was no need for Ohwa and his companions to worry about the enemy hiding until time ran out. After all, they were the aggressors, while the opposition remained on the run. There, after a thorough search, the keenly perceptive Ohwa detected a faint sound and immediately indicated the enemy's location to Zhao Xiaochuan. With arms raised, Zhao Xiaochuan began to chant, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck true, hitting a member of the Imperial Capital team concealed within the tall grass. There are two. Beware of ambush. Xiao, stay close. A swift glance revealed that the electrified assailants were the Fistmaster and Iron Guard, while the hidden second transformation classes, Light Healer and the substitute for Yihalei, the Beast Tamer, lay in wait. It appeared they were trying to buy time for the Beast Tamer. This forest terrain had indeed been selected to provide advantageous conditions for the summoned battle pets of the Beast Tamer. However, Miao Shichi and Principal Hao had planned meticulously without considering that Ohwa simply sought to obtain an orange item without effort, and Feng Xiaoxiao, obediently following his lead, was equally reckless. Jiang Zihan, still tingling from the electric shock, steeled herself for battle. while Iron Guard Luda raised his shield to protect her. As Ohwa and Feng Xiaoxiao charged within 5 meters, Luda bellowed fiercely, raising his tower shield. With his taunt skill activated, Feng Xiaoxiao, whose focus had been locked on to Jiang Zihan, found her attention uncontrollably diverted to Luda. However, Ohwa remained utterly unaffected by the effects of frenzied blood and icy heart, and even managed to store the taunt released by Lu Da. As Feng Xiaoxiao's body uncontrollably surged towards Luda, her fist collided with his shield, observing that Ohwa was not swayed by his taunts. Luda ceased his engagement with Feng Xiaoxiao, pivoting to raise his hammer against Ohwa, who was attempting to circumvent him in order to attack Jiang Zihuan. However, a surge of blood flames erupted, enveloping both Luda and Jiang Zihuan within its embrace. Simultaneously besieged, Luda and Jiang Zihuan's eyes turned crimson, influenced by the taunt effect that Ohwa had just accumulated. Under the taunt's effect, they, who had just contemplated retreat, forgot all of Miao Shiqi's directives and charged towards Ohwa, attacking without defense. Regrettably, the two were utterly powerless against the two great swords entwined with blood flames. Jiang Zihuan, having received 2 strikes, witnessed her crystal lamp shatter, triggering its protective mechanism. As a tank, Luda possessed remarkable resistance to negative states, regaining his senses after merely 1 second of taunting. Unfortunately for him, this unfortunate soul triggered the fear effect of Frenzied Beast Blood Spirit upon receiving the first blow from Ohwa. Under the subsequent critical strikes, his health, which exceeded Jiang Zihuan's by 4-fold, culminated in the simultaneous explosion of both the crystal lamp and Jiang Zihuan. Concealed within the tree trunk, Miao Shiqi, poised to heal or retreat, found her mouth agape in sheer shock. This was a miscalculation. This individual had deliberately suppressed their health from the very outset. Was this person insane? Did they not fear being ambushed and eliminated in a single strike from a glowing orb above at that moment? The agile Ohwa's senses sharpened. He looked up towards the treetops where a gasp had just sounded, locking eyes with Miao Shiqi, who was gazing down at him. In that fleeting moment, Miao Shiqi felt as though she had glimpsed the deepest abyss of a blood domain. Surrender. The overwhelming sensation of fear enveloping her compelled Miao Shiqi to surrender immediately. She could not fathom why Jiang Zihuan and Luda had succumbed to the taunt skill. At that moment, all she desired was to surrender swiftly to escape this monstrosity. 2 frontliners had been eliminated, just a healer and a summoner remaining. It was utterly ludicrous to think they could endure. This top contender for the solo leaderboard had come merely to slaughter the team leaderboard. With such monstrous strength, it was laughable to think of teaming up. He could obliterate their small squad all on his own. In the face of absolute power, numbers were but a joke. With Miao Shiqi's cry of surrender, the forest arena began to warp, gradually dissipating like smoke. Miao Shiqi, enveloped by ethereal lights, gently descended to the ground. Her complexion was pale, still reeling from the terror of that brief exchange of glances. Upon landing, her gaze remained fixed on Ohwa, retreating in an attempt to maintain a safe distance. That glance had illuminated her understanding. It was merely orange and red gear. What was she risking her life for? Chapter 51. Is this how you test Chimei? What have you done to her? Elated at entering the top 4 of the team leaderboard, Feng Xiaoxiao celebrated briefly with her teammates before approaching Ohwa. However, upon seeing Miao Shiqi trembling in fear, resembling a frightened chick, she could not help but curiously inquire of Ohwa that I was at a loss, having just shot her a glare, while my mind was consumed with the thought, I want to twist your head off and use it as a ball to kick. Ohwa stroked his chin, squinting as he recalled the moment. TSK, the plight of perpetual solitude. Feng Xiaoxiao clicked her tongue, offering her commentary on OHU8.do. You wish for me to twist your head off and present it to her as a ball to kick? Ohwa turned to face Feng Xiaoxiao, who was mocking him, and his smile softened a fraction. Ahem. Let us go meet the chairman. Feng Xiaoxiao shrank her neck, fully aware that engaging further would surely lead to her demise. And she promptly made a swift exit, using the chairman as her shield. Ohwa shrugged, disregarding Principal Hao's murderous glare, and strode towards the chairman, whose face was adorned with a beaming smile. The chairman is quite reliable. When there are matters at hand, she truly thinks of me. Furthermore, with the chairman's assistance in Ishur City, many endeavors would become significantly easier. After all, the chairman's connections span the nation. And even Principal Hao from the capital treats her with utmost respect. If I can align myself with such influential figures, my ascent will be inevitable. I could even secure an orange gear from the team ranking, achieving a dual benefit. Well done. Striving for a place in the finals. Securing second place, I shall personally gift each of you 5 apiece of LV.40 orange gear. Upon entering the top 8, Lu Xiqing was absolutely elated. She had only been the chairman for a year and was just 32 years old. The inaugural batch of students had managed to place in the top 8 of the Qingyan ranking team chart. Moreover, one of the students was a finalist for the top spot, merely a step away from the pinnacle. How many principals or chairpersons can achieve such results? Hooray! Long live the chairman. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoxiao couldn't contain her joy. The second place in the team rankings meant that each student had the option to choose 2 pieces of orange gear. If the chairman were to generously bestow another piece of orange gear, that would mean I would possess 3 pieces as a class changer. With such an advantageous equipment edge, my future leveling speed would far surpass that of others. Today, there is also a match for the quarterfinals. Oh Hua, you need not participate in the next round, Liu Xiqing said to Oh Hua, who had been quietly standing by. Huh? Why not? With Xiao Hua, we are certain to secure second place. We might even contend for the championship of the team rankings. Feng Xiaoxiao immediately objected. Since transitioning classes, we have only teamed up with Oh Hua once, and we didn't even get to coordinate before it ended. In this round, having Oh Hua participate is to avoid wasting the opportunity to switch players, quell the audience's ire, and simultaneously diminish the arrogance of that portly figure from the Capital Academy. If we were to field Oh Hua again in the next round while being adequately staffed, it would be disrespectful to the other schools, and I do not wish to be labeled as an opportunist. I believe Oh Hua would not desire that either, correct? Liu Xiqing patiently elucidated to Feng Xiaoxiao the rationale behind not sending Oh Hua onto the field. Meanwhile, Oh Hua nodded in full agreement, appearing entirely supportive of the chairman's decision. Although Liu Xiqing cherished her reputation and prestige, she detested acquiring them through dubious means. The upcoming adversary is the Yao Capital Academy. Although the presence of Oh Hua, a candidate for the top of the individual leaderboard, seems to promise an assured victory, the situation is not as straightforward. In the absence of any infractions from the opposing team, it would be rather unsporting to exploit the substitution rules by introducing a player not originally part of the roster. Even if victory is ultimately achieved, it would lack honor, and this matter will undoubtedly be used against us in the future. Mr. Liu, regarding the point you just raised, I feel compelled to clarify. At that moment, a referee approached, having been patiently waiting for the next match to commence. His keen ears had evidently caught wind of him or Liu Xiqing's earlier remarks. What you are doing is substitution, not what you interpret as replacement. Thus, once you swap out classmate Kim Yaoyan, she will no longer be part of your current team. After the rankings are determined, while we will provide her with the appropriate equipment corresponding to her rank, her name will not appear on the Qiyun leaderboard roster. The referee, who moments ago had reprimanded Principal Hao, now displayed an unusual courtesy towards Liu Xiqing. Therefore, the subsequent matches for your team can only feature classmate Oh Hua. Should you refuse to allow him to participate, we will have no choice but to disqualify your team. Do you understand my position, Mr. Liu? Liu Xiqing opened her mouth, her gaze somewhat unfocused. Goodness. She had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. Yet it seemed the vocational union was compelling her to do just that. Rest assured, prior to the match, we have already made an announcement across all platforms and have notified the heads of the other teams. Noticing Liu Xiqing's lingering hesitation, the referee promptly patted his chest, assuring her that all issues would be managed by the vocational union. Very well, I understand. Liu Xiqing took a deep breath to calm her emotions, resigning herself to this outcome. Meanwhile, Oh Hua stood calmly to the side, as if he had long anticipated the distinction between substitution and replacement. It was not that he possessed foresight, rather, Zhao Huaiyu had just sent him a message declaring him a dual top scorer. The vocational union intended to leverage his status for their benefit. Naturally, he would seize such an opportunity. He had signed on as a promotional ambassador for the vocational union for a year, which meant he was considered an internal member, and the title of dual top scorer would be absorbed within their ranks. With this connection, the vocational union would certainly be generous with titles and rewards. When the vocational union boasts a dual top scorer as their ambassador, wouldn't the influx of attention flow into their coffers? If the prestigious vocational union was satiated, surely this small player would also reap significant rewards. The allure of being a dual top scorer far surpassed that of the red armament or red garment. Splendid. 3 pieces of orange gear were as good as secured. The most elated among them was Feng Xiaoxiao. Not only would she fulfill her desire to team up with Oh Hua, but she would also acquire 3 pieces of orange gear without cost. What could be more delightful? It's a piece of red gear. Since you have ample time now, think carefully about what red gear you desire. Standing beside Feng Xiaoxiao, Oh Hua smiled, leaning in to whisper softly in her ear. Whoa, are you trying to flirt with me using a low bass voice? Startled by the sound near her ear, Feng Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson as she covered her ears. This young man actually lacks integrity. To flirt with and ambush me, an 18-year-old comrade. Is this how you test the resilience of youth? Which young soul can withstand such trials? Oh Hua opened his mouth, gazing at Feng Xiaoxiao, whose face bore no hint of shyness, only a look of utter disbelief that conveyed, "I consider you a brother. And yet you dare to have such thoughts about me." Ultimately, he chose silence. Honestly, if another girl were flattered to the point of blushing, her first response would surely not be "what the hell?" Others who feel bashful would not exhibit such a comical, fidgety demeanor, would they? "Oh no. It's too much. My fist has become as hard as iron. This is unacceptable. We are in public, surrounded by classmates. Regardless, she is still just a woman, and I am a gentleman who does not strike first against a lady." Chapter 52. The advantage is mine. In the corridor outside the resting area of the team competition venue, Yi Haolei had sustained a shoulder injury and a slight misalignment of his spine, requiring at least 3 days before he could walk again. "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Having regained her composure, Miao Shiqi called out to Oh Hua, who was about to enter the resting room, inquiring about Yi Haolei. The more she contemplated this situation, the more suspicious it became. Upon learning that Yi Haolei was currently bedridden in detention, she sensed that this matter was somehow linked to this man. One must tread carefully with words. "I merely acted in defense and inadvertently caused harm. Besides, I had no idea that young Master Yi was as fragile as a soap bubble." Standing at the entrance of the resting room, Oh Hua cast a deep glance at Miao Shiqi, who obstructed his path, pondering the reason behind her inquiries. "The Yu family now harbors a deep-seated hatred for you and will undoubtedly seek to suppress you in the future. Miss Miao, whom do you believe possesses more femininity, yourself, or Yi Feihua, or Ji Miaoqing? Or perhaps, who wields greater power behind the scenes?" Oh Hua interjected, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Yet, under his emotionless gaze, that smile bore a tinge of sarcasm. "That I presume Miss Miao has already conducted her investigations into my family." To avoid any interruptions, Oh Hua gently pulled the slightly ajar door of the resting room shut. "I am not a mere dog trailing behind you, eager for your discarded bones, nor do you truly think that with my family's circumstances, I could be so fortunate as to garner such attention online? To maintain dominance on major websites for so many consecutive days." Noticing Miao Shiqi's silence and the frown etched upon her brow, Oh Hua's smile grew even more sardonic. "Naturally, someone will come forward to resolve the matter with the Yi family on my behalf. And all I need to do is engage in a friendly meal with them or Yi Haolei, capturing a photo with the caption, 'Misunderstanding resolved. Welcoming Brother Yi.' This would restore the frigid relationship with the Yi family to a comfortable warmth. The only prerequisite is to avoid entanglements with this scheming woman, Miao Shiqi. Women, they only hinder my ability to collect my rewards expeditiously. Moreover, to put it plainly, Yu Feihua, the Chongsam girl, excels over Miao Shiqi in terms of beauty, physique, and prowess by several measures. She does not even choose the very Yu Feihua who once wept at her hands, yet instead opts for the somewhat trivial Miao Shiqi. What a farce. The current situation does not afford them the luxury of selecting. It is she who is to choose them. Does Miss Miao have any further matters to attend to?" Noting Miao Shiqi's continued silence, Oh Hua turned to open the door and glanced back at her. Miao Shiqi finally realized she wanted to speak, but Oh Hua had already entered the room, and the door had closed behind him. Such a dismissive act rendered Miao Shiqi momentarily dazed, utterly perplexed. It seems that although the fellow appears quite courteous, there is certainly more beneath the surface. Why did she call you? Could it be related to last night's events? Once Oh Hua settled in, Feng Xiaoxiao approached with concern and inquired. "No, she has taken a liking to me and wishes for me to become her family's son-in-law." Oh Hua succinctly replied, "You, a son-in-law? Surely not. Is she seeking to become an orphan?" Feng Xiaoxiao paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Having been on the receiving end of Oh Hua's fury more than once, she was well aware that despite his seemingly refined demeanor, he concealed the temperament of a world-destroying volcano, one that ignites at the slightest provocation. "Nonsense. I have undergone professional pressure resistance training. How could I possibly annihilate her entire family, unless I lose my composure?" Oh Hua shrugged, feigning innocence in his rebuttal. On a serious note, could you assist me in transforming the LV.120 Tai Qingjie into a non-ranked item? Feng Xiaoxiao glanced around, disregarding their classmates and the president, and quietly asked Oh Hua, "Have you already chosen your red attire so soon?" Oh Hua found it somewhat amusing and questioned Feng Xiaoxiao. Does this girl truly believe she can help her secure victory? Of course, the Tai Qingjie is the ultimate goal within my greater ambitions, yet I am rather greedy and would not mind cutting down several decades of detours to realize my dreams immediately. Feng Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Oh Hua, her smile exceptionally mercenary, rendering her beautiful visage somewhat wasted. What a splendid girl, yet she possesses a tongue like that of a monkey. It should not pose a problem. If you perform well on the arena, even if you were to fall it would not matter. Understood. Oh Hua nodded in agreement. Feng Xiaoxiao promptly returned the gesture, signaling her understanding. She was well aware that Oh Hua was the absolute cornerstone in their bid for the team rankings. Her own LV.29 status would likely render her little more than a mere accompaniment on the stage. Trusting him was a surefire bet. He had never been wrong. After Feng Xiaoxiao joyfully departed, Oh Hua took out his phone to search for Tai Qingjie. Tai Qingjie, red quality, durability, 3232 equipment level, LV120 effect, increases strength by 40, agility by 60, stamina by 20, and intelligence by 10 special effect, Emperor Star. All class skills 5 unique, Heavenly Eye, immunity to control effects once, cooldown 300 seconds Yin-Yang escape, active skill, adds 50 of attack power as non-attribute magical damage when attacking, lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown 120 seconds upon witnessing the red ring in the equipment catalog. Oh Hua couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. Such exceptional attributes and effects combined with a non-level requirement could easily make it a target for ruthless newcomers. Given her frail nature, what would she do if she were robbed upon venturing out? Losing the equipment would be trivial, but what if she were to be slain? How would she be able to legally observe the monkeys in the future? At that moment, Oh Hua began to regret her promise to help Feng Xiaoxiao acquire a non-level red item. Hey, Uncle Zhao, when the rewards are distributed, can we opt for the LV.120 red items? However, could you possibly provide us with red items around LV.30 instead? Feeling that something was amiss, Oh Hua quickly retreated to the restroom in the lounge to call Uncle Zhao. Of course, that's standard practice for each session. Is there a reason you feel like someone is watching you? Zhao Huayu, who was resting at the hotel, felt a tightening in his chest and suddenly stood up, preparing to rally support from influential members of his guild to address this matter. No, I merely intend to exchange for 2 LV.120 non-level red weapons rather conspicuously. I'm just inquiring on behalf of a classmate. Oh Hua clarified, sensing Zhao Huayu's urgency. What did you say? Cough, 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 cough. 2 LV.120 non-level red weapons. Zhao Huayu nearly choked on his own saliva, yet he suppressed his discomfort and incredulously pressed for clarification. Is this lad truly so greedy? 2 LV.120 non-level red items hold a value equivalent to no less than 5 LV. 120 red items, not just 2. My childhood friend wishes to select 1 LV.120 non-level red item. I understand the difficulties you face, Uncle Zhao. As well as the guild's regulations. I would be immensely grateful for your assistance. Oh Hua cheerfully conversed with Zhao Huayu. A silence lingered on Zhao Huayu's end for over 10 seconds. Fine, this matter pales in comparison to the value you bring. Xiao Hua, I will do everything in my power to assist you. When you achieve success, do remember your uncle's kindness. Ultimately, Zhao Huayu gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. This could very well be the singular opportunity of his lifetime. If he succeeded, he would secure a future with a sophisticated heiress and ascend the ranks of the affluent. If he failed, he would merely resort to manual labor. Moreover, the individual he had contracted was destined to be both a dual laureate and a top-tier hidden class player. The advantage lay with him. Chapter 53. No skill, all numbers. As Oh Hua discussed the non-level red items with Zhao Huayu, the major online forums erupted with excitement, spurred by the live streaming of the team leaderboard. They discovered that Oh Hua, who was already seated in the position of the single leaderboard's runner-up, unexpectedly appeared on the team leaderboard. Furthermore, upon his debut on the team leaderboard, he single-handedly compelled the elusive Beijing team to surrender in an instant. In the team video, Oh Hua disregarded the taunts of the main tank, countering with a scathing retort about the unknown skills of the opposing duo, which left the audience utterly astonished, lacking finesse, all reliant on sheer statistics. Although the leaders of other teams on the leaderboard expressed their dismay after watching the video, vociferously confronting the team leaderboard administrator from the Job Change Guild. The online community erupted in applause for this straightforward and unrefined live broadcast. The netizens paid no heed to who was stronger or weaker, the fairness of the situation, or how Oh Hua managed to ascend the ranks of the leaderboard. They simply craved exhilarating entertainment. Whenever Oh Hua took the stage, his mere presence was enough to thrill the audience. Witnessing him single-handedly annihilate an entire team was even more exhilarating. Thus, when the Job Change Guild seized the opportunity to reschedule the finals of the Qingyan leaderboard to the afternoon, the entire internet ignited with fervent discussions. Could it be that this year would witness a dual champion in both the single and team leaderboards? Keen observers quickly discerned that the Job Change Guild was fervently creating momentum, relentlessly generating hype. However, the majority remained oblivious to the true purpose behind the Job Change Guild's actions. Only a select few understood that all of this was preparation for the turmoil of the abyss. In the face of impending despair brought by natural calamities, only heroes could inspire hope. This year's hero, the Job Change Guild, opted for the clean background of Ohwa. I choose the grassland terrain. I in the center of the venue. Lu Siqing, having correctly guessed the coin toss, unhesitatingly selected the grassland as the venue transformed into a grassland sanctuary. Both teams entered their designated waiting zones on either end of the grassland. The once promising Yaodu team now bore serious expressions. Appearing particularly cautious, they had all, to some extent, viewed highlights of Ohwa's video dominating the single leaderboard. They had also watched the previous battles between the Ishan team and the Beijing team. One could only say the strength of the single leaderboard's contender was indeed formidable. Taking on multiple opponents was a trivial matter. Steadily advancing, Xiao Chuan, be attentive to healing. I possess self-preservation skills, so you need not worry about healing me just yet. Brother Yang, I entrust Xiao Chuan's safety to you. As the referee called for the start, Ohwa, appointed as captain by the chairman, activated the blood engine to manage health levels and assign battle tasks. Initially, he had only come for an orange equipment piece, so Ohwa did not intend to foster strong relations with the team. However, circumstances had changed. Since victory was now paramount, team coordination became increasingly essential. Failing to win on the team leaderboard could potentially jeopardize his plan to secure a prestigious red weapon after triumphing on the single leaderboard. Fortunately, his expression management was exceptional. Even if he held contempt for his teammates, he could still present a smile. Cultivating good relations with the weaker members was merely a matter of convenience. All right, Brother O, just charge ahead. If Xiao Chuan sustains any injuries, I will take full responsibility. Yang Lang, the border defender, though lacking protective skills, boasted confidence as he thumped his chest vigorously. No problem, Huaga, you just focus on charging. You need not worry about Feng. Xiao Chuan demonstrated complete compliance with Ohwa's orders. Expressing no dissent whatsoever, without a word about last night, the valiant Ohwa gallantly came to his aid. The overwhelming prowess he displayed in the recent team competition was sufficient to earn him the utmost respect from Xiao Chuan. In this era, aside from honoring one's parents and respecting one's teachers, it is the strong who command reverence. The lineup of the Yao Du team consisted of a second transfer warrior, a second transfer assassin, a second transfer support, and a second transfer mage. Although their team, all at the second transfer, was not as luxurious as that of the Imperial Capital team, their well-rounded formation made them formidable once they adopted a defensive stance, presenting a challenge even to Ohwa. Despite his bravery, he feared that if the opponent realized they could not win, they might resort to a reckless self-destruction, leading to an immediate surrender. Thus, Ohwa resolved to sacrifice his childhood friend. Xiao. He plunged his great sword into the ground, initiating the blood engine, and called out to Feng Xiao. Although they had not conferred beforehand, upon seeing Ohwa extend his hand, Feng Xiao immediately grasped his palm. As Ohwa lifted her, she instinctively jumped, her feet landing securely in the cradle of his hand. His hands are so large, Feng Xiao marveled inwardly while crouched in Ohwa's right hand. The blood flames wrapping around her did not instill fear. Rather, they enveloped her in warmth. Taunting the tank, Ohwa quietly instructed Feng Xiao, who was resting her small hands on the back of his neck. Understanding, Feng Xiao nodded without any frivolity this time. Ohwa took a step forward, launching Feng Xiao, who was nestled in his palm, like a cannonball. Their whimsical attack not only left the Yaodu team in astonishment, but also captivated Yang Lang and Xiao Chuan, who had followed closely behind. The Huang Hao kick, Feng Xiao, nearly breaking the sound barrier, swiftly evaded the range of the Yao Du team's mages and materialized before a shield-bearing warrior. With a spirited cry, she utilized Ohwa's throw to execute a sidekick, striking fiercely against the warrior's shield. The flames ignited by her kick soared from the shield, creating a wave of fiery ripples that struck the allies behind the warrior. Under Feng Xiao's distant assault, the three fragile opponents were sent reeling, unable to maintain their footing. The Huang Hao kick was a skill linked to speed and power, with Ohwa's throw enhancing her strength. The impact of her kick was magnified exponentially. Ouch! That kick against the shield made Feng Xiao gasp, her ankle feeling as if it might snap. Receiving an attack that far exceeded her physical limits naturally resulted in backlash. And as she landed after a backflip, her right ankle began to swell slightly. Noticing Feng Xiao's injury, Xiao Chuan immediately summoned a witchcraft totem that appeared behind her, bathed in a soft yellow aura. Her ankle rapidly healed, and the health points lost from her own attack were quickly restored. Seizing the opportunity created by Feng Xiao's kick that had sent the opponents tumbling, Ohwa, with his health at 50, also breached the attack range of the mage. Seeing Ohwa charge forward, The warrior of the Yadu team immediately attempted to intercept him. Hasn't your teammate ever mentioned that you possess an aura reminiscent of a middle-aged man's damp odor? Truly, you exude the sin of a defeated soul, a wretched individual. However, the moment the warrior took a step forward, Feng Xiaoxiao's insufferable voice pierced through the air. Rage surged. The warrior's temples throbbed with fury. His eyes ablaze. Although this skill was remarkably effective, it must be acknowledged that Feng Xiaoxiao's taunts likely generated even greater animosity than the skill itself. The warrior swung his battle axe towards Feng Xiaoxiao, whose face bore a contemptuous smirk. Despite the ferocity of his attack, alas, Feng Xiaoxiao's radiant dominance fist encompassed taunting, blocking, counterattacking, and invulnerability, rendering it a divine technique. She effortlessly redirected his assault with the back of her hand as if parting leaves, altering the trajectory of his strike. After deflecting the axe aimed at her, her left fist, encased in metallic gauntlets, struck him squarely in the face. Such pain. Was this truly a counterattack skill? The warrior staggered back 3 steps before regaining his footing. He sustained minimal injury, yet Feng Xiaoxiao, shaking her left fist, gasped in astonishment. Old Wu, ignore that woman, quickly, block that monster. The warrior, now lucid with anger, glared at the still insufferable Feng Xiaoxiao. Just as he prepared to deliver a harsh reprimand to this insufferable harpy, his teammate's urgent call snapped him back to reality, prompting him to raise his shield and charge, utilizing a shield bash skill toward Ouhua, who was already poised to strike the supportive ally. The assistant, startled by the warrior's sudden movement, attempted to evade. However, his speed was akin to that of a tortoise in Ouhua's eyes, rendering escape futile. Get away from me. With remarkable speed, the warrior collided forcefully with Ouhua. Yet, despite his face turning crimson as he unleashed a thunderous roar, Ouhua remained steadfast, blocking the warrior's advance with ease. Another sword swung down, cleaving into the assistant's chest, causing blood to spurt forth, triggering a protective mechanism. You were truly straightforward. Anticipating that the warrior would resort to control skills for damage control, Ouhua retaliated with a swift strike against the warrior, returning the disorientation inflicted upon him moments earlier. Did he just inflict a counter of 230 health points? After striking the warrior, Ouhua felt as though his palm had been pierced by 1,000 needles, resolving to leave the task of breaking through the hedgehog's defenses to Zhao Xiaochuan. He turned to confront the mage of the Yodu team and the assassin attempting to create distance. The warrior, reeling from the blow of the greatsword, found himself dizzy, swaying unsteadily in a state of confusion. Upon regaining his composure, he discovered that all 3 of his teammates lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony. Their lacerations were horrendous, revealing ghastly white bones and writhing entrails within the gaping wounds. Had it not been for the protective mechanism, these fragile beings would have surely perished with a single strike. Meanwhile, the creature, engulfed in fiery blood, stood at a distance, silently observing, awaiting the moment when the spellcaster from his team would wear down the warrior. His eyes, cold and unfeeling, burned with the intensity of blood flames, resembling the terrifying abyss of a blood-soaked realm. Is this what it means to be a berserker possessed of reason? Chapter 54. It seems you are quite popular as the thrilling finale of the quarterfinals and the team rankings approached. Zhao Xiaochuan executed his lightning spell with impeccable precision, clinching a victory in a remarkably clean and decisive manner. The unspoken understanding between Ouhua and Feng Xiaoxiao, reflected in a mere glance, delighted the chairman immensely. He promptly made a call to arrange a sumptuous dinner for the evening. This news thrilled both Feng Xiaoxiao and Ku Miaoyan. The delectable desserts previously delivered to Feng Xiaoxiao by Zhao Huayu had awakened their sweet tooth, prompting them to plan a visit to indulge in limited edition desserts after their meal. However, upon entering the chairman's luxurious suite, they soon discovered that his notion of a lavish meal merely entailed enjoying a feast of takeout. No 5-star restaurants, no Michelin establishments, not even a Quanjued roast duck in sight, only an array of assorted takeout. Yet, despite the lack of gourmet dining, the joy of their consecutive victories allowed everyone to relish their meal with great enthusiasm. Amidst the cheerful toasts of cheers echoing through the suite, it felt as if they were partaking in a lively celebration. Given the current circumstances, this group of individuals was undeniably conspicuous. Should they encounter any troublemakers outside, it could jeopardize their upcoming matches, a risk not worth taking. After all, Yi Haolei, currently detained in a holding cell, served as a cautionary tale that at 9 p.m., Ouhua bid farewell to the group, preparing to return for some rest. As the elevator doors opened, he immediately spotted Ji Miaoqing, clad in a white shirt, jeans, and high-heeled sandals, seated on a sofa in the hotel lobby, seemingly waiting for someone. It seems you are quite popular. He mused. Ji Miaoqing, surprised by Ouhua's approach, momentarily froze but did not rise, merely greeting him with polite acknowledgement. Clearly, her reference to popularity alluded to Miao Shiqi's initiative in investigating Ouhua. Fortunately, it was merely the curiosity of a wealthy young lady at play. Ouhua nodded courteously at Ji Miaoqing, his pace unyielding as he continued on his way. Just as Miao Shiqi had described him, he indeed exhibited politeness, albeit sparingly. Ji Miaoqing smiled faintly as she watched him depart. Astute enough to comprehend that Ouhua was not only speaking of Miao Shiqi but also indirectly addressing her own actions. What's wrong? Why the peculiar smile? At that moment, Yifeihua emerged from the elevator. Adorned in an embroidered dragon shoulder-bearing chi pao, reminiscent of a fashion show. Her hair appeared slightly damp, suggesting she had just finished bathing. Nothing, let us go. The contenders in the losers bracket are formidable if you continue to win. Your first match will be against that strong archer, Betel, while I face Lu Fahai. Our paths will cross tomorrow. I must say, the matchmaking system of the trade union is truly unforgiving, refusing to let a single duel slip by. Once Ji Miaoqing stood up and walked alongside Yifeihua, they proceeded towards the arena. With numerous matches scheduled for the night, exhaustion loomed. Fortunately, I was clever enough not to apply for a match immediately yesterday. Otherwise, I too would have faced the harsh realities of the merciless arena ahead of time. Yifeihua affectionately linked her arm with Ji Miaoqing's, presenting an image of camaraderie. That was merely a stroke of luck on your part. I, on the other hand, was unfortunate enough to encounter that fellow during the transition from 256 to 128. The mere thought of Ji Miaoqing, who has already battled through nearly 100 matches in the losers bracket, gives me a headache. Had I not faced him so early on, with my capabilities, I could have easily avoided playing 70 or 80 more matches in the losers bracket. Indeed, he is quite formidable. I sensed that during our confrontation. He was deliberately holding back, likely fearing that excessive force could inadvertently lead to my demise. Yifeihua reminisced about her battle with Ouhua, pouting slightly and expressing her displeasure. His attributes increase in a tiered manner, making it exceedingly difficult for him to control his strength and speed, which heightens the risk of fatal accidents. Ji Miaoqing recalled the moment of her defeat. She had merely been struck by a thrown greatsword, reducing her to a mere sliver of health. Had she been hit by a second phase, it would have meant an immediate loss. Furthermore, Yifeihua had compelled him to unleash his more ferocious and rapid third phase. And should he enter that stage, surrender would likely be her only recourse. Belonging to a high-attack, low-defense assassin class, her only option was to engage him in a fierce battle for output at all costs. Fortunately, while her defensive capabilities paled in comparison to Yifeihua's, her output potential far exceeded it. If she could seize the opportunity when he was still struggling to keep pace with her agility in the first phase, she could potentially eliminate him with an attack that surpassed his maximum health. However, the foremost challenge now lay in defeating Yifeihua in the losers bracket. Their playful rivalry had resulted in a record of 2 wins and 1 loss for Ji Miaoqing. To triumph over Yifeihua in the losers bracket and secure a place in the finals, she would undoubtedly need to reveal some of her hidden strategies. By the way, have you heard that Ouhua sent my brother to the police station? Yifeihua suddenly inquired, her tone light and cheerful, her beaming expression revealing her delight at the news. Yes, I have heard, and he even participated in the team rankings today, advancing to the top 4 with an overwhelming display. Ji Miaoqing was well aware of the entire situation and knew full well that Yihaolei had been intentionally sent there by the scheming Ouhua, even if Yihaolei hadn't been taken into custody. An inconsequential accident could have landed him in the hospital, disqualifying him from the competition. The reason behind this maneuver was solely to ensure that his childhood sweetheart could smoothly advance to the top 8 of the team rankings. Our family's imbeciles offered considerable benefits to the Clash Transition Guild to facilitate the exchange, yet despite the hefty price paid, they still fell short at the top 16. It would have been better to disregard this troublesome affair altogether and face elimination, thereby avoiding the loss of both reputation and resources. Yifeihua scoffed derisively. Her family clearly favored the useless Yihaolei. Whenever he encountered a problem, it was as if the world had come to an end. Such a pampered individual, even when facing assassination attempts, would hardly surprise Yifeihua. Nevertheless, she mused, it merely serves as an investment in my family's future son-in-law. With narrowed eyes, she plotted her next moves. In this regard, Yifeihua far surpassed the immature Miao Shiqi. It is likely quite difficult. That earthly saintess who has enchanted your brother may well leave him profoundly affected, possibly even with psychological scars. Furthermore, he already has a delightful and obedient childhood companion. and they seem perfectly matched. Ji Miaoqing furrowed her brows, not wishing for her superficial friend to become the third party in someone else's romance. This was precisely why she had merely greeted Ohua politely upon their first meeting. Rather than rising to accompany him for a while and inquire about his intentions, they asked for Feng Xiaoxiao. I have conducted my research, and indeed, she seems to be a troublemaker. However, isn't she supposed to be a lesbian? I have learned that Feng Xiaoxiao maintains ambiguous relationships with at least 4 girls, one indulging in platonic ideals, another discussing anime, one engaging in gaming, and yet another frequently meeting up for shopping. Could it be that she is a player of all trades? Yi Feihua responded with confusion, questioning whether the person who was asked to investigate had erred. Investigating someone's privacy is illegal. Ji Miaoqing opened her mouth, coldly reprimanding Yi Feihua for her casual inquiries into others' lives. However, though her expression remained calm, she was seething with anger inside. How outrageous to think she had been deceived, and that she had genuinely fallen for such clumsy rhetoric. Her intuition had indeed been correct. No wonder she sensed disdain when he mentioned how adorable Feng Xiaoxiao was. She should not have trusted what was before her eyes, but rather should have firmly believed in her instincts. Very well. If you dislike being pestered so much, I shall make it my mission to bother you whenever I have the time. I am eager to see what excuse you will concoct next to deceive me. Chapter 55. Hush, lower your voice. My childhood sweetheart is still asleep the next day. As Ohua opened the door, he was startled by the figure standing there. Thinking he was dreaming, he closed the door and retreated to the bathroom to splash some water on his face once more. However, upon opening the door again, he realized he was not dreaming. That person was still waiting at the entrance. What is this? Did you think you were dreaming? Ji Miaoqing, holding a paper bag filled with fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and soy milk, couldn't help but laugh at Ohua's bewildered expression. She found this man remarkably capable of eliciting laughter from her so easily. There's something you need. Shoo, lower your voice. My childhood sweetheart is still sleeping. I wouldn't want to create any misunderstandings. Let us discuss this at the door. Ohua, leaning against the slightly ajar door, frowned slightly and secretly glanced back. His anxious demeanor suggested he was genuinely concerned about disturbing Feng Xiaoxiao, who was still enjoying her slumber due to being excessively exhausted the previous night. Just yesterday, he had thought she had abandoned her curiosity. Yet it seemed to have intensified instead. The notion of authority, when used, seems inconsequential. Ji Miaoqing's form became somewhat indistinct, and by the time Ohua registered her presence, she had already appeared behind him. However, once one has utilized such authority, one realizes its remarkable efficacy. Stop pretending. I know Feng Xiaoxiao and Kamiao Yin are currently in your president's room. Miss Ji, I never realized you had such bold connections. Gazing at the shattered illusion that faded before him, Ohua cautiously peered outside, and upon confirming the corridor was empty, he let out a sigh of relief. He then turned back to his room and closed the door behind him. It was merely a matter of your previous ignorance towards me. For instance, I once believed you to be a person incapable of deceit, yet I have now discovered that your words are nothing but fabrications. Ji Miaoqing placed the paper bag in her hand upon the coffee table and, lost in her thoughts, settled onto the sofa. Tisk, has the young lady Ji come to retaliate against me after being deceived? Ohua leaned against the door, observing the seemingly ethereal beauty of the girl, whose demeanor towards the world was as tranquil as a cloud. I had not anticipated that such a celestial being would possess such a vengeful spirit. After all, did I not bring you breakfast following the conclusion of the competition? Ji Miaoqing pointed towards the still warm breakfast on the coffee table, neither confirming nor denying her intent for revenge. Since you have delivered breakfast, does that not imply you may take your leave now? Ohua moved to the opposite end of the sofa and sat down, aware that it would be difficult to dismiss Ji Miaoqing. His tone was not overly aggressive. I have heard that you wish to have the archbishop stationed at the edge of the arena during the finals. Are you concerned about the potential for your own injuries? Ji Miaoqing disregarded Ohua's subtle dismissal. Her curiosity piqued. She learned of this from Yu Feihua and found it rather unbelievable. Just how confident could he be? You and Yu Feihua will encounter each other this evening. Correct. If you emerge victorious, the outcome will surely be revealed by tomorrow afternoon, will it not? Ohua offered no response. He thought to himself that he was not this girl's lapdog. What gave her the confidence to believe that he would reply? I rather hope you lose to Yi Feihua, for I have the means to secure a sure victory against her. Yet you truly believe that after once succumbing to underestimation, I would allow your words to deceive me again? Ji Miaoqing interrupted Ohua's flattery. This fellow, who clearly harbored confidence in his ability to triumph over both herself and Yu Feihua, was attempting to use rhetoric to coax her into lowering her guard. What a cunning and shrewd individual he is. In truth, Ji Miaoqing had always detested such clever and sly types. Yet, this one, who could lie without so much as a flicker of his eye, was not so displeasing. Rather, she found his ability to deceive her rather impressive. Could this be the allure of beauty? When did I become one to be swayed by appearances? Although I must admit that I do find his visage quite appealing. Inner qualities are of far greater significance. I must endeavor to reform his appalling habit of lying without a change in expression. Is it so? That is indeed regrettable. Ohua shrugged nonchalantly. His intention was merely to divert the conversation, not to continue bantering about the extent of his own injuries. Well then, I shall take my leave to rest. Do you require me to bring you breakfast tomorrow? With the topic having shifted, Ji Miaoqing no longer wished to pursue her inquiries. Rising to depart, no need that Ohua remained comfortably seated on the sofa, showing no inclination to escort her out. Is that so? Then perhaps it is time for you to deliver me some supper? I have been battling from the depths of night until dawn, without a morsel of warm food, and with my blood sugar low. I tend to take pleasure in delivering breakfast to others when I am displeased. Ji Miaoqing paused at the doorway, turning back to cast a particularly gentle smile at Ohua. Is that so? I would recommend stocking up on glucose. Ohua disregarded Ji Miaoqing's feeble threat. Ji Miaoqing merely offered an enigmatic smile before opening the door and departing. Ohua unwrapped the packaging, gazing at the neatly arranged youtiao, steamed buns, and soy milk within, and without a hint of hesitation, he began to eat. It was uncertain where Ji Miaoqing had procured them, but what appeared to be an ordinary breakfast turned out to be exceptionally delicious. After savoring his meal, Ohua made his way to the team ranking event. Today, he only needed to compete in a single semi-final match, which would not commence until after 10 o'clock, allowing him to saunter leisurely without a trace of anxiety. Our illustrious flower boy has finally arrived. Did you just finish exercising? Is your waist holding up? Feng Xiao, spotting Ohua enter the lounge, sauntered over with a teasing grin, presenting her phone to him. Ohua, puzzled, accepted the device, which was currently playing a video. In the clip, Ji Miaoqing stood at the hotel entrance with a bag of breakfast, engaged in conversation with Ohua. Subsequently, Ji Miaoqing used her skill to enter Ohua's room, while he peeked out curiously. Yet it seems you lack endurance. She was out in less than 3 minutes. Can you even handle it, you little dog? Feng Xiao stifled her laughter as she continued to mock Ohua. Finally, she had caught him in a moment of embarrassment. This little secret would provide her with endless amusement. As for the nature of Ohua and Ji Miaoqing's relationship, she was acutely aware that he was the type to run off to wash his eyes twice upon seeing her in the nude. How could he possibly be attracted to women? Hotel surveillance. How utterly tedious. Ohua retorted with palpable exasperation. No wonder Ji Miaoqing's smile upon leaving had been so peculiar. She must have anticipated that it would come to this. Was she attempting to craft a persona of a 3-minute real man for him? That girl was truly ruthless. Exploding in popularity, are we? Ohua rubbed his temples, feeling utterly bemused. Indeed, you are currently the #1 on all the leaderboards. How could you not be a sensation? Feng Xiao clutched her chest, laughing so hard she could scarcely breathe. The fact that her fiercely competitive childhood friend had been outsmarted by someone was simply delightful. Fantastic. All she could say was, well done. She suggested he create more such moments for her to cherish. This trending topic is quite tiresome. Ohua lamented about the ridiculousness of it all. This was bordering on personal attack. Nevertheless, Ohua resolved to focus on leveling up as soon as he attained the dual champion title in the revered red weapon. Dismissing the incident altogether, such trivial gossip would be forgotten within a few days. He had no need to waste his time on it. Classmates, gather around and prepare. I am about to call the coin toss. Lu Siqing, equally indifferent to the gossip, clapped her hands to assemble everyone before leading the group towards the venue's exit. Chapter 56. I have fought for my team. I choose the grassland. Once again correctly calling the toss, Lu Siqing opted for the grassland. This time, their opponent was the Dream City team, which boasted a full roster of second transformation players, including a second transformation magic user, an auxiliary second transformation Radiant Knight, and rare second transformation classes such as Thunder Swordsman and Judgment Knight. As soon as the referee announced the start, the Dream City team surged forward in unison. Evidently, there was no intention to grant Ohua a second chance to activate the blood engine. Yang Lang, observing the approaching adversaries, stepped forward after having engaged in 2 skirmishes. With a fierce roar, he positioned himself at the forefront, flanked by 2 towering black-armored sentinels wielding ghostly blades, who emerged from the shimmering rifts of space. their every stride resonating with an awe-inspiring metallic clash. Yang Lang, alongside the two sentinels, brandished his long blade and charged forth with an enraged shout. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaochuan summoned a totem of sorcery to restore their vitality and unleashed a chain of lightning to disrupt and damage from the rear. The Mengdu team, witnessing their opponents desperately striving to buy time for Ouhua, was immediately elated. They swiftly adopted a strategy of trading blows with Yang Lang, intent on breaching his defenses. However, just as the unprotected elementalist at the rear completed the incantation for the thunderstorm spell, a piercing sound sliced through the air from above. Feng Xiaoxiao, hurled into the sky by Ouhua, descended with the force of gravity, delivering a stunning brilliant kick that struck the elementalist squarely on the forehead. Amidst the explosive flames, the elementalist's forehead caved slightly from the impact, triggering a protective mechanism amidst his anguished cries. Hey, you reek of a desperate virgin. Did you forget to wash after last night's escapade? Feng Xiaoxiao, favoring her recently fractured right leg from executing the brilliant kick, landed behind the enemy and pointed at the high defense, high attack Judgment Knight. Provoked by her taunt, the Judgment Knight glared with bloodshot eyes, veins bulging on his forehead. His massive sword, poised to strike down, halted just before Yang Lang's nose. Amidst Yang Lang's furious protests, trembling with rage, the Judgment Knight pivoted and charged at Feng Xiaoxiao, his fury palpable. With the main tank distracted, Ouhua seized the moment, striding forward with purpose. He leapt over Yang Lang and delivered a devastating blow to the Radiant Knight's shield, akin to a battering ram. Forcing the knight to one knee, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to endure, relying on healing spells to barely withstand the onslaught. The Radiant Knight, like a small stone amidst a barrage of cannonballs, appeared feeble, pitiful, and helpless. Yet, with the main tank lured away, he, as the secondary tank, had no choice but to bear the brunt. Failure meant annihilation. However, as he withstood the ninth strike, blood began to seep from his lips, his internal organs suffering grave damage from the battering ram-like assault. When the 10th strike landed, an overwhelming dread surged from the depths of his soul, engulfing his entire being. In that moment of sheer terror, he forgot to shield his comrades and neglected to utilize his healing abilities, succumbing to the paralyzing fear and turning to flee. Yet, the instant he pivoted, he felt his shoulder guard cleave apart. A chilling sensation coursing through his shoulder as excruciating pain enveloped him. His wound, akin to being hooked to a blood-drawing machine, gushed forth, defying gravity as the crimson liquid floated in midair, coalescing into ominous crimson orbs around him. As the crystal chandelier shattered, the wound on the Radiant Knight's shoulder instantaneously healed under the protective mechanism. However, due to excessive blood loss and the poison reducing all attributes by 20, he lay incapacitated on the ground. Utterly weakened as the illuminated knight fell, the petite figure of the Thunder Swordsman appeared particularly pitiable amidst the encirclement of the three burly men, Yang Lang, Zhao Xiaochuan, and Ouhua, evoking a profound philosophical notion of being flanked by men. After Ouhua and the others dispatched the Holy Knight and the Thunder Swordsman, Feng Xiaoxiao, who had just been flung away by Ouhua and taunted the main tank, was also brought down. At that moment, she grimaced, clutching her chest where a sword wound throbbed painfully. Once Feng Xiaoxiao was dealt with, the Retribution Knight hefted his great sword and turned to provide support to his comrades. However, upon turning, he was met with a scene of blood ablaze and the flicker of rage in the eyes of the man surrounded by the inferno. Behind that monstrous figure stood the spirited Yang Lang and Zhao Xiaochuan. As if emboldened by Ouhua to slay dragons. I surrender. In an instant, the Retribution Knight regained his senses and immediately capitulated, terrified that a delay in surrendering would result in a brutal beating. As Ouhua gazed at the pitiable sight of Feng Xiaoxiao, gradually fading into the grassland's secret realm, he glanced at the worried expressions of Yang Lang and Zhao Xiaochuan beside him. Although he initially intended to refrain from approaching, for the sake of team harmony, Ouhua felt compelled to lead the way toward Feng Xiaoxiao. Upon noticing Ouhua's approach, Feng Xiaoxiao raised her hand to cover her mouth, attempting to stifle her weak whimper of pain. Every time she cried out in distress, that damned sadist would invariably concoct something to exacerbate her suffering. For instance, when she was 14 and had a mild fever of 37.9, he had the audacity to bring her Häagen-Dazs, insisting that eating ice would lower her temperature. She foolishly believed his nonsense, indulging in 3 boxes, only to find her temperature spike to 39.8 that very night. This incident left her with an indelible psychological scar, vowing never to reveal a hint of weakness in front of Ouhua. Nearby, the Retribution Knight observed with a cold sweat trickling down his forehead as Ouhua led the way toward Feng Xiaoxiao. Just moments ago, he had been ridiculed by her, and his mind swirled with thoughts of how to discipline this insufferable woman, teaching her the might of a knight. Yet, as he regained his composure, he regretted his earlier thoughts. He had momentarily forgotten that this obstinate woman was the prized possession of that monster. However, the Retribution Knight was merely overthinking. Ohua, Yang Lang, and Zhao Xiaochuan passed by him without casting a glance in his direction. It was merely a broken leg. He needn't exhibit a longing gaze as if to say he would carry her to the medical room, that a stretcher would arrive shortly, and if he were to lift her, it would only exacerbate the pain of her fractured leg and the wound on her chest. Ohua crouched beside Feng Xiaoxiao and, with just a hint of pressure, prodded her somewhat awkwardly twisted right ankle. As she let out a piercing scream, he sought to impart a lesson to this girl who still entertained thoughts of being cradled like a princess. When one has a fracture, one must patiently await the arrival of medical personnel to be carried on a stretcher, rather than relying on a gentle princess carry to alleviate their suffering. The humiliation of this moment shall be repaid 100-fold in the future, 30 years in the West, 30 years in the East. Do not underestimate a young girl in poverty. Feng Xiaoxiao glared at Ohua, her teeth clenched, filled with resentment as the effect of blood engine faded, her expression one of indifference. She longed to be fully revived and launch a surprise attack from behind him, delivering an RKO to vent her frustration. That was because I was hit by the taunt skill. So no worries, in the arena, blades and swords show no mercy. Did we not also leave your classmates battered and bruised? Might it not require us to apologize to your friends as well? My earlier expression was merely a consequence of the skill's effect. I harbor no grievances regarding the events that transpired in the arena. The Judgment Knight, swallowing nervously, was consumed by fear and wished to apologize to Ohua, yet Ohua shook his head, interrupting the apology. If apologies were to be exchanged, what would distinguish himself from that Wang Wei? Indeed, despite his fierce gaze, he is fundamentally a good person, the kind who would feed stray cats milk, an ill-fated youth of sorts. The victim, Feng Xiaoxiao, who lay on the ground, immediately chimed in, fabricating an unwarranted persona for Ohua. Just moments ago, she had been shouting about not underestimating a poor girl and vowing revenge against Ohua, yet she turned to others to extol his virtues, with the banter between Ohua and Feng Xiaoxiao easing the tension. The fearful Judgment Knight finally felt relief. After shaking hands with Ohua in a gesture of respect, he left alongside the medical personnel carrying his teammate. As for Feng Xiaoxiao, now resting on a stretcher, she was escorted to the medical room for treatment by Ohua, Yang Lang, and Zhao Xiaochuan. In just 4 or 5 minutes, despite having suffered a fractured right ankle and a deep gash across her chest, Feng Xiaoxiao emerged from the medical room, bouncing as if nothing had happened. Upon spotting the president waiting for her at the door, she rushed over, proclaiming her dedication to the team and her sacrifices. Insisting on a limited edition dessert as a reward, Lu Xiqing readily acquiesced, a broad smile on her face. The MVP of the day would undoubtedly go to this overly exuberant girl. Had she not delivered a decisive kick to the Elementalist and taunted the Judgment Knight, who possessed counterattack skills and could have potentially traded blows with Ohua, the battle would not have been nearly so effortless. Forget limited edition desserts. At this moment, even if she demanded a limited edition handbag or lipstick, Lu Xiqing would be willing to procure them for her. Chapter 57. Us? Who are you including in us? Feng Xiaoxiao and the others headed to the president's office to celebrate their advancement to the finals of the team rankings. Yet Ohua declined to join their festivities. Tomorrow, he not only had to compete in the finals of the team rankings but also in the singles finals. This evening, the finals of the losers bracket were scheduled, and he wished to return and observe them closely to avoid being unprepared for tomorrow. Upon returning to the entrance of his hotel room, Ohua bent down to examine a hair that had fallen in the corner, his brow furrowing slightly. This was a precautionary trap he had begun leaving daily after his altercation with Wang Wei. He had even specifically instructed the hotel staff not to clean his room. It seemed that someone had entered his room while he was out. Oblivious to the potential danger, Ohua used his key card to unlock the door, standing at the threshold to confirm that no one was inside before he stepped into the room. After closing the door, Ohua searched the room with an eerie silence, as if he had become invisible. There were no listening devices or surveillance cameras installed. What could the intruder have wanted? After thoroughly searching 3 times, Ohua sat on the sofa, frowning in contemplation. Could it be he suddenly sprang up and approached the floor-to-ceiling windows, which were well lit, although the window remained closed. He discovered that all the previously locked latches had been undone. Upon entering his room, was the other party merely intent on unlocking the window? Were they planning to stealthily infiltrate from the outside later that night? Being on the 9th floor, the only way to gain entry through the window would be by flying. Could it truly be that fellow, TSK, What a tiresome individual. Standing by the window, gazing at the vibrant cityscape of the capital, he contemplated various possibilities, and his mind swiftly conjured the image of that winged figure. Uncle Zhao, is Wang Wei still in the capital? Now that he recognized the identity of the intruder, Hua promptly reached out to Zhao Huayu. He should still be around, right? What is the matter? Zhao Huayu contacted a key figure in his guild using another phone, inquiring about Wang Wei. Nothing, but I suspect he'll come looking for trouble tonight. Please send someone to install surveillance in my room. I need evidence for justifiable defense. Hua, leaning against the window ledge, observed the bustling metropolis outside, issuing his orders to Zhao Huayu with an indifferent tone. You need me to take care of him for you? Zhao Huayu internally cursed, suppressing his anger as he questioned. That fellow truly knows no bounds, audacious beyond measure. If I catch him, I shall fill his belly with cement and sink him in the river. I will handle it appropriately. Capturing him in a trap is far simpler than actively seeking him out. Besides, I am eager to witness some variety in this monkey show. Hua declined Zhao Huayu's generous offer. Since the other party was so enthusiastic, his course of action would be to invite them into the snare. Zhao Huayu's efficiency was commendable. In just about half an hour, he dispatched individuals to install 2 hidden cameras capable of capturing the entirety of the room. Once the cameras were set up, Hua began to watch the live stream of the losers group. From noon until 9 in the evening, he missed not a moment. In the finals of the losers group, Ji Miaoqing and Yu Feihua determined the victor at 9 o'clock. Ultimately, Ji Miaoqing emerged triumphant. However, her victory was hard-fought. Faced with Yu Feihua's equally swift speed, she was compelled to reveal her decisive technique. As Yu Feihua prepared to unleash a finishing blow with Dragon's Roar, Ji Miaoqing summoned 24 phantoms to encircle Yu Feihua and launched her attack. These phantoms, during their assault, even managed to create brief visual distortions in space. Despite Yu Feihua, a thought energy warrior, possessing exceptionally high defensive capabilities and a protective shield skill, those strikes that disrupted the very fabric of space evidently bypassed armor and shields. It must be acknowledged that Ji Miaoqing's output was astonishingly high, perhaps rivaling his blood demon, Kai Xiu. Additionally, her speed was unparalleled, her movements elusive, allowing her to swap positions with her phantoms and clones, even if her health points were significantly low. Should she truly desire to escape, it would be nearly impossible for him to eliminate her in an instant while his own health remained relatively high. As another hidden class, she certainly should not be underestimated. Hua continuously replayed the battle between Ji Miaoqing and Yu Feihua. He noted that during this match, Yu Feihua had a moment to unleash Dragon's Roar and potentially eliminate Ji Miaoqing. Yet she failed to seize that opportunity. It appears that the dynamics of the hidden profession are thus: one either eliminates the other in an instant, or is themselves vanquished. Yu Hua, who has watched the video of the losers' finals countless times, glanced at the clock and, after completing his evening routine, lay down to sleep. At 2 a.m., the tightly shut window was abruptly flung open from the outside. In the darkness, Wang Wei, with bat-like wings sprouting from his back, stealthily crept along the window ledge, peering furtively into the room. Upon seeing Yu Hua peacefully asleep on the bed, Wang Wei seethed with resentment. He, a child of destiny, had been ambushed and relegated to the loser's bracket by this very individual. Not only that, he had been defeated by a woman, thereby losing his qualification for the Qingyun ranking. Alice had been forcibly taken back to her family's homeland abroad. President Wang was avoiding him like the plague. Those beautiful confidants had also gradually departed from his life. His woeful state was entirely attributable to this man. Therefore, he would first exact revenge for this treacherous ambush today. In due course, he might afford the woman an opportunity to apologize, should she express sufficient sincerity in her contrition for the ambush. He might even consider granting her forgiveness, allowing her a small place in his heart. Wang Wei raised his right hand, a tempest swirling rapidly in his palm, condensing into an extraordinarily sharp wind nail. This nail, once embedded in the body, could instantaneously obstruct the blood vessels and meridians, rendering the body weak and feeble. With a modicum of control, this individual would surely be left in excruciating agony. While this tactic was somewhat despicable, it was precisely fitting for dealing with someone who had ambushed him. Humph. Tomorrow, I shall ensure that you are utterly disgraced on both the team rankings and the individual leaderboard. Wang Wei forcefully flung the wind nail towards Yu Hua. However, just as the wind nail was about to pierce Yu Hua's chest, the latter, who was supposed to be in deep slumber, rolled over and sat up, deftly evading the projectile, a trap. Wang Wei, seeing Yu was sitting upright, felt a surge of alarm. Perched on the window ledge, he immediately turned and leapt, ready to make his escape after the failed ambush. Why run now that he had come this far? Wang Wei darted away with remarkable speed, but Yu Hua, having activated his blood engine and being well prepared, was even swifter. As Wang Wei jumped out the window and took flight, Yu Hua seized his bat wings. With sheer overwhelming strength, he yanked him back into the room. Get away from me. Wang Wei, realizing he could not evade capture, twisted around with a grimace and unleashed a powerful palm strike enveloped in sharp winds. Yet, Yu Hua, without flinching, countered with a punch to Wang Wei's palm. Huh? He dares use a weapon? Despicable scoundrel. Wang Wei gazed at Yu Hua's bloodied fist, ravaged by the winds, before he could revel in his anticipated triumph. A searing pain shot through his palm, eliciting a cry of agony. His hand had been pierced through by the sharp protrusions of his own weapon. The bones in his hand were shattered, breaking through the skin on the back. A gruesome sight indeed. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from the wound, drawn out by an unknown force, coalescing into floating orbs around him. Despicable. Humph. A nuclear bomb could obliterate you into dust. Yet your mouth remains unscathed. Yu was silently scoffed before delivering a left hook to Wang Wei's face. The sharp spikes of his weapon pierced through flesh, shattering his jawbone. Struck with such force, Wang Wei teetered in a dizzying haze. Overwhelmed by pain and disorientation, he collapsed to the ground, retching forth a vile mixture of filth and blood. You mustn't perish in my presence. Observing Wang Wei's feeble state, Hua grasped the nape of his neck and hoisted him up. Retrieving a vial of healing potion from his pocket, he uncorked it and poured its contents into Wang Wei's mouth, preventing him from succumbing to the bloodletting debuff effect of bloodthirsty call. The grudge of today shall be avenged on another day, as Wang Wei, engulfed in dizziness, flickered with green light in an attempt to mend his wounds. The results were disheartening. Those bleeding injuries were exceedingly difficult to heal. Indifferently, Hua discarded the still defiant Wang Wei into the pool of his own blood and filth. I initially believed you would exert your utmost effort this time, at least managing to engage me in a few rounds of combat. To be frank, I am quite disappointed. Hua pulled a chair from beside the computer desk and seated himself before Wang Wei, who lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog. Two blood-stained thorn spikes clattered before the struggling Wang Wei, who yearned to rise. His languid tone suggested he was merely entertaining a common acquaintance rather than mercilessly beating his adversary. Disappointment? What merit is there in being a mere ambusher? You see, this is your flaw, my friend. You consistently hold yourself in high esteem, blind to the reality of the situation, yearning only to behold that which you wish to see. Acting recklessly and clumsily, ruining what could have been a splendid hand. Hua scoffed, interrupting Wang Wei's attempt to speak. Ambition may soar, yet one's life can be as fragile as paper. I lack even the inclination to relish your misfortune. Akin to crushing a burst cockroach beneath my foot, only a sense of revulsion remains. As Hua's derisive laughter echoed, Wang Wei endeavored to rise from the ground, yet his overwhelming weakness thwarted his efforts time and again. With blood and vomit matted upon his face, he glared at Hua, his eyes brimming with tangible resentment. You always exhibit that disconcerting gaze, provoking caution. Do you comprehend why I anticipated your ambush this evening? Seated comfortably, Hua crossed his legs, while the wounds on his right hand began to heal gradually. Wang Wei furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He had disclosed nothing of this operation to anyone, and upon entering the hotel, he had donned the attire of a hotel staff member. Surveillance was implausible. Could it be that he possessed a friend with prophetic abilities from the moment you cast that furious glance in my direction? I had already selected a prime spot for you in the abyss. It was then that I became vigilant of your potential retaliation. Regrettably, the auspicious day I chose for you is not today. My record cannot afford to bear the stain of your presence. Observing Wang Wei's futile contemplation, Hua shrugged, directly revealing the answer to this somewhat intellectually challenged individual. This fellow's intellect barely surpasses that of Feng Xiaoxiao, the primate. You are pondering, this chap is rambling so much. Once I seize the opportunity to recover, I shall surely counterattack. Am I correct? Gazing down upon the silent Wang Wei, Hua appeared to possess the ability to read minds. Capturing the thoughts reflected in Wang Wei's expression, Wang Wei, exposed in his innermost thoughts, seethed with rage, trembling as if afflicted with epilepsy. Witnessing Wang Wei's furious demeanor upon the ground, Hua's smile gradually faded. Having anticipated such a reaction. Boring.it is exceedingly dull. Merely a few scripted words can manipulate this fool's emotions at will. Those who can discern the trajectory of his life with just a 10-second glance at this farcical display are truly beyond the pale of tedium. We are all concealed professionals. There exists no hierarchy of worth. Your momentary arrogance does not grant you eternal impunity. King Wei, feeling humiliated, wore an expression that fluctuated between gloom and brightness, yet he stubbornly held his tongue. However, despite his fierce demeanor, with clenched teeth and a fierce countenance, he was inwardly in a state of panic, as his bleeding palm and jaw served as a grim reminder of his predicament. He could only wish for the swift healing of the wound that threatened to drain his vitality. Then, he would seek an opportunity to escape. The humiliation of today will undoubtedly be repaid 100-fold in the future. Us? Who do you mean by us? Ohwa abruptly straightened his posture, dropping his previously relaxed leg, and questioned sharply. Kingwei fell silent under the scrutiny, no matter how defiant he was. He dared not provoke Ohwa's wrath while still suffering the debilitating effects of his injuries. You were fortunate indeed. I have low expectations of you. I hope that when we meet again, you can present me with a modicum of challenge, originally intending to rise and deliver this fellow to a state of infant-like peaceful slumber. Ohwa relaxed back into a lazy demeanor against his chair. Just then, the doors swung open with a swipe of a card. Zhao Huayu, his face contorted with rage, strode in, flanked by 8 enforcers from the Transfer Guild. Meanwhile, outside the door, a dozen hotel security guards, disturbed from their slumber, cast furious glares at King Wei. The manager had just delivered a scathing reprimand to the security captain over the phone, who in turn had unleashed his ire upon the entire security team. Had there not been guests present, those guards would have surely dragged him into the security office to deliver a thorough beating. If things escalated, he would merely be another transient worker at the hotel. At worst, he could find employment in the boss's mines in Africa. Zhao Huayu wasted no time, instructing the 8 enforcers to escort the barely conscious King Wei away after receiving just 2 blows. Your hand. Zhao Huayu's expression hardened as he looked at Ohwa's palm, marred by numerous small wounds. He immediately grabbed Ohwa, intending to summon a skilled physician from a top-tier hospital to treat his hand. However, Ohwa produced a healing potion and poured it over his palm, fully mending the tiny wounds that had begun to scab over. Once his hand was healed, Ohwa promptly dismissed Zhao Huayu, who was overly concerned and still wished to go to the hospital for a full checkup. After Zhao Huayu departed, the hotel manager, who had just been berated by the hotel owner, rushed into the room. Before Ohwa, he unleashed a tirade of reprimands upon the group of security guards, his demeanor excessively obsequious as he apologized to Ohwa and personally escorted him to the presidential suite on the top floor for rest. Chapter 58. Others berserkers are so naive. Did you sleep well last night? The following morning, Zhao Huayu, who had not slept a wink while dealing with the matter of King Wei at the police station, arrived at the venue of the team ranking board, waiting patiently for Ohwa. Upon witnessing that Ohwa appeared to be in good spirits, a sigh of relief escaped him. He was apprehensive that Wang Wei, that buffoon, might adversely affect Ohwa's state of mind. After a restful period, the hotel, in a gesture of apology, upgraded my accommodation to the presidential suite. The bed was vast and luxuriously soft, and as soon as I reclined, slumber enveloped me. Naturally, Ohwa could not suffer from insomnia merely due to having crushed a cockroach. On the contrary, he found great relief in delivering those 2 punches. It was a truly exhilarating experience. That scoundrel had employed his skills to commit an atrocious act, the circumstances of which were particularly heinous. With ample evidence at hand, he faced a sentence of no less than 3 years and no more than 10. And he had also incurred the wrath of the hotel's owner, which surely would lead to the maximum penalty. Zhao Huayu patted Ohwa on the shoulder, although the formal trial against Wang Wei had yet to commence. He had already anticipated the latter's future sentencing. It mattered little. Wang Wei's fate held no significance for him. Ohwa shook his head, utterly indifferent to how long Wang Wei would be incarcerated. In the city, when one is embroiled in a fatal incident, it either leads to convoluted entanglements or a debt of gratitude owed to others. Had they encountered him in a wilderness secret realm, he would not have granted him the opportunity to cultivate oneself in a hardship prison. Indeed, his matters were inconsequential. Rest assured, Uncle will ensure his demise. Best of luck in the team leaderboard competition. Uncle is off to the gym to rally support for you. Zhao Huayu grew increasingly pleased with Ohwa, pondering whether it was still feasible to have a daughter with his wife at this juncture. The promotional hype surrounding the finals of the team leaderboard was tremendous. Even before the competition had commenced, predictions and analyses regarding this year's champion were already circulating online, although netizens believed that the individual leaderboard contenders would certainly shine. The hidden class players from the Moda team were no pushovers. Thus, in some underground betting circles, the purchase ratios for both teams were nearly equivalent. After all, betting against the odds often reaps rewards, and the Modu team's odds of 1 to 6.5 were undeniably tempting. It was the finals, and there was little more to say. Victory was the ultimate goal. Team leader Lu Siqing suppressed her excitement, and gently reassured her somewhat anxious students under her soothing verbal skills. Feng Xiaoxiao, Yang Lang, and Zhao Xiaochuan quickly regained their composure. As for Ohua, what was tension? He was unfamiliar with it. Once her students were calmed, Lu Xiqing proceeded to call for a coin toss. This time, she correctly guessed heads once more, and without hesitation, she chose the grassland terrain. With prior battle experience, the group swiftly entered the secret realm. On the vast, endless grassland, the two teams stood in a standoff. The Moda team comprised 3 warrior-type classes and 1 spellcaster, a quintessential 3-protect-1 formation. Sensing that the opponent intended to adopt a defensive counterattack, Ohua activated the blood engine and charged forth with Feng Xiaoxiao at the forefront. Yang Lang and Zhao Xiaochuan trailed closely behind. Move. A voice as warm and gentle as jade resonated from the Moda team. A handsome man, garbed in a black and white robe and possessing long, flowing black hair, sat cross-legged upon the grass. A chessboard, composed of magical energy, floated before him, with 100 pieces hovering at his side, awaiting his command. As his slender fingers descended upon the board, 10 figurines armed with long spears erupted from the earth, positioning themselves before Ohua. With the ominous whoosh of the spears slicing through the air, the advancing Ohua was compelled to halt, retreating to evade their deadly point. A summoning class. Ohua had previously witnessed the battles of the Magic City team. The spellcaster had always summoned luminous meteors to assault his adversaries. In past confrontations, he had never called forth the clay figurines. You want me to charge in? Feng Xiaoxiao sidestepped the clay figurine's spear thrust, delivering a decisive blow that shattered the figurine's head. With the formidable figure looming close, she could not help but urgently inquire. It was evident that the opponent aimed to engage in a war of attrition. They were undoubtedly aware of her penchant for mockery, rendering a solo advance tantamount to a gift. Ohua, with a swift stroke of his sword, shattered 3 advancing clay figurines, shaking his head in disapproval of Feng Xiaoxiao's suggestion. Moreover, given that the opponent wielded a hidden class, it was certain they harbored some undisclosed finishing move. The average capability of their team was woefully inadequate, and their speed in dealing with the clay figurines was alarmingly sluggish. It appeared he could not conceal his strength any longer in the finals. Furthermore, to triumph over Ji Miaoqing, he needed to instill a sense of dread and evasion within her upon witnessing his ultimate technique. Blood Demon, Kai Xiu, as the blood flames surged around Ohua, a towering specter, a demon forged of sanguinescence and wielding twin blades each 3 meters in length, materialized behind him amidst his roar. With his health dwindling by 10%, Ohua's speed surged dramatically. His colossal sword swung with greater reach, the expansive blood blades slicing through the clay figurines with the ease of cutting through butter. Having unleashed his ultimate ability first, he surged forth like a crimson steamroller, obliterating everything in his path as he charged towards the Magic City team. Quick! Stop him! Do not use control skills against him. The elegant man clad in a black and white robe continued to summon clay figurines, yet no matter how many he conjured, they could not impede Ohua's relentless advance. The frontline warriors of the Magic City team gulped nervously at the sight of the towering blood demon, questioning their ability to withstand such a force. Nonetheless, as Ohua drew closer, one warrior gritted his teeth and bravely stepped forward, raising his shield to confront the oncoming onslaught. The shield met the horizontal sweep of Ohua's greatsword, sparks flying as the tremendous force caused the warrior to tremble, nearly toppling him. Although he managed to deflect Ohua's cleaving strike, the concurrent attack of the blood blade disregarded both his shield and armor, inflicting a grievous wound that gushed forth blood from his chest. It was as if a pump had drawn forth his lifeblood, spilling through the seams of his armor and flowing towards Ohua. The specter's assault dealt true damage. Witnessing his health drop below half, the warrior screamed in terror. Almost immediately, another great sword struck his shield, and he spat blood as he gritted his teeth to withstand the blow. He was a warrior. The main tank of the team could not yield an inch. Even if he could not hold on, he had to endure. Then, another blood blade descended vertically the moment it grazed his body. It triggered his protective mechanism, summoning a golden light shield to absorb the impact. However, despite the horrific wounds inflicted by the blood blades having begun to heal, a grotesque blood-red demon skull manifested above his head. I thought him to be instantly slain. The frail warrior collapsed onto the ground, immobilized, as he gazed in horror at the instant death status that had emerged in his character attribute panel, letting out a terrified scream. However, as a divine light enveloped him, the impending instant death status was forcibly dispelled. The warrior's shrill cry struck a severe blow to the morale of the Magic City team. Meanwhile, Ohua offered them no chance for resistance. With the terrifying damage of Bloodblade's double true damage, he swiftly dispatched the other two warriors, triggering their protective mechanisms and bestowing upon them the instant death effect, which, nonetheless, was also dispelled by the golden light. After eliminating the three, Ohwa immediately charged towards the last remaining opponent. The finishing touch, absolute kill. At that moment, the elegant man, surrounded by too many pieces to unleash dragon's might, absolute kill, could only manage a wry smile. As he beheld Ohwa, who was now upon him, and the lethal strike that loomed before him, the dozens of pieces beside him coalesced into a singular entity, with a deeply reluctant sigh. He surrendered this final piece that a beam of golden light, several meters wide, descended from the heavens, akin to a cluster of rays striking down upon both Ohwa and himself that Ohwa attempted to evade. But how could he possibly escape an attack equivalent to the speed of light? When the light beam vanished, a mushroom cloud soared into the sky, causing the prairie to tremble slightly as if shaken by an earthquake. The second realm hidden class Chi-Tion unleashed a charged strike capable of shaking the very heavens. Under the might of such a spell, even a lord boss would likely be obliterated in an instant. As the smoke cleared, Ohwa stood impassively within the depression vaporized by the cluster of rays, looking down at the fallen Mo-Luo-Bai.At that moment, Ohwa was still in the state of blood engine. With the blood shield triggered by bloodthirsty call shattered by the cluster rays, reduced to a mere 1 health, flames of blood engulfed him, as if he sought to drape the sky in a sea of crimson. Mo-Luo-Bai's ink bamboo robe had turned pitch black, his once pristine and handsome visage now smeared with dark mud, and his long black hair scorched and curled by the rays. The dashing young man had now been reduced to the appearance of a beggar, lying supine on the ground. Mo-Luo-Bai gazed up at the unscathed Ohwa before him, his wounded pride dimming his eyes. The good news was, this monster shimmered with a protective mechanism, and the crystal lamp had been shattered by his own finishing touch. The bad news was, their team had been completely annihilated. Take one down and retreat was the extent of his capabilities. Ultimately, they had lost. Mo-Luo-Bai managed a silent, bitter smile. 3 of his teammates could not withstand even 3 seconds, and he had expended all his strength just to take down one of the enemy. A continuous strike, true damage combined with instant death. Was this truly a skill of the second realm? He feared it must be a 4th realm class. I absolutely refused to believe that such a monstrous second realm skill could exist. Just the true damage alone was sufficient to destabilize a tank class, and to add an instant death effect. Was this meant to turn those skills hailed as divine techniques into a mere joke? I dare not say more. Mo-Luo-Bai could guarantee that although this guy appeared to be a berserker, his class was certainly not that of a berserker. Others' berserker skill sets were so straightforward. How could such an outrageous skill possibly exist? Your strength leaves me in awe, and I look forward to the next opportunity to team up with you. Reclining within the concavity, Mo-Luo-Bai exhaled a gentle smile, regaining some strength before extending his hand toward Ohwa. Next time, for sure. Ohwa grasped Mo-Luo-Bai's hand, pulling him to his feet. Although his demeanor was somewhat dismissive, it still conveyed a modicum of respect for Mo-Luo-Bai, the esteemed spellcaster. After all, he was destined to seek vengeance in the desolate highlands. With the inclusion of Mo-Luo-Bai, a top-tier spellcaster, surely they could eradicate that foul band of vulture-like foes. Victors, Team 2 of Ishan. As the referee's loud declaration resonated, the curtain fell on the Qingyun rankings team list. Amidst the celebrations of Feng Xiaoxiao, Kamiayan, Yang Lang, Zhao Xiaochuan, and the chairman, Ohwa, undergoing treatment in the medical room, were a grave expression as he scrutinized the battle replay, seeking to identify his mistakes from the observer's perspective. He aspired to confront the protected Mo-Luo-Bai next time, aiming to achieve a flawless solo victory against their 4 adversaries. Yet, as Ohwa watched, a sense of dread washed over him. It seemed he truly could not manage a flawless solo victory against the safeguarded Mo-Luo-Bai. Those hidden professionals, apart from the inept Wang Wei, were indeed not to be underestimated. Chapter 59. Were you gambling from the very beginning? How is your recovery progressing? In the gym's rest area, after Ohwa single-handedly seized the top spot on the team rankings, Zhao Huayu beamed with delight. Despite his jovial demeanor, he dutifully inquired about Ohwa's state of readiness. Fully restored, his finishing move had also cooled down. Ohwa reclined on the sofa, a warm towel draped over his eyes. Although he had now acquired the title of top-ranked team member, he remained composed and humble, devoid of any arrogance, as steady as a Buddha who had severed all emotional ties. Continuous strikes, true damage, and instant kills. No wonder you requested I arrange for a high priest to stand by. Zhao Huayu remarked cheerfully after glancing at his phone. He had been vigilant about the time, ensuring that every last second was allotted for Ohwa's rest. The next challenge awaited with Ji Miaoqing. Did you possess confidence? While he harbored absolute faith in Ohwa, Ji Miaoqing was extraordinarily formidable, certainly far stronger than Mo Luobai. Ohwa, Ji Miaoqing, Bartle, Yi Fei Hua, Lu Fa Hai. Even that Wang Wei, who was now headed for a dire fate, when separated, would undoubtedly have been the top contender in any prior iteration. Yet, it seemed as though fate were playing a cruel joke. Bringing all these prodigious talents together in this very year, the value of the top solo and team contenders this year was undeniably high. If Ohwa truly secured both titles, should he desire it, any prominent family would vie for him as their son-in-law, rather than a mere dependent. This year's championship belongs to me alone. Ohwa removed the warm towel from his eyes and handed it to Zhao Huayu. Speaking with an unperturbed tone, he then rose, amidst the fervent countdown of 200,000 spectators, and made his way toward the arena. As the host deliberately ramped up the atmosphere, the moment Ohwa appeared, the entire gymnasium erupted into a thunderous ovation. Adjusting his emotions, Ohwa shielded himself from the cheers that threatened to stir his agitation, striding confidently onto the expansive 100m by 100m arena. The valiant Ji Miaoqing, having fought her way through the losers bracket to the grand finals, ascended the stage amid the fervent cheers of the audience. Her applause was markedly louder than that of Ohwa, with the voices of the older spectators evidently exceeding normal decibels by 20. You didn't bring me supper last night, Ji Miaoqing remarked abruptly to Ohwa during their handshake. Next time for sure. Ohwa replied dismissively, releasing her hand. Do you need a moment to regroup? The chief referee inquired, indifferent to their exchange. Both Ohwa and Ji Miaoqing shook their heads and proceeded to their designated waiting areas upon the referee's instruction. Begin. Once it was confirmed that both parties were ready, the chief referee announced the commencement of the match. Although it was imperative for Ji Miaoqing to manage Ohwa's health points, she opted for a swift assault against him. As soon as the match commenced, she employed phantom transformation to conjure 3 illusions to besiege Ohwa. Blood mist erupted into the air, dissipating the 3 fragile phantoms. However, after activating Blood Engine, Ohwa refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead retreating deliberately to maintain distance from Ji Miaoqing. Was he attempting to stall for the second phase? Ji Miaoqing furrowed her brow, eyeing her tactical analysis. Ohwa would inevitably pursue her once he activated Blood Engine. As she fled, she planned to seize an opportunity to use Shadow Shift to close the gap and unleash her ultimate move to eliminate him. Yet, Ohwa's retreat disrupted her rhythm that if he managed to endure until the second phase, her chances of victory would diminish significantly. Should he survive to the third phase, her ultimate move would be rendered ineffective against someone whose speed far surpassed her own. Defeat would be inevitable. Yet, she found herself utterly unable to counter that elusive foe. At a distance, the illusions dealt no damage, and her ultimate move could not lock onto him. Up close, however, she risked being ensnared and potentially annihilated by his swift, unbroken attack. Even tank warriors with substantial health could not withstand the dual blades of Blood Edge. She certainly could not endure the true damage of Blood Demon. Kai Xiu. This cunning adversary was indeed infuriating. The shame of a berserker. Knowing she could not afford to prolong the confrontation with Ohwa, Ji Miaoqing created 5 phantom transformation illusions beside him. Utilizing Shadow Shift, she replaced her main body with one of the illusions. Finally, she activated Spirit Concealment, entering a spectral state while leaving behind a more resilient and agile doppelganger to confound the fleeing Ohwa. However, just as Ji Miaoqing, now in her spectral form, was about to reveal herself, Ohwa suddenly pivoted and charged towards her, a colossal blood demon apparition manifesting behind him. Had she fallen into a trap? Ji Miaoqing's expression tightened. How did he discern where her spectral form would materialize? Could it be that he had seen through the weakness of her skill when she had previously used spirit concealment upon entering his room? Damn it, she herself was unaware of this skill's vulnerability. How had he uncovered it? Gazing at Ohwa, who was now barreling towards her from 20 meters away, Ji Miaoqing forced herself to regain her composure. At that moment, Shadow Shift was still on cooldown, leaving her with no avenue of escape. At the moment of her manifestation, Ji Miaoqing was caught off guard by Ohwa, holding her breath and focusing her mind, preparing to unleash her ultimate move. Shadow Instant Void Split. In an effort to match Ohwa's impending onslaught, 24 illusions materialized upon the arena, encircling Ohwa in a bid to trap him at the center. However, in the very instant Ji Miaoqing hastily released her ultimate, Ohwa had already leaped over 8 meters high, his health plummeting below 50. As the illusions completed their encirclement, he narrowly evaded the range of Ji Miaoqing's ultimate attack, maintaining Shadow Instant Void Split. Ji Miaoqing could only watch, her mouth slightly agape, as Ohwa sprang out of her attack range. Confusion, frustration, and bewilderment clouded her usually sharp disposition, rendering her momentarily dazed. Was this individual truly so cunning? Did he appear to seize upon her flaw, intent on delivering a swift kill, only to feign a strike to bait her into unleashing her ultimate? After provoking Ji Miaoqing's ultimate, Ohua landed and deactivated Blood Demon, Kaixio, which had reduced his health to around 40, transforming into a wisp of crimson shadow. He charged towards Ji Miaoqing, who was still in a daze, preparing to guide her instant shadow-killing array. The great sword sliced through the air with a piercing sound, striking down fiercely, yet it merely shattered the illusion Ji Miaoqing had summoned through shapeshift. In truth, the strengths of Ohua and Ji Miaoqing were closely matched, existing within a realm where either could swiftly eliminate the other. Thus, Ohua strategically revealed his ultimate in the team competition finals, ensuring that Ji Miaoqing, who would inevitably scrutinize the finals, would regard his ultimate with caution. He gambled that Ji Miaoqing would be compelled to unleash her formidable killing move against him, and he wagered that she would pursue him with spirit concealment in hopes of delivering her ultimate as he retreated. Clearly, he had won his gamble. In this critical finals, where a slight misstep could lead to disaster, Ji Miaoqing found herself in a passive position after a hasty release of her decisive ultimate. Despite her reluctance, the singular opportunity to eliminate Ohua had slipped away. On the arena, Ji Miaoqing moved with the grace of a celestial being, her movements fluid and elegant. Yet, the relentless barrage of Ohua's blood flame attacks was simple, efficient, and ruthless, devoid of any mercy. A single strike could cost Ji Miaoqing dearly, perhaps a pound of flesh or bone. In her desperate flight, unwilling to concede defeat, Ji Miaoqing became enveloped in a wave of blood flames. The onslaught, dealing nearly 1,000 points of damage, sent her soaring into the air. With shapeshift still on cooldown, her health plummeted, triggering the protective mechanism that signified her defeat. Victorious, Ohua. The chief referee swiftly appeared before the terrifying visage of Ohua. Surrounded by a tempest of blood flames, shielding Ji Miaoqing as she fell from above, observing the vigilant approach of the chief referee, Ohua halted his advance, casually discarding his two great swords aside. Upon witnessing Ohua's retained composure, the chief referee secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the chief referee is a seasoned professional, he found himself swallowing hard as he stood before Ohua, uncertain whether he could withstand the latter's frenzied onslaught. Even if he managed to endure, being relentlessly pursued and hammered by a junior would leave him utterly embarrassed in the future. How could you ascertain the direction of my Ling Yin Wuxing appearance? Ji Miaoqing landed steadily under the protection mechanism, her shoulders drooping in despondence. After a brief silence, she broached a question that had eluded her comprehension while fleeing. How could it be that her own skill was something she herself was unaware of? While others were acutely aware of her vulnerabilities, this was a truth she simply could not accept, nor would she wish to acknowledge. After employing her skill, there was a significant probability of her moving to the right of her opponent. Appearing roughly 10 meters away, amidst the thunderous cheers from the audience, Ohua was enveloped in a substantial blood flame. Like a deity of blood, his smile was particularly menacing, yet his gaze remained calm and indifferent. His tone placid. Knowing that Ji Miaoqing would undoubtedly inquire about this matter, he candidly informed her, "I am merely taking a gamble. In other words, you have been gambling from the very beginning?" Ji Miaoqing's mouth fell open. She had not anticipated such a gambler's response. It was not that her skill had flaws, but rather that her own habitual tendencies had led to her downfall. Moreover, this Fingzi dared not guarantee with absolute certainty the direction of his appearance before launching his ultimate move. What if she had run to the left, a low-probability outcome? If he charged in the wrong direction, presenting his back to her, would he not have already lost? Ohua merely smiled, offering no reply, and turned toward the Qingyan leaderboard. He was not foolish enough to disclose to Ji Miaoqing, who had become accustomed to the sin of blood after battling in the loser-s bracket for 6 days, that her bloodiness was so pronounced he could track her location even with his eyes closed. Chapter 60. Dominating Qingyan kindergarten, the birth of a dual champion caused a frenzy akin to a festive celebration across major websites that continuously monitored the Qingyan leaderboard. All of Ohua's battle videos topped the charts, each garnering millions of views, with his fierce confrontation against Bartle breaking through 10 million views in no time. Anyone who possessed a mobile phone, played on a computer, or watched television became acquainted with this highly esteemed dual champion, while several other standout competitors also attracted significant attention, such as the unforgettable beauties Ji Miaoqing and Yu Feihua. As well as Lu Fahai and Bartle, who reached the semifinals, they were not the ones receiving the most searches. Instead, it was Emma Luobai, the singular individual capable of mutually annihilating with Ohwa while leading the Magic City team to remarkable success on the leaderboard. Under the gaze of 200,000 spectators, the names of the top 32 competitors gradually appeared on the Qingyan leaderboard from the bottom up, with each name etched into the scoreboard. The audience erupted into synchronized cheers, as if rehearsed, their unified roars profoundly invigorating. The competitors standing on the grand finals stage held their heads high with pride, basking in the adulation of the crowd. Ohwa stood amidst the crowd, appearing as an outsider who coldly overlooked the exhilarating and fervent atmosphere. It was not that he was devoid of passion, but rather that his victories came too easily. Akin to a game of do de jeu where every hand was a royal flush, featuring 4 twos, 4 aces, and a sequence of 7, 8, 9, 10, J, Q, K, a hand of heaven. Winning had become so effortless that he genuinely found it difficult to summon any excitement. Whether it was the effect of the skill-frenzied blood, icy heart, rendering him impervious to external emotions, or simply his inherent temperament of remaining unfazed by glory or disgrace, remained uncertain. As the name of the third-place contender, Yu Feihua, was announced in the finals of the losers bracket, the audience erupted into waves of applause, their enthusiasm rivaling that of last year's champion. The crowd was well aware that, even as the third-place finisher, she possessed strength that far surpassed that of previous champions. The name Ji Miaoqing was also etched upon the Qingyun ranking amidst the cheers of the spectators, once Ji Miaoqing's name was inscribed. The audience began to chant Ohwa's name in unison, their synchronized voices soaring to the heavens, lingering in the air. Ohwa tilted his head to gaze upon the pinnacle of the Qingyun ranking stone pillar, where the pure golden script symbolizing his ferocious style was inscribed, nodding in satisfaction. The characters are quite impressive, was the sole evaluation in his mind at that moment. You don't seem as pleased as I imagined, Ji Miaoqing remarked, drawing near to Ohwa amidst the thunderous applause. Her curiosity piqued. When you dominate Qingyun kindergarten in your next life, you will feel just as I do now. Ohwa cast a sidelong glance at Ji Miaoqing, his demeanor not exceedingly hostile but rather exuding profound disdain. His mood was far from pleasant, for after the individual rankings were inscribed, he was obliged to remain there, waiting for the team rankings to be etched as well. While others departed, he would be left standing like a monkey, subjected to the gaze of 200,000 onlookers. It was naive to think that Ohwa was oblivious to the audience's thoughts. Their exuberant cheers were merely a desire for him to perform a backflip. Such an exaggerated description. Are you planning to return to Yicheng today? Ji Miaoqing shot him an exasperated look, incredulous at his comparison of himself to a kindergarten child. Even if I were a kindergarten child, I would be one armed with a pistol, capable of taking him down with a single shot. No, I intend to find work in the capital, Ohwa replied, indeed preparing to set off for Yicheng immediately. However, upon catching sight of Yu Feihua, who was leaning in with an ear cocked as if awaiting something, he feigned disinterest and lied without a flutter of his eyelids. The curiosity of these affluent young ladies was formidable, and the jealousy of their wealthy counterparts was equally potent. He had meticulously devised a 3-year plan to achieve his third advancement. How could he allow these 2 influential young women to disrupt his training alongside their sycophants? You're going to work in the capital? Join us at Yes Group. With your talent and strength, the CEO position is rightfully yours. Yu Feihua, who had been eagerly anticipating Ohwa's travel plans, spoke up as if fearing Ji Miaoqing would steal her thunder. All right, give me your business card. I'll take a few days to relax, savor the culinary delights of the capital, and explore some attractions before I come to your company for a trial. Ohwa responded without hesitation, extending his hand toward Yu Feihua. I don't have a business card. How about I add you on messaging instead? Yu Feihua provocatively raised an eyebrow at Ji Miaoqing, demanding Ohwa's contact number. Very well. Ohwa took out his phone, opened the messaging app, and handed it over. Grandpa's flying high. That name is utterly hilarious. After scanning the code, Yu Feihua couldn't help but laugh upon seeing Ohwa's anime avatar and ID. While the avatar and ID themselves were unremarkable, when associated with Ohwa's typically humorless demeanor, the contrast was striking. Such an avatar and ID were evidently suited for someone with a playful personality. Could he be a faux aloof type? How amusing. Ohwa tucked his phone away, showing no intention of replying. In between Ohwa and Yu Feihua, Ji Miaoqing observed Ohwa's stowed phone with a smirk, seemingly lost in thought. After the guild president delivered a post-match summary lasting over 10 minutes and extended congratulations to the ranked participants, the other contestants departed the stage under the staff's direction. At that moment, Ohwa stood alone on the stage, while the audience's fervor, having surged for several hours, remained undiminished, rhythmically chanting Ohwa's name and offering thunderous applause. The top 8 teams in the ranking list ascended the stage in succession. introduced by the host, and began the process of inscribing the names of the competitors in the Qingyan ranking area as per the single list format. Xiaohua. A woman named Yu Feihua wants to add me. Is she real? Feng Xiaoxiao, approaching Ouhua, displayed none of the nervousness exhibited by Yang Lang and Zhao Xiaochuan. Instead, she boldly tugged at Ouhua's clothing amidst the audience's deafening cheers, quietly inquiring about the authenticity of the beautiful girl. She is indeed real. Do your best to avoid exposure within a day, Ouhua nodded in response. His expectations for a humanoid were rather modest, merely the bare minimum. Do you look down on me? Do you believe I can't charm her into losing her wits and marrying no one but you? Feng Xiaoxiao, feeling insulted, glared and retorted. Suit yourself. Ouhua opened his mouth, his eyes filled with confusion. For a moment, he was bewildered as to whether Feng Xiaoxiao was rewarding him or seeking revenge. Indeed, as a normal human, he could not impose human reasoning upon a humanoid's actions. By the way, I, Kamiaoyan, plan to stay in the capital for a day with the president and return tomorrow night. What about you? Noting Ouhua's silence, Feng Xiaoxiao pouted and shifted the topic. Once I acquire the red gear, I'm making a swift exit. The guild will deliberately announce the equipment as LV.40 red gear online. You get what I mean. Upon hearing that Feng Xiaoxiao intended to linger in the capital for a day, Ouhua said nothing. He could already envision the scene where Yu Feihua, using the messaging app to locate Feng Xiaoxiao, would find her in the capital's shopping district. I understand. Feng Xiaoxiao rubbed her hands together, excited at the prospect of acquiring her very first LV.120 ring. Were it not for the fear of being choked and tossed aside by Ouhua, she would have leapt onto him, showering his face with kisses. Chapter 61. That is called ridding the people of harm. Patiently awaiting the completion of the team leaderboard, Ouhua exited amidst the cheers of the audience, offering a rather perfunctory wave as he departed. Upon leaving the arena, he promptly followed Zhao Huayu into an inconspicuous sedan, which then made its way towards the headquarters of the Job Transfer Guild, located within the third rings. The headquarters sprawled over an area comparable to that of the Job Transfer Guild in Isher City. After the vehicle descended into the underground parking lot, Ouhua trailed Zhao Huayu through a series of turns, eventually arriving at an exceptionally concealed elevator. Upon entering a password into the control panel, the elevator began its descent. The sixth subterranean floor, deemed the very heart of the Job Transfer Guild's core, was rumored to house the treasury of the guild. This was the Job Transfer Crystal Core, which directly accessed 1's vocational panel and displayed its contents. Utilizing it might cause a slight discomfort in the palm. Traversing the empty corridor, Zhao Huayu and Ouhua entered a chamber resembling a secret room, where Zhao pointed to a crystal orb, resplendent and translucent, emanating a luminescent glow akin to jade. Without uttering a word, Ouhua approached and placed his right hand upon the orb. Ouhua Profession, Blood Domain Guardian Profession Compatibility, LV. 9. Sublime Realm. Level. LV.37 Health Points, 1660 Mana Points, 860 Strength, 184, 9. Intelligence, 77, 9. Agility, 47, 9. Stamina, 157, 9. Additional Attribute Points, 110 Additional Skill Points. 2. Click to expand skill panel. Beside him, Zhao Huayu gasped in astonishment at the terrifyingly impressive statistics displayed before him. A Blood Domain Guardian. What kind of profession is this? It was unheard of worldwide. The mere mention of this vocation elevated its prestige far beyond that of the fourth transition's Blood Domain Warrior. His base strength registered an astonishing 193. It was no wonder his strength dominated the Qingyan rankings. Moreover, what on earth is this profession compatibility of LV.9 Sublime Realm? The sheer magnitude of those attribute values was astounding enough. But the compatibility was even more outrageous. No wonder he possessed a LV.10 skill in his bare form. He was far from the claims online of having merely one LV.10 skill. His skills had all undergone a qualitative transformation to LV.10. Goodness, this current generation of hidden professions cannot complain about their defeat. A Songlong has emerged amidst a school of sharks. Which of those little sharks isn't merely bait for the Songlong? My word, is it truly as conjectured that the world is on the brink of destruction? With such insane attribute values, what else is impossible? You've already reached LV.37. It's utterly astonishing. Zhao Huayu, with trembling hands, wiped the beads of sweat born from excitement. Sifting through a plethora of attributes he struggled to praise, he seized upon a figure he knew how to commend, and a radiant smile spread across his face. He resolved to return home that evening and strive with his wife to conceive a daughter. After all, job transfer practitioners live long lives. Achieving a high level means living over 200 years is no problem at all. The 19-year age gap between the couple was of no consequence. Fortunately, it is manageable. Primarily, it is my impatience during solo play that hinders me. Otherwise, I could have seized the final days to ascend to LV. 38. The pace of leveling after the second job transfer is indeed excruciatingly slow. Ohwa shook his head. At this moment, having already earned the dual title of champion. His sole dissatisfaction lay in the fact that Yifeihua was inexplicably one level above him. Should he surpass Yifeihua in level, only then would his status as a dual title champion be considered complete. While the Yi family mobilized their entire clan's resources to elevate Yifeihua to LV. 38, he, on the other hand, had independently reached LV.37, relying solely on the 2 purple weapons bestowed upon him by Uncle Zhao. He had outstripped her by a considerable margin. Zhao Huayu glanced at the skill bar displayed on the crystal ball, which required expansion for viewing. He discreetly pinched himself to suppress his intense curiosity about Ohwa's skills. After completing the job certification, Zhao Huayu led Ohwa out of the 6th basement level. As for Ohwa's professional data, it had already been recorded in the database, with permissions set according to the contract, allowing only Ohwa to unlock it. Following Zhao Huayu's counsel, Ohwa chose to publicly disclose his level and his second job. Blood Domain Guardian, while still concealing his job compatibility, attribute values, and skills. Upon reaching the rooftop of the Job Transfer Guild, Ohwa and Zhao Huayu boarded a small warship bound for Yicheng City. Throughout the journey, Zhao Huayu incessantly extolled the virtues of the guild president towards Ohwa. Upon learning that Ohwa preferred tranquility, he promptly canceled the annual champion banquet. This small warship was also privately sponsored by the guild president upon discovering Ohwa's desire to return home. During a meeting, when discussing the provision of 3 unranked red weapons for Ohwa, both the president and vice president nearly engaged in a quarrel. But it was only through the president's resolute insistence that he successfully persuaded the other senior members to grant Ohwa these 3 unranked items. You say Feng Xiaoxiao possesses an unranked item. What a joke. Had it not been for Ohwa's standing, no one would have paid her any mind, let alone a LV.120 unranked item. She wouldn't even be considered for a LV.40 unranked one. Meanwhile, Zhao Huayu, with his adoring demeanor, perfectly illustrated that he was indeed the protege of the guild president. The guild president, after all, was a champion of the Qingyun rankings from 60 or 70 years ago and currently stands as the foremost LV. 120 martial arts hidden class professional, martial drunken immortal on the Tianshu leaderboard. What a formidable ally. One of the most influential figures in the nation, Little Hua. Here's the new contract. Take a look. If you have no objections, please sign it. If you do, feel free to voice them. Uncle will make arrangements to accommodate you, and we can amend anything you dislike. On the small spacecraft, Zhao Huayu retrieved the prepared contract documents from his briefcase and cheerfully extended them to Ohwa. Ohwa accepted the 6-page contract and began to scrutinize its contents meticulously. Although the document was lengthy, it clearly delineated the obligations that Ohwa was required to adhere to, broadly categorized into 3 points. First, the contract duration was altered from 1 year to 10 years, with the stipulation that the second party must complete their 3rd job transfer within 5 years. Maternity leave could be extended by 3 months, while paternity leave could be extended by 5 months. Should these conditions not be met, the contract would become void, and compensation for the guild's economic losses would be sought, alongside the retrieval of the 3 unranked red items. Secondly, the transfer guild shall not impose upon Party B any trivial commercial activities, and it is permissible for Party B to join private unions. However, significant events of an international nature, such as the Monster Wave, Abyss Invasion, and the unlocking of hidden realms, must be participated in under the aegis of the Transfer Guild. This stipulation emphasizes participation and incurs no penalties. Thirdly, it is prohibited to tarnish the reputation of oneself or the Transfer Guild. Violations will result in compensation for the economic losses incurred by the guild, along with the reclamation of 3 pieces of unranked red gear. Overall, the contract is relatively lenient, although breaches will necessitate compensation for the guild's losses. As long as one dutifully serves as an ambassador of image for a decade, the reward shall undoubtedly be plentiful. The official factions possess this flaw. The benefits they confer are seldom documented. Only by fully integrating into the internal system can one discern the advantages that await. After joining the Transfer Guild, it may appear that one receives nothing, yet in reality, one is immensely affluent. Is there anything amiss? Zhao Huayu swallowed hard and, with a hint of concern, inquired of the long-silent Ohwa. He had even mentally prepared himself to negotiate a shorter contract duration. Nothing problematic at all. Completing 3 transfers within 5 years may pose a challenge for others, yet for me, it is exceedingly lenient. Participating in various major events under the name of the Transfer Guild is also agreeable to me. Though certain matters are not elucidated clearly on paper. Ohwa laid down the contract documents and presented the page regarding the tarnishing of the guild's reputation before Zhao Huayu. Does killing constitute a damage to the guild's reputation? Not at all. These are tumultuous times, and there are indeed far too many exiles. Zhao Hua, your elimination of threats to the populace is most welcome. The minister of our execution department may even pen a public letter of gratitude for you. Zhao Huayu exhaled in relief and responded with a smile. Killing? Who are we killing? What the top scholar does cannot be called killing. That is merely the elimination of threats to the populace. Awards, grand awards, nationwide recognition. It seemed that this contract was firmly secured. 10 years. He would be propelled forward by Ohwa for a decade. During this time, he could easily ascend to the headquarters and serve as a departmental overseer. With a stroke of luck, he might even elevate to the deputy ministerial level. As for the ministerial position, that was a distant dream. His qualifications were still insufficient to attain a ministerial rank. One would need to sign a contract with Ohwa for at least 20 years. Chapter 62-6 Zhao Hua. This is a personal gift from the president. Upon returning to the Ishan Transfer Guild, Zhao Huayu drove Ohwa back to the entrance of the residential complex. As Ohwa donned his backpack and put on his clear glasses, Zhao Huayu cheerfully retrieved an extraordinarily ordinary ring from his pants pocket and handed it to Ohwa. Ohwa accepted the ring without hesitation and adorned it on his finger. Nah, no quality, durability, none equipment level, EV1 effect, none special effect. Grants a storage space of 2M. Goodness, it turned out to be a piece of black technology from the Transfer Guild. Indeed, the benefits for internal members are plentiful. Such items are exceedingly rare, and each time one is produced, it becomes a coveted treasure sought after by all factions. You need not fret about any forces that might covet it. Although it currently holds no market value, the technology involved in its production has gradually matured, and whispers of its existence have long circulated within. In another 6 months, it is likely to be available at a mere fraction of its potential worth. Upon noticing the intense admiration that Ohwa had for it, Zhao Huayu felt a pang of jealousy and immediately sought to curry favor with the president. How could he allow another to freely garner goodwill towards a treasure he had wagered his future fortune on? You have labored throughout the day, so do return home to rest well. If you are not in haste to level up tomorrow, how about coming over to my place for dinner tomorrow night? Zhao Huayu eagerly extended the invitation as he opened the car door for Ohwa. All right, I shall come by in the afternoon, Ohwa responded, this time not rejecting Zhao Huayu's offer, though the title of dual champion was earned through his own hard work. He recognized that Zhao Huayu had put in considerable effort during this time, forging connections for his own benefit. Without Zhao Huayu's networking, he feared that he might only manage to snag a single orange gear from the team rankings. Thus, even if he might later disregard the president's sentiments, he could not afford to overlook this obligation. After all, he would likely be relying on Zhao Huayu's assistance in the future. It was prudent to show him courtesy now, which would facilitate his requests later on. Deal. Be sure to come tomorrow. After a firm handshake, Zhao Huayu watched Ohwa ascend the stairs before driving home with a sense of satisfaction. Upon entering his own room, Ohwa found his father seated on the sofa, engrossed in the newspaper. Back already? You performed admirably in the arena. I purchased 5 pounds of marinated meat, and Uncle Feng procured some fish for a hot pot. We'll be dining at Uncle Feng's tonight. Wei Tian glanced up at Ohwa, setting aside his newspaper, casually offering praise without much emphasis on his son's dual champion title. So, Dad, is your project still incomplete? Ohwa closed the door behind him, inwardly grumbling about the old drunkard, rather than celebrating his victory. It seemed his father was seizing this liberation opportunity to indulge in drinks with his friend, Uncle Feng. The wall repairs, which should have been completed in a few months, would realistically take at least a year or two to finalize, had Feng Xiaoxiao not returned together with him. Suddenly, Wei Tian sensed something amiss and recalled that the spirited Feng Xiaoxiao had yet to arrive. Clamoring about her status as a champion and her intent to feature in the newspapers tomorrow, she plans to stay in the capital for a day and will return tomorrow evening. Ohwa responded nonchalantly, tossing his backpack onto the floor before heading into the bathroom. The family's high intelligence often came with its drawbacks. Aside from his exuberant demeanor at the drinking table, Wei Tian rarely exhibited emotional fluctuations. Consequently, the household often required a lively spirit to warm the atmosphere. When the vivacious Feng Xiaoxiao was absent, the exchanges between father and son seldom exceeded 10 sentences. Listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom, Wei Tian opened his messaging app. That brat has returned, whole and hearty, a dual champion. After sending a message to his wife, he tossed his phone aside and resumed reading the newspaper. It wasn't until half an hour after Ohwa finished his shower and returned to his room that his phone lit up with a reply from Chioing. 6 remained unfazed as it casually walked past a solitary 6, exhibiting an attitude that could only be described as perfunctorily dismissive. The last conversation between Chioing and Oweitian took place a mere 10 days prior to Ohwa's participation in the Qingyun ranking. However, for both Oweitian and Chioing, upon learning that Ohwa would be competing in the Qingyun ranking, the couple had already anticipated that Ohwa would undoubtedly claim victory, thus extinguishing any semblance of expectation. After all, Ohwa had consistently achieved perfect scores in every examination since childhood, and they had grown accustomed to this foregone conclusion. Were Ohwa to fail in securing the top position this time, it was likely that Oweitian would jubilantly host a lavish banquet in their community, inviting all his colleagues and superiors to celebrate for 3 days, accompanied by 10 drum and gong troops to commemorate the occasion. Chioing would willingly endure the risk of being expelled from the Red Rose Society, forsaking her teammates and abandoning her training in the secret realm to witness Ohwa's mishap. The mere prospect of a top scorer could not elicit any emotional turmoil from them, unless he were to be otherwise. Seated at his computer desk, Ohwa diligently scribbled notes and sketches on a draft, meticulously optimizing his solo leveling route in accordance with various paid strategies found online. Currently, at level 37, he knew that upon reaching level 40, the experience required for each subsequent level would double, with the requirements post-level 50 becoming even more daunting. Although the guild had granted him a 5-year period for job advancement, if he aspired to reach level 60 within 3 years and complete his 3rd job change, a detailed leveling plan was imperative. His advantage lay in his significantly superior attribute values and 2 top-tier, unranked red weapons, allowing him to comfortably train against foes 20 levels higher, thus a realm abundant in monsters, where he need not draw aggro and could conveniently return to town for rest, became his preferred choice. Ultimately, he selected the Misty City located in the sky as his training point. This city was a floating metropolis belonging to a lower-level secret realm. Through years of development by official factions, it had evolved into a fully modernized city for job changers. Surrounding the floating city were realms inhabited by monsters ranging from level 50 to level 70, characterized by high attack power, low defense, slow mobility, and substantial experience rewards. The exiles have attacked Bartle in the Imperial capital, 1 dead and 3 injured, having refined his leveling plan. Ohwa closed the strategy article, only to be drawn to the top trending news on the right side of the search page regarding Bartle. He held a favorable view of Bartle, as he was the first opponent to genuinely elicit a sense of threat. Even the finals, meticulously calculated by himself, against Ji Miaoqing had never instilled that feeling of imminent danger. Driven by curiosity, he clicked on the trending topic. Immediately, he was amused by Bartel's arrogant response in an interview video, stating, "It doesn't matter. I didn't even use my hands." A glance at the detailed news revealed that Bartle had not only refrained from using weapons but had even fought without his hands, resulting in 1 death and 3 injuries solely from his kicks. This group of exiles were likely just first-job professionals. It was bewildering to contemplate what audacity they possessed to challenge Bartle, who, in the past, had undoubtedly been a top contender in the Qingyun ranking. Do you truly believe that Batel lacks backing? Is this why you seek to prey on the weak? Or perhaps, in your encounters with Batel, you have emerged victorious with such ease that it has fostered a misconception of his frailty. Chapter 63. The ferocious and cunning top scholar. The phenomenon of the dual-title top scholar has been gaining momentum across the internet. Following the public revelation of Ohwa's profession and level by the Transmutation Guild, the fervor surrounding him has escalated dramatically. It seems as though the entire world has been revolving around Ohwa these past few days. While there are some detractors maligning Ohwa, claiming that his practice time barely spans 2.5 months, and that his ascendance to the top must be due to cheating, their disparaging remarks hold no weight amidst the widespread acclaim for the dual-title top scholar. In the household of Ohwa, there appears to be a disconnection from the online realm. The status quo remains unchanged. During his 2 days back home, Ohwa only ventured out once, to Zhao Huayu's residence for dinner the following day. Aside from that, he remained indoors, and under the deliberate concealment orchestrated by the Crimson Rose and the Transmutation Guild, Ohwa seemed to have vanished from existence. The entire world is in search of this lucrative figure, yet none can locate him. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoxiao returned home at 11 o'clock that night, having been driven by the chairman himself. Accompanying her was Ku Miaoyan, who met the parents. Unbeknownst to Feng's mother, who was unaware of her daughter's attraction to women, she harbored resentment towards Feng Xiaoxiao for allowing a feline intruder into their home, while simultaneously keeping a wary eye on Miaoyan, fearful that she might suddenly express a desire to visit Ouhua next door. Fortunately, her daughter did not appear foolish enough to lead Miaoyan to Ouhua, providing her with some solace. The following morning, Feng Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "What? You are leaving today?" Clad in her nightgown, scratching her belly, she knocked on Ouhua's door. Upon seeing Ouhua already donned with a backpack, preparing for a journey, her expression soured. After 16 days of rest, she believed it was ample time. Ouhua cast a glance at the Tai Ching ring adorning Feng Xiaoxiao's finger, ignoring her longing gaze that implored him to stay and indulge in a day of video gaming together. "You even count the time spent on the Qingyun rankings as rest? How audacious! Truly a worthy childhood companion." Feng Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, realizing she had no grounds to contest Ouhua's claim of those 10 days on the rankings as a vacation. Even during the finals against Ji Miaoqing, he concluded the battle in roughly a minute. Compared to others, he had indeed been on an all-expenses-paid holiday in the capital. Don't indulge too much in play. With your equipment advantage, strive to complete your second job change within half a month, and let us say, aim for the third within 7 years. I possess insider information from the Transmutation Guild. Who knows what catastrophic changes may befall this world in a few years. As Ouhua laced his shoes and stepped out, he locked the door behind him, stating this with gravity. Is it truly as terrifying as you say? Feng Xiaoxiao inquired, shrinking her neck, though Ouhua often devised ways to tease her. He had never misled her. Thus, in light of his serious demeanor, she naturally believed him without question. This year has been particularly unusual, with a noticeable increase in hidden professionals abroad. In certain nations that have long been oppressed, the emergence of unprecedented strength could potentially ignite conflicts between countries, even in the absence of a catastrophic event. After securely locking the door, Ouhua did not hasten to depart. Instead, she issued a warning to the girl, who, devoid of anyone wielding a whip behind her, could easily succumb to lethargy. Feng Xiaoxiao shivered at the thought, recalling that her ancestors had lived through the First Transmuter War. Her grandmother had often held her as a child, recounting the horrors of that war and the cruelty it inflicted upon women. Following her warning to Feng Xiaoxiao, Ouhua donned her plain glasses and exited the community, despite her playful and carefree nature. Feng Xiaoxiao possessed the keen intelligence to heed advice, particularly from Ouhua. Thus, shortly after Ouhua's departure, she roused Miaoyan, who was still languishing in the guest room, and together they contacted the chairman to arrange a team for leveling up. Although she frequently complained about her school's team, deep down she understood that it was indeed the most suitable place for her. Moreover, given her family's lack of prestige compared to those of the aristocracy, the school was the only institution capable of providing her with substantial support. "Chairman, I need to request a year-long leave. I will return to take the final exams. On a tram en route to the spaceship station." Ouhua dialed the chairman's number. Clad in her plain glasses, she sat quietly in a corner like a little ghost. The surrounding passengers animatedly discussed this year's dual laureate, completely unaware that the very subject of their conversation sat among them. "No problem, you don't need to return for the finals. An online examination will suffice." Liu Xiqing had just hung up after receiving Feng Xiaoxiao's request for training when Ouhua's call came through. Initially concerned that Feng Xiaoxiao was too fond of frivolity, she now realized her worries had been unfounded. Although it might seem inappropriate for her as the chairman, Feng Xiaoxiao had truly been trained by Ouhua to become a loyal companion. "All right, thank you, Chairman." After receiving the chairman's approval, Ouhua turned her gaze toward the approaching spaceship station. After expressing her basic gratitude to the chairman, she ended the call, purchasing tickets, passing through inspections, boarding the ship. During this journey, Ouhua produced her identification more than once. Yet, the surrounding travelers remained oblivious, engrossed in discussions about their fervent, violent, and cunning laureate. Even the ticket agents and inspectors, upon recognizing Ouhua's name and visage, displayed little surprise, maintaining their numbed expressions as they continued their duties. This was a reality Ouhua had accepted from the outset. She had merely acquired the hollow title of laureate. The online community adored the persona that satiated their violent desires, not her true self. After all, she was a refined individual, and it was only natural not to be recognized in the real world. In truth, Ouhua understood that she must never allow anyone to forge a close connection with her real self. It was the aura of mystery that mattered. The more enigmatic she remained in reality, the more her online persona would be deified and fervently pursued by the masses. Once exposed in the realm of reality, one cannot help but fear that among 10 individuals, there will inevitably be one who delights in scrutinizing their every flaw. Even a simple trip to the restroom could inspire a scathing piece entitled "The Secrets of the Top Scholars' Lavatory" aimed at disparaging them. Over time, Tales may emerge of their restroom visits being fraught with complications, perhaps suggesting ailments like hemorrhoids. Conversely, if the duration of their visits is brief, it might be claimed that they lack endurance. Damn it. It appears those dim-witted women have indeed found their mark. Their familial Gigi, astonishingly, possesses a hidden vocation that even the testing crystal cannot unveil. Is it not so? Not only is the vocation undiscoverable, but the level as well? Are the developers at the Class Change Guild utterly incompetent? I have heard online that the testing crystal indicates a mismatch between the displayed vocation and the individual's actual vocation, which is why it persistently shows as level 1.tsk. Did you not previously mention needing 3 mouths at a table? Yet I have not seen you partake in any meal. Spare me the nonsense. I was merely boasting. Damn it. I cannot fathom how all the good fortune seems to gravitate towards him. Do not be bitter. Others have solo leveled up to level 37, and among peers nationwide. Only Yu Fei Hua, who is being leveled by her entire family, is a level above him. He is also remarkably good-natured. Were I to possess his vocation and level, I would have forcefully shoved that table into your mouth straight to your stomach. As he moved with the flow of the crowd, Ohwa slightly turned his head, casting a glance at 2 classmates engaged in conversation. He recalled vividly how these 2 incessantly gossiped about him in class. Their levels languishing at the bottom tier. Of course, Ohwa had no time to leap out and slap their faces, inquiring, "How much do I resemble my former self?" Instead, he quickened his pace, keen to avoid any troublesome encounters. The journey to the city of ethereal mist was, fortunately, serene. No one sought trouble with him, nor did any ruffians collide with him demanding compensation of 200,000.3 hours later. The spaceship traversed a mirror-like spatial ripple. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, a steel metropolis, seemingly constructed upon a sea of clouds, came into view. Various spacecraft and flying mounts buzzed around the dreamlike aerial city like diligent bees. Meanwhile, on the sandy beaches of the cloud seen nearby, lower-level class changers tread upon the delicate grains, hunting the weather birds, fallen cherubs, and other low-tier monsters dwelling in the cloud sea. Upon the spaceship's landing in that breathtakingly beautiful secret city, akin to a city in the sky, Ohwa received an official text message from the Class Change Guild. Dear Mr. Ohwa, your custom-designed weapon has been dispatched to your storage box. Please retrieve it from any storage area of the Class Change Guild. The message was brief yet elicited a subtly aggressive smile of anticipation from Ohwa. The moment his somewhat bloodthirsty smile emerged, several keen-eyed travelers nearby immediately turned to him. Holy moly, the top scholar is right beside me? Quick, stop him. I want his autograph. Finally, I've caught him. The Sidhu family is offering a reward of 1 million. Whoever persuades him to become the son-in-law of the Sidhu family will earn that sum. Merely a smile had triggered an explosive chain reaction. Startled, Ohwa could only lower his head and stride purposefully towards the exit, maintaining a stern expression. Fortunately, the abundance of people here quickly drowns out any minor disturbances. Overshadowed by the hurried travelers striving to make a living, the community exclaims, "This Berserker is excessively composed. Please be sure to bookmark m.20xs.org. The community remarks again. This Berserker is excessively composed. The 20-novel network boasts the swiftest update pace across the entire web. Chapter 64. But I am free. City of Mist is a paradise for job changers, ranging from level 50 to level 70. This city features the most comprehensive transportation system leading to various secret realms. Even the most distant secret realms can be reached within half an hour aboard a ship that departs every 20 minutes. Moreover, City of Mist offers flying pets, speedboats, and private spacecraft rentals. If one opts for the swiftest mode of travel, a flying pet can facilitate a round trip to any secret realm in the City of Mist in a mere 10 minutes. However, this paradise for job changers presents 3 significant issues: exorbitant prices, and indeed, exorbitant prices. The cost of living is steep, due to the challenges of transporting food. Prices soar to several times that of ordinary cities, with some items costing even a dozen times more. Takeout, delivery, apologies, but this city lacks such conveniences. All purchases necessitate venturing downstairs to procure items, making the city a veritable financial black hole that even delivery companies would shake their heads at. Housing costs are similarly inflated. There is no concept of purchasing property here. All real estate is government-owned, and renting is the only option. While the most economical apartments are exceedingly comfortable, each suite comes equipped with a private storage box, allowing one to store gear at home, thus eliminating trips to the Job Changers Guild. Nonetheless, the annual rental fee for residing here could cover the down payment for a home elsewhere, despite the exorbitant living and housing expenses. This city remains an irresistible leveling haven for job changers. Those who can withstand the high cost promptly set forth to this city. As for Ohwa, who enjoys the shade provided by the Job Changers Guild. His accommodation and meal expenses are reimbursed, along with travel costs. Although he is limited to the remote outskirts of City of Mist, the dormitory arranged for him by the guild is the finest suite in the vicinity. Additionally, a staff member has been assigned to clean and prepare meals for him, with all dining expenses covered by the guild. Thank you, Aunt Wu, for your hard work. In the two-bedroom suite, Ohwa expresses his gratitude to the elegantly dressed, apron-clad woman before him, who undoubtedly holds a significant position within the Job Changers Guild. It's a small matter. Come and savor Annie's culinary skills. Wu Shanfang removes her apron and cheerfully invites Ohwa to dine. The table is laden with 4 dishes and a soup, presenting an exceptionally bountiful spread. Ohwa, not one to be polite, joins Wu Shanfang for the meal. His enormous appetite allows him to consume an entire rice cooker's worth of rice yet still feel only moderately full. However, Wu Shanfang has already prepared post-meal snacks to ensure Ohwa is thoroughly satisfied. Rest well. Annie will return to the next room. If you need anything, just give me a call, Wu Shanfang states as she tidies up the kitchen waste and stands at the door. Addressing Ohwa, who is engrossed in his phone. All right, thank you, Ohwa replies, rising to see her off. After witnessing her enter the neighboring room, he finally closes the door and locks it. Wu Shanfang, the area supervisor for the Job Changers Guild in City of Mist, with a tone of incredulity, observed the information regarding on his mobile device, pondering the absurdity of a district supervisor who held a higher position than voluntarily opting to leave their role to become a caretaker. It seemed that tending to his needs was indeed a lucrative endeavor. As he closed the door securely, his curiosity piqued. He approached the embedded storage unit on the wall. After entering his mobile number and password on the screen, he reached into the narrow white fissure, retrieving a sword with a hilt adorned by a gem resembling a blood-red eye. The blade measured 1 meter in length and was as wide as the palm of his hand. A blood-colored greatsword. Curse of Blood Magic. Red quality. Durability. 240 equipment level. None effect. Capable of destroying anything. Increases strength by 120 points, agility by 180 points, and endurance by 90 points. Special effect. Bloodthirsty. Each attack restores 20 of the damage dealt as health. Unique. Gluttony. Each effective attack grants 1 strength, 1 agility, and 1 endurance, with each attribute lasting for 300 seconds. Bloody Fury. Active skill. Deals 100 of strength damage to enemies within a 90 cone. Cooldown of 20 seconds, reduces cooldown by 1 second for each effective attack. Bloodstained Descent. Active skill. Dispels abnormal states. Each attack restores 125 of the damage dealt as health for 5 seconds. Cooldown of 60 seconds. Madness. The user suffers from the curse of blood magic every second, with a 10 chance per second to fall into a madness state for 10 seconds. The effects and skills of this supreme red weapon were indeed impressive. However, the madness effect would likely deter most individuals from wielding such a weapon. After all, who in their right mind would use a device that carried a 10 chance every second to cause uncontrollable self-destruction for 10 seconds? Yet, found himself most satisfied with this very madness effect. He possessed the Blood Frenzy Ice Heart. Once he equipped the weapon, should he fall victim to madness, he could instantly store it away with Blood Frenzy Ice Heart. This granted him a stable control for 10 seconds. Who could withstand being struck for 10 seconds while in a madness state, after several moments spent calming his emotions? Placed the extraordinary red weapon into his storage and reached into the fissure once more to retrieve another red weapon. Of Carsano, red quality, durability, 220 equipment level, none effect, capable of destroying anything, increases strength by 190 points, endurance by 140 points, and intelligence by 30 points if base strength is below 210. Agility is reduced by 120 points. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Those who appreciate the tale, this Berserker is far too composed. Please remember to bookmark m20xs.org. Effect. Flawless Light. Upon equipping, it consumes 30 mana points to form a shield that absorbs 400 points of damage, with a cooldown time of 20 seconds. Damage taken from dark-type attacks is doubled. Unique. Judgment Light. Once activated, it consumes 10 mana points per second, inflicting 120 points of light, attribute magical damage within a 100-meter radius, with double damage to dark-type creatures. Cataclysmic Light. Active skill. It consumes 300 mana points to deal magical light, attribute damage equal to 10 times 1 strength in a straight line, with double damage to dark-type creatures and a cooldown of 55 seconds. The sword's hilt is shaped like angelic wings. The blade is straight and robust, with a width of 2 inches. The intricately carved runes along the double-handed greatsword impart a sense of weight and resilience. Compared to the cursed blood of magic, which perfectly suits all attributes and skills, the Cansano Holy Sword stands out to Ohwa primarily for its active skill, Cataclysmic Light, with a strength value multiplied by 10. The magical light attribute damage it inflicts is formidable. Currently, equipped with 2 unranked weapons, even without activating skills, he possesses over 500 points of strength. Utilizing Cataclysmic Light without activating skills would yield over 5,000 points of magical light attribute damage. And it is a ranged skill. Thus, this crimson weapon will become his divine instrument for clearing mobs. The 55-second cooldown is not excessively long, with his high intelligence and mana capacity. He plans to utilize mana potions to ensure quick skill cooldowns, allowing for rapid mob clearing efficiency. After stowing the Cansano Holy Sword into his spatial inventory, Ohwa caressed the ring with satisfaction, appreciating the utility of spatial items. Having now arrived at Misty City, and with his custom order in hand, Ohwa stepped out onto the balcony to gaze outside. Scattered groups on the streets were engaged in conversations, some joyful, some despondent, and others filled with frustration. The sun had dipped below the clouds, with the rising mist enveloping the city in a shroud of ethereal haze. Under the golden glow of the sunset, the city resembled a fantastical realm. As he contemplated the sunset view, Ohwa took a deep breath to swiftly recalibrate his slightly overexcited emotions. He was eager to enter his grinding emperor state. Although he harbored no ambitions of breaking the world record of 11 years and 6 months at level 120, he aspired to achieve the small goal of reaching level 120 within 30 years, which was undeniably challenging. The audience remarked, "This Berserker is astonishingly composed. Please remember to bookmark m.20xs.org. The audience commented, "This Berserker is astonishingly composed." The 20-novel network boasts the fastest update speed across the internet. Chapter 65. She is both wild and unyielding. At 4:20 am, the moment the alarm rang, Ohwa, deep in slumber, jolted awake and swiftly silenced the alarm. As he opened his eyes, 2 crimson glimmers seemed to flash across the dimly lit room. The frenzied, enraged, and deranged look in his eyes vanished almost instantaneously, replaced by a cold, detached rationality akin to the chilling depths of the abyss. Ohwa tossed aside the covers and rose in no more than 10 seconds. He was fully dressed. After completing his morning routine and consuming some bread and milk for breakfast, the sound of a key unlocking the door echoed through the room. Up so early? Wushan Fong, observing Ohwa prepared to leave, checked her phone, suspecting she had missed her alarm. The time read 4:40. Originally, I had planned to arrive an hour early to prepare breakfast, only to find that the host had already finished their meal and was ready to head out. There will be no lunch return, but please save dinner for me. Henceforth, breakfast can be prepared the night before, so there's no need for Aunt Wu to come so early to tea this moment. Ohwa was clad in the blue attire gifted to him by Zhao Huayu, with 2 formidable purple swords slung at his waist. The tautness of the single-handed glove rope accentuated his flawless physique, while the frigid, almost unapproachable gaze left Wushan Fong somewhat spellbound, her heart exclaiming its inability to endure such a display of ascetic allure. What affluent lady could resist such tantalizing equipment? Well then, I shall proceed to tidy up. Wushan Fong pinched the soft flesh of her thigh forcefully to regain her composure. With a face flushed with embarrassment, she entered the room, maneuvering around Ohwa, who was tightening his gear in the living room, and made her way to the balcony to fetch a broom and dustpan. Unperturbed by Wushan Fong's peculiar demeanor, Ohwa donned a slightly oversized pair of plain glasses from his storage and exited the room. In the early morning, a sea of clouds enveloped the entire city. As Ohwa strode along the streets, the mist obscured his ankles, while a gentle, cool breeze caressed his face, soothing the irritability that arose from waking early. Tendrils of warm vapor escaped his lips as he advanced purposefully towards the city outskirts, his expression cold and resolute. Although he was among the earliest risers, others still donned their coats, striding briskly towards the city's exit. This cohort of transmigrators shared a common trait: efficiency, silence, and aloofness. Yet, beneath their impassive expressions, their eyes sparkled with fervent zeal. Even a simple meal of steamed buns and soy milk at a roadside breakfast stall imbued them with a sense of mission. Rising at such an hour to leave the city, they resembled emotionless leveling machines, consuming breakfast merely to replenish the fuel for their relentless grind. The rental shop for jet skis to the right of the city gate. Ohwa swiped his card for payment. After a deduction of 2,000 yuan, a particularly wild-looking jet ski emerged, adorned with sharp protrusions at the front, its fiery red body marred with scratches, dents, and smudges. some even bearing traces of a mysterious brown liquid. A mechanic, whose clothes were smeared with oil, pushed it forward. Be careful. It's quite wild. Don't get thrown off. If you're worried about falling, maybe bring a parachute. The mechanic, cigarette dangling from his lips, tossed the jet ski keys to Ohwa. Patting the side of the jet ski, the mechanic's gleaming white teeth stood out against the gray dawn. Ohwa stowed his faux weapons, Elysium-S extremism and Elysium-S zeal, in the gear compartment of the jet ski. Before mounting it, he inserted the key, kicked down the foot pedal to start the lever, and twisted the throttle fully. The jet ski trembled violently as the engine roared, shattering the morning tranquility with its deafening growl. 2 plumes of fire erupted from the exhaust, soaring nearly 2 meters into the sky, showcasing its formidable power and the wildness that threatened to unseat him at any moment. It's wild enough, and I quite like it. Ohwa adjusted his glasses, slightly dislodged by the gusts, and calmly assessed the jet ski. You have quite the discerning eye, little four-eyed one. Huh? Let us rev it up. It's both wild and tough. The mechanic burst into hearty laughter, under the watchful gaze of the technician. Ohwa pressed the throttle of the jet ski. With the roar of the engine, the jet ski surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, plunging into the churning sea of clouds that heralded the dawn. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the cloud cover, bathing Ohwa in a golden hue, yet failing to warm the expression upon his face. The thunderous growl of the engine, the golden sunlight, and the restless creature, roar. ALV.62 Cloud Sea Thunder Eel, its body entwined with blue currents, emerged from the depths of the cloud sea, its spiral maw filled with sharp teeth lunging directly at Ohwa. With one hand deftly steering the jet ski, he summoned forth Na, which glowed with brilliance. Grasping the Kansano holy sword, a crimson mist erupted into the air, trailing a blood-red flame behind him as the jet ski raced forward. A beam of light, far more dazzling than the first rays of sunlight, shot towards the sun as if to strike it down, arcing into the sky. The jet ski roared past, leaving in its wake a trail of blood-red flame. While the Cloud Sea Thunder Eel found half its body vaporized, its remains descending into the cloud sea, gradually dissipating into particles as it sank. Cloud Sea, Second Sea Region Shallow Waters. This area is a sanctuary for LV. 50 to LV.60 job changers, merely 9 minutes journey from the Misty City. With reckless speed, the jet ski could reduce this time to approximately 4 minutes. This secret realm marked the first stop on Ohwa's journey of leveling up. After anchoring the jet ski in the shallow waters and securing the keys within Na, Ohwa surveyed the area teeming with towering cloud-dwelling blade crabs, 3-meter-long jet crocodiles, and a 12-meter-long feathered viper pythons. Silently, he withdrew Eleusis' extremity and Eleusis' zeal from the jet ski's slot. A fiery blood blaze erupted, and Blood Demon Kaishio coalesced from the flames, brandishing a blood-red blade with a sinister grin. The fiendish visage, however, emitted no sound, gliding quietly into the throng of monsters like a blood-soaked specter. PLV.38. He had indeed come to the right place. Leveling up was swift at 11 p.m., drenched in the blood of his foes. As if pulled from a pool of monster blood, Ohwa, amidst the expressions of awe, fear, longing, and jealousy from other job changers, mounted his jet ski and, with the engine's roar, set forth towards the city. He was thoroughly satisfied with the day's leveling efficiency. At this rate, he would likely reach LV.40 within 5 days. Upon reaching LV.40, he could gradually venture deeper into the Second Sea region to hunt high-experience enemies, particularly the elite sea merfolk, who were abundant in their tribe. These elite merfolk could drop various rare accessories, including the purple ring, the Swordbearer's Restraint, which grants one to warrior-class skills, his target for this period. Regardless of being a hidden class, his profession belonged to one of the 3 foundational classes, the warrior. With top-tier red gear in his possession, Ohwa's aspirations turned toward acquiring purple and orange gear that could enhance warrior skills. Meanwhile, Zhao Huayu was also keeping an eye out for such equipment, though the current job-changing guild, due to significant losses from the Qingyuan ranking rewards, was rather reluctant to assist Ohwa in procuring the pricey top-tier gear. Thus, Ohwa and Zhao Huayu could only devise their own methods to acquire those slightly inferior warrior profession gear. Chapter 66. The Bubbles in the Clouds. Upon returning home, Ohwa discarded his blood-soaked attire and tossed it into the storage box. Paying 137 coins to have the grimy garments cleaned. As for his equally filthy clothes, he simply threw them into the trash bin without a second thought, after taking a shower and changing into his nightwear. Ohwa gazed at the dining table, where 7 dishes and 2 soups were neatly covered with plastic wrap, still retaining their warmth. The dishes were kept heated by a constant temperature device, ready to eat. While the cutlery would be washed by me tomorrow, breakfast was already prepared and stored in the refrigerator, ready to be heated up in the morning. Glancing at the elegantly penned note, Ohwa seized the rice cooker and began to feast. Having subsisted on the rations and water from Na, he consumed his meal with remarkable speed, finishing the entire spread in about 10 minutes. The physical exertion following his job change was substantial. If he did not satiate his hunger, it felt as though his stomach were ablaze. After his meal, Ohwa reclined on the couch to peruse his phone, but found that all the video platforms were inundating him with recommendations of his own combat footage. Finding it rather uninteresting, he shut off his phone and retired to his room early to sleep. The following day began at 4:20 a.m. After completing his morning routine and having breakfast, he departed at 4:50. Though these days were devoid of excitement, his leveling speed was remarkably swift. The monster experienced decay rate in Konghai. Shallow waters of the second sea was quite low. The efficiency of experience acquisition exceeded Ohwa's expectations, and by the 4th day, having consumed all available experience, he had successfully leveled up to LV.40. Xiao Sign. Why are you back so early today? At 2 in the afternoon, the technician, who was seated in the rental house smoking and playing mobile games, stood up and tossed a bottle of mineral water to him, curious. This fellow had been returning around 11 each day. Was he perhaps preparing for an extraordinary event today? I leveled up. Looking at my LV.40 experience, I felt a bit fatigued, so I came back to rest. After placing the jet ski in the corner, Ohwa caught the mineral water tossed by the technician, unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and replied casually, "Haha, I told you it's essential to balance work and rest. Your method of leveling, returning at 11 at night and leaving at 5 in the morning, is bound to lead to a sudden collapse one day." The burly technician patted Ohwa heartily, laughing boisterously. After exchanging a few casual words with the technician, Ohwa returned to the city. After storing 2 purple weapons in Na, he walked towards the Job Change Guild, intending to explore the trading square to see if he could find any usable equipment. Although the cost of living in Pyongyang City was exorbitantly high, once it came to gear and skill books for job changers, prices reverted to a more reasonable level. Thus, it was impossible to transport equipment to Pyongyang City and sell it for a high price. The square in front of the Job Change Guild was bustling with people. The job changers spread blankets, laid out their equipment, and began their stalls. The number of golden quality equipment is innumerable, and the purple quality weapons are also quite abundant, while the orange weapons appear somewhat scarce. Each piece of orange gear is surrounded by a throng of individuals fervently negotiating prices. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that my luck seems to have been exhausted after drawing the Crimson Clash transfer quest upon my second promotion. Over the past few days of grinding, I have slain numerous elite crabs, turtles, and vipers, yet I have not managed to obtain any gear of blue quality or above. As for the blue items, they are nothing but useless trash to me, and even handing them over to Zhao Huayu yielded little in terms of profit. However, the good news is that I have reached level 40, meeting the minimum requirement for maximum experience gain, and I can now venture towards the deep sea area of the second maritime domain. How much is this ring? Ohwa halted before a blanket, his gaze fixated on a golden quality ring. Cloud's bubble, golden quality, durability, 1717 equipment level, LV.39 effect, increases stamina by 20 points. Special effect, Silent Guardian, when equipped, it gradually forms a shield that absorbs 300 points of non-attribute damage. Once the shield is broken, it cannot be restored, but it gradually regenerates after 10 seconds out of combat. Ballad of the Heart, active skill, when activated, it generates a shield that absorbs 600 points of non-attribute damage. With a cooldown of 120 seconds. It was a uniquely designed silver tail ring, with a name engraved on the inner side, though it was too indistinct to discern. You truly have an eye for quality. My friend, this is a rare drop from the Elite Siren. It's perfect for gifting to a spellcaster girlfriend. The young vendor, appearing to be in his late 20s, immediately launched into an enthusiastic pitch upon Ohwa's inquiry about the price of Cloud's bubble. Ohwa coldly gazed down at him, seated on the blanket, without responding. Ahem, it's 170,000. No haggling. The young man, unable to discern Ohwa's expression through his sunglasses, shrugged and stated his offer. Deal, scan to pay. Upon hearing the price, Ohwa did not waste any words and promptly retrieved his phone. Equipment of golden quality typically ranges from 120,000 to 300,000. With exceptionally rare items fetching up to $1 million, this ring's price fluctuates around 150,000. Though the vendor had quoted it slightly high by 20,000. Nonetheless, since Ohwa was using funds that could be reimbursed by the Clash Transfer Guild, he had no intention of wasting time on negotiations. "You're a straightforward boss. Thanks to you, our team can enjoy a nice meal tonight." The young man, having made a small profit, immediately stood up and handed his phone to Ohwa, beaming with delight. After completing the payment, Ohwa took the ring and began to toy with it. "Oh, my beloved Ariel," he softly murmured, gazing at the engraved text that had been worn down over time. As he whispered, colorful bubbles began to emerge from the ring, swirling around him like ethereal sprites. "Confirm binding cloud's bubble? Yes, no." Upon seeing the prompt appear before him, Ohwa slipped the ring onto his left pinky finger and clicked yes. The ring fitted snugly against his pinky, vibrating slightly as it molded perfectly to his finger. Colorful bubbles floated from the ring, multiplying around Ohwa, and under the sunlight, they formed delicate rainbows beside him, although the visual spectacle bore a whimsical quality. The protective capabilities of this ring were quite commendable. It is worth noting that his Cansano sacred sword only boasted a mere 400 points of light attribute shield, while this golden quality ring provided a robust 300 shield points, with an activated skill yielding an additional 600 points, culminating in a total of 900 points. Furthermore, the primary reason he purchased this ring was its automatic shield, which did not deplete and could guard against filth, thereby diminishing the likelihood of becoming bloodied while he indulged in slaying monsters. Aside from this ring, the myriad of equipment displayed in the trading square dazzled him. Each item appeared exceedingly practical and desirable. Regrettably, the monthly reimbursement limit from his guild for job transitions was a mere 400,000. Having already expended 170,000, if he did not exercise caution, he feared that in a few days, he might find himself unable to even rent a jet ski, resorting instead to swimming through the Cloud Sea to level up in the Second Sea region. Chapter 67, 19 billion in debt. Wearing his plain glasses, Ohwa meandered through the square, squatting before stalls to scrutinize weaponry and gear, yet not a single person recognized him. Or perhaps, on a subconscious level, people simply could not believe that this seemingly unremarkable individual, clad in a hodgepodge of generic clothing, was indeed the top scholar. In their minds, the top scholar had long since ascended to the pinnacle of life. He cruised in luxurious sports cars, with the daughters of the G or Yi family seated in the passenger seat, basking in a life of unparalleled brilliance, entirely beyond their realm. Who was this bespectacled youth, merely observing and hoping to find a bargain? Unfamiliar, indeed. The Wanderers Guild is auctioning exquisite orange gear. Hurry to see the commotion. Where? Wait for me. I'll wrap up immediately. Wait for your nonsense. Hurry up. As Ohwa passed by one stall, the two neighboring vendors hastily folded their blankets and strode purposefully toward the gathering crowd. Exquisite orange gear. If it were equipment he required, they would sell everything to acquire it. Ohwa turned his gaze toward the distant throng. He recalled that the Wanderers Guild, due to its name, was a parody of one of the three major guilds, the Heroes Guild. This Wanderers Guild was a small guild with some strength, albeit plagued by negative online commentary. While not universally reviled, they were certainly not favored. After all, the term wanderer signifies a drifter or vagabond, a notion that often evokes images of drunken men, passing thieves, cattle rustlers, and those of dubious character, essentially, all associated with thievery, with nothing better to do. Ohwa decided to follow suit. Leveraging his relatively tall stature to observe the modest auction stage from within the crowd. At that moment, the Wanderers Guild was presenting for bid an orange headpiece known as the Crown of the Siren Queen. The Crown of the Siren Queen, orange quality, durability, 4747 equipment level, LV.38 effect, increases intelligence by 32 points, increases stamina by 18 points, special effect, inspiring song. Upon activation, consumes 5 mana per second. Within a range of 50 meters, allies and controlled units are immune to charm, stun, and psychic impact. Unique, Swift Anthem, upon activation, consumes 9 mana per second, within a range of 50 meters. Allies and controlled units gain an increase of 40 points in agility, and a 12 chance to perfectly evade physical attacks. Unique, Conclusive Battle Hymn, upon activation, consumes 12 mana per second, within a range of 50 meters. Allies and controlled units receive an attribute boost equivalent to 50 of the user's intelligence, and each attack inflicts an additional 20 of the user's intelligence as water attribute magical damage. One cannot help but exclaim that the Crown of the Siren Queen is indeed an extraordinary artifact. If bestowed upon a support class with a higher intelligence, the increase in overall team output would be remarkably significant. Most importantly, this piece of equipment has a remarkably low-level requirement, making it a coveted treasure that most second transcendence professionals can readily utilize. Such an exceptional item that scales with percentage attributes can even remain in use for support classes upon reaching their fourth transcendence. Wearing it upon the head is tantamount to graduating from headgear. Coupled with its splendid, crystal crown-like appearance, gifting it to a beloved companion would undoubtedly elevate one's prestige to the highest level, potentially even leading to a romantic encounter. If those characters from Wandering Hero were truly willing to part with it, one might fear the price could soar into the hundreds of millions, and should a wealthy team emerge to bid, it could very well exceed $1 billion. How tedious. However, upon realizing it was a supreme support item, Ohwa instantly lost all interest. Before the ensuing chaos erupted, he discreetly slipped away from the crowd. Not long after Ohwa departed, a fierce argument broke out nearby, seemingly revolving around issues of monster stealing, sabotage, and jumping off the cloud sea to evade calamity. Upon hearing the commotion, Ohwa quickened his pace even further. He was selective about the spectacles he observed. This particular uproar would inevitably attract official forces to clear the area, and he had no intention of witnessing it. A careless misstep could lead to unwanted trouble, and with the agitators likely to be apprehended by the authorities, the excitement would lose all coherence. Thus, he resolutely chose to return home, recline on a sofa, and follow the developments online. As it turned out, Ohwa's judgment was indeed correct. Just after he left, the crowd had not yet fully dispersed from the square. Within the circle of onlookers, the argument between the two factions escalated, culminating in a violent explosion of magic. The surrounding spectators, caught in the crossfire, suffered the consequences, although the damage was minimal. How could mere second or third transcendence professionals endure such indignity? They immediately roared in fury and joined the fray, transforming what began as a conflict between two factions into a chaotic brawl involving dozens. As the battle grew increasingly tumultuous, more individuals were drawn into the melee. Standing on the roadside, Ohwa found himself holding an ice cream cone at some point, gazing at the fleet of police cars racing toward the scene amidst the blaring sirens. This spectacle was far more entertaining than watching individuals squabble over equipment. Upon arriving home around 3 in the afternoon, I discovered Wu Shafang busily preparing a meal. Without much thought, Ohwa retreated to his room to change into a cleaner outfit. Why is Xiaohua back so early today? Wu Shafang inquired cheerfully, continuing her culinary tasks as she glanced at Ohwa, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone after changing clothes. I've reached level 40, he said, feeling a pang of frustration at the experience points displayed in his stats. I just needed a brief respite. Ohwa spoke candidly, as there was no need for concealment. The area supervisor had to not only care for himself but also regularly report his leveling status to the headquarters. Leaving nothing to hide. Level 40 already? Wu Shafang exclaimed, her mouth agape. If it weren't for the fact that this young man was the dual champion of his cohort, she would never believe he had achieved such a feat in merely 4 days. Internally, she could only chuckle and chide him as a little monster, speculating how long it would take Ohwa to reach level 50. Would it be 3 months? Or perhaps 6, due to prior commitments? Wu Shafang departed after finishing dinner. Meanwhile, Ohwa changed into sports attire post-meal and, with the daylight still favorable, took his portable music player and headphones, setting off for a run around the outskirts of the city to familiarize himself with the surroundings while also alleviating his stiff body from insufficient activity earlier that day. After running for over an hour and as darkness enveloped the sky, Ohwa finally returned home. Upon entering, he noticed his phone on the sofa, displaying 2 missed calls from Zhao Huayu, spaced half an hour apart. Uncle Zhao, what's the matter? Ohwa inquired as he returned the call. Xiaohua, I have good news. The Mind Force Unity skill book you wanted has been secured. Zhao Huayu promptly reported the promising development he had uncovered over the past few days. It should not be too difficult to obtain, right? Ohwa exclaimed with delight. Securing this remote attack skill book would significantly ease his leveling process after reaching level 50. It's not hard to acquire. The book is in Xiakuxing, and the seller is willing to let it go for a mere 1.9 billion. Uncle Zhao, stop joking around. Get to the point. Ohwa interrupted, eager for clarity. Ahem. 1.9 billion is merely the minimum price due to your status as a champion. If auctioned, it could easily fetch around 3 billion. The president has already procured it for you, and it should be delivered to your storage box in a couple of days. Otherwise, why would I call it good news? Zhao Huayu said, feeling slightly embarrassed as he revealed the reasoning behind Xia Kuxing's willingness to part with the skill book. The president spent 1.9 billion. Was that a personal expense? Ohwa's expression darkened. as he dreaded the notion of incurring a favor. It was indeed a private expenditure, but the president mentioned that this money is a loan to you, to be repaid within 10 years. Of course, if you choose not to repay, it would simply be regarded as a favor owed to the president, who feels that 1.9 billion for a single favor is quite a bargain. Zhao Huayu replied with a grin, internally commending his foresight. The fact that even the president was willing to spend such a sum for Ohua's favor indicated the weight of that debt. As long as I can repay it, that's all that matters. Ohua let out a sigh of relief. Despite bearing a staggering debt of 1.9 billion at such a young age, he was confident he could repay it all within a year. Chapter 68. The exile begins to act the following morning. After having rested for most of the previous day, Ohua felt revitalized. As he finished his breakfast and prepared to step out, Feng Xiaoxiao unexpectedly called him. Ohua glanced at the time in disbelief. Indeed, it was not yet 5 in the morning. It seemed the chairperson had been quite rigorous in her training. Hello, Xiaohua. Where are you? The video of the murder is going viral online. Feng Xiaoxiao's voice was low, but her tone was tinged with urgency as she pressed Ohua for answers. Stop watching those edited videos and cultivate your own ability for independent judgment. Ohua retorted with mild exasperation. Apologies, chairperson. I'll step outside to talk. Are you in Misty City? The murder took place there. I know that the perpetrator cannot possibly be you, but the video looks so authentic. Although Feng Xiaoxiao lowered her voice, her conversation disturbed the chairperson resting in the tent, prompting her to exit and speak with Ohua outside. Interesting. Is someone deliberately attempting to tarnish my reputation? Upon learning that the killer was in Misty City, Ohua's gaze sharpened. All right, just send me the video link. I will handle this individual myself. After hanging up on Feng Xiaoxiao, it wasn't long before she sent him the link. Upon clicking the link, he found a surveillance video that had been pixelated. The location marked on the video indicated it was on Construction Road in the western part of Misty City. At 9:32 p.m. the previous night, the footage showed a stylishly dressed girl walking down a fog-laden street while talking on her phone. As she entered the middle section of the surveillance frame, a man in a hooded sweatshirt approached her. In an instant, a flash of red light appeared, and her head was severed, rolling against the wall. The man wielding the bloodstained blade turned back, seemingly taunting the camera. And the high-definition footage captured his face with startling clarity. It was undeniably him, a 100 resemblance that would make even Ohua question his own identity. 9:32 p.m. What a pity. If it had been around 6:30. When I was out jogging, I might have felt some trepidation. Alas, he is merely a clumsy imitator, lacking in both skill and substance. With a dispassionate gaze, Ohua closed the video, undeterred in his plans to venture out for training. Such a crude method of murder barely warranted his commentary. At the very least, the weapon should have been a great sword or an axe rather than a mere blade. A poor imitation. While navigating a jet ski towards the Cloud Sea, 2nd Marine Deep Sea Area, Ohua received a call from Zhao Huayu. Xiaohua, be cautious. An assassin-type exile has targeted you, likely a second-tier professional. Zhao Huayu was far more composed than Feng Xiaoxiao and had gathered quite a bit of information. They are using murder to force me out. Aside from myself, others on the Qingyun ranking have likely suffered attacks as well, right? The notion of being targeted by the exiles did not come as a surprise to Ohua. Just the other day, Yufei fell victim to a suicidal assault orchestrated by the exiles during a gathering with friends, while Lu Fahai, Mo Luobai, and Badr also endured multiple attacks. However, that foolish lad Wang Wei, though lacking in intellect, displayed a certain degree of fortitude. The exiles dispatched 10 second-tier professionals to rescue him from prison, yet in a fit of rage, he managed to overpower 3 of them, despite being unequipped and facing fully armed opponents. He truly is a tough nut to crack. Zhao Huayu couldn't help but chuckle at the memory of Wang Wei being pummeled by Ohua in the arena, suspended in midair for 5 minutes without touching the ground. It seemed rather unjust that while other prodigies were attacked by the exiles, he alone was rescued by them. This realization also amused Ohua, as he speculated on the matter. Perhaps it was true. Aside from his foolishness, he was indeed a person who despises evil. Zhao Huayu recalled the footage of Wang Wei in prison, embracing his injured cellmate, his eyes red with fury as he smashed the surveillance camera in a fit of rage. What a promising individual, yet regrettably, a complete fool. One could only wonder if 5 years of further education might cleanse the foolishness from his mind. Uncle Zhao, do we have any information on the exile who resembles me? A flicker of agitation passed through Ohua's eyes as he twisted the throttle, accelerating the jet ski. With a resounding bang, he collided with a hermit crab basking in the sun, sending it flying before turning to Zhao Huayu for answers. Yes, he is referred to by the police as the Phantom, a serial killer with at least 30 confirmed murders to his name. Our understanding of him is rather limited. We know nothing of his identity. profession, or level. Zhao Huayu sighed deeply, fixating on the exile who had set his sights on Hua, the most terrifying one thus far. Fortunately, Hua maintained a remarkably low profile, never feeling the need to broadcast his whereabouts on social media. Unlike many others, however, Zhao Huayu harbored a sense that the exile targeting Hua, while the most troublesome, might also be the most unfortunate among them all. This information is sufficient. Hua did not engage in lengthy conversation with Zhao Huayu as he navigated the jet ski through shallow waters teeming with crabs, turtles, and pythons, steering towards deeper territory. Upon reaching a crescent-shaped island, he anchored at the sharp tip of the crescent and retrieved 2 violet weapons, venturing deeper into the island. Not long after, a feathered poison python, approximately 20 meters in length and adorned with 3 pairs of downy wings along its back, erupted from the beach, lunging towards Hua with its razor-sharp fangs bared. A plume of blood mist erupted as the massive serpent was momentarily halted. Yet this creature had reached level 64, boasting a high health pool, and would not succumb to a single shockwave. The enormous serpent opened its maw, which was twice the size of Hua's head, and delivered a vicious bite to his neck. However, as it clamped down on him, its poisonous fangs met only a colorful bubble. In its rage, the giant serpent shattered the bubble, yet its venomous fangs were thwarted by a golden shield. With the level 64 beast inflicting less than 600 damage, it became evident that as long as it couldn't eliminate me in one blow, the situation could be managed, unbeknownst to him. As he had stowed away 2 purple weapons and equipped the cursed blood of the demon and the Caesar's holy sword, Hua delivered a fierce slash to the neck of the colossal serpent. With a single strike from the cursed blood of the demon, he replenished the over 400 health points deducted by activating the blood engine, inflicting a staggering damage of at least 2,000. It turned out to be a critical hit. Momentarily stunned as the bonuses from strength and agility evaporated, Hua gazed at the writhing serpent on the beach that was attempting to flee. He pursued it, unleashing both red weapons in a flurry, and in a torrent of high-pressure bleeding, for critical strikes ultimately felled the beast. Just before it disintegrated into particles, Hua coldly reduced it to a pulpy mass. Barely assuaging his anger, the surge in experience points was profoundly disheartening. Observing the stagnant experience bar, Hua let out a resigned sigh and strode deeper into the crescent-shaped island. His objective this time was to slay the Siren Queen. The formidable boss, the crown of the Siren Queen he had glimpsed yesterday, left him coveting its power. Should he acquire the Siren Queen's crown, it would significantly alleviate his debt of 1.9 billion, perhaps even eliminate it entirely. Chapter 69, True Damage. Young man, the monsters inhabiting Crescent Island belong to the Cloud Sea, Second Marine Region's deep sea zone, known for their troublesome nature, toxic attacks, and overwhelming traits. Even the corrupted sirens possess enchanting skills. Additionally, these creatures are all above level 62. Encountering a corrupted siren accompanied by several winged venomous pythons patrolling the forest would compel even a professional team to retreat, lest they be collectively entranced and transformed into serpentine excrement. However, with the frenzied blood ice heart at his disposal, Hua had no cause for concern regarding their most threatening enchanting abilities. Holding on to the cursed blood of the demon, he remained oblivious to the amount of frenzy status he had accumulated. He even secretly hoped to encounter patrolling squads, as each strike would plunge the monsters into a 10-second frenzy of indiscriminate assault. The bleeding effect was akin to a high-pressure water jet, while the frenzied beast blood spirit titan python inflicted a 20 total attribute blood toxin, and the critical fear effect from the Thunderhawk bear was nothing short of exhilarating. Should he encounter a thorned dragon turtle, known for its physical retaliation, he would simply unleash a devastating light to teach the turtle a lesson. Amidst this efficient slaughter, Hua's experience bar finally showed a slight fluctuation, reaching 1/10 of its capacity. Now, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, based on his current efficiency, he anticipated that before returning home in the evening, the experience bar could rise to 1-5th. To reach level 41. He required 5 days of relentless grinding. As for level 42, the required experience would double. It was worth noting that he had been hunting monsters since 6:30 in the morning until returning home at 11 at night. Even with approximately 16 hours of daily leveling, it would still take 5 days to gain a single level. According to the recorded leveling strategy, if each level required double the experience, then aside from eating, he would need to grind monsters for 16 hours a day, making it a daunting 225 days to ascend to level 50. The leap from level 50 to level 60 would plunge him into yet another experience hell. One could only dread that achieving level 51 might consume over a month of his time. Grinding levels is truly a task not meant for mere mortals. Amidst a stream of complaints, Hua finally arrived at the depths of the forest on Crescent Island. Upon exiting the thicket, he beheld a colossal castle, its base submerged within a sea of clouds. On Crescent Island in the Cloud Sea, second maritime abyss. The monsters respawn every 2 days. In the garden before the castle, adorned with coral reefs and various statues of sea deities, swam numerous merfolk creatures, their upper bodies human and lower halves fish. Among them were a dozen voluptuous, strikingly beautiful evil-hearted mermaids, cradling harps in their arms. This band of monsters patrolled the garden vigilantly, guarding against all intruders. The sheer number of merfolk, at least several hundred, thrilled Ohwa to no end. While the forest of Crescent Island teemed with monsters, they were scattered and required a fair distance to encounter. Where else could one find such a visually captivating assemblage of creatures? Ohwa activated the judgment light of the Kensano Holy Sword, its radiant glow illuminating the entire castle. Although the light attribute damage of 120 points per second was modest, its expansive range was formidable. With the activation of the judgment light, all the merfolk were provoked, shrieking as they charged towards him. Yet, the first assault they faced was a golden beam of light, more dazzling than the sun itself. This golden column carved a path through the throng of merfolk. While Ohwa surged forward into the coral garden, unleashing the blood demon, Kaishio, armed with 2 crimson weapons, and bolstered by the double true damage of blood demon, Kaishio, none of the approaching merfolk could withstand his onslaught of 2 strikes. The more monsters there were, the more effective the judgment light of the Kensano Holy Sword became. Likewise, the life-stealing effects of the Curse of Blood grew stronger, enhancing the gluttony effect that augmented his strength, agility, and endurance. In the midst of this massacre, Ohwa maintained a full health state, even while continuously employing blood demon, Kaishio. Thanks to the gluttony effect from the Curse of Blood, his strength, agility, and endurance effortlessly surpassed 1,000. The unleashed blood fury could eliminate multiple merfolk in a single strike. It must be said that now that he could disregard the madness effect of this crimson weapon, its various attributes and skills were indeed extraordinary. Ohwa had been wielding blood demon, Kaishio for an indeterminate period. With his 2 crimson weapons in hand, he slaughtered his way from the coral garden to the hall of the Siren Queen. His vision clouded by a bloodlust as the spheres of blood surrounding him coalesced into a flowing crimson cloak that swirled with his movements. Within this mist-laden hall stood 12 merfolk sentinels, each wielding golden tridents, their bodies adorned with teal scales and their faces etched with fine scales, entirely devoid of any semblance of handsomeness. Ohwa's gaze traversed past these 12 sentinels, landing upon a massive figure reclining upon a stone bed behind them, the Siren Queen. Resembling a colossal droplet of water. In his full state, he activated the blood engine and charged forward recklessly. His bloodthirst call had amassed blood armor exceeding 1 million. Although the strength, agility, and endurance gained from gluttony had begun to diminish after the cooldown, they still remained above 1,000. The stats he maintained were sufficient for him to treat this boss and a cadre of elite monsters as mere fodder, as he plunged into the throng of merfolk sentinels. Ohwa faced their attacks head-on, allowing them to sap his health without flinching. Under the auspices of the blood engine, the mermaid guards struck him, and Yuha was endowed with an extraordinary surge of power. Coupled with the substantial stamina boost from the gluttony effect, which added over 1,000 points to his endurance, he faced no apprehension of being swiftly eliminated by these elite monsters, especially with his health exceeding 10,000. Although these 12 mermaid guards possessed formidable damage and skills such as stun arrow and mana trap, the proud control abilities they wielded were utterly ineffective against Yuha, who had the frenzied blood ice heart. The blood blade of blood demon, Kaishio struck swiftly and ruthlessly, and despite their resistant skins that mitigated physical and magical damage, they could not withstand even a few blows. You claim that the Siren Queen behind could provide the mermaid guards with significant physical evasion buffs? The true damage was undeniable. Under the frenzied assault of Yuha, whose health had just plummeted, those 12 mermaid guards could only endure for less than 30 seconds. They either succumbed to the terror induced by critical hits, retreating in fear before being struck down, or fell victim to the blood demon's draining effect once their health dipped below 10. After dispatching all the mermaid guards, Yuha disregarded a golden dimensional chest that one of them had dropped and strode towards the grotesque Siren Queen, who lay diagonally on a stone bed, measuring over 6 meters in length. Ignoring the effects of stun, confusion, and charm amidst her piercing wail, he slashed his sword across her ashen, plump visage. However, Yua's physical attack proved less effective against the Siren Queen, who boasted physical resistance, resulting in only a minor wound. Yet, the blood blade soon followed, carving a massive gash that pierced through her cheek and chest along the line of Yuha's initial strike. Blood erupted like a fountain from the Siren Queen's corpulent body, soaking the crimson cloak draped over Yuha. The Siren Queen, who had just unleashed effects of stun, confusion, and charm upon Yuha, found herself ensnared by those very effects. Furthermore, an additional madness effect appeared in the lengthy status bar above her head, soon followed by a fear effect. Under the onslaught of bleeding, fear, critical hits, combos, and true damage, the Siren Queen could not withstand for long and succumbed to the instant death effect of Blood Demon, Kaishio. Her body reduced to a desiccated husk, the esteemed LV.68 boss, defeated effortlessly by a LV.40 practitioner. This revelation incited her, possessing a modicum of intelligence, to curse Yuha in merfolk language as she passed away in bitterness. Amidst a tempest of hatred, a remarkably radiant orange dimensional chest emerged. Chapter 70. Damn, brother. He does not respect you. Good news. Leveled up after soloing Coral Castle. Good news. The mermaid guards dropped a golden chest. Good news. The Siren Queen dropped an orange chest. The sudden wave of happiness left Yuha, who had released Blood Demon, Kaishio, feeling somewhat euphoric. Is this what happiness feels like? This Siren Queen turned out to be a lucrative treasure trove? Perfect for a wife. From now on, this castle shall be his cozy little home. Anyone who dares to claim she is among the top 10 ugliest bosses will surely face his wrath. So what if she is ugly? With a closed eye and a swift strike, she still drops treasure chests, does she not? Ohwa gazed upon the orange dimensional chest before him, his hand gently caressing its surface. Following a dazzling burst of orange light, a crystalline crown materialized in his grasp. Good heavens! Never in his life had he experienced such fortune. The first draw for a novice indeed came with a stroke of luck, as he beheld the Siren Queen, whose form dissipated into shimmering motes of light. He felt a hint of moisture at the corners of his eyes. Truly, his beloved was the best. She understood the toils he endured in battles, and, upon his return home, presented him with the crown of the Siren Queen as a token of appreciation. Such a thoughtful partner warmed his heart. I shall certainly return home on time the day after tomorrow to shower you with affection. The 19 billion he owed from yesterday was now substantially alleviated. No, with the right maneuvering, this crown of the Siren Queen could very well wipe out his entire debt of 19 billion. Perhaps even yield a profit. This was no mere monster. It was clearly a thrifty and resourceful wife. After all, this was a top-tier item usable at LV.38. What affluent individual wouldn't relish having their supportive sister not only capable of providing tender care, but also bestowing team-wide enhancements? One sip of tea for one, and fortune for the entire team. How marvelous. How delightful. Ohwa lovingly polished his first-ever orange gear, after confirming its authenticity through the attributes panel. He took a deep breath and stored the crown of the Siren Queen in his inventory. At that moment, upon seeing the golden dimensional chest, it felt as if he were gazing upon refuse. Could it be? Was today truly a turn of fate for him? Another exquisite item? A flash of gold revealed a golden trident clasped in his hands. Guardian Trident, golden quality, durability, 89 equip level, LV.62 effect. Increases piercing damage, adds 32 points to strength, 53 points to agility, and 26 points to endurance. Special effect, Wrath of the Sea God. Inflicts an additional 75 water magic damage on attack. This weapon boasted a percentage-based damage special effect. Moreover, it was a long polearm wielded by spear fighters. The attack speed of a third transformation spear fighter class was already swift. This effect additionally amplified magic damage by 75 under high attack speeds, and all without any cost. This cost-free special effect was exceedingly enticing for Blue Xiao's warrior class. This trident had numerous trading records. It seemed that just last week, one had been traded. The average price hovered around 180 million. With a little assistance from Zhao Huayu during the auction, selling it for 200 million would be a breeze. The disparity between 10 billion and 200 million was staggering. Damn, big brother, that kid has swindled our orange chest, just as Ohwa reveled in the joy of leveling up golden minor treasures and orange major treasures. A voice that dampened his spirits caused his expression to chill instantaneously, his previously excited eyes turning to ice. With his back to the entrance of the hall, Ohwa discreetly donned a pair of sunglasses from his inventory. As he turned to face the 6 individuals at the entrance, an almost imperceptible mist of blood emanated from him. He did not recognize these 6 people, but that was of little consequence. The dead do not require anyone to care about their names. The leading warrior cast a glance at Ohwa, who stood before the boss platform. He is an utterly unremarkable bespectacled fellow, appearing quite easy to bully. A single punch would likely leave him in tears for several days. And what about your companions? Songjing Hao quickly assessed the disparity between us and the enemy, noting that there were no hidden spots nearby to conceal anyone. 6 against 1. The advantage lies with us. Let us not even mention those damned bastards. They rummaged through the orange and golden chests. And upon hearing footsteps, they actually abandoned me and leapt out the window. Oh Hua, filled with righteous indignation, stomped his feet and shouted furiously. His flushed face and strained neck indeed conveyed a sense of hysteria from being abandoned. The Queen of the Abyss possesses formidable area control skills, while the Merfolk Guardians boast exceptional resistance to both physical and magical damage, combining both types of harm and wielding directional stunning abilities. In such a boss battle, one must either rely on crowd control support to decisively eliminate 12 Merfolk Guardians, or have a well-coordinated large guild withstand various debuffs to gradually whittle down the elite monsters and the boss. Thus, when Ohwa claimed he had been forsaken by his team, Song Jinghao found it believable. After all, in everyone's common sense, how could anyone possibly solo a lord boss equipped with various control skills? The multitude of minions at the castle gates would surely overwhelm a solitary individual. It seems you are also a pitiable soul. However, your teammates have stolen our orange gear, so you must allow us to reclaim some benefit. Wouldn't you agree? Song Jinghao nodded understandingly, his smile radiating warmth. You, just tell us what you want, and I'll do my best. Oh Hua shrank back, adopting a posture of feigned fear, as if to say, I'm so scared. Just tell me what you want. Please don't come any closer. The ring you possess is quite exquisite. Cloud S bubble. TSK. What a big man like you doing with a Lady S ring. Although Song Jinghao had just reached level 60 and completed his third job change last year, and was somewhat inept in serious matters, he had a knack for the unconventional and instantly recognized the ring on Oh Hua's hand. His companions erupted into raucous laughter alongside their leader. I actually find it quite useful. Moreover, the ring is adorned with soap bubbles and a little rainbow, clearly a piece exclusively for a tough guy. Oh Hua narrowed his eyes slightly. Yet his expression management was so adept that he revealed no cracks. It does suit you quite well. You little rascal still want to throw it away? Damn. Brother, that lad disrespects you. I'll go drag him over. The sycophant, seeing Oh Hua remove the ring and intending to toss it, immediately reported angrily, No, I'm coming over right now. Oh Hua recoiled, and amidst the jeers of the job changers, he staggered toward them. They dared to come here, so they must be professionals above level 50. The leading fellow, though his depth was indiscernible, was likely also a third job class. Thus, he needed to approach within a distance that would catch them off guard before unleashing his attack. You, surprisingly, possess a scion of a prestigious family. Are you? Song Jinghao gazed at the somewhat familiar Oh Hua, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Initially, he thought him just an ordinary job changer. Little did he expect him to be a scion of a noble family undergoing trials. To avoid facing retaliation from those job-changing families, absolutely must not let this scoundrel live. The flames of blood surged fiercely around Oh Hua as he stood before Song Jinghao. With blood demon Kai Shou manifesting amidst the blazing inferno, grinning menacingly as he drew forth his blood blade. He is the dual laureate. The one and only blood demon Kai Shou instantaneously unveiled Oh Hua's identity. The lackey hastily attempted to unsheath the dagger at his waist to activate a control skill. However, a sudden shockwave erupted beneath his feet, interrupting his motion to draw the dagger, feeling as though his legs had vanished. He experienced a dizzying sensation, as if he were soaring through the heavens. Chapter 71. Uncle is done pretending. Uncle is laying it all bare. Blood Demon Kai Shou deducted 10 from his maximum health, while Blood Engine further subtracted 25 from it. With a staggering loss of 35 health, Oh Hua received an augmentation of 350 strength and 175 agility from the Blood Engine, equipped with Curse of the Blood and Kensano Holy Sword. He gained an additional 310 strength, combined with his own 193 strength from the second transition, bringing his total strength to an impressive 853 points. Under the impact of a blood mist shockwave emanating from his 853 points of strength, the spellcasters, support, and assassins among the six found themselves in dire straits. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, they were not only lifted into the air by the overwhelming force, but also suffered a drastic halving of their health, nearly being obliterated. Just as they prepared to counterattack in midair, a beautifully arched blood-red sword arc flashed by, sweeping across them as they hung suspended, though they had raised their weapons or summoned shields for defense. This strike did not finish them off. However, the subsequent blood blade swept through, mercilessly cleaving them while they remained unable to evade. Damn, how can you be so ruthless? Song Jinghao, targeted most intensely by Oh Hua, bore the brunt of the assault. Witnessing his 3 underlings being sliced into 6 segments by the Bloodblade, he was overtaken by fear, daring not to show any negligence under the relentless barrage from Ohwa and the Blood Demon. He could only evade continuously, utterly unwilling to confront the Bloodblade that inflicted real damage head-on. "Ah, big brother, save me," the lackey, whose legs had been shattered by the shockwave, cried out desperately to Song Jinghao as he plummeted. Yet amidst his cries for help, the Bloodblade swept across, severing half of his head, his body and brain matter tumbling to the ground with a couple of bounces. A fountain of fresh blood gushed from the diagonal cut on his head, coalescing into spheres of blood around Ohwa. "No, please don't kill me," the provocatively dressed and alluring fighter screamed as she turned to flee, only to be pierced through the chest by the Bloodblade mid-turn, collapsing to the ground, clutching her chest, trembling and bleeding to death. Demon, forgetting that he too had once severed a head and pierced a heart, Song Jinghao roared with trembling fury, attempting to assuage his own terror towards the blood-colored specter of the demon. Relying on years of honed agility, Song Jinghao deftly evaded the assaults of the Bloodblades, while his 5 comrades fell victim to the terrifying strikes of those 2 menacing weapons as he fled. It was as if their lifeblood had been entirely siphoned away, coalescing into crimson orbs that floated beside Ohui. In that moment, Song Jinghao yearned only for escape, acutely aware that as a 3rd-tier class, he was utterly insignificant before this monster. He had never encountered such a formidable adversary among the elite of 3rd-tier professionals. Such helplessness was only ever felt when facing 4th-tier combatants. "Damn. Is your hidden class a 4th-tier profession?" In a flash of realization, Song Jinghao exclaimed, and with that, he began to flee with all his might, no longer daring to entertain any thoughts of resistance to a counterattack. Nonsense. This was genuine damage. He lacked any ability to reflect all types of harm. The grim fate of his comrades was a stark testament to this. His health could withstand at most 3 strikes. No. Wait. The bleeding debuff was too severe. He couldn't afford to be struck even once. As Song Jinghao sprinted for his life, he noticed that Ohwa, after draining the life force from his fallen allies, had momentarily slowed. A glimmer of hope flickered within him as he focused intently on Ohwa's weapon. The tragic demise of his 5 companions had enlightened him to a weakness in Ohwa's skills. That sanguine demon would replicate his movements. If he could merely concentrate on dodging the weapon, he would avoid the Bloodblades. However, despite the brilliance of the strategy, his body struggled to keep pace with his thoughts. As he stumbled through the increasing onslaught of Ohwa's strikes, he was forced to parry a sudden thrust from the golden greatsword with his own blade. Yet, just before his sword could intercept, the sword's tip erupted in a blinding radiance. Hastily, Song Jinghao shut his eyes to shield them from the dazzling light and quickened his retreat to maintain distance from Ohwa, desiring to evade the ensuing flurry of Bloodblade attacks. A flashbang. This man's ultimate move is astonishingly powerful. He even employs tactics. How despicable. This was the final thought that crossed Song Jinghao's mind before he was vaporized by the cataclysmic light. A golden beam erupted from the castle balcony, dissipating into the heavens. As the Blood Demon's phantasmal form that lingered behind Ohwa gradually faded, the hall was now littered with 5 desiccated corpses, drained of their lifeblood by the Blood Demon. Alongside a half-vaporized body, from initiating his skills to annihilating the enemy, Ohwa had accomplished the feat in less than 20 seconds. He had not anticipated that his first confrontation with a 3rd-tier professional would be so effortlessly achieved, capable of slaying them in close combat with ease. With this battle experience, he was confident that future encounters with 3rd-tier opponents would be even more manageable. Observing the scattered remains, Ohwa chose not to reclaim the equipment that had become unbound with the death of their wielder. Instead, he turned away from the hall. The day had yielded substantial rewards, and the 6 exploded cockroaches could not dampen his spirits. Back on his jet ski returning to the city, Ohwa dialed Zhao Huayu's number. "Zhao Hua, what's the matter?" Zhao Huayu gazed blissfully at his promotion notice, his thoughts drifting to the possibility of framing it. As soon as he connected the call with Ohwa, he straightened his posture. He had soloed a boss dungeon, leveling up to LV.41, and had obtained 2 pieces of equipment, the crown of the Siren Queen and the triumph of the Guardian. In a swift motion, he dispatched 6 exiles attempting to seize his loot, their bodies now lying in the castle of the Siren Queen. He requested someone to investigate the origins of these exiles. Ohwa succinctly shared his day's achievements with Zhao Huayu, mentally calculating the need to re-evaluate his leveling strategy. With the substantial experience gained from boss monsters and elite foes, he realized he could prioritize soloing the boss as his primary leveling goal. LV.41 already, Zhao Huaiyu overlooked Ohua's solo endeavors against the boss and his slaughter of the exiles, instead astonished by the fact that he had leveled up in just one day. He had been at LV.40 yesterday, and today he was at LV.41. What kind of miraculous speed was this? The experience from soloing the boss was indeed far greater than he had anticipated, likely enhanced by solo experience bonuses. Though he was too lazy to calculate the specifics, Ohua casually replied that this boss, no, his wife, was indeed much easier to defeat than he had imagined, especially with a multitude of minions to bolster attributes and stack health armor beforehand. Ahem, keep it up. At this rate, if you tackle the Siren Queen every 2 days, reaching LV.50 within 3 months will hardly be a challenge. Zhao Huaiyu, trembling with excitement, had heard of single-handedly defeating bosses, yet had never encountered the notion of soloing a boss dungeon. After all, the boss was usually accompanied by numerous elite minions for protection. If he could accomplish this, what else could not be soloed? Xiaohua, just you wait. I shall investigate which LV.70 and above boss monsters exist in Konghai that are comparable to the Siren Queen dungeon. In an instant, Zhao Huaiyu came to a realization. If Ohua tackled the LV.68 Siren Queen after reaching LV.50, the experience gain would diminish significantly. He needed to locate a LV.78 boss monster with a similar configuration. Could it be that the world record for a third-class profession might be achieved under his hands? How exhilarating. I must act swiftly. Zhao Huaiyu shivered with delight, nearly reaching a euphoric peak, eager to hang up and begin his work immediately. This matter could wait. Sell the crown of the Siren Queen and the triumph of the Guardian for me. After you take your 5 cut from the crown, use the remainder to offset debts. And for the trident, after your 5 share, the rest is mine. Dio not refused. That Ohua gazed at the city. Drawing ever closer, his spirits elevated. Very well. I assure you, this matter shall be handled impeccably. Zhao Huaiyu grinned with delight. That 5 is no small fortune. If sold well, just the crown of the Siren Queen at the minimum price could net him several million. If auctioned at a high price, the commission might well exceed 10 million. This Xiaohua. Did he expect Zhao Shu to risk everything for a high price? Very well. I shall not feign any longer. I, your uncle Zhao, shall claim the title of auction king. I intend to sell this crown for no less than 20 billion. Apologies for the trouble, Uncle Zhao. Upon hearing Zhao Huaiyu on the other end of the line, who was desperately suppressing his excitement, Ohua ended the call that as the saying goes, great rewards inspire great courage. The 5 commission was undoubtedly sufficient to galvanize Zhao Huaiyu's enthusiasm, compelling him to exert every ounce of effort to sell the crown of the Siren Empress at the highest price. His demands were modest. Settling his debts was all he sought. While Ohua contemplated the prospect of clearing his debts, his phone buzzed with a message notifying him that a skill book had been deposited into his storage box. Chapter 72. Young maidens in love are invincible. In the second job transfer hall of Esher City's Transfer Guild, the surge in individuals seeking second job transfers had rendered the internal transfer spaces inadequate for the growing demand of eager students. In a bid to accommodate this influx, the guild had no choice but to relocate all second job crystal orbs into the main hall. This not only enhanced the efficiency of the queue, but also catered to the parental vanity of the second job aspirants. Achieving multiple objectives in one stroke. Amidst the predominantly blue, gold, and purple lights of the hall, a sudden flash of orange illuminated the space, causing a momentary sting to the eyes. Before Chimaner, a crystal orb projected a task colored in dark orange, indicating a transfer quest. The favor of the god of light recommended task level, LV.30 and above task details. The goddess of light, Thea, is immensely pleased by your purity and devotion, bestowing upon you a blessing. Please visit the Church of Light within 10 days to receive this grace. Task objectives. Inscribe the Holy Cross on your right arm 01. Inscribe the wings of purity on your back 01. Note: engraving the holy marks will subject your body to pain far exceeding its endurance threshold. Completing either the Holy Cross or the wings of purity will suffice to fulfill the transfer. Time limit: 240 hours. Do you accept? Yes, no goodness. The favor of the God of Light. Not only is it an orange transfer task, but it is also a prerequisite for a chain transfer task. Is this not the exceedingly rare 4th job class Starlight Knight? The Chosen? Incredible. The only designated Big Daddy class across all professions. The Red Rose Guild has struck gold again. The 2nd job Starlight Knight. Apprentices already formidable enough. It boosts all team members' attributes by 4, offers over 30 damage mitigation, and even provides a healing, mana regeneration, and endurance recovery aura, along with reduced skill cooldowns. The second job is indeed the only designated little daddy for all professions. I remember her. She seems to be a top 8 contender on the Qingyun rankings. The hall erupted in astonishment, with everyone marveling at the immense value of this exceedingly rare profession. However, Chimon pouted, visibly displeased. This profession is exceptionally powerful, considering that the vice president of the Red Rose Guild is currently the only individual in the world holding the title of Starlight Knight. The Chosen. She is among the most versatile women globally. Hailed as the final arbiter of true damage. Though her individual combat prowess may not rank highly, any team she joins sees their combat stats triple, with safety levels soaring to unprecedented heights. Before her, any support would envy and snap their staffs in frustration. Any healer would bow their heads in shame, clutching their chests, and any main tank would set aside their shields to take up arms as damage dealers. In summary, mastering this profession to the 4th job level, transitioning into Starlight Knight, the Chosen, is a remarkable achievement. Apart from those enigmatic hidden professions whose skills remain shrouded in mystery, her vocation stands as the pinnacle of support tanks. A veritable wall of size for tanks, healers, and supporters across the globe, excluding the hidden classes. Yet, Kamaner found herself rather discontented, when love cannot be salvaged by healing. Furthermore, the prospect of a tattoo to change her class? It must be noted that tattoos are her least favorite thing. Abandoning it, brothers. Suddenly struck by a pivotal thought, Kamaner waved her hand, and amidst the thunderous uproar, she decisively clicked No on the orange chain class transfer quest. Observing the once again blank second transfer crystal, Kamaner nodded in satisfaction before placing her hand upon it once more. Was she a fool to abandon a chain class transfer quest so casually? Had she clicked the wrong option? I too believed. Wait a moment. Good heavens, what a calamity! It was glowing red. A. Crimson class transfer quest. Before the onlookers could mock Kamaner for her folly, the second transfer crystal erupted with a dazzling scarlet light that blinded the spectators. Recognition of the Goddess of Light recommended task level. LV.55 and above task details. The expectations of the Goddess of Light, Thea, have reached their zenith. The deity herself has descended to bestow a trial upon you. The projection of the Dark Lord lies concealed in the land of shadows, ever watchful for a challenger. Task objective. Defeat the projection of the Dark Lord 01. Note. The level of the Lord class boss. The projection of the Dark Lord has been suppressed to LV.30, as have all creatures in the land of shadows. Also suppressed to LV.30. Potions cannot be used in the land of shadows, and challengers are forbidden from forming parties. Time limit. 720 hours. Will you accept? Yes, no. Amidst the crimson radiance, the onlookers exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment of the other. This class transfer quest surpassed their collective knowledge. Even the most erudite among them had never encountered such a quest. Goodness! A hidden profession for the second transfer. It was unclear who shouted, but the previously silent crowd erupted into a fervor. She was far too impulsive. Even if it were a hidden profession, a combat-oriented task that prohibited team formation would undoubtedly signify that the hidden class was 100 an output roll. The flow of output is transient, yet the foundation remains steadfast. No matter how formidable the output, could it ever rival the importance of the Starlit Knight, Chosen One, which amplifies the output of the entire team manifold? A parent lamented, filled with regret that a single individual's damage output is inevitably limited. Only a class that enhances the capabilities of the entire group possesses boundless potential. Regardless, this girl was far too selfish. An output class from the Goddess of Light's faction? Truly a rarity. What kind of output-oriented hidden class could a paladin transform into? The anticipation was palpable. Do you not think there are perhaps too many hidden professions this year? I sense. The crowd engaged in endless speculation about Kamaner, the very subject of their discourse. Upon glimpsing the crimson task name, Kamaner felt a surge of excitement, her fists clenched, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The chasm between her and him had finally begun to close. She must hasten to complete the class transfer and level up. She could not allow him to leave her behind. Kamaner, wait, you cannot accept this task. As Kamaner was preparing to undertake her mission, the president of the Red Rose Society, who had personally come to recruit her in Ishan City, approached with a visibly anxious demeanor, although the task was capped at level 30. Even a level 30 Lord class boss could only be confronted by a practitioner of level 55 or higher in a one-on-one battle. and this illusionary realm prohibited the use of potions. Teaming up was not allowed. Undertaking this alone was exceedingly perilous. This matter requires careful deliberation. I will endeavor to summon a fourth-tier alchemist to retrace your second-tier quest. The Starlight Knight class, even among hidden professions, is regarded as a T0 class vocation. The president of the Red Rose Society, tall and statuesque at 1.78 meters, exuded an imposing presence, accentuated by her high heels. Her phoenix-like eyes radiated an aura that could compel even the most ardent enthusiasts to exclaim, "I am ready." President. I find myself devoid of choices. Ignoring the president's admonitions, Kaminer, under the astonished gaze of the president, resolutely accepted the task at this juncture. She truly had no avenue for retreat. The Starlight Knight may only allow my emotions to stagnate. Yet this perhaps marginally superior hidden profession might enable me to advance. No matter the challenges posed by the promotion quest, I am absolutely determined to succeed. Upon accepting this crimson task, reminiscent of blood, a radiant smile blossomed on Kaminer's face. 4. A girl in love is invincible. Chapter 73. What kind of parent-child rice bowl is this? Upon entering the elevator, Ohwa stretched his somewhat sore shoulders. The previous high-intensity battle left him feeling a tinge of fatigue as he relaxed. Wait, just a moment. Handsome, could you please hold the elevator? An urgent voice rang out as a striking young woman, clad in denim shorts, black stockings, white sneakers, and an oversized, graffiti-covered t-shirt, wearing a cap, rushed towards the elevator while dragging a suitcase and carrying various bags that Ohwa swiftly pressed the elevator's open door button, halting the closing doors. Thank you. The girl, dragging her suitcase with a clattering noise, stepped into the elevator, expressing her gratitude in a slightly northern accent. No need to thank me. It's the least I could do, Ohwa replied casually. Adjusting his plain glasses, under the glow of the elevator's ceiling lights, the pale lenses obscured his concealed eyes. The girl, burdened with her bags, prepared to press the elevator button, only to see that the 9th floor was already lit. Handsome, are you also a tenant on the 9th floor? Her eyes brightened, and she eagerly inquired of Ohwa. Well, I suppose so, Ohwa answered nonchalantly. After saying this, he leaned against the elevator wall and began to play on his phone. Showing no intention of continuing the conversation, the girl awkwardly touched her nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, this is a city of class changers. Handsome men remain unfazed. If this were back home, a boy who initiated conversation would likely be nervously seeking my contact information. However, the air conditioning in this elevator is set quite low. The goosebumps on my neck are rising. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Ohwa waited for the girl to exit the elevator before stepping out himself. Mom, hurry and open the door. Your precious daughter has answered your call. Just as Ohwa was searching for her keys at the doorway, a girl burdened with large bags approached the neighboring apartment and began to pound on the door with great force. The ferocity of her knocks momentarily reminded Ohwa of Feng Xiaoxiao. Strange, is she not home? The girl knocked persistently, yet no one came to answer. Checking her phone, she confirmed the message from her mother. Indeed, it was room 902. As she prepared to call Wu Shanfeng, the door of room 901 suddenly swung open. Wu Shanfeng, adorned with an apron and beaming with joy, greeted Ohwa at the threshold of 901. Oh, child, you returned early without a word? Humph. I merely wished to surprise you, Mom. With a bright smile illuminating her face, Wu Shanfeng welcomed Ohwa inside, yet without even glancing at the girl, she swiftly closed the door with a decisive bang. The girl's mouth fell agape, her arms laden with packages, which fell to the ground in shock. Good heavens! Her mother is having an affair and has taken a mistress right next door. Moreover, her mother, who always maintained a stern demeanor, had never shown such warmth even to her own brother. Could it be that she is to have a stepfather younger than herself? Absolutely not. Her father has always cherished and spoiled her. She must quickly gather evidence to inform her father. This already deteriorating marriage must be salvaged by her own efforts. You've arrived an hour early. I must commend you. But why are you still standing there? After placing your things in the room, come here. After welcoming Ohwa back home, it dawned on Wu Shanfeng that her daughter was visiting today. Only then did she open the door and toss her the spare key to the room. The girl trembled at the revelation. Beneath her mother's frosty exterior lay such a wild spirit. Not only had she fallen from grace, but she also seemed willing to offer herself up. What sort of twisted familial relationship is this? No, this must be stopped at once. The girl hastily flung open the door to room 902, carelessly tossing her belongings inside. She pulled out her phone. preparing to investigate the mysterious man next door who could provoke such an unexpected blossoming in her mother. Upon entering, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a profile devoid of glasses at the bedroom door. Swallowing hard as she silently closed the recording app on her phone, a parent-child relationship is not entirely unacceptable. A younger stepfather might be tolerable. After all, one's values often align with one's attractions. Being a face admirer is not shameful. Young man, I trust you wouldn't want the world to know about your arrangement with an older lady, would you? What is this? Mother, you summoned me from afar just to have me cook here? Susini, donned in an apron, chopped vegetables with a furious expression in more parent-child dynamics. No more younger partners. With no opportunity to train a servant, she had instead become someone else's caretaker. What else could she do? Wu Shanfang, having delegated all cooking duties, was engrossed in business on her phone, her gaze towards her daughter particularly icy, upon observing her clad in denim shorts paired with black stockings, and the exaggerated graffiti adorning her attire. One could hardly contain their disdain. I am a chef at a 5-star hotel in the capital. I only came here upon hearing that being a chef in the City of Illusions promised a higher salary. This is nothing short of deceit. Susini glared at her mother with gritted teeth, having forsaken a million-yuan salary to seek refuge with her. How could she treat me this way? Is there no respect for the rights of a biological daughter? What is wrong with cooking for a top scholar? The work is easy, the hours are ample, and the annual salary in a new position would hardly be less than that of a rubbish 5-star hotel. Wu Shanfang cast a disapproving glance at Susini, deeply dissatisfied with her short-sightedness and folly, questioning in her heart how she could have birthed such a creature. In the evening, she planned to prepare meals that would enhance sleep quality and restore mental vigor. While in the morning, she aimed for dishes that would replenish vitality and boost attack power, attack speed, and movement speed. The loss of ingredients was to be capped at a mere 20. Wastefulness was not to be tolerated. Wu Shanfang engaged in work-related discussions with clients via messaging while instructing Susini on the types of dishes to prepare. Goodness, a permissible loss of 20. Such extravagance? Oh mother, how I adore you at that moment. Susini, who instantly grasped Wu Shanfang's intentions, erupted in joyous exclamations to in her previous establishment. A mere 5 loss of ingredients would have drawn the ire of that menopausal harpy. Here, one could waste 20. The official authority truly exemplifies affluence. Less talk, more action. Verbosity is the bane here, understand? With her daughter not being entirely foolish, Wu Shanfang nodded in satisfaction. Little did she know the effort she had expended to bring her daughter to cook for Ohua, only for her to initially express disdain. Working for a private employer offers stability that is absent in a bureaucratic system, not to mention this is a lucrative opportunity. Young, accomplished, and handsome, how many seek to cook for him? In this world, there are at least 80,000 second-tier culinary masters capable of creating buff dishes, while those aspiring to enter the bureaucratic system as third-tier imperial chefs often find no path available. Our lips are sealed tight. By the way, what is that young man's level? Is he at least LV.35? If the food is of a higher level, I fear he may not benefit from it properly. Susini hastened her chopping. He reached LV.41 at 18. While you are 23 and only LV.37. Look at him. He rises at 4 in the morning to level up, while you sleep until noon. I truly do not understand where your laziness originates. No one else is as indolent as you. Just the thought of levels infuriates Wu Shanfang. She realized she had been too lenient with this girl, resulting in her perpetual lack of ambition. Seeing her mother entering lecture mode, Susini immediately lowered her head. Although she was a somewhat renowned culinary prodigy in the capital, having swiftly mastered over a dozen new dishes, she was merely a daily class profession, gaining experience through cooking rather than through battles like a combat class. Yet, in the face of her mother's fervor, she dared not retort, allowing her to speak freely. Like a gentle breeze caressing the mountains, letting her scold as she wished, like the bright moon illuminating the great river. Chapter 74. The terrifyingly clever little chef. How does it taste? This is my specialty. For temple steamed oyster slices, consuming one will grant you an increase of 30 points in intelligence, a magical recovery rate of 10 points per second, and an enhancement of 100 in sleep efficiency. Lasting for a full 10 hours, Susini proudly introduced the exceptionally lavish dinner laid out before Ohua. Although the portions of these dishes were modest, they were extraordinarily filling. Ohua felt 7/10 full after only consuming less than half of the table's offerings. Ohua opened his mouth, pondering the name of this dish. Did this woman not fear being bagged and taken away when she ventured outside? Quite impressive. and very appetizing. After devouring 2 slices of steamed oyster, he felt quite satisfied with the meal. The flavor was exquisite, and the ability to feel satiated while consuming less was commendable. Now, do try my other dish, 4 temple steamed prawn fillets. This dish enhances attack power, movement speed, stealth efficiency, and prolongs the duration of negative effects. If luck is on your side, there's a 20 chance to trigger the X-ray vision effect. Isn't that effect simply marvelous? Susini cheerfully elaborated on her so-called signature dishes. Each dish provided an extensive array of buffs, enhancing attack, defense, and endurance. It could be described as exceedingly comprehensive. Yet, every time Susini announced a dish, Ohwa felt as if she were insulting him, though he possessed no evidence to substantiate this feeling. Names like ginseng chicken, ham-fried rice noodles, and iron rod spicy roast chicken only served to elicit a slight pang of discomfort within him. After the meal, as Susini washed the dishes, Ohwa retrieved the somewhat antiquated skill book titled Unity of Thought and Power from the storage box and confirmed his intention to learn it. The aged tome transformed into shimmering golden particles that surged into Ohwa's arm, vanishing without a trace. Once the golden light fully entered his body, Ohwa sensed the emergence of a thread of chi within him. Though minuscule, it undeniably existed. Unity of thought and power, passive skill, utilizing chi to enhance strength, sharpening weapons as proficiency increases, augmenting attack distance, and range. 1000, LV.0, following the teachings of a paid online guide. Ohwa sat on the sofa, maneuvering that thread of chi through his body. Under his control, the chi circled around him, and his skill proficiency rose to 1000. Basic skills do not benefit from class compatibility for level enhancement, nor can they be augmented with points. Proficiency can only be increased through practice. Basic skills encompass a total of 30 levels. Much like leveling up, the higher the level, the more challenging it becomes to advance. To hone a basic skill to LV.30 requires a lifetime of dedicated study. Some rare basic skills provide substantial enhancements for class changers. Once upgraded beyond LV.20, their power is no less formidable than skills of 4th-tier classes. In fact, after enduring long-term honing, their unleashed power can surpass even that of high-level class skills. Unity of thought and power is one such foundational skill that grows stronger with practice. Otherwise, it wouldn't have a minimum price of 19 billion. It is worth noting that this price represents the pinnacle for skill books. Beyond this, transactions are only supported through barter. The effects are indeed immediate. Ohwa retrieved the extremism of Elusis from the Na, and after activating Mind Power Unity, a slender strand of chi enveloped the sword's blade, enhancing its sharpness and manifesting a blood-red sword aura, slightly extending its attack range by less than a centimeter. Once he masters Mind Power Unity to level 10, achieving a qualitative transformation of the skill, his strikes will reach foes several dozen, even hundreds of meters away. That will be the moment he returns to the desolate highlands to exact vengeance upon those foul, vulturous beasts. The mere thought invigorated Ohwa with the notion that his debt of 19 billion was not in vain. Just as he envisioned himself retaliating against the loathsome vultures, a soft yet jarring knock echoed through the tranquil night. Hushed as Ohwa silenced Susini, who was about to inquire after placing down her plate. He gestured for her to remain quiet. Wushan Fong, assisting Susini in the kitchen, also noticed and cast a puzzled glance at Ohwa's gesture. With a slight shake of his head, Ohwa pointed towards the adjoining room, urging them to enter. Though puzzled, both Wushan Fong and Susini obediently retreated into the secondary bedroom to await in silence. Ohwa approached the kitchen sink, dampening his hands with dishwater and sprinkling some on his clothes to create the illusion of being alone at home before finally answering the door. "Hello. I am the new resident from apartment 903 across the hall. I sincerely apologize for the sudden visit. Here are some desserts from my hometown, if you wouldn't mind." The visitor was a particularly nervous girl, her demeanor even more anxious upon seeing Ohwa, clutching the paper bag's handles, her head bowed in awkwardness as she spoke. Ohwa scrutinized her, noting her rustic attire and unrefined appearance, yet beneath it all, she possessed an undeniable beauty that surpassed 9 out of 10. That he refrained from immediately taking the bag. Instead, he leaned forward slightly, casting a glance at the dessert bag placed on the ground before door 904. "Thank you." Ohwa accepted the paper bag of desserts from her hand, and as she seemed eager to say more, he retreated into his apartment and closed the door. "Aunt Wu, you and Sister Su need not return home today. You may stay here for the night." Standing at the door, Ohwa continued to observe the nervous girl as she made her way to apartment 902. Only then did he return to the living room. Casually tossing the dessert bag onto the coffee table. As Wu Shanfang opened the door to the secondary bedroom, her expression grave as she looked at him, he spoke to them, urging them to remain. What has happened? Wu Shanfang inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. The exiles are likely about to make their move. That person just now was scouting. They have checked every room that if you return to your apartment now. Given how close you are, there is a significant risk of assault or abduction. Hua opened the dessert bag, retrieving the exquisitely crafted matcha cloud cake within. How do you know this? Su Sini questioned. Feeling Hua was overreacting, asserting that it was merely a neighbor delivering a gift from her hometown, not something to be alarmed about. Is this fellow's paranoia not excessively severe? Sini, have you finished washing the dishes? If so, please check outside to see if anyone remains. If no one is there, kindly bring over your nightgown and toiletries. Wu Shanfang's expression shifted dramatically, and at that moment, she finally grasped the reasoning behind Hua's words. Mom, how could you in this entire building, which has been rented as staff quarters by the labor union for 30 years, who could this outsider possibly be? Taking a deep breath, Wu Shanfang addressed the oblivious Su Sini. She had long known that Hua was being targeted by the exiles, and having mentally prepared herself, she did not feel overly alarmed, and no wonder her neck felt chill when she was in the elevator. So, it turns out you intended to do away with me from the very start? At that moment, Susini suddenly realized and was struck by a chilling thought. It wasn't merely the air conditioning that had caused her neck to feel cold in the elevator. She had unwittingly walked the line between life and death. No wonder this rascal waited for her to exit the elevator first. No wonder he pretended to fumble with his keys at the door for so long without entering. He was actually observing whether she was one of the exiles. Had she not immediately knocked and called for her mother, this scoundrel would undoubtedly have struck her down without hesitation. With this realization, a shiver ran down Su Sini's spine. She had watched those battle videos from the Qingyun ranking,